live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes, Test Match Special. Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra, Test Match Special. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to Test Match Special on the second day of the first test between England and the West Indies from Lords. The full build-up to the second day starts at 10:30, but first here are the highlights from yesterday.
Formalities are over. England's players pick up their caps.
Jimmy Anderson has a spring in the air there, a couple of jumps loosening up, and he can actually now get down to the business really that he just focuses on, which is getting on and bowling, and the emotion can be set aside. Here's the first ball then. Anderson's on his way, moves in bowl to Brathwaite, gets a good length ball on the off stump, which he prods into the offside for a single. So he's off the mark first ball, but it was in the slot.
And that's James Anderson, isn't it?
Yep.
That's what he's done. Over all these years, he's just become an absolute machine. An absolute wicket-taking machine of that line and length, skill, you know, putting it in those danger areas, little bit of seam, little bit of swing.
Anderson again. Moves in, bowls, and Louis gets a thick edge. He's going to get runs here, his first in Test cricket. And he'll get 4 through third man, just a slightly tentative, pushy sort of an edge outside the off stump. Maybe when he's set, he might have let that go, but it's got him off the mark. Anderson then bowls, and Louis forward. That's a nice stroke. He's punched that down the ground, and he hasn't even bothered moving. He's punched that through mid-off. I just stood there, held the pose for a moment. And Jimmy Anderson or not, any quick ball can get driven down the ground if it's in the slot, and that was 9 for no wicket.
Massive smile. He's just had a chat to his skipper there as well. Immaculate forward defence and absolutely timed. Just eased on that front forward. No real sort of flow of the bat. Just good solid punch. It's rocketed off.
Last ball of the over. Outside the off stump, looking to hammer it away off the bottom of the bat. Should get a boundary here. He's started with a couple of boundaries and should get a third. That takes him on now to 13. And it's the end of the over. An encouraging start here for the West Indies. Put into bat in this Lord's Test match. The farewell for Jimmy Anderson, but at the moment 22 without loss. Brathwaite on 4 and Louis on 13.
Jimmy Anderson so far 3 overs, 2 maidens after going for 9 in that first over, and that again highlights one of the extraordinary aspects of his career, how he's become so economical. And up to the age of 27 he went at 3.4 an over in tests, then from 28 to 32 at 2.8. Since turning 33, his economy rate is 2.4 in Test cricket, and he's now bowled 1,722 maidens in his Test career, which is more than the total overs bowled in his career by Philip de Freitas, who had a very distinguished 44 Test career.
Wow. Sorry, I didn't quite take that in. So he's bowled more maidens than Philip de Freitas has bowled balls in Test matches.
Bowled overs in Tests. So yeah, Jimmy's bowled more maidens than overs bowled by Philip de Freitas, who played 44 Tests. So he's bowled, 44 Tests worth of maidens.
Walks, bowls to Louis down the leg side. He's helping it away backward a square. That's beautifully played off the toes, and it's gone all the way. Oh, that's a measure of his confidence, going up the hill with that stroke for 6 over backward square leg, and that's beautifully played at 34 without loss.
Atkinson in past the stumps, and he's bowled it, chopped onto the stumps. Second ball in Test cricket, and Gus Atkinson is successful. He's got the West Indies captain.
Well, it's all been about Jimmy Anderson this morning, but Gus Atkinson, second ball in Test cricket, gets a wicket. What a feeling that must be. A drag on from Brathwaite. Started driving through the covers and just might have nipped back down the slope. Straight away, 88 miles an hour. I think the bottom of leg stump, not a great shot. They played so well this morning. England needed the breakthrough. And it wasn't from the main man. It was from a guy who's probably looking to replace him. And a Test wicket at the Lords.
Woakes is in from the nursery end, beats the edge. No, he thinks he's got something, and he has. He has. Louis is gone. He's having a look at his partner. He's going to take it upstairs for the review. But a lovely delivery from Chris Woakes. Pitches, just leaves down the slope. He's been probing away.
The play review for court. On-field decision is out. I'll check the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
There's been a lot of play misses, as well as some good shots from Louis to Chris Woakes. Very strange one, because he didn't go up straight away to the review.
Mightily close.
Ball's close to the bat. Can I go to ultra edge, confirm back and no back? Keep rolling it through, keep rolling it through, keep going
I think
through.
it's missed.
Keep going through. There's a flat line, there's a ball close to the bat. Just keep rolling it through.
That is, it was
No
so...
bat involved. Little, I need you to reverse your out decision to not out. Stand by. You're on screen signal now.
Atkinson in over the wicket again, full edged, gone to second slip and out. And it's Crawley tumbling back with the catch. And Gus Atkinson has picked up 2 wickets in his first spell bowling as a Test cricketer. Classic outside edge, taken comfortably, and West Indies are now 36 for 2.
Yeah, you hardly see Curtin McKenzie go so long without trying to get back on ball and trying to score. He won from 14. And he just felt as though he thrashed at that slightly, a little bit less composure than he's had for the previous deliveries. And I think he just wanted to score. The ball was there potentially, didn't let it come enough. And as a result, not a big enough stride, hands away from the body and finding the outside edge. Gus Atkinson has bowled with real pace. And what I've loved about how he's bowled so far, he's put the ball right up there.
Athanaze waits, shoulders, arms. This one kicks up and goes through. Good carry through to Jamie Smith to end. Another wicket taking over then for Gus Atkinson. He's got 2 wickets to his name and has not conceded a run. So this is an excellent start for him in Test cricket. 36 for 2 West Indies.
Easy game, Test cricket, isn't it? Just rock up first.
Couple of wicket maidens,
yeah.
easy.
3 wicket maidens, actually.
3 wicket maidens.
Yeah, 2 wicket maidens and,
and
a normal maiden.
A normal maiden.
Who's this guy called Jimmy Anderson? Never heard of him. It's my show.
Stokes kicks up his heels, bowls. Oh, is that caught? It's a brilliant catch. A brilliant catch at third slip. And Louis has been dismissed. That went so fast and low that the batsman had to stand for a moment. He wasn't too sure that it had been taken or not, but it went like a rocket. Low and to the right hand. And Stokes actually deserved this wicket. He's been toiling away, he's beaten the bat. Sensational catch by Harry Brook.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. Low down to his right, just managed to get his fingers under the ball. And he's at full stretch. Magnificent catch.
That's top draw, 10 out of 10.
Yep. Yeah, Stokes has bowled beautifully, got the ball swinging either way. And Louis had played nicely for his 27, but that is wonderful cricket.
Here comes Anderson again to bowl to Hodge, and a delivery that just straightens on him, and he's playing it carefully into the offside. There's no run. He remains on 1, Athanaze on 3. The West Indies 45 for 3 after an encouraging start when they were put into bat on this very overcast, gloomy morning. And then we saw Gus Atkinson striking with just his second delivery, getting
can I
Craig
just, so you described it as gloomy. This is bright for the UK. We've had this has been marvellous weather.
Let me correct myself. By Caribbean standards, we are playing in a refrigerator. Stokes in again, bowls pitched up and driving in the air, but over backward point. He really launched into that one. Nothing like getting the front leg close to it. He just basically got a bit of width. It was full. His eyes opened up and he went after it. Slashed over backward point for a boundary. The 50 comes up for the West Indies. It's really been laborious progress since the fall of the first wicket in Craig Brathwaite, but he picks up a boundary there, Kavem Hodge. Anderson bowls outside the off stump. It's hammered away for 4 by Kavem Hodge. Getting some width outside the off stump and latching onto it. A rare boundary in this second hour of the first morning.
Yeah, I like his mindset. I think he's come out there with a real intent to defend well. But he's now had 2 balls which have been wide of the off stump. One from Ben Stokes where he drove over the top of cover point for 4. And now from Jimmy Anderson, he gets a gift. You don't get many of these from Jimmy Anderson, but his mindset's so good to look to score and put those bad balls to the boundary.
Then goes Wokes, who's in bowls. It's an even better shot. And that's 4 more. Wokes just over pitching. And Athanaze there has picked a perfect spot just to Stokes' left. At mid-off and picks up another boundary. 71 for 3.
And he comes now, and Athanaze, it's gone to first slip of hands. It's another good grab. It's Joe Root this time. He dives to his right-hand side. In the end, he's got it in one hand, in that right hand of his. And it's a 3rd wicket for Gus Atkinson on Test debut. Athanaze on his way for 23. West Indies now 88 for 4.
As I was saying, he hits the bat a bit harder than you expect, and that's the kind of dismissal you'd think he'll get quite a lot at Test level. That kind of a back of a length, just rush you a bit faster than you think. And actually, Athanaze actually opened the face. He got drawn into the shot with whether it was the slope, it's just a wobble across him. And actually, a very good catch from Joe Root. I don't really mentioned Jamie Smith yet on debut as a keeper. Obviously, that relationship between keeper and the first slip, it was Joe Root's catch, but until you get a few when you're standing there. Athene's gone for 23. A good catch for Joe Root. And actually nothing on that Atkinson deserved. He's bowled very well.
4 slips still. Atkinson in now to Holder, and he's squared up and he's caught a third slip. 2 in 2 balls for Gus Atkinson on Test debut. And Jason Holder, he's in and he is out. What a debut this is turning out to be. Atkinson has got 4 wickets and he's going to be on a hat-trick.
Oh, what a delivery as well. That one just lifted off a length. You say Jason Holder, a tall fella, and it's just climbed on him a bit, and it's sort of taken the edge of the shoulder of the bat and flew to third slip, was it? Second slip?
Yep, Harry Brook.
Harry Brook, who took a comfortable catch, just trying to work that round the corner, went a bit too sort of far and closed the face and got the corner of the shoulder of the bat, and he's delighted. 4 for on debut at Lord's, 1 away from getting on that board.
So he would be the 4th in history to do it on debut if Atkinson can do this. The batter is Joshua Da Silva, the West Indies keeper, and look at this slip cordon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a gully, or if you like, just 6 in the cordon, plus a leg gully, plus short leg. Shoaib Bashir's on his own down at deep backwards square. Gus Atkinson on Test debut, hat-trick ball to Joshua Da Silva. In he comes now, it's full defended, it's kept out, and Atkinson fields off his own bowling. Atkinson races in again, beats the bat, no, got an edge, taken, caught behind, and that's the first catch for Jamie Smith in Test cricket. And Atkinson does have a fifer. He's got 3 wickets in the over. He's being mobbed by his teammates. They're ruffling his hair. They've all rushed together on the outfield. What a moment for Gus Atkinson. I'm sure he can barely believe it. He's got a look of disbelief on his face. An extraordinary spell, an extraordinary over, Tuffers.
Well, fantastic for the young fella. Holds the ball aloft at Lord's. You don't get to do that too many times, and they'll be putting him up on the board again. He's just bowled that sort of cross wobble seam, and it's nipped back down the hill, got an inside edge on it, and Smith takes a good catch. Low, inside edge, always difficult for the keepers. And you're right, absolutely mobbed by his teammates. 5 for...
Triple wicket maidens, pretty rare things for England bowlers. The last one was by Stuart Broad against India at Trent Bridge in 2011. The last one for England at Lord's was Darren Gough against Pakistan in 2001. Tuffers, you appear on this list.
Oh.
At the Oval, 1991 against West Indies, when you took 6 for 25.
Triple wicket maiden.
Triple wicket maiden.
Get in there.
You've made his day, Zoltz.
Yes, I've made a list.
Don't often feature on those lists.
Yes, and it's not a... It's a good list,
It's
not
a good
bad
one, no. So you're so expecting it's something about your batting or your fielding. In goes Wokes and Witt slashed away. Oh, brilliantly caught. Absolute ripper. That is Ollie Pope fielding in a catching sort of forward point position. And it has gone to him so fast. And it's stuck. And I think the crowd took a moment to realise it. I think his teammates took a moment to realise it.
Well, is it a short square point there? And Chris Wokes is bowling a sort of a wide short delivery, which he's absolutely climbed into, middled. He can't believe it. Look, he's looking up to the sky. He can't believe he's caught that. He's crunched it at him, Ollie Pope, and he's pulled off an absolute screamer.
Well, Kavem Hodge is on his way, just looking up at the screen. I mean, it's almost taken that sort of behind him.
Great catch.
It went so fast because it was there, Tuffers, like you said. And Kavem Hodge, after hitting it and realising it's gone to Pope, has just slumped to his knees. And Chris Wokes has got a look on his face a bit similar to that Stokes had.
Yes.
Well, I was going to say that Stokes had with even today, with the Brook catch. But you're right, with Stuart Broad's oh my Broad sort of face at Trent Bridge all those years ago. Kavem Hodge trudges off. 88 for 7, West Indies. This has been a rout just in this last 10-15 minutes. They were 88 for 3.
As Atkinson bowls full length, and that's hit with some flourish forward a square by Alzari, who certainly fancies himself with the bat. He's got a test best of 86 against Australia in Adelaide just over a year ago. 4 slips in place as Atkinson looking for a 6th wicket. Bowls to Joseph, turns it away backward a square. 4 more. That's even more polished than the one that he played before. Neatly off the legs, timed perfectly through square leg to take him onto 8. As Atkinson bowls now, and he's driving on the up, over mid-off. 1, 2 bounces, going up towards the Warner stand for 4 more. So we've had 3 wickets in an over, 4 fours in this over now, and Alzarri Joseph getting some of his own back. Atkinson bowls now.
You can't take your eyes off of this game after lunch. Runs, fours, wickets, fantastic catches, brilliant cricket out here at Lord's after lunch. Been fascinating, can't take your eyes off it.
As he runs it now, passes the umpire, bowls to Alzarri Joseph, looking to hit over the top, miscued. Here comes wicket number 6. The catch is taken comfortably at a short mid-on. Again, looking for the big shot is Alzarri Joseph. A bit of a change in pace here from Gus Atkinson. He gets his 6th wicket. Comfortable catch taken. The West Indies slip deeper into trouble now. It's 106 for 8. Walks with the comfortable catch. Joseph gone for 17.
Yeah, no, hit it mile in the air, actually. I think might have been a slower one from Atkinson, or just got under it, Joseph. Hit it a long way up, but the safe hands of Chris Wokes, and another wicket for Atkinson. Easy game, this Test cricket. The West Indies have had a bit of a nightmare after lunch.
Excellent figure, 6 for 36 as he bowls now to Shamar Joseph. What a shot is that! Wicket number 7 is coming now, taken at a deepish backward point. Well, you'll probably need an hour and a half to describe that shot. He was on bended knee, looking for the pull shot to a delivery outside the off stump, sliced it towards backward point. The catch taken by Ollie Pope. Shamar Joseph won't have any glory, certainly not with the bat on his first day at Lord's. The West Indies sliding away ignominiously now from 88 for 3. They're 106 for 9 with Joseph gone for a duck. 7 wickets now for Gus Atkinson.
Well, I said just before the wicket, he looks like getting a wicket every ball, and you're right, that was an interesting shot. Short ball just outside the off stump, which is sort of just, I don't know, it's a bit of a tail-ender's hack, really. Nicely pouched by Ollie Pope, and 7 for Atkinson with 1 more to get.
Anderson again, and they go up this time, and it's given. The final wicket goes to James Anderson in his final test. It's been absolute carnage here today from England. Gus Atkinson on debut has picked up a bagful, and James Anderson with the last, but they've taken it upstairs, have they? They're conferring at the moment.
Yeah, they're having a look. I mean, if it is a wicket for Jimmy, that's one of the 9 that he requires to go past the late, great Shane Warne. The in-swinger. Oh, it's out.
Oh, it's dead. It's a bit of shape. Back down the slope.
No back, please. Original decision is out.
Pitches
in line, impact in line. Wickets hitting. Looking to stay with the original out decision. Stand by.
So that's it. The innings has been wrapped up. 121 for the West Indies after being sent into bat. And in James Anderson's last test, he will be applauding the newcomer. Gus Atkinson leaving the field, raising the ball to the spectators and the members in front of him as he heads on up the stairs into the long room, and the rest of the England team follow him up there.
And Seals, long straight run, comes in now past umpire Tucker, bowls on the off stump, thick edge from Crawley. He's got runs though. He might be a bit disappointed the fielder couldn't cut that off there in the gully. Mackenzie went to his right. I thought he more or less had that covered, but it certainly didn't go where Crawley intended. He was aiming there more for his trademark off drive. Thick edge, it went along the ground. Seals moves in, bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's where Crawley likes it. Pitched up just outside the off stump, and that's that shot I was telling you about. That's that cover drive. He started the Ashes off with that, of course, last year. First ball of the match. He just plays it so languidly. Leans into it, tall man. Beautiful stroke.
Around the wicket, some width here for Duckett, and is that a drop? Put down, and that's the man on debut, Mikael Louis. Fielding that backward point region, it was hit hard to him. But yeah, all the disappointment, and Jason Holder has moved across to give him a little consoling low 5. But it was cracked high off the bat. Yeah, it's gone in and out. 2 hands at hip height. He was flexing the knees, Carlos. He was in position to hold on. So that could be very costly. Duckett put down on 1.
Again, differences between the good teams and the ones still striving to reach that level.
Joseph in again, and this is slapped, and it'll be for 4 down the ground. There's a fielder there at mid-on. The ball's trickling down towards the rope now. It gets there, but hit hard by Crawley. Almost sort of tennis forehand slap back through the onside. And England move on to 19 for none. Seals in past the umpire. Fuller driven edged and caught, and Jayden Seales is wheeling away in celebration. He's got Ben Duckett. Duckett's moving very slowly off. Now he's tucking his bat under his arm. I wondered if he was thinking about an appeal, but to everyone behind the stumps and the bowler, the nick was audible. And so Duckett is out, and England have lost 1 early, 29 for 1.
Good persistence from Jayden Seales. Getting it right up there. It's doing just a little bit. The sun is out. Not the prodigious swing that we would have seen from Chris Woakes and Gus Atkinson early. Just really good discipline. Good enough pace. And a reward for persistence from Jayden Seales. He really enjoyed that. His struggles to come back from injury, to come to Sussex and play a bit of county championship. Rewarded with a start at Lords.
In goes Joseph. First ball in the afternoon, the late afternoon sessions, hit for 4. Cut down through third man. Bit of a loosener from the big fast bowler. Short and wide, and Pope says thanks very much. And now he's engaging in conversation again with the umpire, saying I want people to sit down. Joseph again loops in, bowls on the off stump. He's driven him straight down the ground. This should go for 4. It didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat, but enough of it there. And the ball runs away into the boundary below us. It's to our left, so successive boundaries. The first 2 balls of this session, and that's really not what you want as a fielding team when you're up against it anyway, and under the cosh. Joseph again moves in, bowls, and Pope's driven him. This could well be the 3rd boundary of the over. It is. It's steered away through the covers. The ball runs down the slope to the mound stand. No, this is not the start the West Indies would have wanted at all for this session. There's still a lot of cricket left too. There's 38 overs left. I don't think we'll get those. I don't think we'll get those. We haven't had a single over of spin yet.
What kind of game I fancy this? I would have loved it. Go on, lads. Keep swinging them out. Down there from fine leg.
Bit of cloud cover. Here at Lords, the short ball is pulled away backward of square. That's going to run away for 4. Shamar Joseph won't cut it off. And the West Indies, even as occasionally they produce the good delivery, there are too many 4 balls being bowled. 53 for 1. And England 56 for 1. England trailed by just 65.
Yeah, and Ollie Pope's rocketed on to 23 off for 16.
Holder bowls to Pope, and he's driving. A loud appeal for LBW. He's given him. Is there going to be a review? There's a suggestion immediately from Crawley that it might be heading down the leg side, and they are going to review. So we'll have to wait and see what the verdict will be with the television replays. Your verdict?
Oh, looked very close from 150 yards away.
TV
the ball went onto the
director,
offside, so you
with a player review for LBW.
Close, just
on-field decision
very
out,
full, so it's not going to
check
go
the
over.
Feet, fair delivery,
Umpire's call,
front
so
on.
it only has to be clipping. Fear for Ollie Pope, the proper commentator's curse. I might have just done him.
It doesn't appear to be any bat. Can you ultra confirm bat and no bat?
Looks, but again, because it's umpire's call as out.
Keep running it through, please.
Doesn't appear to be any touch, no inside edge.
Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved.
Just a
ball
matter now
ready, please.
of waiting to see what the ball tracking technology will show.
Original decision is out.
Is it doing too much? Might be missing.
Pitching out off,
based on the angle,
line.
missing.
Wickets
yes,
missing.
doing too much.
Nitin, I need you to reverse your out decision to
going up the slope.
Not out, standby. You're on screen signal now.
Nitin Menon reverses his decision. So good call by Zach Crawley.
Shamar Joseph is in. Guided through the gap between point and gully by Pope, down to 3rd. He just lent on that as he moves to 42 from just 39 deliveries, 84 for 1 England.
Joseph in down the leg side, it's gone, it beats a tumbling keeper. And De Silva couldn't get a glove on it to save it. And 4 runs signalled by the umpire off the thigh pad. 4-leg buys. Yeah, and brings up the 100 for England. 100 for one, just 21 behind now. Poked on to 49.
Yeah, and it's just coming 23.1 overs. England scores so quickly. And this has got trouble written all over it for the West Indies.
Pope skews this one away in the gap between points and gully. It'll go for 4, and it will take Pope to 50 in the first test of the summer. 50 from 70 balls. He clasps gloves with Zach Crawley, raises his bats around Lords. And it's the first half century of this Test match summer for Ollie Pope. Well, Zach Crawley is one away from a 50 himself, and he's on strike now. Gully's back in position. Joseph is in. He gets the slightly shorter ball. He pulls it away through mid-wicket. This will go for 4. Runs the first run and realises it's gone to the boundary. Again, a thumper gloves with Ollie Pope. And Zach Crawley, after hitting a century in the Ashes Test at Old Trafford last summer, now back on home soil, and he's 53 not out at Lords. These two batting well in partnership together, came together with 29 on the board for England, taking England to 119 for 1.
Here's Holder again, bowling very full. Peel flag before wicket, and he's been given out. It's the second time he's been given out, LBW. He's looking at the bottom of his bat. It was very full indeed. Umpire Menon had his finger up very quickly. It'll certainly be reviewed.
Well, he's looking at the toe end of his bat, whether he thinks he's got a little bit of a feather on it as it goes past him. We'll have to wait and see. I think he's pretty straight, this one.
We have a player review for LBW.
It's almost like a Yorker that hits him low down on the pad.
Also, I think Holder deserves a wicket.
Yeah, he's bowled quite well, hasn't he?
Well. Let's have a look at it.
No bat involved. Can you get a ball tracking ready?
It hits his front foot and then skids onto his back.
Original decision is out. Pitch in line, impact in line.
Out.
Wickets hitting.
Hitting middle of the leg.
You can stay with your original out decision. Stand by. You're on screen signal now.
Yeah, that's the end of that partnership. 123 for 2. It's taken England into the lead by 2 runs. Root stands up straight. Seals bowls to. He leans back, cuts. Root strong shot. That should go all the way. It's a long boundary down there to third man, but he's found it. First boundary to England's former captain, who's on to 5.
153 for 2. Crawley on 76. As a full-length delivery goes through him. Yorker length. Beautifully bowled. That's what Seals has been looking for some time. And now he gets it through the defences of Zach Crawley, who goes for a well-played 76 of 88 balls. He is bowled by Jayden Seals, and England are now 153 for 3.
What a delivery. Tried to hit a length. He went short in the last delivery. Don't think it was a short ball intentionally, just a drag down. And he's gone the complete opposite way this time. Full, in swinging. And just the removal of the boot at the last minute from Zach Crawley saved his big toe on his right foot, but damaged the stumps. Gone, uprooted. Zach Crawley by Jayden Seals. Immaculate bowling.
Fuller from Joseph, clipped away, and this will be 4. Vacant region out through mid-wicket. It says thank you very much.
He has come out and played some shots here, Harry Brook. He's looking silky. A couple of beautiful little sort of almost lazy looking glides through the offside, and these little clips through mid-wicket as well.
Last ball of the first day, tucked away to the leg side. Root was slow setting off. Now the field has slipped, hasn't got up, and the ball's rolled away towards the boundary. They'll pick up an extra run there. I hope the fielder's okay. He is. He didn't show much of an inclination to get up and chase that. It was Moti there who slipped, lost his footing. But that is a decent day for England. The first day of this Test match summer, Test match series. They lead by 68, closing the day on 189 for 3.
Excellent figures, 6 for 36 as he bowls now to Shamar Joseph. What a shot is that! Wicket number 7 is coming now, taken at a deepish backward point. Well, you'll probably need an hour and a half to describe that shot. 7 wickets now for Gus Atkinson.
Anderson again, and they go up this time, and it's given. The final wicket goes to James Anderson.
Well, that was Gus Atkinson rather stealing the show here at Lord's on day 1 of this first Roths Day Test match between England and the West Indies. Alison Mitchell here with you on the outfield. Welcome along. We've got blue sky up above us, a glorious day here. Sunshine and warmth in that sunshine as well, which is a far cry from all the rain we've had in the last week or so here. But wow, it was an incredible performance on debut from Gus Atkinson, wasn't it? 7 wickets he took on what is the start of Jimmy Anderson's goodbye Test match. And all the thought was, well, cloudy skies, England bowling, all set for Jimmy Anderson to pick up wickets, and he was left to take the final one in that West Indies innings, as they were all out for 121. And England will resume today with the bat, 189 for 3, so they have a lead of 68 on first innings, with Joe Root and Harry Brook, the 2 not-out batters. It is very red here at Lord's today, and that is because it is the Red for Ruth Day for the Ruth Strauss Foundation. Andrew Strauss's late wife Ruth, the foundation set up in her name to look into rare lung cancers and to support bereaved children as well. So when you see plenty of red around today, then that is the reason why, and people are turning out in force. But it is a beautiful day, and when we think of the weather, I think we can get a check and find out in a moment just what we're in store for the day. But so far, it's looking pretty good. And I've got 3 gentlemen alongside me here looking resplendent as well. Everyone looks better in the sunshine. Carlos Brathwaite here, former West Indies all-rounder. Steve Finn, former England fast bowler. Phil Tufnell, former England spinner. Finny, it feels appropriate as the fast bowler to come to you first, because Gus Atkinson, oh my word, what a debut he had here on day 1.
It was incredible, wasn't it? It was all about Jimmy to begin with, his family ringing the bell, and it felt poignant. It felt as though he was going to take all the wickets and take Pfeiffer on his final test and make it a very difficult decision, or a very difficult passage into the next test match, having to leave him out. But Gus Atkinson stepped up to the plate. He bowled beautifully. He keeps it so simple. I like how everything goes in a straight line. It comes up in a straight line, comes down in a straight line towards the target. He showed his skills, being able to hold the ball seam up and swing it away, and then wobble the ball back through the gate, the one that got his 5th wicket, the inside edge of Josh Da Silva. So yeah, it was a bit of a complete performance actually, and yeah, he's got a very high ceiling, but 7 for 45 is a very high bar to set in your first Test match.
It really is. Only Dominic Cork in 1995 has ever produced better figures on a Test debut for England, and that actually was here at Lord's. It was against the West Indies as well, so there was something in that on that opening day. So amazing from Gus Atkinson. We'll hear from him in just a moment, but yesterday was a bowling day with these leaden skies. It was overcast, it was gloomy at times with the lights on. It was all set for some swing bowling and some movement with the ball. Today, completely different, which is joy to the England batters as they pulled back their curtains. Stav Daneos is with us from the BBC Weather Centre then. Stav, are we set to have this weather throughout the day?
It looks really good, Alison. Actually, probably today the best day of the week with amounts of sunshine and warmth as well. Yesterday, conditions did improve through the afternoon. We did see a bit of sunshine around after that cloudy, damp start, but the breeze was stronger yesterday. Today, it's all come together. We've got blue skies overhead, wall-to-wall sunshine and light winds as well coming in from the west. Now, we could see a little bit of fair weather cloud just bubbling up this afternoon, but it should remain essentially dry and winds light today from the west, although these will turn more northerly as we push towards the end of the day as cloud increases. But very pleasantly warm through the afternoon, 22, 23 degrees, maybe even a little bit higher than that for a time. Now tomorrow it's a different day. We're back to how we've been used to for the rest of the week. Cloudier day in prospect with light to moderate north-northeasterly breezes. There is a small chance of some light rain or drizzle. We'll have to cater for that tomorrow, but I think it should be mostly dry. But it'll be a cooler day as a result because of more cloud and a bit more of a northerly breeze, highs of 17 or 18 degrees. Weekend looks pretty mixed. Variable clouds, some sunshine, also the small risk of a shower, so we may have to contend with some disruption from showers. But it could be sunnier than a forecast, so we'll have to watch this space. Temperatures at the weekend range from 17 to 21 degrees with winds generally light from the west or the northwest. But today is looking pretty perfect for cricket, Alison.
OK, thank you, Stav. It does feel perfect for cricket. So today, the best day of the Test match weather-wise. Some showers possibly tomorrow, Tuffers. But for this, if you're an England batter, and we've got Root and Brooke out there at the moment with the bat when play resumes, they'll be very happy.
No, absolutely. Always look up at Lords, don't you? And it's glorious. Lords is looking at pitch. It's a fabulous day for batting. Thought Joe Root came out and got himself in nicely yesterday. And Harry Brook, well, just sort of looked in sparkling form, doesn't he? We've got then Ben Stokes to come and then the young Jamie Smith, who we're all looking forward to seeing. So, yeah, a good day for batting. And I think England, well, they could get out of sight today. West Indies need to be right on it and get themselves back in this game, otherwise it could be done today.
Well, Carlos, let's bring you in. Tuffers there with your red tie, and Finney here's got his red cap on. You're in a wonderful khaki combo. We need to get you a hat, don't we?
Yeah, I need a red for Ruth bucket cap. Didn't walk with any red. So.
Oh, there you go. You got Finney's cap. Does it fit? Oh, hang on, it does.
Cheers, Finney.
There you go. Well, what are the West Indies going to have to do today, Carlos? And I guess, first of all, your reflections on day one and the batting effort, because, I mean, we want to... Gus Atkinson had his absolute day out, but did you expect a lot more from the West Indies with the bat?
Yeah, especially after the way that they started. I thought, obviously, Chris Woakes and Jimmy Anderson, you expect them to get 2 or 3 early with a new ball. Overcast day at Lords, first test of the summer, debutant opening. And I actually thought they did quite well to see off the opening spell. Decent opening partnership, and then a shot from Craig Brathwaite you probably won't see often. Even when he gets to 100, you hardly ever see Craig Brathwaite driving through the covers off a length. So it'll judge decision from him, lost his wicket, and then there was a little bit of a partnership there, 88 for 3. You're starting to think, okay, after lunch, Alec Athanase played a few strokes, Kevin Hodge, we know how dogged he is, and you're like, you know what, we probably lost the first session, but we set up quite nicely. And then it was just a procession of wickets. They had that 3-wicket maiden. And I think after that, we had a hiding to nothing. You probably just wanted to see how many runs you can get in that first innings. And 121 was never enough. I think they batted the bowlers out of good fielding positions. Wherein when Alzai Joseph came in to bowl, and you just see a few tricky shots through third slip and gully. Well, you can't exactly have a third slip on a gully if you're only defending 120. So I think starting back this morning, already behind the game, they need some early wickets. And you always say first hour is crucial. Well, you think of the first hour here and first 15 overs, if England score at 6s and get 90 more on the board, then I think West Indies probably just waiting until England declare. They need to get 2 or 3 wickets. It's hard to stem the flow of runs since Bazball has begun. Get a few wickets, get Stokes in, get him out, get Jamie Smith, the debutant, in as well, try to get him out, then you're into, not a tail, because you still have Chris Woakes, who's formidable with the bat, but you're at least giving yourselves a chance to keep yourself in the game, and then you're asking the batters to make amends for a poor first innings. Someone put your hand up, get 100, and spoil Jimmy's farewell.
Well, Jimmy's farewell's already been already a bit overshadowed, wasn't it, on day one by the debutant Gus Atkinson. We can hear from him, actually, because I had a chance to speak to him after the close of play, and you can imagine that he was absolutely buzzing after taking 7 for 45 on Test debut at Lords.
I mean, it was pretty special. I obviously nerves this morning, but once I got that first wicket out of the way, could sort of go from there, and it went pretty well.
What was your plan for that opening over, given that you took a wicket with your second delivery in Test cricket?
Just to get it down there in a good area. Got the wicket. It wasn't exactly where I wanted to bowl it, but it came off well, so can't complain.
And what was the feeling at the point you got your first Test wicket?
A bit of relief, to be honest. Nice to get the first one out of the way quickly, so yeah, as I said, relief, and then went from there.
It did go from there. You found yourself on a hat-trick at one point. Yeah. Talk us through that little period.
We struggled a bit after lunch. We went for a few runs, but then, yeah, that's sort of turned it a bit. Just I don't know, I just felt pretty good, and it came out well, and then, yeah, a few wickets quickly, and then happy days.
It's almost become a blur when you take 3 wickets in quick succession, a triple wicket maiden like that.
Yeah, you just sort of go with the flow and then do what you think's best, and thankfully it came off for me today.
It was a big day at the start, obviously all the tributes to Jimmy Anderson. Normally I guess there would have been much more focus on you as a Test debutant. Did it help anyway that sort of you and I guess Jamie Smith as well were was sort of left to just slip out onto the field and do your thing?
I reckon so. I said to Brookie before play, it's quite nice, all the focus on Jimmy, just to go out with no pressure. But yeah, no, it was a pretty special morning, being in the long room when Jimmy was coming out. So yeah, it was pretty incredible.
And has he had any words of advice for you starting out your Test career?
Nothing out the ordinary. It's just sort of go and do your thing. But just being around him in general and watching what he does in training and off the pitch and on the pitch has been pretty special.
And has the sign writer been up in the dressing room already?
It is. I walked in after the innings and saw it up there, and it's just where I'm sitting, so it's pretty nice to look at that, yeah.
Well, what a special moment for him, and special, Finney, to be back in that dressing room. See your name on the honours board. I mean, he would have been up, well, not in the home dressing room as a county player here, but I mean, my goodness, what a feeling for him. And conversely, would it be sort of an odd feeling for Jimmy Anderson, knowing that, you know, he's sort of saying goodbye, and yet the young lad on his debut has come in and just made that statement straight away. It sort of justified the decision almost.
Well, I think clearly they're different bowlers and they fulfil different roles within the team, which I think is an important thing to note. But it did feel like a slight changing of the guard, didn't it, with Jimmy leading everyone out and saying farewell to everyone in this Test match. You always wondered what's next, and I think we've wondered that for many years with Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson together. What is going to come next and who's going to step up to the plate? And Gus Atkinson, he's bowling third change for his county on green nibblers. He gets his opportunity here in a Test match and he grabbed it with both hands, and you want to see that attitude from people. Another thing that's impressed me, not just the simplicity of his bowling, is his mentality. Doesn't seem as though he's someone who rides the highs very high and the lows very low, and if you're going to have a long international career, you have to be able to do that. I didn't do it very well. When I bowled well, I thought I was amazing and Glenn McGrath, and when I didn't, I felt like I was the worst Test bowler in the world, and I rode those emotions too much, and that I found that difficult thing to manage across my career. So from what I've heard him speak, when I've listened to him speak during the white ball stuff, when I've watched him bowl in the county championship, and now when he's elevated that to the Test match arena, he looks like the sort of guy who's got a lot of things going for him and could eventually take over from Jimmy, although they're very, very big shoes to fill.
Yeah, that's right. And there are other bowlers waiting in the wings as well. And you know, Josh Tongue took a fiver here when he played against Ireland, didn't he, last year? And are injuries going to hit? Is there then pressure on you to think that every time you go out, you're meant to be this wicket taker because you did it on debut? But Carlos, you and I think were on air together, weren't we, when those wickets were tumbling and the triple wicket made, and he found himself on a hat trick. And you know, we had Jason Holder come out, the former captain. He went first ball. It was a dramatic spell, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really bad on air yesterday for West Indies. Every time I came on, it felt like we lost the wicket. So hopefully I'm as good with ball in hand in the commentary box today. But let's listen to Finney speak. And it's a part of the game that we don't pay much attention to. We always make these statements about, you know, it's 80% mental, 20% skill. But every time we go through a rut, we spend 80% of the time in the gym or in the net, and we never really tune into our emotions and our mental health and our mental state. And when you watch him yesterday, first wicket, first day at Lord's, Jimmy Anderson's farewell, Craig Brathwaite, the opposition captain, chops on, Stokes runs in and gives him a big hug, and he's just like, yeah, cool, like, you know, another day at the office type of thing. And I think if you look at that 5-second period, that speaks to the mentality that Finney was speaking about. And you have to have that for a prolonged, successful international career. The media, and now I'm part of that, we build players up, and we'll talk about how amazing he is after 7 for. If he goes wicketless in the next 2 tests, we all of a sudden start talking about who's next in line, and was it too soon, did he peak too early type of thing. So he has to ride that wave, enjoy the comments now, bask in it because he's worked very hard to get here, but also understand that he's not that much better than he thought he was before yesterday, and then when he bowls badly, he's not worse than you think he would be the day after or the day before. So it's important to keep that emotional state, but it seems as though he has a good head on his shoulders. No, at Surrey, he'll be surrounded by persons who are successful as well, so hopefully he won't let it get to his head. Some franchises may come his way, knocking as a decision to make, money versus country and legacy and all that. So within a short space of 24 hours, he's given himself a lot of good headaches. And the West Indies batters, a lot of bad headaches.
Exactly. There were 2 England players on Test debut yesterday. Jamie Smith was the other, and tough as he took the catch, which got Gus Atkinson his 5th wicket in that haul of 7. And I put it to Gus that did it actually sort of help the 2 of them, that all the focus was on Jimmy Anderson, because ordinarily, as a Test debutant, the cameras would be on you, the focus would be on you, you would have done all the interviews pre-match, but they were just allowed to sort of slip out onto the field. And Jamie Smith seemed to acquit himself pretty well out there, and we'll see him with the bat. Well, we expect to see him with the bat today.
Yeah, no, I thought he kept nicely. It's an awkward place to keep, Lords. I mean, it can sort of wobble at you once it goes past the batter, especially when it's overcast conditions. He got the catch, which was a sort of a nip back, an inside edge, so you have to read where that's going, and he had to sort of come forward as well. And I thought he acquitted himself nicely. I mean, he's in there sort of for his batting, but he looks no mug with the gloves on as well. So, he'll be delighted with his catch and to get out there and sort of be amongst the atmosphere here at Lords as well. So he'll be delighted with his debut, and now he'll be looking to get a few with the bat as well.
Well, exactly, because it is one of a number of big calls made by Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum, the coach, ahead of this Test match, that there's no Johnny Bairstow in the side now. Ben Foakes, who is still regarded by Stokes, he has still called him the best wicket-keeper in the world, and yet it's Jamie Smith, who is not the first choice keeper for Surrey again, who finds himself in this Test side, Finney.
Yeah, and he acquitted himself really well. Me and Tuffers were just speaking to Brendan McCullum actually in the middle, and he referenced the fact that Ben Foakes likes catching the ball between his knee and his ankles, and sometimes on a first day wicket where there's not as much pace in it, the balls, when they're edged, they carry low to the slips, and they would carry short if the wicket-keeper's far enough back to be catching it between his knees and his ankles. Jamie Smith likes catching the ball between his knees and his hips, so the slips are just that yard further forward. And Harry Brook, that catch that he dived away to his right yesterday and just about got his fingertips underneath it, wouldn't have carried if Smith hadn't dragged that slip cordon forward half a yard. So it's little things like that when you're seeing a young player come in and noticing things like that on a surface. We need to be that little bit closer. If you're game-wise enough in your first Test match to make those decisions, it bodes well for the future.
Brendan McCullum, former wicketkeeper himself, takes one to no one, and having that understanding of those intricacies is fascinating, isn't it? The sun's just dipping behind cloud here. There is gorgeous warmth in the sunshine out here in the mill. I can really feel it beating down, which is beautiful. Stands are filling up, plenty of red around here as well. And as we've been standing here, the rollers have been trundling past us as well, and really great to see Meg Lay and Emma Lynch as part of the ground staff here under Carl McDermott here at Lords. They're giving us a wave as well, an Aussie and a Kiwi, part of the ground staff. And you don't see too many women as part of the ground staff in cricket, but that is a growing field as well, so that's great to see. Aggers is up in the commentary box. Aggers, it's glorious down here. I almost want to sit in the stands and watch today, but we'll come and join you in a moment. Meanwhile, up to you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Ali, and everyone down there. I'm peering down from the commentary box. We've got our window open. It's a little bit of a cool breeze still, but certainly listening to that weather forecast, very encouraging, particularly about tomorrow, because that's been sort of hanging around. The Friday's forecast has not been very promising, but it does look better now. And, the way the game is going, it could very well be that final day tomorrow. If I'm a Saturday ticket holder for this match, I might be a little bit anxious, which is a great shame. But you never know. You never know what's going to happen, and hopefully the West Indies will acquit themselves rather better with the bat when they come to have a second go, probably sometime today, than they did in that first innings. Bundled out, and of course England lead already by 68. Root and Brook at the crease together, and like everyone else, I'm looking forward to seeing Jamie Smith as well. I suspect Ben Stokes will come in next, and then we will see Jamie Smith, who did have a good day yesterday. Got Alistair Cook and Michael Vaughan alongside me. New wicket keepers, and especially with this slight, what do you call it, controversy? I guess we do. It's certainly a talking point, isn't it? The way that he's come in and leapfrogged his teammate. But new wicket keepers are always in the spotlight, aren't they? I mean, one slight mistake and people, oh, here we go. It's a tricky one.
Well, he kept really well yesterday.
Yeah.
We have only just seen him for 41 overs, and there'll be times over the next 5 Test matches this summer where he is going to get tested. He's going to drop a ball, because even Ben Foakes drops balls, Jamie Foster. He is going to make mistakes, and it's actually how you handle the mistakes. And I think the kind of keeping situation when I played with Matt Pryor was that perfect example. Came in, started really well, got 100 debut with the bat. He's kind of that kind of similar player, like more of a batter than a keeper. Then his keeping got found out. I think you're on that tour.
In the West Indies?
No, in Sri Lanka.
Oh, Sri Lanka, was it?
Where it was
low down to his right, Ryan side bottom, just kept him there, finding the outside edge.
And he said, and he talked about it, that is when he realised this is how much work I've got to do on my keeping to be an international style keeper. So I think Jamie Smith has got that process to go through. Hopefully he doesn't drop the balls and someone goes and gets 250 in 60-degree heat in Colombo, but it's that kind of evolution which he will do. But what I've seen of Jamie Smith in terms of his batting and his temperament is that he's kind of made of that the right stuff for international cricket, and we all know it's never plain sailing, but he made a very good start yesterday. Kind of comparing that start to someone like James Bracey, who kept here, you remember that a couple of years ago, it was far different.
Yeah. You like the look of him, Michael?
I haven't seen enough.
No, I know it is only a little.
It was 41 overs. He did everything that was asked of him. That's all you can do on your debut. When you first go out there, I guess the worst case scenario is you drop a couple of early ones and everyone's on you, but he had a simple day. It was quite a nice day for him to just get out there, field first. I think that was quite nice for him to get the gloves on early. Took one good catch.
Yes.
He made it look quite simple. There was no kind of... The odd ball kind of bounced through to him. It's a low pitch here. It's not got a great deal of pace, and he tidied up. I think we always look at keepers for catching the ball. Do they tidy things up when the ball's been thrown in from the boundary? And he did that well enough. He's a serious batter. He really is a serious batter. And I think over the course of this summer and beyond, seeing Jamie Smith at 7, I'm pretty sure we're going to get to the stage, he's too low.
Really? Yeah.
He's that good a batter. I think we're going to see him get pushed up the order, and then
where could he go?
Where does he find himself?
Yeah.
But it looks a little bit unconventional. He's not a keeper that I look at and looks a complete natural. I think there's a work in progress there, but I can see what England are going for. I think it's very, very
investment.
I think it's very, very harsh on Ben Foakes. I think of, and I look back to I got rid of Chris Reed, who was a wonderful keeper. Very similar kind of situation that we went with Geraint Jones, who was a batter really, who kept pretty well. But I can see where England are going with Jamie Smith. They've seen an outstanding batter, and they've seen at the minute a good enough keeper who could get better and better and better at keeping with a lot. I mean, Matthew Pryor, he put a lot of hours in.
Oh, he was, what it did for Matt Pryor is I realised how much work he had to do, but then he did it. And him and Bruce French, the hours they spent down at Hove away from the camera, the donkey work. Yeah. And towards the end of Matt Pryor's keeping, he wasn't quite in the same class as Jack Russell and the Chris Reeds, but Jesus, he was
quality though, wasn't he?
Very good keeper.
Yeah, he didn't drop too many.
No.
Just keeping an eye on what's happening out there. Of course, it's Red for Ruth here today at Lord's, an extraordinary charity. You probably heard Andrew Strauss talk to me about it yesterday. And cricket has these moments. The pink day, obviously, at Sydney, which is what started all this, with Glenn and Jane McGrath, and blue for Bob, of course, prostate cancer, at Edgbaston every year, and red for Ruth. And it must be a very emotional day for Andrew and his family, and his boys are growing up. This is the 6th edition of this, and I just remember 6 years ago how small, how young they were, and everyone's lives do move on, and yet there's this day in the calendar for the Strauss family still that is very, very emotional and very poignant, and they're coming out to ring the bell, which has been moved from its usual position. It's outside the bar there at the MCC. It's out in the middle, and Andrew's family are gathered round. They'll all ring it. The players are lined up. They've all got their red caps on. It's more symbolic than anything else, and they will be taken away. They'll be auctioned off, all to raise money for this particular charity, which is two-pronged, really. It's counselling families who are facing bereavement. It's a pretty brave place to go, to be honest, isn't it? And also for lung cancer, for non-smoking related lung cancer, which of course is what Ruth had. So it's a very powerful statement the Strausses are making, and we'll see a film going up on the big screen here, just reminding people of what it is. And it's a good red turnout today. I think every year you look around Lord's on this particular day and you see more and more red emerging. I've got pink to my right.
Well, I do have a red polo shirt. I wasn't sure whether that was acceptable.
Very acceptable.
In the media centre. So I will wear it. I'll swap it. I've been given the okay. I can wear a red polo shirt. I've got the bucket hats as well. So there'll be a bucket hat on with
we wore those last year. I seem to recall that.
Can I ask you, are you both coloured blind, or? I mean, you've got pink, and that's a pink shirt that you're going to put on. And Johnson, that is a pink shirt.
No, it's not.
That is a pink shirt. This
That's
is
orange.
red.
That's a Luton Town orange.
That's red. It's the actual.
This has been given the
Bruce
stamp
Strauss
of
Foundation.
approval by Andrew himself. Because
Really?
I went to him and said, "Look, does this pass muster? I'll accept. It's a sort of it's a deeper magenta-y
it's magenta.
red than
Right.
but it's red, isn't it, Andrew? Oh, that's the familiar. See, you cheat. You wear that regularly. That the red and white shirt.
Well, it doesn't say it has to be a different red shirt.
No, it doesn't. I suppose it doesn't. I mean, we see it regularly. Oh, there goes the bell. And we've got fireworks, pyrotechnics being released from the right and the left, onto the grandstand and the mound stand. Predominantly red, but also white smoke as well, drifting across Lords. And, the crowd standing and applauding. So we have balloons waving around here in the breeze. Again, to the left and the right. Red ones, quite large balloons too, those. The assistants hanging on to them. They're going to leave the field now. As the smoke finally clears, we can see what's going on. And off they all go. So the players have their caps collected. And I assume they're auctioned online. That's what they do with Glenn McGrath anyway. But, you've been involved in a few of those, Cookie. In fact, I remember you. I think I interviewed you in your pink cap.
Well,
one's at Sydney.
I tend to forget our interviews, Agus.
Yeah, they are forgettable.
But yeah, so it's great. It's a great actually honour when you're out there. Really it is a great to be part of. And actually,
it's a lump in the throat for sure.
It is. I know Straussy very well, and I think over the last 6 years, the charity's grown. We had a hurling game, cricket a few weeks ago.
Right.
Actually, I couldn't quite make the cricket, but turned up for dinner. And it was brilliant, just brilliant. Some of the stories you hear are spine-tingling actually, and I think the way that Straussy has kind of grown this charity authentically is an amazing effort.
Yeah. And it is, as I was saying, I mean, it's extraordinary. Brave place to go, isn't it, into sort of pre-bereavement, really, and counselling and helping families who are facing the death of a parent. That's very powerful. And you read the stories on the flyers and so on that goes around. And, very, very emotional, the stories that you read there. So that's what today's all about, and I'm sure that those of you who would like to support it will do so. For now, though, let's focus on the umpires who have made their way into the middle. West Indies have come running out. They've got a lot of work to do here.
Well, I have to say it's a perfect day for batting. I mean, it's beautiful. A few scattered showers, but it's nice and bright. They've got, how old's the ball? Not that old, is it? 40 overs, so they've got another 40 overs, the West Indies, with this older ball. It didn't do a great deal yesterday, so I can't imagine that it's going to swing around a huge amount this morning. If I was the West Indies, I'd go for the bouncer tactic.
Would you?
England were bowled out here, playing all those shots last year against Australia. I'd go straight to it now with all the square field and go, what are you going to do?
Yeah,
you know they'll take it on.
Yeah.
You've got three bowlers that can bowl pace.
Yeah.
Around 87 miles an hour.
Got the firepower, haven't they?
I'd go yesterday, the basics of the game didn't work for them. I'd go straight to the bounce attack. Doesn't look like they're going to. They've got about 4 or 5 slips in play, so you guess they're going to try and pitch it up. But I would go for the bouncer tactic quite early this morning.
I think it's a really good point. I wouldn't go straight away. So I think these guys would be better for the experience of bowling yesterday. You often see when we played touring teams with inexperienced attack, it was great to be an opening batter because the slope gets and the pressure of playing at Lords, you never got it right. You used to get loads of little tucks off your leg and it's such a quick scoring ground. But yeah, actually that's a really good point by Varney. Actually, the challenge this ego of these players. We remember having
particularly Harry Brook. Harry Brook's been out to the short ball. In the pull shot a few times. Joe Root, he likes to take it on as well.
Is it a big statement to say Brook doesn't actually play the short ball very well? I mean, he has got out to it in quite ugly ways, isn't he?
I would say that if again you further down the line to India and Australia next year, I would say that analysts and team kind of data people, I would say that they'll be looking to pepper Harry Brook.
Yeah, I'd think so too. So, for now at least, it looks like an orthodox field. There's no one back on the deep square leg boundary, and they're lining up the slips and so on, so they're going to try and just make an early breakthrough by conventional means here, just by finding the edge by the look of it. Joe Root's on strike on 15, and Harry Brook 25 from 29 balls. He played very fluently yesterday. He's down here at the non-striker's end. Umpire Menon looks around, checks his watch. Make sure that everyone's ready, including the scorers, of course, most important. Final wave of the right hand, roots over his back, and then he waves the bowler through. And it's Joseph who bowls, and is pushed away off the back foot down to mid-on, and there's no run. It's Shamar Joseph, and he had a bit of a tweak yesterday, so we'll keep an eye on that. And he's the fellow who, of course, heroically bowled West Indies to victory over Australia at the Gabba in their last Test match. That was. It came from nowhere, really, a very tight game, but for West Indies to beat Australia in Brisbane, of all places, extraordinary. This is just what Test cricket can do. 189 for 3 is the score. And Root waits again as Joseph runs away, bowls very full, and Root tries to tuck that away out towards mid-wicket. Doesn't quite time it. The ball runs down to mid-on. Thought all the batsmen had a bit of trouble timing the ball yesterday. And actually, particularly those who were trying to play shots. It is quite a sluggish pitch, this.
It is slow pitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
I walked into the ground this morning, just from the hotel. The Yorkshire man said, Yorkshire opened the batting this morning. This is like 8:45. I was like, he's ready here. I'm proud.
Yeah.
The Yorkies.
That's good. Root bat raised. Joseph runs up, bowls to him on the off stump. And Root rather crouches as he plays that, suggesting might have kept it a little bit low. I don't know if it did or not, but he's coming up to give the pitch a prod and a tap anyways to where that landed. 189 for 3. Tuffers is very smart red tie. He's well prepared for the occasion. He's very dapper, actually, isn't he, Phil Tuffers? He's proper TV personality these days. 189 for 3. There's Joseph again, bowls wider of the crease. Root shuffles forward, plays the ball back up the pitch again. Put the telly on, daytime telly, and as tough as he pops up all over the place. He's done about every daytime show that's on, I reckon.
Well, you obviously got a lot of time in your hands to watch daytime TV, Alex.
Well, I do not catch up, obviously. Well, someone's got to watch it. 189 for 3. And goes Joseph again. No runs on the board so far, and there's another good delivery, which is Root defending. And trickles away out to Brathwaite, the captain.
It's not steaming in this morning, is it? Yes.
No.
Whether he's just decided yesterday they chased it a little bit, got the adrenaline going, trying to bowl as fast as he could. Actually, he was about 87 mile an hour, wasn't he? 88 yesterday. He's 83 mile an hour. Just trying to hit an area, build a little bit of pressure on these two batsmen who like to get on with it and score quickly.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, everyone to come is going to get on with it, aren't they? Although Stokes usually starts in quite a measured manner. It's Joseph once more. Root waits for him, and that's on the off stump. He takes a little pace up the pitch there. Again, reflecting, I suspect, that it is rather paceless. And he picks up a single, the first run of the day. That's pushed away out to point. So a tidy over from Joseph, not necessarily a threatening one, but yeah, just loosening up. At least he looks fit.
Yeah. So I do wonder whether this England batting lineup has just gone down a gear. There was no real. They were positive, but we didn't see any, like, what I'd say was one-day shots. They put the bad ball away yesterday with good intent, but there wasn't, like, for example, Root didn't think about playing a reverse sweep.
No, that's a good.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know whether they have just sat down. How does this side grow again? How do we get better? And whether they have said, actually, we do need to bat for slightly longer periods of time.
It's interesting. I've been doing some theatres rather than watching daytime television every day, Alice, over the last couple of months. And one of the things we talked about was Bazball.
Yeah.
Where are we with Bazball? And actually, these theatres, lots of people were still very up for it. Yeah, when you start talking about it, and I hope they have toned it down a bit. I mean, it's exciting, entertaining, and fantastic to watch. But the bottom of the table, that happens to be the point. Here's Seals bowling, pushed away out to mid-off. And I don't think anybody really expected England to go and beat India in India. But there were moments. So moments were just a bit of common sense, a bit of basic discipline, and they might have done a bit better. I thought that it's just been, the needle's been a bit too far over to the right. It just needs to come back a little bit. And then keep that positive intent. Keep all of that, but just cut out some of the reckless stuff.
I do think there's times where for that needle to stay where it is, though, at certain times. I think the side, I love the way they always are trying to push the game forward.
Here's Seals, and it's down the pitch again, Root. Not in an aggressive manner, but just to make the bowler think, I think, and also because it is a sluggish pitch, he plays that to mid-on.
So it's the time saying, right, we've got the opposition where we want them. Now this time, rather than batting for 3 hours, we're going to bat for an hour and a half and get bowling. You know, let's try and score 5-6 runs in it.
Yes.
But you're right, in India, and I was surprised how well they competed in India. They really did compete well. I thought 4-1 was a fair reflection. But there was certain moments when they had opportunities.
Yes, correct. Absolutely. Seals again bowls. Roots is on the front foot, guiding other way out to point, sorted by Louis. Well, today's quite an interesting case in point. I mean, if we're full on Baz ball, they'll go out, they'll thrash it about, and they could be bowled out for before tea with loads of runs on the board. But the more disciplined approach will be, well, hang on, let's just nail the game down. We've got all this time. I don't mean block it, I don't mean, but I mean just make sure that you do the job, which is to get a big lead. You've got all this time and win the game.
I think that's probably the one thing you could say about this Ben Stokes era of captaincy is the side has had opportunities which they haven't managed to take as well as other.
The Seals, Root defends again, this time out to extra cover.
More, I'd say, ruthless sides are, or if that makes sense. Like you talk about, obviously Ashes it's 2-2, but there were moments in that series where, you know, if they had been better at certain moments, I know every side does it when you don't win games in cricket. Lords is a great example.
And Lyon was being stretchered off.
Yeah, and you know, in India there was just, and that was the one thing I reckon this side, if you're looking at it, so how do they get better? Is actually recognising those moments and nailing moments rather than not, you know, doing just enough. You actually know you've got to hammer sides down when you do get on top.
Root guides that down to gully again. Doesn't time the ball. That's a little shorter outside the off stump this time. It's fielded in the gully.
You've actually now got a group of players who've played quite a lot of cricket. You know, Zach Crawley 40 games, Ollie Pope 40 games ish. You know, Harry Brooks getting 20 games. And I always think when I remember playing, I think it must have been India quite early on where. It might have been my debut actually, but I look like Collie, Belly, Capey. There's like I didn't have 100. Collie had 1, Belly had 2, and then it looks obviously India had 20, 30, Sachin 50, you know what I mean. And I was like, that is a big difference.
There's Seals, and there's a lovely looking defensive stroke from Root with just a slight touch of a follow through. Guides the ball up to mid off. And there's no run, so it's been a tidy spell here. This is what the West Indies seem to be doing, get the ball in the right place.
So then about 4 years later, we went to Australia, and all of us had 10 hundreds, you know, or more, and I was like, that's experience. That's a player who then knows Test cricket, has kind of done the wave of Test cricket, has had a bit of success, probably a lot of failure, and kind of come around again. And when you get a group of players like that, and I think this side is almost getting to that point where you've seen it all. You know how your game evolves in it, and then you do nail those situations more times than you don't. And I think this batting lineup I feel as if that's kind of where this side is, and it'd be a good point and good case today whether they can get a 450.
Brooks' first ball of the day, and he defends it. Joseph bowls on off stump. I mean, this today for England is a nail the match, isn't it? Just nail it. Just
they get over 450.
Game over.
The game's done.
Yeah.
And they should do, but if they get 300, they still probably 320. They'll probably still win the game. But you'd want them, if you're looking at the growth of the side, to really nail it when it's done.
Brook, a couple of taps at the crease. He's on 25. And Joseph again runs in keenly, bowls full, and there's a flash outside the off stumps, nicely taken by the keeper. That must have moved a bit down the slope. It's a drive from Brook and a miss. First really aggressive shot that we've seen, but that was a bit more intent there from the bowler. That whistled through. Very full length. I think one of those that swung after it bounced, didn't it? Nasty one for the keeper. We've talked about that a bit in the course of this match here at Lords. It seems to happen a lot here for some reason.
Yeah. Any idea?
No.
Results, your stats, after bat movement. Have you got that on your computer?
It's bizarre, but it does happen here a lot. 190 for 3. Brook on 25 then. Joseph runs up again, bowls to him, and that's tucked away for his first runs of the day. Should get a couple here. Midon goes chasing back to go and pick it up. That's Alzarri Joseph, and we'll see bowling later.
I assume you watched the football last night?
I did, actually. A very enjoyable evening down in the hotel there Here, Tommy Banks was there, our old friend the chef, various others. And I had Henry Moran explaining the rules to me, which was good, because I've never really done football. He gave, I thought, quite a bad celebration for England's second goal. He was up and down, he was punching.
Who, Henry?
Yeah, he turned into football mode there for a moment. 192 for 3. And Root steers this, guides the ball. Sorry, Brook down to third man. He thinks about a second, but he's not going to get it. I have to say, wasn't it brilliant? You know,
brilliant.
It really was.
Brilliant, mate. I left it in Stephen Finn's capable hands.
Oh.
Because obviously I'm not a London boy, no idea where to go. So Finney, I think, texted me a few days ago, said, "Don't worry, I've got the football sorted. Good little bar, pub, not too busy, not, just right." I was like, perfect, not a problem. Got there, the internet wasn't very good on the thing.
Oh.
We kept watching in slow motion. So one job, Finney, one job.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame, isn't it? There's an in-swinger, and it's just drifted onto the pads. Root's very strong there. Now, can the fielder get there? It's Alzarri Joseph. Oh, well done. For a fast bowler, he's thrown himself to full length there and picked up 3. And I'm really pleased with Gareth Southgate, who was a lovely guest on the programme last year. Again, I cannot judge football for a moment, but as an individual, the way he talked about sport and the game and so on, I thought he was a really lovely guest. So pleased for him, because that must be
not a job I want.
Cool.
We've all got opinions on it, haven't we?
I heard a lot last night. I mean, crikey, people shouting out and all sorts of things. I mean, give them a chance.
Yeah, we all know best.
Yeah, absolutely. 196 for 3. And Joseph bowls, and that's steered away down to the man now on a deep backward point boundary. Just going easy onto the defence here a bit. West Indies.
Not sure I understood that field change there.
No.
Actually, this morning they bowled those 3 overs, a bit of control. That was kind of setting for a bad ball, that wasn't it, into the channel. Anyway,
it's been tidy.
Yeah.
Andy, good morning.
Good morning, Agus. Just to highlight what you're saying about the slightly more restrained approach. England's still going at a very healthy run rate of over 4.5 and over. A lot of boundaries, 29 fours so far. And West Indies have generally kept pretty attacking fields with lots of slips in. Joe Root now on 19 off 52 balls. After 50 balls, he had 16. It's the 19th time since Stokes and McCullum took over in the so-called Bazball era that he's faced 50 or more balls in a test innings, and that's his lowest score after 50 balls in any of those innings. So we saw that a bit towards the end of the series in India. We started being a little more restrained at the start of innings and doing a lot better. So
that's interesting.
Backs up what you were saying.
Yeah, it is a fast-scoring ground here. Now here's a lovely drive from Brook. Seals over pitch there. A little bit of width, half volley outside the off stump. And Brook in a totally no-nonsense manner brings up England's 200. And he goes to 33.
It's fast scoring in bowl wide half volleys, isn't it?
Yes. That was asking for trouble, but he did put it away nicely, didn't he?
I think with Harry Brook's batting, so there's not much movement, is there, in terms of like after. And Ollie, compared to someone like Ollie Pope, who's fidgety and stuff. Yeah. Brook does his triggers, and then it's fully goes forward, one movement. Not a huge amount. It feels like goes wrong with Harry Brook's batting, is there, in terms of his technique.
He's very uncomplicated, isn't he? I think he's a very uncomplicated person too, really. 201 for 3. The lead is 80. And in comes Seals, bowls to him, and he just takes the bottom hand off the bat handle there. Must have bounced a little more than he expected. He's fielded at cover, and again the man's gone back on the offside boundary there. At a deep point in front of the grandstand, which is filling up. Usual excitable sounding buzz of Lords, but a lot of red there in the grandstand. People have really responded. He left the mound again. That's people still coming in. 201 for 3. Brook on 33. And Seals shoulders rocking bowls outside the off stump. Just waited for that and then ran the ball down towards third man. The man in the deep will cut that off. And come back for a second run. 203 for 3. But again, it's just nice, careful, get your head down and play. The 50 partnership's up. Brook 35. Root has 14.
It's a bit wide from Seals. He's bowled kind of channel, but slightly too wide channel. certainly from the Revillion end, you always want to be attacking those stumps, don't you? You always want to bring the stumps into play. The stats of right-handers getting LBW and bowled from, facing a guy from the Revillion end from over the wicket. He's just been dragged a little bit too much into the channel.
And Jason Holder's had a word with him there. He ran all the way up from second slip to pass something on. Here comes Seals, and he bowls, and Brook drives that. And down to mid-off. Brathwaite fields, and whatever it was about that, Holder liked it because he's applauding. Well, he bowled well yesterday. Some swing.
Even he was, would bowl one bad ball and over. I always felt when you faced him, he was very patient as a bowler, just happy to settle in, go for no runs. But even yesterday, whether it just because it was swinging, you just felt you always feel in the game, don't you? Yep. When he swings the ball, he actually caused more issues just bowling Yorkers than he like the surprise Yorker,
yes.
Both for Crawley and Pope.
There's Seals and Brooks down the pitch at him now, tucks it away out towards mid-wicket. He beats the first fielder. Think about the second. Root bustles up towards the far end to complete the second run. So both batsmen in his early stage of taking a pace or two up the pitch. It's not something you might necessarily have seen either me or Phil Tufnell doing against a bowler of this speed.
Certainly not towards the bowler anyway.
Scuttling the other way. Someone reminded me the other day about facing Michael Holding at Chesterfield. Oh, it was Jeff Miller. He was in the hotel. That's who it was. For some reason recounting an unelegant battle that I had with Michael Holding there, and the new ball, which is most unpleasant.
I don't think I've ever seen you bat.
No, you wouldn't have done.
There must be footage somewhere.
There is footage of me scoring or making an Ashes-winning contribution with the bat at Old Trafford.
Really?
I'll see if I can dig it out. It was actually a subject of a what happens next on Question of Sport, and I didn't know what the answer was.
I said stumps going everywhere.
No. This was a serious contribution to England winning the Ashes in 1985.
Leg by?
No, a run. 205 for 3. And comes Seals, moves in, bowls, and that's punched away by Brook down the ground to mid-on.
Are you going to tell me?
No.
I'm sure it's going to be glorious.
I'll show it to you.
What bat did you have? Did you have?
I had one bat that lasted most of my career.
Yeah, as in like, were you Duncan Fernley, mate?
Yeah, Duncan Fernley. Les Taylor, Les, my old mate, lovely chap, I don't know if he's listening. Former coal miner, lovely man, fast bowler. He would fire up his white Morris Marina and head off down the M5 to Duncan Fernley's. And all he really wanted, it shows how things are changed. All he wanted really was some socks and some trousers and things. No, we didn't really bother with other stuff. And dear old Duncan, bless him, there's the bat racks were there, weren't they? And there'd be Glenn Turner's bat and Dennis Amos' bats and Ian Botham. And then he'd reach underneath at floor level and pull out a couple and blow the dust off. So I think they'll do you lads for a couple of years. And off we'd go, but we hope to start his marina up and go back up north up the M5. But it was trousers and socks. That's really all we wanted.
Always Duncan Fernley, you never changed.
No, I was always very loyal. I don't know why he gave Les and I bats, because we didn't give him a huge amount of publicity for them, but he had those first tie-up trousers. Joseph bowls, and that's tucked away out towards mid-wicket, and take one run there. This is the other Joseph, isn't it? This is...
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I was too busy thinking about you tying up the trousers.
Well, yes, because they were very trendy. Because also these early trousers of Duncan's, you didn't have to iron them.
So you started off with proper slacks, then, did you, when you played, like
turn-ups,
like chinos kind of things.
Turn-ups.
Turn-ups.
Yeah.
As in, like the class was like
not quite creams, but these were revolutionary, and that you could just throw them in the washing machine and didn't have to iron them. There's Joseph bowling, and that's played carefully down to mid-on. But of course, these days, all you modern players, all your washing's done for you, isn't it? You do it at home.
Yeah.
You iron your whites.
Certainly not. All our washing's done at home.
Is it? Oh, I thought it was all done and sorted out. Oh, well, I'll take that.
On a tour, it is. Of course, it is.
Yes.
But yeah, no, that's why you see all the players like, you get a pair of trousers, you tie the bottom of the legs up, and chuck all the kit.
Yes.
In the trousers.
Oh, that's still the same then.
Yeah, and then you take it home, hopefully leave it by the washing
Smell
machine.
horrible. Here goes Joseph, right arm over, bowls, And with a flick, that's played down to mid-on again. And there's no run. But these were the first ones you didn't have to iron, and they were like gold dust.
But I'd never iron a kit. Put your trousers, tie the bottom off, fill everything up you've used all week, put it by the washing machine, hope it's done. Someone sees it and does it. If not, I've got to do it, and then off you go in 2 days' time.
But you'd be there with the ironing board.
No, really. Iron a shirt, just hope it'll be all right.
No, we used to have to do that. It's all the ironing at home now.
You haven't ironed that shirt.
That's the, what do we call these one? Linen. 206 for 3. Joseph dips his head, runs away past the umpire, bowls, and Brooke Waits steers the ball into the gully. There's a fielder there, and there's no run, so just careful progress being made here. Lead 85. Certainly not over-attacking. Shots that you might have seen last year. This does seem as if there has been a little bit of a gear change. Now, deep square legs going out. This is what Michael Vaughan was talking about. Let's see if he's going to bowl a bouncer or not. There's got 2 balls to go in the over. Still 2 slips. There's possibly not. I just want to bring another one over. It's going to be a full barrage. Becomes in bowls outside the off stump. That's been chopped away through the vacant third man for 4. He went for the bluff there, so but the trouble was, I think the batsman was probably waiting for a short ball, and he got a bit of a long hop.
The problem is with this field is when I always think you've got a sweeper on both sides. I don't know what the plan is. It feels like you're just running up and bowling now. Yeah. If you're going with that man at deep back of square leg, you've got to go all in bouncer.
You've got to use him.
You've got to use him straight away. I was thinking extra cover, bring him over to square leg as well. Yeah. Do it do one or the other. Like here, it's almost like if you bowl a Jaffa, it's fine. But every else, a straight ball, Harry Brooks going to score a run. Almost at will.
Joseph completes the over very wide, and Brooke tries to reach for it. Almost falls over there as he tries to play it. That being too rude, but it's as if they haven't done a lot of homework. Because Brooke on the short ball, we talked about that. The way that England batted here against Australia last year, we talked about that. But it would seem, as Michael was saying, quite an obvious place to go. But they've chosen not to at the moment. I'm looking around for Isha. She's not here. She's supposed to be coming in. You'll hear a sort of she'll come steaming in with
I haven't seen
cables and all sorts of stuff.
I haven't seen her this morning.
Spend our lives tidying up after Isha, finding things. She's probably doing a telly at the moment. 210 for 3. And again, Jason Holder, former captain, of course, has gone and had a chat with the bowlers. That's good to see because Brathwaite's not a bowler. And I think if Jason Holder comes running up and offers you a thought, then you'll probably listen to it. Then comes Seals from the pavilion end, bowls short, but not bouncer short, and easily helped away into the boundary by Joe Root. There's not really much intent in that short ball. It wasn't a dig in. Here she comes. I told you it'd be noisy. Have you got everything, Isha? Here she comes. After thought some new cooking.
It's a bit harsh, I think, Isha. Aggers. I haven't even seen you this morning. Lovely red jacket. You've gone full red for Ruth rather than
Aggers is wearing pink.
Yeah, pink. Good morning.
Good morning to you. And what a lovely day we have in store for us here on day 2 of the Lord's Test. Joe Root then in position, back and across, defending to the leg side. The bowling of Jayden Seales, who's picked up the 2 wickets. 214 for 3 then, England leading by 93. And a fabulous day for Gus Atkinson yesterday. 3rd best figures on Test debut for England. And he picked up 7 for. It's great to speak to him last night, wasn't it, Alistair, on our highlight show?
Very quiet, isn't he?
Very reserved, but I thought he came out of his shell a little bit more with you there.
Oh, I'm a big fan of his. I think he's going to be around for a while.
Past the stump, Seals, Root driving, and it is so elegant and classy. Out to the grandstand in the sunshine here at Lord's. That was A classical Joe Root drive. He moves to 28, 218 for 3.
It's so easy, isn't it? I mean, you can't forget how hard that is to do. I sit here a long way away from the action, totally like unemotional in terms of actually, when you're in the buzz out in the middle, he just caressed that, didn't he? Just length on out. I'm not going to say I'm not a commentator's curse, Joe Root, but when he looked out this morning, day 2 of a test match at Lord's, sun's out.
Seals in to Root, who's pushing the ball to Gully. No run.
Ball's 40 odd overs old. A good wicket. These are the days you want to cash in, isn't it? This is the day as a batter. This is what kind of looks after you when you go through a little bit of a dodgy run, or you have a couple of tougher conditions. This is the day you think, God, why bat 6 hours today? Walk off today. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. Obviously, you've got to do the hard work. You don't want to look too far ahead. Get through that first half an hour batting, and then it's...
Seals bounds in. Root clips to square leg, no run. Gets into position nicely. Square leg fielder. Lots of red dotted around today here at Lord's. Day 2, red for Ruth Day. Sir Andrew Strauss, I saw him head to toe in red a little bit earlier with his red loafers as well. Alistair?
Yeah, I haven't quite got that in me, the old whole suit, but I think Strauss... See, what surprised, I asked him whether it's the same suit. He said, yep, for the same 6 years. It's a good check for him, isn't it? Yeah. If you can keep fitting into the same suit.
Seals to Root forward and solidly defending to mid-off. He covers the ball, gets his head right over and on top of it. And a nice high elbow as well. That is the end of the over, 218 for 3. 46 overs have been bowled in this innings. And England in control, well in control here on day 2. Flags hanging limp in the distance. And it's just a fabulous day to be here at the cricket, isn't it? I walked in this morning and I just had a smile on my face because these are the days you want to be here watching.
You've had a tough 2 weeks, haven't you? You've got Wimbledon the last 2 weeks, which I feel, when I'm lucky enough to be in there occasionally, it feels very similar to Lord's. You've had 2 weeks at Wimbledon, and then you come straight here and sit.
I was working at Wimbledon.
You're talking to me here. We know go and cover. We're watching sport for a living. Salts is laughing. He's guilty of it.
Not when it's raining and you have to do a rainfill every day.
No, true. They've got a roof down there.
No, you're guaranteed play at 1 o'clock on the show courts because they have roofs. But until then, there is no guaranteed play.
Can't you just put someone like John McEnroe on old him?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Old footage.
But he can't. Well, yeah.
Old footage of him playing, that'll do.
That would be amazing, but unfortunately we don't have the ability to do that.
You're telling me it's hard work?
As Joseph is in to Brooke, who's working the ball to the leg side off the thigh pad. They'll come through for 1 as the throw sent in from square leg, turning and throwing, and shies at the non-striker's end, but he was through comfortably anyway. Brooke, 219 for 3, then lead of 98. Stephen Finn's turned up in the commentary box.
It's just I still think he feels guilty where he took me last night to watch the football, but dodgy internet. I was just wondering what shirt he was wearing. Mine and Stephen Finn's fashion slightly different.
Root covers the ball and just guides it out to deep point. Gets right on top of it. Good length delivery from Alzari Joseph, bowling at 87 miles an hour, 220 for 3, lead of 99, route to 29.
Well, he's kind of wearing like some Aggie jeans my mum would wear. And
he's very cool,
and
Steve.
a shirt with flowers and apples on.
He's got a good fashion sense.
Have I got bad fashion sense? Is that what you're saying now?
I mean, I don't really know what your fashion is, to be honest. It's Joseph pushes away, bowls to Brooke, who is on the front foot, driving out to deep point for a single. 221 for 3, lead of 100 now, England. 70-year-old man is what Steve Finn penned.
I don't know what's worse, being a 70-year-old man or trying to think that you're 19 when you're really 36.
Should we call it a draw?
Come on, let's focus on the cricket, not Stephen Finn's dodgy shirt.
Salts is somewhere in between. 2 slips in the gully in position as Joseph pushes away. Bowls pulled away by Root out to the deep square boundary. He had all the time in the world to play that shot, just rolls his wrists on it as he picks up another boundary. 225 for 3 now, England in a lead of 104.
That ball came up as 90 miles an hour, and at the time Joe Root had just to just tap it on the head, he so unflustered playing that shot. I mean, he didn't look like 90 miles an hour. As Isha says, having a little bit of a coughing episode, but I think this is worrying times for West Indies. They've tried to bowl a bit of control this morning, tried to be really patient, and it looks a bit innocuous.
Root this time clips on the front foot, and again it just races away up the slope towards the grandstand, much to the appreciation of the crowd here. They love watching Joe Root bat. 229 for 3 and a lead of 108.
It's worrying times for West Indies, and actually for Joseph, you'd say he's the experienced bowler in this side. And he's going at almost 8 runs and over. And I feel West Indies have got to change their mentality. It's like what they've done for this first half now, trying to be controlled, hasn't worked. I think the Michael Vaughan tactic, go attack and bouncer for half an hour is worth it. They need to bowl one side of the wicket.
Root still in this crease, now back and across and driving this time out to deep point. But again, lovely classical push. I'll come back for a couple.
I'll save it, I'll take it. It's horrible, isn't it? No, a nice, just classic Joe Root. Drops short, scores, he misses, full, taps it on the head on the leg side, and then just caresses an offside shot. That over went for 13 for Joseph. Joe Root's so hard to bowl at when he's in this one. The margin for error as a bowler is barely anything.
But I think you're completely right. Alzarri Joseph, out of all the bowlers, he's the man to do it because of his height and his ability to get something out of the pitch. We saw him in Australia. He was the one who was doing everything, really. He was opening the bowling, but he could be used as an enforcer. And on this surface, we spoke to Gus Atkinson last night, and he said, I'm not bowling anything short on this because it's so slow. But actually, over the last 5 years or so, it does deteriorate in terms of uneven bounce. We see that on day 2, day 3. So it is a ploy. It is a ploy you can use.
It's a ploy when your other ploys aren't working. So like if they change up now, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, because bowling trying to bowl traditional areas, they'll probably get a wicket now. But
Shamar Joseph returning as Brooke looks to guide it past cover out to deep point, but hits the inner part of the bat and finds its way to extra cover, no run.
Like bowling traditionally isn't working. England are pottering at 4 or 5 runs and over today. So you think, well, actually, before this game totally goes from West Indies, you'd rather try and throw a punch, try and change it up, is what I would try and do. Anyway, I best leave. The big Carlos is waiting to kick me out of the seat.
Carlos didn't get the red memo today. As Joseph standing at the top of his mark. He's got 2 slips in a gully, a deep point, and 1 man back on the deep square boundary. He approaches the crease to Brooke, who's turning the ball to middle wicket, full and on the stumps on that occasion. No run.
Cookie said they're pottering along at 4 or 5 and over. Actually, the last 5 overs been 8 and over, just 2 runs from the first 2 overs of the day, then 41 from the next 5, including 6 boundaries. Alzarri Joseph, 83 runs conceded in 12 overs, including 15 fours. That's over 1 every 5 balls.
Carlos, we spoke this morning for our highlights opener, as Joseph comes in now to Brooke, who's defending at a good length delivery, and manages to keep it down to gully, no run. And you said you weren't sure about the tactics that the West Indies could use on this surface against this partnership, and where England are at in this game. But we've just been discussing over the last 5 minutes or so the short ball theory. Might help if you put yourself on.
Testing.
As Shamar Joseph is in to Brooke, driving back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was just in the TV highlights box, I'm just thinking, if you're trying to bowl for stump, not quite getting it how you want it, then why not just, especially for Alzarri Joseph, Harry Brook will take on the short ball, get deep square leg back, potentially even carry point a little finer, because he can play that ramp uppercut, and just bowl a few short balls to him, but they need to commit to something.
Shamar Joseph in with purpose, defending the ball to the offside. That hit a good length, but he just has a little bit of extra about him, doesn't he? Shamar Joseph, that kind of, that pop off the pitch.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they'll want to use him as an enforcer. We saw him
He's got a dangerous short ball.
Yeah, but he had a little niggle last night. I was looking at his speed so far, the 2 overs he bowled from the other end, and he's up at 83, 84. That's not what we're accustomed to with him. So I'm just wondering if he's bowling within himself slightly.
He comes again. Bowls to Brook, who pulls a short one out to the deep square boundary. He does take it on, and he takes it on all the way for 6, Harry Brook. Shamar Joseph, he had a go, and you can understand why, but Brook was equal to it. He moves to 48, a lead of 116.
Yeah, this is what you want. You want him to play those shots. You want him to be aerial, gives yourself a chance. And you think back to the Ashes, sometimes it could be 2 sixes for a wicket. And if I'm the skipper, I'll take 12 for 1 all day long. So you're in the game with that short ball. Harry Brook expertly playing it. Alzarri Joseph, I think he'd want another go. And if he does, I'd want to see him use the same ploy. Just get short, get aggressive. They have nothing to lose at the moment. What was he scoring rate? 40 odd in the last 8 overs, I think you said, or last 6 overs?
Yes, now 47 off 6.
Correct. So you may as well have the next 6 overs, head height, give it a go, maybe some from even around the wicket, move mid-off, mid-on, and really just commit to one plan. So far they've scored driving, flicking.
Well, it's happening now. So they've got a long leg and a deep square for Alzarri Joseph bowling from the nursery end. They've got a deep point as well, as Joe Root just has a casual look over to the leg side. They're now sending back square leg, it's just a change of fielders out to that long leg. So 2 slips still in play for the tall Antigone. And bright sunshine here at the home of cricket. Joe Root still in his crease, bat in the air, back and across, and guiding the ball to gully, no run. Good length delivery from Joseph. Get up to much last night, Carlos? Did you watch the football?
Yeah, I watched the game. I was trying to do some work and saw Kobe Mainoo boss in the midfield and had to turn the laptop off. Good result for England. Probably best game they've played all Euros, but a real good game of football. A little bit of help with the man with the whistle, but nonetheless, deservedly in the final.
Root drives, he really leans into that one. There's a tight one on offer as they come through for a single, but extra cover has missed it, diving to his left. So deep point, rushing in to collect the ball, and they come through comfortably. Root to 40, 238 for 3, lead of 117.
Yeah, and I think the ploy really truly should be to Harry Brook. I mean, they have 2 slips in the gully. I'd even sacrifice second slip for a deep third man. If you consistently bowl short at him, he's good enough to not only try to hit you through the leg side, but you try to ramp it over third man. So give yourself an extra catching option, and then ask him to be as expressive as he wants to be with fielders in position.
Brook onto the pad, in the air, and taken by the keeper, but there was no bat involved. It was a good length delivery, angled in at the hip of Harry Brook, and no run is taken. As Joe Root's just coming down to have a chat to his partner.
And if West Indies can be a bit aggressive in the next 4 overs or so, I think this is where Ben Stokes has been really good in the Baz Ball era, knowing when to just allow the game to drift just a bit with bat in hand and then recapitalise again.
Brook cuts out to deep point. It's gone quite fine. Deep point with a chase on. He's dived out in the deep. in front of the Tavern stand, and there's a lot of appreciation for that bit of fielding as the throw comes in. He's stopped the boundary, but that is 50 for Harry Brook.
Yeah, sensational knock, and only off 55 balls as well. That's the value that he brings to the team. Not only scores runs, but he scores them quickly, gets the game moving. And he's been sensational. He never allows you to bowl bad balls. Anything slightly off line, off length, he jumps on it. Has all the shots in the book, knows when to play them, and has executed a few here today nicely.
Brook on strike as that goes in between bat and pad. Just stayed a bit low from Alzarri Joseph. 240 for 3 then. Brook reaching 50 and just 55 deliveries.
With a 6 and 5 fours, it's his 12th 50-plus score in just his 13th Test 4 centuries amongst those innings. Yet score a home century. This is his 5th half century in England.
He's been looking good over the last 12 months or so, hasn't he? Across formats, just natural talent, Harry Brook.
Yeah, and he has all the shots, and I think as he matures, he'll understand the passage of the game. Like now, the point he's trying to make before he got to his 50. If Alzarri Joseph and Shamar Joseph go short to him, there will be a point in time where you know it can only last 2 more overs, 3 more overs. Let them waste their energy. As soon as they come back off the attack, you build your momentum again. You're still intact. You keep the game in the palm of your hands. It isn't always worth taking it on until you get out.
Slipper's move to gully is Joseph does bang one in, but Harry Brook allows it to go past him down the leg side at the end of the over. 240 for 3 then. A lead of 119. Brook on 50 and Root on 40. So he's going to have a change of gloves. Harry Brook. Gentle breeze blowing across the ground here at Lord's.
Hasn't sweat for a while in England. The weather's been so bad. The sun has been out. Changed gloves twice in a little under an hour.
Slightly different to your conditions in Barbados,
Yeah,
Carlos.
we've probably changed gloves about 5 times by now at this rate.
Did you enjoy the World Cup?
Yeah, it was real good. I think it was a real good event, well put on. So salute cricket boards of the USA and the West Indies. And I think the final ran so seamlessly. I can't remember once someone walking in front of the sight screen, a sight we're accustomed to seeing around cricket grounds. So kudos to everyone involved in the planning.
Yeah, it was wonderful to watch. I even managed a little trip myself over there in my spare time. But yeah, it was amazing being out there as Shamar Joseph continues. That's driven by Root to mid-on, slightly fuller again from Shamar Joseph. 240 for 3. A few more words from you, Carlos, and then Fazir is coming in here.
Yeah, for Shamar Joseph, who's been okay this morning, I love to see the field come a bit straighter, the line to be a bit straighter, and whilst being disciplined gives himself the chance of getting a wicket. The need to break the partnership, but it's a process. How do you go about it?
Joseph continues bowls outside the off stump, forcing it away square, short and wide. It's really been all over the place, the bowling so far this morning. That's why England have been able to add, some 51 runs already at better than a run a minute, and really haven't looked troubled at all. How many boundaries have we had so far this morning, Andy?
6 fours and a 6.
Self-explanatory, and especially in the previous over where we saw a couple of boundaries off Alzarri Joseph, and immediately Brathwaite moving someone from slip, then to mid-wicket, then to deep backward square. You can't set field for bad bowling, basically. 241 for 3. Joseph bowls short outside the off stump, letting it go by. Through to the keeper is Harry Brook on 50 or 58 balls now. Root 41 of 67. And it's really about tightening up, just finding that discipline and that focus to at least agree, which I'm sure they would have coming into the day's play. What do you want to do? What do you want to achieve in at least restricting the free scoring?
Yeah, and it's how. So I think they started okay first couple overs, or it was that the fact that Brook didn't bat many, and they were allowed to get away.
Shamar Joseph again on off stump, and it's played away into the offside.
But I think they did start well, but you think back, and I think as a team, you always have to look at what worked well for the other team, especially when you're bowling second. The team that bowled first and the guy that was most successful kept the ball in a similar area, fourth stump, off stump, fourth stump, off stump, and plugged away. Yes, he was at a good pace. Yes, he moved the ball just enough. But if you look back at all his wickets, there was probably one ball wider than fourth stump, which was Craig Brathwaite, the very first wicket he got. So they need to replicate that on a consistent basis now.
Joseph bowls again, and he's pushing defensively into the offside. That's a lot better, playing it away square out towards Gully, and the scoring means at 2:41 for 3 on a very bright morning here at Lord's on this Thursday, which for many, many years was the traditional starting day for Test match cricket in England. I mean, you almost took it for granted that a Test match would start on a Thursday. Now, of course, with different scheduling and different priorities and a crammed schedule, you've got Test matches starting on a Wednesday, then on a Friday, and different days. The traditional element to the traditional game has been changed in many different ways. As we talk about that, we see now a fielder being stationed on the square leg boundary. Shamar Joseph wants a change in one of those leg side fielders. He wants the debutant Mikhail Louis around a bit squarer at long leg. Bowls now to Brook, a leg side delivery that gets him in a bit of a tangle, heading towards leg side, but he was looking to play it away square. Comes off the pad, rolls up on the offside. The end of the over, 2:41 for 3 with Brook on 50, Root on 41. That's a lead already of 120. Yes, Andy?
Just a little more on Harry Brook's start in Test cricket. As I mentioned, it's his 1250-plus score in 13 Tests. Just his 21st innings in the entire history of Test cricket. Only one player has scored his 1250 in fewer innings than Brook. That was Herbert Sutcliffe, the interwars Yorkshire and England opener, who took 20 innings to score his first 1250s. Brook tied in second place with a West Indian legend, Everton Weekes, who had 600s and 6 other 50-plus scores in his first 21 Test innings, including a pair of 63s here in 1950, and one of West Indies' most famous ever victories. Maybe tell us a little bit more about Everton Weekes. You must have worked with him, commentated with him.
It was a delight to work with Sir Everton as a comments man. He was he had a way of reminding you that you're a young whippersnapper. You really don't know too much about the game, so just settle down. Don't get too excited. But he was brilliant, and you could understand why he was such an outstanding batter. I mean, the numbers about Sir Everton are amazing. As Alzarri Joseph starts a new over, bowls from the nursery, and it's driven away wide of mid-on for a couple of runs, heading up towards the boundary. Will be pulled back in by the West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite, and they'll come back for 3. So the runs continue to flow for England here. 244 for 3, starting the morning at 189 for the same 3. Root now up to 44, Brook on 50. But it's really what Test cricket is about, Carlos, when you can hear about these numbers and these comparisons, putting the game in context, and yes, eventually it's going to happen for T20. It's happening already for the one-day game. The first World Cup will celebrate 50 years next year, as Joseph bowls on the line of off stump and playing with a dead bat. Is Brook guiding it away along the ground towards Gully. But you hear these comparisons to a Bert Sutcliffe and the great Sir Everton Weekes, part of the 3 Ws, which you will know only too much about, coming from Barbados. These are great servants of the game who've given us great achievements. One of the interesting points about Sir Everton, which remains a matter of debate, is whether or not he really only hit 1 6 in his Test career, as a delivery on off stump is played away towards the onside, when in fact it rolls back along the pitch towards the bowler. Because there are some who say in India, when he scored a Test 100 at the end of the series against England in the Caribbean, and then reeled off 4 in a row in India, and then was run out for 90, when the general feeling that he wasn't run out. And the reporting from India says that they're convinced that he hit a 6 somewhere in the course of that innings, but it goes down, I think, officially in the record books that he only has 1 6 in his Test career. But depending on who you talk to, they say he hit more than 1 6 as a delivery short. Miscued, chance for the catch here, should be taken comfortably. It is. Got himself in an almighty tangle Harry Brook. Maybe he was trying to do too much with the one short ball, and in the end, just a top edge and a comfortable catch to Joshua De Silva, the keeper, and the West Indies have gotten the breakthrough at last. It's 244 for 4. Brook goes caught behind of a miscued, half-hearted pull really to a delivery wide outside the off stump, and a simple catch to the keeper.
Yeah, against the run of play, Alzarri Joseph, we spoke about him being a bit more aggressive. You'd still think that that was ill-lined, albeit good length, good intent, good pace. And we spoke about Harry Brook wanting to take it on, wanting to take the game forward, and the fact that it is a good option for Alzarri Joseph. I think when Harry Brook looks back at that dismissal, something I referred to a few overs ago, the next step in his career to continue to be as successful as he is, he's immensely talented obviously, but it's in periods like this where you got to 50, you have the bowling in the palm of your hands, you understand that Alzarri Joseph is going to right, he's bowling bad, he's giving you bad balls without even trying. You don't then have to chase the game. You watch Joe Root at the other end, he isn't chasing the game. He's not as expansive and as expressive as Harry Brook, so you don't exactly want to make those parallels, but it's in those facets of the game, when can you just take your foot off the accelerator a bit, continue to control the game, and almost squeeze the life out of the bowling unit. And I think he still has that part of his game to get a bit better at. That will come with maturity, but the way he starts, the way he plays the strokes, the way he moves the game forward, he's an immense talent, and he has the numbers to back.
England captain Ben Stokes is the new man out, so we'll have to wait a while to have a look at Jamie Smith with all the anticipation of his ability with the bat. I suppose the opposite view to what you just said, which makes a lot of, I suppose, traditional cricketing sense, is that that's the way Harry Brook plays, and that's the way this England team is encouraged to play the game, to not let the game come to you, but to take the game away from the opposition, to dominate, to do the things that you wouldn't call traditional, because you back yourself that it's going to work. The odd time when it doesn't, as it did just in the last delivery, it looks ugly, it looks unnecessary, but when it comes off, it just moves the game even further away from the opposition.
Yeah, 100%. So I agree, him getting to 50, my thing is the passages in the game. This passage in the game, Alzarri Joseph is not bowling well. You're still scoring off him. You can see he set the field back. He probably will bowl 2 more overs maximum. So you got a 4 to 5 over spell of cricket where you know you're going to get bad balls. You don't have to chase the game, and you can continue to move the game forward even without.
Alzarri with the first delivery to the England captains, short down the leg side, just happily lets it go by through to Silva.
Even without taking it on, you actually move the game forward. And Ben Stokes has championed it. It's been turned Baz ball because Brendan McCullum showed the way that he played his career and the way he coached, how positive he wants to be. But if you look at a lot of Ben Stokes' innings so far in the Baz ball era, the successful ones, he hasn't always gotten off to a flyer. He's allowed, he's sucked up the momentum a bit, and then he knows he's good enough.
Last ball of the over now from Alzarri Joseph, reaches for that, goes past the outside edge, good delivery from Joseph to end the over, an over which the West Indies were finally able to get the breakthrough on this second morning, a bright morning here at Lord's. 244 for 4, Brook gone for 50, Stokes yet to get off the mark, Root on 44.
Yeah, Brook's final figures 50 from 64 balls, a 6 and 5 fours. The wickets preceded by 8 dot balls after he'd reached 50, and it's the second Lord's Test in a row for Harry Brook in which he's been caught off a short ball, having scored exactly 50 off 68 balls against Australia last year, and that's now 5 consecutive unconverted half-centuries since his last Test century, which was in Wellington in February of last year.
It's going to be Shamar Joseph, so the Josephs in action for the West Indies here. Shamar from the pavilion end, very straight approach, passes the umpire, bowls to Root, and he's playing it away square on the offside. And he's going to be picking up a single. Score moves on now to 245 for 4 at the start of the over.
And the partnership finished at 91 from 19.5 overs.
So just at about 5 runs per over, which is very good going, of course. Almost as pedestrian given some of the scoring that we've seen from England over the last year and a half. But when you've dismissed the opposition as they've done for 121, you start the second day in the lead already, 7 wickets in hand. beautiful batting conditions, excellent weather. It's really set up for England to put the boot in on the West Indies.
Yeah, and to develop that point, that's why you champion the way he got to 50. And as you rightfully said, they want him to be expansive and expressive and play his game and take the game forward. That's what he did. Good balls or half good balls, he could turn into scoring opportunities and boundaries, and he could be easily scoring at 5 to 6 or over, which puts the opposition on the back foot. I think what I am referring to is when the opposition then gets on the back foot, there are periods in the game, periods in the day's play when you know you're in control. You don't always have to then continue to ram it home. You can allow the game to come to you just for a couple overs.
Joseph round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Stokes, so lets it go by outside the off stump. Joshua De Silva.
I think that speaks to batsmanship. You never ever bat in one gear. You move through the gears up, you move through the gears down, and the best batters in the world, Joe Root, he came out this morning, he started first 2 overs, paid respect to, seeing the conditions, getting his eye in, the length, the pace of the pitch, etc. And then he had a 2 or 3 over spell where he hit a few boundaries. But he's now back in his box again, now lost a wicket, and he'll continue to be positive.
Joseph bowls and he's on the front foot, driving it away. Stokes won't get his first run, straight out towards Alzari. Joseph at a mid-off, 245 for 4.
And he'll continue to be positive, but within the remit of his own ability to play strokes, the strokes that he plays. Now, if you take a positive 3 over period from Joe Root or 4 over period and a positive 4 over period from Harry Brook will probably score 8s. Joe Root will probably score 5s. But it's still the same going through the gears from gear 1 to 6 all the way back down, showing that batsmanship over a period of time.
Joseph bowls again, and he's on the front foot, driving off the inner portion of the bat. So again, straight out to Alzari at mid-off. Any clarification on that 1-6 for Everton week? So, Andy, can you shed any light on that?
Cricinfo has him as having hit 2 6s. CricViz has a rather imprecise 2+ 6s, because we don't have all the details from the older Test matches. But more than 1.
Because the story was always 1 for a long, long time. Shamar bowls delivery that's a short of a length, pushed away towards the onside, out towards mid-on.
But lots of 4s, very powerful players. And when you see if you're a tragic like me and spend a lot of time watching old cricket on YouTube, he looks a very, very modern player. It was like watching someone from now in a lot of ways.
Yeah, anti-Baz ball with only 2 6s.
And the interesting thing was that, he doing commentary with him in the mid-1990s and so on, and comments man in territorial matches, Trinidad and Tobago versus Barbados. There'd be many different instances where you saw that experience as Shamar bowls again to Stokes. He gets runs here, he gets off the mark. We'll get a couple, probably more, heading up towards the pavilion. Very straight back past the bowler, just a couple of runs. Score moves on to 247 for 4. He's off the mark with 2. And you'd have a situation, for example, where someone would play a beautiful shot but be caught at cover, diving effort. And you'd say, well, he's really unlucky there, isn't he, Sir Everton? Because a couple of inches either way would have been 4 runs. And he'd said, well, young man, if he didn't hit it in the air, he wouldn't have gotten out, would he? So something like that. He's very, very dry. And it's that understanding of the game. And when you look at the numbers of someone like a Sir Everton Weeks, averaging 58 in Test match cricket in just 40-odd Test matches. Clyde Walcott averaging over 50, 1500s in 44 Test matches. But when you really comprehend those numbers, it helps you to understand those standards of those players. Alzari starts a new over, and his first delivery is played back along the pitch by Joe Root. He was looking to turn it away towards the onside, a bit of inside edge onto pad, rolling back along the pitch.
Yeah, and we were having the conversation on air yesterday and off air this morning, and I looked at Andy for some stats, and it backed up everything Fazir said, and then I started to look within. And I've been in dressing rooms in the past in first-class cricket where a guy plays a knock and he scores a nice 25 or a nice 30, plays an injudicious shot, much like a Craig Brathwaite got out with yesterday. And
we'll continue that point as Alzari bowls on off stump and is played with a broad face of the defensive bat, showing the maker's name to the bowler as he played it back up to him.
And you'd hear him come off and say, no, I thought it was there. And everyone in the dressing room would agree, yeah, I backed myself type of thing. And just talking to Bish just before the play as well. We're trying to find out. Everyone knows the problem. We've been crap with the bat for 30 years. But how do we solve it? And I think a little bit of introspection. I think players need to have a bit more accountability. And they probably need to have accountability for the pairs as well.
Alzarri draws the ball short of a length, and he's looking to pull this one away, almost off the splice, turning carefully to ensure that it wasn't in the air, getting it back on the square for a single. He moves on now to 46, 248 for 4. Stokes back and strike on 2.
And there's a lot of times when we accept that in the dressing room, and that then lowers the standard to, you don't have the responsibility of leaving one bad ball or leaving one passage of play, because the end goal and the standard is not to average 50 and 55 and to get 30 hundreds, as Craig Brathwaite remarked to Mikael Louis, but it's about playing your game in the moment and being wrapped up in the moment more so than being held account to a standard. So I think as players, we do have to hold a lot of accountability for ourselves, but our fellow pair as well, to raise the standards of West Indies batsmanship.
Alzarri bowls to Stokes, a full delivery on leg stump, turns it away back with a square for a single. It's 249 for 4. He goes on to 3. And it's interesting that you're having that discussion, because you hear a lot on the other side, oh, you shouldn't condemn the players, the comparisons with the greats and so on is putting a burden on them. But it's sort of like, again, and I make the point that you wouldn't say, for example, Usain Bolt's 9.58. No one's going to get it. So let's change the standard to 9.78 and make it a little more realistic. That's a nonsense. For a long, long time, and we're not just talking about world cricket, but West Indies cricket, the standards were the standard in the international game. And therefore, this apparent acceptance of mediocrity, high 20s, low 30s, doesn't make any sense, and it becomes almost a self-fulfilling prophecy, a downward spiral in accepting, well, this is the best that we can do. As Alzarri bowls to Root, and he's playing it back along the pitch out towards mid-off. There is no run, 249 for 4. And that's why I like those references to Sir Everton. It's not about a grey hair and a grey beard pining for the past. It's about saying that, look, we're not talking about reinventing the wheel or rocket science. We're saying that, look, this is the standard set by the West Indies for such a long period of time that the West Indies, even now, are the Brazil of cricket. It's everybody's second team. As Alzarri bowls short, and he's into the pull shot, gets it away out towards the deep square leg. Will get a single. He'll keep strike after the end of the over as we reach the end of the first hour's play on day 2. Here at Lord's, the 250 is up for England, 250 for 4, a lead of 129.
Faz, I have to go for the moment, but I will enjoy over the 3 test matches having these conversations, because I'm not retired yet, but being away from the playing of international cricket for a while and being, I guess, closer to the players and the recent struggles than you are, is a nod to what you would have seen in the standards that you would hold or held West Indies account to, and maybe some of the things that I would have seen whilst playing more recently, some of the excuses that the modern players would have, some of the reasons, and I hope that over the course of these 3 matches that we could come to some sort of agreement. And everyone knows the problem. The challenge is how to solve it, and I hope that through our conversation and some things that come up, that we can maybe find the first part of that solution, because essentially the end goal is a successful West Indies team.
Indeed, and it's not just about a successful West Indies team for the sake of world cricket. I think overall, because the West Indies had set such a high standard, that it's about wondering and trying to work out why that decline would have occurred. But it's an important point, as your place is going to be taken by Michael Vaughan. My place is going to be taken by Ali very shortly. And I tell you, it's a lot of assignments over these 3 test matches, because I've got to keep beating the drum on another point with Michael, even as I take my leave.
Have you been bashing it again today, Faz?
Not yet, but I'm going to get a drum set, a proper drum set, and we're going to keep that drum being bashed, because it's a point that needs to be made, that you can't have different standards for different teams in what pretends to be the same international cricket. I'll leave it with you, and then it's going to be Ali.
Well done, Faz. Yeah, it's not been an easy hour for the West Indies. It's not been an easy day in just now into this series, and it just he's all been plain sailing for the England side. They've been excellent, high class, particularly in these conditions. It's never easy playing against an England team, but yeah, the West Indies are such an inexperienced batting unit, and it showed yesterday. They get 121 on the pitch that they were batting on. It's just a long way short of par. And this England batting lineup, no one's gone big yet. No one's got the daddy score, but Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope, Harry Brook, they've all got half centuries, and the Rock is out there playing beautifully, and Joe Root. And generally, I heard Alistair talk earlier, so when you get into these kind of conditions as a batter, you have to store it and get a big number in the bank, because there will be days ahead that are a little bit harder, and it'll be a little bit more challenging. So when you can deposit some, make it a big one.
Afternoon, Michael. Yep, get that safety deposit box out and close the lid, lock it up.
I've just had a message actually, Ali, from our colleagues in the football. Guy in Mowbray. They're travelling on the Autobahn from Dortmund to Berlin.
And they're listening.
Yes.
Great. Well, what a time they've had of it. A roller coaster ride in the Euros.
Wow.
See how it culminates on Sunday.
Well, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? It's,
a lot of football fans in this England dressing room, of course.
They were all watching last night, as we all were. So hope you're enjoying your travelling around Germany.
Yep, greetings
I
to
and the
all of
team.
you. Right, here's a change. A drinks break has been taken, and we're going to see Jason Holder with ball in hand for the first time today. He's got some strapping. Is that on his left or right hand? When he was in the slips earlier, some quite visible strapping. Actually, looks like he's taken it off now. There was strapping on his right hand, but in order to bowl, that's come off. So I'm not sure whether that was something he picked up yesterday, because I hadn't noticed his hand being strapped earlier in the day yesterday. But will a change of bowling bring about a wicket and a change in fortunes here? It's Joe Root on 47 who's on strike. Shamar Joseph's been sent down to the deep square leg boundary here. A slip and a gully. Backward point is being brought up. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and a catching short mid-wicket. So the tall figure of Jason Holder with the pavilion behind him. Into Root, he presses forward to a ball on a length outside the off stump, eases it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy for the West Indies. I just feel, and it's not the bowler's fault. It's the fact that the batter's got 121. It's the reason why they're in this position. They should really have still been batting now. But even the bowling department, I'm looking, I just don't think they've done anything outside of the box. I just think it's all been very similar. They're almost bowling England condition length when the ball's not swinging and seaming. I'd love to have seen them just go for the bouncer barrage.
Yep. Well, Harry Brook was out attempting to hook, wasn't he? Here is Holder. It's outside the off stump, fullish length again, and through to the keeper it goes with no discernible movement. Now with the ball, which is, how many overs are we into here in terms of the match? It's 54 overs old almost.
Particularly when you're playing against a team like England that you know, I don't think there's any of the England batters that think duck before hook. They all like to take it on, and you go back to that Ashes Test match here where England lost 4 or 5 quick wickets to the short stuff. Just surprised that the West Indies haven't just tried it just for 3 or 4 overs just to see if something could happen.
Well, unlikely to happen right now. I've just bolstered the slip cord and put a second slip in place. So first slip and then a gap to almost 2 gullies, and deep square legs now brought up into that catching position at mid-wicket. Use of the feet route, he comes forward to Holder, drives him up towards mid-off though, finds the fielder no run.
But of the 4-man pronged attack, you'd say Jason Holder is the type of bowler that should be bowling to this kind of...
With that aggression.
Yeah, he's kind of an 80-odd mile-an-hour bowler, pitch it up, get a bit of movement, that's absolutely fine. What you've got Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals, who are quick. I'd like to see a little bit of chin music.
At some point, Craig Brathwaite has got to change the tune. That Holder in, out, for a little straighter, well fielded at short mid-wicket. And Joseph getting down to it, saves a single. And there's some applause from this Lord's crowd. Another good full crowd in today. And it's a crowd with a pink hue, I'll say, because there's a lot of red, there's also a lot of white. So the overall impression is just sort of pinkness. Or you could say red, white and blue. And it's a very British-looking outlook today. Now Joseph's being sent back to the deep mid-wicket boundary again, and the second of those gullies has taken that spot short mid-wicket. So first slip and a gully in place. Root on 47. England 250 for 4, the lead 129.
Yeah, they're not happy with the ball. It's a ball that they've tried to get changed a couple of times now, but the umpires just said no, sorry Jason,
you've got to carry on.
you can carry on with
He looks very disheartened by that. A bit of a wry smile on his face, though. In he comes, tall, hulking figure, into route, presses forward defensively, runs the ball out towards points, and there's no run. Tell you what, it's hard when Ben Stokes is at the crease here in Lords, it's hard not to cast your mind back to that Ashes test of 12 months ago, isn't it? Because that's when he came in. It was soon after he went berserk, didn't he, with the bats, soon after the Bairstow incident had happened. And he absolutely crashed his way to 100 in no time at all. It was an extraordinary, yet another extraordinary Ben Stokes.
Yeah, it's intriguing, isn't it, that situation that Johnny Bairstow stumping that last summer. I've just recently watched the England take on it.
Yes, the England version.
Yes.
I haven't seen it yet, so I'm interested in what you think. Here's Holder in now to route outside the off-stump, a shouldering of arms, and through to the keeper it goes to end the over from Holder. So the score remains 250 for 4. Some
I think it's called Our Take, isn't it?
It is called Our Take, yeah. It's called Ashes 2023 Our Take.
Yes, I did see quite a bit of that, and Joe Root, his quote stood out for me where he said, well, Johnny hadn't left his crease, he wouldn't have been out.
And he did say, Johnny won't like me saying this.
Yeah.
I did see that clip, yeah.
It's amazing when you're a year away from an event. I have to say, the Australian documentary, The Test, again, it's magnificent. I look at all these sports now, the Formula One, the golf one, the full swing one, around the PGA Tour, and it's magnificent.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Takes you behind the scenes.
The England team should do one.
Here is a change in tack because Kutakash Moti just bowled 2 overs at the very end of the day yesterday, a spinner, and he's been brought in here with half an hour to go until lunch on this second day. Sorry, 50 minutes to go until lunch. So 250 for 4. It's Stokes who's on strike. A short leg is in place. Left arm spin, then Moti, and drops it short. And Stokes swings them away. It's along the ground here, out towards Shamar Joseph, who's back on the deep square leg boundary and takes 1.
Yeah, I'd like to see the England cricket team across the board do a behind-the-scenes documentary.
Well, this is as close as they've got, isn't it? How much of it was talking heads and how much of it was footage from inside the dressing room?
More talking heads. I just think the way that the Australians have done it almost gives us a real insight into the different characters, more so than we obviously see when they're just out there playing.
We need to have a real trust in a producer, a camera op who can sort of inhabit that dressing room space. Root facing up to the spin, around the wicket comes Moti, and he plays that late, quite deliciously late. Just drops it down towards deep third, comes back for a second, the ball picked up inside the rope, chase back there, throw comes back into De Silva. Root's such a good player of spin. 253 for 4, the lead is 132. I remember Stuart Broad being very vocally keen that England should do a behind-the-scenes documentary. Off the back foot this time, Root feels like he's missed out. He's on 49 as he stroked that out towards the and found Joseph. Probably soon after he'd retired.
Yes, yes.
So I wish we'd done something like that. Slip in a short leg. Root on 49, Moti in, angle towards leg, and Root clips it neatly along the ground through square leg, takes the single, which takes him to 50. Another class knock from this high-quality class batter that is Joe Root. 62nd Test 50 in his career. England's lead 133, a raise of his bat to acknowledge the crowd in the dressing room as well. He feels like there's much more to be done here.
Yeah, he just scores runs, doesn't he? He's been back playing for Yorkshire, scores runs for Yorkshire, as you would expect, and back with the Test jersey on.
Stokes facing up and forward, defends back up the pitch to Moti, and there's no run.
Yeah, and he would have seen this opportunity. He'll be assessing this West Indies attack, and he'll be looking at the pitch, and I would think he'll be thinking a bit more than 50.
Stokes, he's missed one, he's gone! Well, Moti does get the breakthrough. And it's Ben Stokes. A huge wicket for them to get because Stokes has gone cheaply for just 4. And the stumps are knocked over. And was that work from the keeper behind the stumps? Stokes was blocking our view. I think I just went through everything and bowled him.
Yeah, it's a beauty, actually. It's not a great shot. It just clips the footholes. Yeah, it's
middle
a shot.
stump out the ground.
Yeah, it spins, but it's not a great shot from Ben. You look at his series in India, and he did. Oh, it's spinning
Jagged back a long way. Stokes, the look on his face is he's made a hula hoop with his mouth there. That was a big, oh my goodness. He looked down at the pitch. 4 from 11 Stokes has gone, 2.54 for 5.
Yeah, he averaged 19 in the series in India. And I just think his, it's a spinning delivery. It goes through the gate, but it's not a great shot. Just doesn't look quite balanced. I've been watching him a little bit for Durham as well. It just doesn't look quite right, his batting. At the minute, I'm not too sure 100% what it is, whether it's the bat lift, whether it's the stance. It's just something not quite right in terms of the rhythm of his play. Here he comes, Jamie Smith on debut.
Yep, he's having a good look up at the sky, taking the atmosphere, adjust your vision and your sight to the daylight, having been in the dressing room. Well, there's a bit to get from you, Andy Saltzman. First of all, do we need to rewind back to Roots 50?
Let's do Roots 50 first. Took him 83 balls with 5 fours, his 93rd 50-plus score in all, 31 centuries amongst those, and 62 other 50 to 99 scores. If he converts this into 100, he'll be a 6th on this ground, which will tie the record jointly held by Graham Gooch and Alistair Cook. Ben Stokes, you mentioned that series in India, actually started quite well with 70 in Hyderabad, had 47 in the second test in Visakhapatnam, 41 in Rajkot, but finished his last 4 innings of that series 3, 4, 0 and 2, and now 4 to start this summer. So that's just 13 runs in his last 5 innings.
Yeah, he got half-century against Worcestershire, his most recent innings before this test match, but yeah, in tests he's been on a lean run. Here is Holder. It's Root on strike here, pitches outside the off stump and through to De Silva. So Jamie Smith on debut down at the non-striker's end. And it's his batting, Michael, which has propelled him into this test side, isn't it? Ben Stokes in the lead-up still referred to Ben Foakes as best wicket-keeper in the world. Yeah. Foakes is the first-choice keeper for Surrey. And it's Jamie Smith for his prowess with the bat, and he's been averaging over 50 in the county championship this season with a couple of hundreds and 5 50s. And he's got the nod in the test side. Holder into Roots, clipped just wide of short mid-wickets. That's a sprint here for Shamar Joseph, who's at deep square to cut it off, and he does as Root comes back for the second.
Yeah, try and explain that to just a sports fan, where you say that you have the best wicket-keeper in the world, and your team are ranked at the bottom of the table, yet you've replaced the best wicket-keeper in the world. But I can completely understand him in terms of the way that this kid can bat. He looks a serious player. I'll be amazed if he stays at number 7. I think he's going to be that good a batter for England in the future.
Root on 52 here to Holder, defends into the offside and no run. Let's keep getting a replay of that Gudakesh Moti delivery to bowl Ben Stokes. There was a puff of dust as it span out of the footworks, and I think Moti just thought that's the dream ball.
Yeah, it's a good ball.
Such a long way.
It's spun a long way, but the shot's not great. And particularly someone that's not been in the runs, you just kind of almost take the risk element out of your play to start with, just to give yourself a chance to stay out there.
Holder into Root full. Now as he gets something on that, it's come off the pad, all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4. There was a cry of anguish from Holder originally, but no leg by signalled, so he got some bat on it. Takes England to 260 for 5. The lead is 139. Root on to 56.
Yeah, every now and again, Jason Holder, he fires in that full delivery. He did for Ollie Pope yesterday. He tried it again to Joe Root, but just got a little bit of an inside tickle onto it.
Zoltz, what have you got for us?
Just a little more on Ben Stokes' recent form. I mentioned those that difficult end to the series and the final 2 tests in India. Come to off this ball.
Yep. Holder running in. Bright sunshine still here at Lord's. Root defends outside the off stump.
All of those were bowled in LBW, in fact, and also his second innings in the 3rd test in Rajkot, LBW to Kuldeep Yadav, then LBW to Jadeja, bowled by Kuldeep and Ranchi, LBW to Kuldeep and bowled by Ashwin and Dharamsala. So 6 innings in a row in which he's been bowled or LBW to spinners, and in all he's been bowled out in 8 of his last 14 test dismissals going back to Old Trafford last year, having not really been bowled out very much in the sort of couple of years before that.
It's curious. Here is Holder. Root just takes a step out of his crease and defends back up the pitch And Holder does a little keepy up. He tosses the ball from toe to hand to end the over. 260 for 5. So Jamie Smith on debut will be on strike for the start of the next over. Is there something technical in that, and from Stokes, that he's being bowled LBW? And
I just don't think at the minute that plane of the bat is coming down towards where the ball's being bowled. I think a lot of his shots, he's almost taken the bat from gully across the line through to mid-wicket, even when the ball's quite straight. I just think there's a fundamental basic that's not quite right with Ben's batting at the minute. He'll look at the pitch and he'll say it's a good ball, but I think when he's playing well, he can survive against that kind of delivery. And fundamentally, when you've not been in the runs, and even though you're an aggressive player, I think it's very important just to stay in. Just try and bat for half an hour, 45 minutes.
Michael, I'm handing over to Aggers here. 260 for 5.
So, Jamie Smith's first ball in Test cricket. He's played a couple of one-dayers, of course, but first Test delivery, he's played off the back foot, patted away, and Moti himself fields. So much anticipation about this young player. Moti again moves in and bowls to him. He's wide on the front foot, and again the ball rolls back up the pitch. And he's got a perfect setup here, hasn't he, to come out and bat in this situation. Root going well at the other end. Moti bowls to him, he's on the back foot this time. And the bowler picks it up. He's got all the time in the world. He can just get himself settled in and play and get himself a score. There's a slip, short leg. Moti moves in again, bowls to him. And he's on the front foot once more, playing to Moti's left hand.
If I was Moti, I'd bowl a few balls over the wicket and try and hit those footholds. To the right-handers, I just think as a right-hander around the wicket, the left arm, it's quite easy. There's nothing there for him.
Skiddy one, this one, which is defended by Smith, and again the bowler picks it up. I mean, I'm surprised that one to Stokes spun quite so much. I mean, it definitely landed in the rough. Moti again bowls. He's a couple of paces down the pitch now, and just tucks that away to mid-wicket. So a maiden over is completed. 260 for 5, but it was still a poor shot, wasn't it? I mean, there was no line of defence there at all. Front foot miles away from it, just spun through, but it did spin a lot. .260 for 5, and I think Joe Root is probably the ideal person for a Test debutant to go out and join in a situation like this, with in a very strong position. Joe Root will be happily talking him through it, settling any nerves that there might be, although it doesn't strike me as being a particularly anxious person, James Smith. So it's perfect to have Root there. 56 not out from 89 balls, and Jason Holder from the far end comes in and bowls a good one, actually. It startled Root. It bounced, moved up the slope, and beat the outside edge. Decent ball, that.
Yeah, I reckon of all the bowlers on the show actually in the game, if anyone's going to hit the seam and just get a little bit of bounce from nowhere, it's going to be Jason Holder. Just comes over the top. He's from a huge height. He just managed to just surprise Joe Root. He came down the wicket, didn't he? He'd done it a few times. He's trying to nullify the LBW. And just from nowhere, he got that extra bit of bounce.
Here's Holder, 6'7". I mean, he's very, very tall. Here he comes again with a very high action. It's tucked away into the leg side. The chase for the long leg fielder, and he picks up to our left. Oh, fumbles it. And Root there actually did really well, because a lot of batsmen there would just have ambled the one. It's gone down the long leg. And that'll be that. But actually, he ran that first one very quickly, put a bit of pressure on the fielder, who fumbled, and they come back for the second. Seals the guilty man. Good running from Root. 58. Holder didn't look best pleased. A glare in the fielder's direction.
Well, he wanted to bowl at the new batters.
Yeah. Slip in a gully. In comes Holder again, bowls to Root. Very late. Just tries to dab that away square in the offside. Doesn't time it. The man is back on the boundary there, so there's a great big gap. Siren going down the road over to our left there, St John's Wood. Holder walks slowly back to his mark again. Lots of red around the crowd. It's full house again, watching Holder over the wicket, bowls to Root, who's batting well outside his crease. And pats that away into the offside. It's fielded by Louis. Seems to be a permanent cover fieldsman, the man from St Kitts.
Yeah, he dropped that chance, didn't he? He has to get backward point. Ben Duckett early.
Stokes has got his whites off and he's back in his training gear there, sitting on the balcony. Holder from that end moves in, bowls. Root again just smothers this, gets patiently forward. There's so much time. And rolls away up towards mid-off. 262 for 5, so 2 wickets have gone down today. Brook for 50. We talked about the short ball and Brook, didn't we, before play? He does not play it well. That will be noted, and I'm surprised it took the West Indies so long to get stuck into him, but it was a poorly executed hook shot. Gives off a bit of a tangle. Holder wide of the crease, bowls, and Root drives that up towards cover. Louis there to field, and that ends that over. 262 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched a lot of Harry Brook. I don't recollect him ducking or swaying out the way of any bouncer. I always think that, I'm sure he has on 1 or 2 occasions.
He's certainly fended a few, hasn't he?
Yeah,
I mean,
I kind of watch him and think...
He's looked awkward.
And look, the mindset is surely when you're facing quick bowling, yeah, you're looking to score and you're trying to take it on, but I just think against real pace and quality, you go down to next summer Shami, Bumrah, Siraj, in the winter, Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins, they're going to pepper him.
Well, they are, and the problem is the more you get peppered, actually the worse the problem can become. You get so much of it.
Well, and also in Australia, the boundaries are so big. Yeah. Sometimes in England, you can get away with it because let's be honest, the boundaries here at Lord's Down, particularly the slope, it's quite a short hit. You can get away with a few.
Yeah. Now, can Smith find his first Test run here? Moti moves in, bowls. Oh, sort of long hop, and he's swatted that away through the leg side. Well, that's pretty generous from the spinner. It all came out wrong, that. And he's off the mark with a boundary. And he's really just flogged that through the leg side. It was a horrible ball.
You take it.
I think he's a bit surprised to see it. It was a terrible ball. It must have come out the hand all wrong. But a nasty long hop. It's a horrible thing. Wide outside the off stump, and he's dragged it through mid wicket for 4.
That's a Sunday afternoon.
Well, it is rather. it's a generous one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's 4th 11 stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Come on, he faced 6 balls, haven't got off the mark yet. Have this one. Terrible ball. 266 for 5. He squats really quite low, and now Moti bowls a much better ball. It's tapped away quietly into the leg side, and bowler picks it up. 266 for 5. Sun with us again. Just cloud drifting across the ground as Moti bowls one that keeps a little low. And the back foot there hit the bottom part of the bat. Okay, 1 or 2 excitable shouts from behind the stumps, and Smith has a look at the pitch. They keep very low, actually, looking at that, looking at the replay. 266 for 5. It's on 4. As Moti bowls him, he's on the back foot, looking to pierce that offside field, but he can't. Only 4 fielders there. 266 for 5. This the 59th over of this innings, and Moti bowls, and he's held on back a little bit. It's rather nice, actually. And Smith, looking to drive, has checked the shot. Certainly full of variation, Moti. 266 for 5. And he goes once more and bowls on the leg stump, nudged away to mid wicket, and that ends the over in which Jamie Smith gets off the mark in Test cricket. 266 for 5.
Yeah, better period for West Indies. Before that 4 from Smith, there'd only been 1 boundary in the previous 10 overs. That inside edge by Root, and just 25 runs. That after they'd conceded 47 in 6 overs from over 43 through to 48. Just a little more on Ben Stokes. I said he hadn't been bowled an LBW much prior to this current run. The last 14 innings bowled out 8 times, LBW 3 times. In his previous 35 tests going back to the start of 2020, 59 innings he'd been bowled out 8 times in LBW, only 6 times. So it's a rather curious glitch in Stokes' current batting.
Here's Holder. Bowles to Root down the pitch, nudges that away from the offside. Smith has to run. It gets there. But, Louis there decided not to throw it down in the end. The chance to shy at the stumps. And didn't do so. Phil Tufnell's here. I've got a good lunchtime coming up. We're talking about Jimmy Anderson again. Tuffers, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, John.
So his dad's coming in.
Lovely.
To be nice. And then the tail enders trio.
Oh, okay.
To talk about the other side of Jimmy Anderson, really.
The lighter side.
Yeah. Entertaining. So everyone knows he's very shy and so on, but actually not all the time.
No.
Yeah, he does his music and goes on stage with the tail enders and regular podcasts and so on. So that should be fun. And Greg Felix and Match are always good value. So we'll look forward to talking to them.
Oh, well, I'll have a listen to that.
Will you?
Yes.
That's nice. His holder moves in Bowles, tucked away firmly out to mid-wicket. Well, I'm going to be on fire because...
You're going to be on fire?
Well, I've been testing a little bit of Carlos's mystery tonic. We were talking about this during the World Cup in India. I said,
steady.
Sounds good stuff to me. I mean, I imagine that something that just sort of perks you up.
Yes, bit of vitality.
Well, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I think it's entirely herbal, I should mention. In comes, well, that's the right thing to say or not. This is played out towards extra cover and there's no run. Natural, maybe better than herbal.
Yes.
But it does contain herbs rather than chemicals and things.
Yeah, I might need a case of that. Let me know how you get on with that.
Well, the only thing, you take a measure
right.
of the thing.
Yeah.
It's West Indian.
Right.
It's a Caribbean tonic.
Yeah.
Just a bit alarmed to see. I just looked it up before I obviously took this.
Yeah.
This potion.
Yeah.
Comes whole. Played away out to midway.
Well, you're looking perky.
I think so.
Yeah.
I feel perky. It's got, but there's some quite alarming hashtags attached. Like rise up, being one of them.
Oh.
And this wasn't necessarily one I don't remember asking for this sort of stuff.
No. Well, okay. Well, if I see you running around the pitch sort of later on, I might have some myself.
It's I'll report.
Yeah.
I think 67 for 5. Comes hold up Bowles. That's pushed away out towards a point. But there's no run.
A bit of colour in your cheeks.
Horrid. Well, I don't know. I just saw these hashtags. I thought this is not necessarily. I don't think I ever had that conversation with Carlos.
Oh.
During the World Cup. But anyway, he remembered, he had it in his bag, he brought it all the way from Barbados for me.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Good.
So,
well, I could do with a bit of go faster.
Could you?
Yeah, just a, well, no, not really. I'm going pretty well at the moment.
Holder Bowles, pace down the pitch from Smith again. It's been the way that England have batted here. They've looked to get well onto that front foot and beyond. That's played to mid-wicket. And it's 267 for 5.
Interesting listening to you talk to Alistair Cook earlier about just the needle of Bazball just being slightly turned.
We've talked about this with our cricket audiences, haven't we?
We have indeed. Might have got through.
Well,
just to rein it back a touch and evaluate the situation a little bit more. This England side usually in this position would be going hell for leather, wouldn't they? I mean, they're clipping along pretty nicely anyway, to be fair. But
it does feel more disciplined, more controlled.
Absolutely.
And it just snuffs the opposition out.
It just kills them dead.
It does.
Don't give them that sniff to get back into the game.
Absolutely. You're in a great position to win it. Just do it.
Foot on throat.
Exactly. Root's on 59. This is played out towards short leg and there's no run. The benefits of this stuff.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Well, can promote hair growth.
Oh, well, could do with a bit of that.
Here's Moti again, and that's tucked away to mid-wicket. I mean, I think
not nasal.
No, I think it'd be working miracles in my case.
Right. Okay.
Soothes the scalp. Tea tree oil, peppermint oil. Sounds fascinating stuff.
Lovely, yeah.
It's just that rise up bit that I'm not so sure about. Here's Moti Bowles, and that's a low full toss, tucked way out towards deep mid-wicket. It trickles up the slope towards the grandstand, and I'll take 2 runs.
If you come back tomorrow morning and you've got hair down the back of your neck,
wow,
yeah,
I'll let you know.
Yeah, well, I'll be able to see.
Root on 61.
Buffon walking through the...
I think it's unlikely. There's a low full toss, and that's going to be 4, surely. Swept down towards fine leg. And just losing it there rather than MOT as well. A couple of poor balls in these last 2 overs. 150 lead then. It spells trouble for West Indies for sure.
Yeah, it could be another day not to remember for them. Even though they managed to get a couple out, didn't they? So, but difficult position, isn't it? When first innings you get rolled for 100 and something.
Well,
120.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
How do you come back from that?
Yeah. So crucial in Test matches.
MOT rolls full, driven by Root straight back to the bowler again.
To get that first innings, get that foundation to move forward in the game.
Yeah. Root's fiddling with his gloves. He's happy. Over his bat once again. Moti, the left arm spinner, shuffles in off just a few paces. Bowls a bit short this time, and Root can pick up a single. Going on the back foot, guiding the ball down to long off. Here comes trotting in. West Indies need to get a couple of wickets here. They've got Woakes in next. I mean, there's not a huge amount of Woakes can bat, of course. But Woakes, Atkinson, Basher, Anderson.
Well, you fancy that, don't you?
Well, you would really. Especially with the quick bowlers up your sleeve.
Yep.
Now we've got, I think Brathwaite's leaving the field. Yeah, the captain. So Azari Joseph, vice captain, will be taking control. He's waiting for a steward there to let him in through the little white gate up the steps. There's a certain urgency about the way that he's moving. Oh, well, isn't he? He sprinted up the steps.
Yeah. He might have had a bit of Carlos's tonic.
He might.
Yeah. I used to get the physio to sit by the gate when I walked out to bat.
Do you?
Yeah.
Just to save time.
Absolutely.
Be on call. 274 for 5. Holder from the pavilion end comes in, bowls, and Root's hit on the pad there. There's appeal from Holder. So the ball trickles away. No one's necessarily very interested in that. Picked up in the leg side. Committee room windows open there. All the great and the good of the MCC.
Good spot in there, you know.
You would know that room quite well.
Well, you used to get told off in there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they'd all be sitting around that big table.
Well, they're all lined up. It's like a court.
Yes.
Yeah. 274 for 5. Here comes Holder. Bowls. And Root again to pace down the pitch, then turns the ball away out towards deep square leg for a single.
Quite intimidating for a young chap, actually, in Lords, you know. All the pictures and sort of bookcases and everything. You know? And all the...
Is there a chair there for you? You had to stand in front of the committee?
No, sort of an uncomfortable chair.
Right.
Sort of, no cushion on it or anything.
What sort of offences were you called in for?
Oh, plenty. Yeah, I don't know. Had to get rid of my ponytail, you know.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, no, it's lovely.
I don't think I ever saw that.
No. Earrings had to go and everything. I mean, it's all changed now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. How long was your ponytail?
Oh, it's a beauty.
Hold up, moves in, bowls. Smith drives into the leg side. Mid-wicket. I can't imagine you with a ponytail.
Well, no, it was all the rage back in the a long time ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was all right. Well, I used to sort of like do it, you know. They used to call me Scruffnell because I liked my long hair and it was sort of like that. But then you used to sort of just put it in when you sort of do a bit of bowling, you know, so it didn't all start wafting around. But they didn't go.
Didn't want it.
No, didn't want it.
Holder on his way again. Bowles. Smith leans forward. Patiently taps that away out to cover. It's his 20th ball. He's 4 not out.
Yes.
Taking his time.
Which
is great. I was saying when he came in, what a perfect time.
I think when he gets going, he doesn't take his time.
No. But this is perfect, isn't it, for him? He's got Joe Root at the other end. Full house. He's got West Indies under pressure. He's got a flattish pitch.
Well, he looks like a batter, if you know what I mean.
Very composed.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of laconic, is it?
Okay, in comes Holder. Bowls. Oh, he's flicked that away into the leg side. There's just a little hint of uppishness about it. There's a man there. So bounce just in front of him. Got deep square leg now, out on that leg side boundary.
Yeah, just wandering around, you know. Lovely. Full house at Lords.
Well,
no worries.
it is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, flat pitch. Sun's out.
Holder turns. The last ball of this over, which is the 62nd of the innings. Here he comes. And bowls to Smith. He's on the back foot, taps that away for his 5th run, running into the offside. And so it's 276 for 5. The lead's 155. There's 2 wickets today. Brook 50 and Stokes for 4. Jimmy Anderson memories. It's the other side of Jimmy coming up at lunchtime. And Tuffers, after some thoughts from you, Fazir will take us up to the break.
Well, you sprang out of that chair all right, John. I reckon it's taken effect. Yeah, England just going along nicely. As I say, no rush, plenty of time. Debutant at the crease with Joe Root, all the experience of Joe Root. Why not stay out there for as long as you can? Fazir.
Indeed, 276 for 5, so Caribbean bush medicine getting a bit of a plug.
Oh, absolutely. Bush medicine, like it.
Here comes the Moti round the wicket, balls outside the off stump, punched away out towards Wildish mid-off for a single. Jamie Smith on Test debut moves on now to 6 to 77 for 5. Root on 67, looking well set.
Well, he's very excited, John, about the whole prospect.
Well, I mean, it really depends on what you're taking or what you're having or what you want it for. Essentially, it's all in the mind in many ways. As a Moti, a delivery that's almost taken on the toe of the bat by Root, looking to just paddle it away backward of square. He remains on 67. Smith on 6. The West Indies picking up a couple of wickets this morning. Harry Brook for 50. Captain Ben Stokes for 4. As he's pushing forward defensively to the next delivery. No run once again. So yeah, it's all sorts of traditional remedies and so much else, because again, you're talking about a part of the world where still a lot of people rely on traditional remedies, and there's another delivery pushed away into the offside. There's no real mystery about it. A lot of it has to do with people being familiar with particular herbs and particular concoctions that have worked well over generations for different things, whether it's for health reasons or other reasons. As Moti bowls and he's on the front foot of the next delivery. Good appeal, a good shout, not a bad shout. Are they going to think of the possibility of a review? It doesn't seem so, because he was a long way forward. But Moti just presenting a few challenges here to the England 6th wicket pay after getting the wicket of Ben Stokes, bowled by a big turner, pitched in the rough and knocked the middle stump out of the ground. As he bowls now to Root, who's playing this back along the pitch, a quicker, flatter delivery that goes back up to the bowler. The end of the over, 277 for 5. Root on 67, Smith on 6. Andy.
A little more on Jamie Smith on Test debut. It's his 60th first-class match. It's got nearly 3,500 runs at an average, just under 42 and a strike rate of 59 per 100 balls. So fast without being absolutely dominant in the Bazball style. Over the last the last year, he's scored 3 centuries and averaged 54. That sequence began with an excellent century against Middlesex on this ground in the county championship, and he's also scored a century for England A against Sri Lanka. That was early in 2023. 126 off just 82 balls in the unofficial second test between Sri Lanka A and England Lions. And that was against an all-test Sri Lankan bowling attack. So, yeah, he's had a very promising start to his
Where
career.
was that? Where was that?
That was in Gaul.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Oh, usually spins a bit there, so he should know his way around a bit of spin bowling.
Indeed, and it'll be interesting to see how he shapes up now as he's facing up to the former West Indies captain. In fact, no, it's Jaden Seales taking over from the pavilion and replacing Holder. As he comes in now, bowls to Smith, and he's in behind it carefully, plays it back up along the pitch. The score remains at 277 for 5. England starting the morning at 189 for 3, losing Harry Brook just after he'd gotten to 50. Top-edged, attempted pull to a short wide delivery, and offered a simple catch to Jason Holder off the bowling of Alzari Joseph, and then we saw that dismissal of Ben Stokes, a big turner from Gudakesh Moti, pitching wide outside the off stump and turning back to take the middle stump out of the ground as he was looking to play with the spin towards the onside. Seals bowls to Smith, and he's looking for the drive, bat far away from the body, drags it back along the pitch, bouncing out towards the bowler.
Yeah, practicing that shot, sort of similar a shot to the way Craig Brathwaite was dismissed, went searching for it, but he's looked composed. Just 6 runs off of 24 balls. Perhaps he might just have half an eye on getting to lunch.
Why not? Because, and I understand, you know, we are in the era of labels and baseball and everything else, but still, it's still Test match cricket. As the Seals bowls on off stump, good deliveries played back along the pitch to the bowler, and actually you could understand. Hopefully, it's not just because England lost 4-1 in India that you're now seeing what appears to be a more measured approach. That look. Test cricket is Test cricket. You've got the opportunity to put the boot in on the opposition. Why give it away? Absolutely. Why give them opportunities? You've got opportunities there to get a Test match 100 at Lords, to really stick it into the opposition, to ensure that they'll remember this for some time to come. As Seals bowls to Smith, and he's playing it away with the angle towards the onside out to mid-on.
Well, you could see the reaction of Harry Brook. You know, just going, oh no, I've left the load out there. You
exactly, because the time is going to come, as it no doubt would have happened in India, and who knows what happens in other challenging environments where you'll regret the opportunity.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why they say if you get in, you know, as you say, go and get a big daddy one. You know, just don't get a baby under it. Make the most of it, because there'll be plenty of times you don't.
Very, very bright as we approach the lunch interval with Seals folding delivery. That Smith is content to push out towards mid-off. So an attempt here by the West Indies just to rein things in, although the game has gone very much in favour of England, because at this stage they're leading already by 156 runs, 5 wickets in hand. We're just barely approaching the lunch interval on day 2 with bright sunshine. The weather forecast has improved significantly since Tuesday, when if we were playing cricket, we probably wouldn't have had a ball bowled the day before the Test match. Seals bowls Smith, and he's driving back past the bowler, who had probably got a bit of a finger onto the stumps, but safely ensconced in his ground is Joe Root. He remains on 67. 6 is Smith. End of the over. England 277 for 5, and reply to the West Indies 121.
Yeah, nothing worse than getting run out backing up. Joe doesn't really come too far out anymore. I think I can remember him getting done like that a couple of times, or what would have been for Yorkshire as well. So I think he's learned, especially with someone who plays it so nice and straight as Smith, and looks to get on that front foot and really give it a bit of a tonk. Keep yourself in your crease.
Interesting to see Gudakesh Moti given just a couple of overs towards the end of day 1, and brought on after he tried everybody else. Craig Brathwaite. and you still get that from the West Indies, that legacy, which you understand, of so many great fast bowlers over so many years. As Moti starts a new over from the nursery end on the back foot, short of a length, and Root just punches it out towards the long off for a single. He goes on to 68, 278 for 5, and it still seems that the spin is almost an afterthought in West Indies cricket.
Well, yes, especially with the history. Of course, I can remember playing here for Middlesex, and we were playing the West Indies in a warm-up match.
Moti with a spin and a short leg, with a slip and a short leg, bowls, and it's stroked away straight out towards short mid-wicket.
And sort of we weren't doing very well, and Carl Hooper came on, so I thought, well, I'm going to give him a bit of a slog. So I sort of like had a couple of hacks at one, and I think I hit 3 4s or something.
Moti continues, bowls to Smith, and he's turning this one again to short mid-wicket, no run.
And this is all about sort of like learnings and things like that. Paul Downton at the end of the over says, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just knock it back. Bowl a maiden, otherwise all the other boys are going to be coming back on. Just knock him around.
Moti bowls to Smith, and he's playing this defensively back along the pitch.
That always stayed with me. Just have a little think of who's gone off. I thought I was sort of doing the right thing. No.
Did you end up in the committee room for that one, as the delivery that's pitched up on leg stump is tucked away for a single wide off mid-on, throw hits to the stumps from Jayden Seals. Just a half-hearted appeal for a run out, really, but he's comfortably in his ground. Smith moves on to 7, 279 for 5. I heard this, that you're a real hellraiser
No.
As you still are now, I gather.
I mean, if having an earring and a dodgy haircut was raising hell. What was that? What's
Boaty bowls to Root, and he's just content to push defensively into the offside. The end of the over, he's on 68. Smith is on 7. And England, with just about 11 minutes to go to the interval, at 279 for 5. Yes, Andy?
I found the match Tuffers is talking about.
Yeah.
You're going to love this, Tuffers.
Go on.
First innings, Phil Tufnell, 14 not out.
There you go.
Second innings,
yes,
26.
No way.
Batting at 8.
No, batting at 8. Against the West Indies.
The West Indies bowling attack, Andy?
Patrick Patterson, Malcolm Marshall, Courtney Walsh.
No way. It's getting better. Keep
Hamish
going.
Anthony.
Yeah.
Phil Simmons and Carl Hooper.
Wow. Patrick Patterson, Malcolm Marshall. Wow.
You know, Jeff.
26. I think I must have all got them off of Carl Hooper.
There goes Jaden Seals from the pavilion in. Bowls to Smith, and he's playing defensively back along the pitch. He's very watchful. 7 of some 33 balls, but clearly looking to really get himself settled and enjoy the environment of Test cricket. You know, Jeff Dujon says that Patrick Patterson is the fastest of them all. Because obviously as the keeper, he would have a good sense of it. Would smash into his gloves from half a mile away.
Yeah, they used to say that, you know, when Patrick was bowling fast, because you used to see the sole of the front boot with the spikes.
Seals. Different type of action as he bowls to Smith, and he's just stroking it away towards short extra cover.
Sort of glistening. And you thought, oh, cracking, and then slam it down, and wow. Yeah, that was sharp. But must have played all right.
Well done, well done.
Yeah. Don't know where it all went wrong after that.
14 and 26.
Not bad, right?
Against the West Indies. That would have been what, 1991? Yeah, 1991. That's when the West Indies struggle started here in England. As Seals bowls to Smith, and he's stroking that one away through mid-wicket. Will get his first boundary. Second boundary, sorry, in Test match cricket. Just over-pitched on the pads, and he looks very strong in that area. Almost a natural stroke to that over-pitched delivery wide of the short mid-wicket for 4 at 283 for 5.
Yeah, he's sort of got that grip, and he sets himself up to be able to just get into that position so early. If it's just erring leg side or slipping down leg side, it's a very natural shot.
It is. So yeah, the West Indies haven't won a Test match at Lord's since 1988, when a different Gus Logie was man of the match.
Yes, that's right, Gus.
Augustine Lawrence Logie. He's Seals from that same country, Trinidad and Tobago, bowls, and it's beautifully played. That's textbook stuff. We're seeing some of the best now of Jamie Smith, just slightly over-pitched and didn't have to do much, but almost extend the forward stroke, just pushing it gently through the offside. Perfect timing for a boundary at 287 for 5.
Yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous. I mean, it was pitched up, that's for sure, but got himself in a great position, really hit that hard with quite a lot of ease, sort of like effortless power. Absolutely flew off the middle of the bat. Lovely shot.
Sort of like what we saw from Mikhail Louis in the first over of the Test match to Jimmy Anderson. As Seals bowls on off stump, and this time he's pushing defensively, just pulling the line back a bit. Jaden Seals bowled well yesterday on his return to Test match cricket after 19 months away from the action because of injuries and rehabilitation and knee surgery and so much else for the young man who's really once again finding his way at Test level. 287 for 5. Smith on 15. Root on 68. So England have added some 98 runs this morning for the loss of a couple of wickets. Harry Brook for 50. Skipper Ben Stokes for 4. And it's the former captain, Joe Root, who's well set, leaning on his bat at the non-strikers and looking very happy with the world on 68. Jamie Smith, lots of talk about him replacing Ben Foakes, as he's getting a short ball into the hook shot past the glove. Could have easily gloved it through to Joshua De Silva with a deep backward square leg and a long leg in position at the end of the over. It's England 287 for 5 in reply to the West Indies 121.
Well, I mean, Life is good for Joe, isn't it? 68, just coming up to lunch, probably looking forward to a nice bit of lunch. Oh, I wonder what's on the menu. You know, got himself in, looking good. I'm sure he'll want to start this Test match summer off with a bang. And he's got them. I think I heard a stat early, Andy, that his first Test match at Lord's, or you know, I think he averages 70 in the first Test match of the year. If you know what I'm trying to say there.
Yeah, I'll dig that out for you. I mean, it's been a bit up and down from him, but for a while he had an extraordinary record in the first Test series, particularly in the first innings of the series. But I'll get up the up-to-date figures.
Sure, Moti continues from the nursery end, bowls to Root, and he's playing it away along the ground past the forward short leg towards Craig Brathwaite, who's back on the field at short mid-wicket. There's a slip, a short leg, a mid-on, and short mid-wicket, deep backward square. There's a backward point, short extra cover, a long off, and a cover on the boundary as Moti bowls to Root, and he's on the front foot, pushing it away towards the offside.
I don't really know why they need a long off, to be fair. Just coming up the lunch, well, you wouldn't mind skipping down and trying to whack you over your head. But quite a defensive field. Like to see that short leg in now, because it isn't particularly turning, so just looking for the inside edge onto the pad.
Bowl him! Beautiful delivery going right through the gate. Once again, Moti has struck for the West Indies, getting Joe Root, who won't get towards 70 or won't get towards lunch. He'll have an early lunch, but won't be particularly happy with it. The arm ball from Gudakesh Moti, or whether or not just went straight through. In any event, it's gotten the better of the former England captain, knocking back the off stump. He goes for 68. England have lost their third wicket this morning, a second for the left-arm spinner Gudakesh Moti at 287 for 6.
Oh, what a delivery. Absolute crackerjack. Quick arm, fizzed off the pitch, and it's almost done Joe Root for a bit of pace, a bit of spin. Joe Root, fabulous player, a spin bowler. We could hardly believe it. He looked well set there, just looking to kind of negotiate his way to lunch. He'll be disappointed with that, but there is a bit of spin there, as you say. Stokes got one that turned out in the rough, and that one was off the posh bit, off the bit that hasn't got any foot marks off it, but that one just bit. Good delivery.
And this will be very encouraging for Gudakesh Moti, who's come into the team with a lot of speculation as to whether or not Kevin Sinclair, his fellow Guyanese, should have been retained from the Test match victory in Australia. And we're going to have Chris Woakes coming to the middle now, the man of the series from the Ashes campaign last year. And as he makes his way out with just about 4 minutes to go to the interval, lunch approaching on day 2, England 287 for 6, leading already by 166 runs.
He's got a quick arm, hasn't he? I mean, he's not a tall chap, is he? So it's sometimes difficult to hold a length, but that one really fizzed through. Obviously, the quicker delivery, bit of spin, lovely.
Joe Root, 68 from 114 balls with 7 fours, his 93rd 50-plus score in Test. Moti's had a decent start to his Test career. Took 13 wickets in a Test against Zimbabwe in Bulawayo. Now has 24 wickets, averaged 20. This is his 6th Test, and fine first-class figures, 160 wickets at 21, so now 162 wickets in his 47th game.
Here he goes again now as Chris Woakes gets ready to face up to him. A bit of cloud cover, a bit of a rarity on this second morning here at Lord's. Slip in a short leg, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep backward square as Moti bowls, and Woakes strokes this one away, finding the gap, will get a couple of runs, may get 4. Shamar Joseph is giving chase, will beat him to that short side, and that's a good way to start. Beautifully played, timed, slightly over-pitched, but you still have to put it away.
Absolutely, what a way to get off the mark for Chris Woakes. Really beautiful bit of timing, slightly over-pitched, but you wouldn't mind bowling that first ball to a new batter, but put away with a plum. A Brummy Bradman.
291 for 6 as he's getting a delivery that's a bit straighter, a bit flatter, and this time just pushes defensively. So many variations of Don Bradman. It's a measure of how great the Don was, that the different types of Bradman. Of course, in a West Indies context, the great George Headley would have been referred to as the Black Bradman, as he's on the front foot of the next delivery as Stokes, playing it carefully square on the offside, out towards Shamar Joseph at a cover point at the end of the over. And of course, West Indians would have their own turn on that, because they had referred to Bradman as the White Headley. 291 for 6 with 1 over to go to the lunch interval.
Yeah, well, they'll be delighted to see the back of Joe Root. He was just an absolute cracker, absolute beauty. Just gestured as he walked out that it's almost swung in and then bit. So, you know, play that if you can. As I say, fabulous player has been Joe, but done neck and crop there.
You'll remember that dismissal, as you would, the dismissal of Ben Stokes. So getting the England captain and the former captain in the morning session, Gudakesh Motie.
Yeah, nice brace that, isn't it, eh?
Indeed.
Couple in the old back pocket.
Not too bad for a left-arm spin, and those 13 wickets, of course, in Zimbabwe early last year. And of course, the caveat will someone say, well, it was only Zimbabwe, but the point is, wickets are wickets in test match cricket.
Yep, they don't give them to you.
Slip and a gully in place for the last over to the lunch interval. As Seals in now, bowls short of a length, and he's on the back foot. Is Jamie Smith, and he would have seen the demise of Joe Root from the other end, and no doubt thinking himself that here's an opportunity, having spent some time behind the stumps and seen the bowlers do the business yesterday, and he was involved in it as well. Now is his time to cash in into the afternoon here at Lord's with England. Really in absolute command at 291 for 6. And having a look on the television screen where Root is going over what happened there with his dismissal. As Seals bowls to Smith, and he's on the back foot pushing into the offside. No.
Well, he's having a chat, as you say, to Ben Stokes, and he's gesturing that he saw that as the arm ball. He saw that as the in-swinging arm ball, which has then bit. It might have seemed away or something, because he looks a bit perplexed, Joe. Yeah, he's gestured that swung in and then gripped.
Well,
pretty good ball if he could bowl them.
Motie's got a contented smile on his face as he's relishing the 2 wickets that he's taken this morning. 291 for 6 as Seals in again, past the umpire. Bowls to Smith, and he's just on the back foot to deliver. That keeps a bit low and plays it along the ground out towards backward point. Andy.
That's a highlight. What a fine delivery that was to get rid of Joe Root. The last time he was bowled by a left-arm spinner was November 2018. That was by Pushpak Umara of Sri Lanka in the Test series that England played over there. Since when he's faced more than 1,500 balls of left-arm spin without having his stumps rearranged.
Oh, well done.
Nice. Nice stat, Andy.
You and your keep today as Seals bowls short, and he's pulling away from the pull shot. For a moment he thought of latching onto it, but there is a deep square leg, there is a deep backward square, and decided so close to the lunch interval to let it go by.
Well, I'm only pumping his tyres up because he got that game up I played against West Indies.
As you should. As you should. 26 and 14 against the West Indies of 1991.
I thank you.
Series that ended in a draw, and indeed after that drawn series in 91, West Indies came back in 1995 for 6 test matches, drew that series 2-2 as well. As Seals bowls short of a length, he's looking to pull this one away. Might have come off the glove. We'll get one down towards long leg. Shamar Joseph doesn't pick up cleanly, but still only the 1 run. Smith goes on to 16, 292 for 6. Walks comes into strike at lunch, just 1 delivery away. Yeah, it's not too far away. Then we'll be hearing from Agus talking to Jimmy Anderson's dad, and all of the festivities and the celebration over the farewell for one of England's greatest bowlers. Indeed, that's a bit of a discussion as well as to whether he'll rank as the all-time greatest England bowler, because there's always that temptation to say that most is best, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Well, no.
There's so many variables, so many different perspectives.
He's not far away.
Can't be far away. Can't be far away, but it makes for an interesting discussion when we get to that level. Last ball of the session now, coming up from Jayden Seals. 2 slips and a gully in place. Bowls to Woakes. Short ball that he almost scoops away out towards forward square to the boundary for a single. Not a full-blooded pull, but he will be on strike for the start of play after lunch, because he's gotten that single. That takes him on to 5. Smith is 16. An entertaining morning session with England resuming at 189 for 3. They've added 104 runs for the loss of 3 wickets to be 293 for 6, a lead of 172 runs.
Well, they've got themselves back into the Test match a bit there, haven't they? Good bit of bowling by the left-arm spinner Moti. Has just given the West Indies side that were looking down the barrel a bit this morning and got them back into the game. So well done, the West Indies. They'll be feeling a little bit better. They'll be looking at that pitch now, though, thinking to themselves, well, it is doing a bit, isn't it? The odd one's keeping low. The odd one's taking a bit of turn as well. So they'll be wanting to sort of finish this sort of tail off for England and get batting and put in a better performance than that first innings.
Absolutely, and one Shoaib Bashir, who didn't have a ball at all in the first innings of the West Indies, might very well be thinking of his options, but again, it's some way away from that for the moment. But let's remind you of what would have happened so far this morning with Harry Brook caught by De Silva, miscued attempted pull of Alzari Joseph for 50, Ben Stokes bowled by Moti for 4, and the wicket that we've just had of Joe Root bowled by Moti for 68, and the wickets are falling at 4 for 244, 5 for 254 and 6 for 287. The bowling so far for the West Indies: Alzari Joseph 15 overs 1 maiden, 1 for 92. Jayden Seales 15 overs 3 maidens, 2 for 57. Shamar Joseph 14 overs 1 maiden, none for 60. Good to see he's not showing a recurrence of what appeared to be a groin strain towards the end of day 1. Jason Holder 15 overs 1 maiden, 1 for 49, and Gudakesh Moti at long last given a proper opportunity to bowl, 9 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 25.
Yeah, no, he's bowled nicely. He's got a nice quick arm, Moti. Gets it down the other arm with a bit of pace and looks to rush you. And I was happy with the way Smith played as well, didn't he? He came out, we've all been told about how sort of like dominant, and he likes to get on with it, and a hard hitter of the cricket ball, but showed a lot of maturity there, got himself in, enjoyed that little partnership with Joe Root, and he's going to enjoy his lunch, strap him on again, and have another go after lunch.
Indeed, Tuffers. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Well, we're going to get into it right now with Agaz about to join us, and he'll take us through this lunch session here on day 2 at Lord's, and with all that is going on in relation to the celebrations surrounding the farewell for Jimmy Anderson. We're going to get a very personal perspective as well in relation to that. Let's hear from Agaz, and we'll move right along into the lunch session.
Indeed, thank you, Fazia. The ground staff busy out there. We've got more quick cricket going on below us here, so lots of entertainment for the crowd here at Lord's. Otherwise they're dispersing off to various parts for their lunch and so on. So interesting morning there. 293 for 6. England lead by 172. They're back on the field again in about half an hour's time. So of course a lot of the focus of this match is on James Anderson. He's playing his 188th and final match, and at lunch yesterday we had that really interesting conversation with Jimmy talking about the art of fast bowling, and that's still available as a podcast on BBC Sounds. What's he really like? In a moment we'll chat to his colleagues on the Tailenders podcast. Greg James, Felix White, Matt Horan, they're all here. But who knows Jimmy better than his father, of course, Michael. And it's lovely to see you again, Mike. I think it's the second or third time that you've come in to see us on radio. But
yeah, I think it's second time. I think first time was in Grenada. And
you passed another record there.
He'd just gone past Botham's record.
Yeah.
And yes, so we had a nice little chat over tea, I think, didn't we?
We did.
Grenada, yeah.
And there were still years ahead of him, but now...
Yeah. It's a very strange week, and an emotional sort of week. It's going to be difficult. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for him, but we've sort of spent the last 21 years planning our summers around cricket and Test matches, and so yeah, it's everything's going to change.
No, I mean, and it's easy to overlook that. Actually, the fact that. Well, I mean, I know Stuart's family very well, and they went through that last summer, and it's easy to forget that all those who are the support and have been part of the life, it brings the curtain down on that as well.
That's it. We've met so many wonderful families. We sat there with the Roots this week, and Ollie Pope's mum and dad are there. Obviously, Carol and Nick Stewart and Chris. So yeah, we're hopefully we're going to keep in touch with all them, and
Yes.
we'll still meet up occasionally, I would have thought. Unfortunately, the Bear Stars aren't here this week, which is a shame. But yeah, it has been incredible for us to meet all those people.
Yeah, I guess you knew it was kind of on the cards, or if not this match, but one not too far down the line.
Yeah, it had to end eventually, didn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and he's 42 this month, so
it's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous for a fast bowler to sort of keep going until that sort of age is just well, it's unheard of, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the thing is, he still looks fit. He still enjoys it. So, but yeah, I think it needed someone to tap him on the shoulder and say, you know, maybe you've done enough.
Yeah. How did you feel when you found out that was it?
Again, mixed emotions, really. It was, yeah, it's not particularly unexpected, but it's still, I don't know, in a selfish way, you don't want it to end, but yeah, it's nobody can take away what he's achieved.
Yeah. And does it feel like a celebration? I mean, are you in a box or something over there? There was talk of you all getting together and being together and something. Are you celebrating this, or is it just a sort of overwhelming sadness?
No, absolutely, we're celebrating it. We're in the main stand with the other families,
right.
And yeah, it is a week of celebration, really. You know, if somebody plays 188 tests and takes 700 wickets, you've got to celebrate, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah. How do you think he's taking it? I sat down with him on Monday. It was really interesting to him talking about bowling, actually. But he was determined. You know what Jimmy's like? Determined that he's not going to show any emotion. He said, "No, I'm not going to stand there blubbing at the end of my markers," he said. But you sort of felt that when he said it, actually, there's a chance that he might just feel it a bit and have a tear.
Yeah, I think you can see in his face sometimes there's definitely the emotion there. We stood there ringing the bell yesterday morning. Yes. His girls were ringing the bell, and you could see him look up, and
definitely
there was definitely a bit of a lump in his throat, I think, when he saw the girls doing that. So yeah, it is going to be an emotional time for him as well.
Yeah. Is he shy? Is he? I mean, people talk about him as sort of almost chronically shy. Is he?
I don't think so. No. I think yes, he is. He probably is, but it's when he's at home with the family and the kids, he's just a normal guy.
Yes, yeah. And that sort of the grumpy side that you see sometimes as well. Is that inherited, Michael?
It's probably from his mother's side, yeah.
She's here, you better watch out.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
But I suppose what it does, though, there is that emotion that makes him a great fast bowler. I mean, you've got to be able to get yourself angry and fired up, and because it's a painful business.
Yes, yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, I think he's to keep going for as long as he has done. You've got to have something inside you that makes you go out and do the training, do the overs in the nets, and so yeah, you've got to have that fire in your belly to be able to do that.
Yeah, he's always been incredibly focused, hasn't he? I mean, he knows what he has to do. Those hours that he spends bowling by himself in the nets to just try and perfect things. Is that something you can trace all the way back to the very early days of childhood?
Well, yes, yeah. He can remember every day when I used to get home from work. He'd be stood in the back garden with his bat and say, "Come on, Dad, bowl to me."
That didn't necessarily help very much, did it?
Yeah, well, sorry, no. It's,
when did he start bowling?
He always... I mean, his action when he was young was always very similar to his action now. And he just wanted to play. He'd play any sport. He'd play football, darts, cricket, golf, snooker. He loved his snooker. But any sport, any ball game, he was just desperate to play.
Yeah. And so you bowled, you played?
I bowled a little bit of Dibbly-dobbly, yeah.
Probably rather better than that. But did he come on and watch you, and he'd be playing on the outfield while you were playing and so on?
Yes, he did. I mainly played for the second team at Burnley, so I used to come down and watch the second team. When he was old enough, he used to score for the second team, so he was always around the ground. And he's got two of his good friends from Burnley here this week as well, David and Gareth. And they've sort of been together for 30 odd years, and the love of cricket has always been there.
And when did you think, hang on, he's got something? Because, I mean, all proud parents think that their kids are great at everything. But when did you think, actually, hang on, James is going to be all right? He's really got something.
I've been asked that question quite a lot, and it's very difficult to put a finger on it. I know he certainly, when he was sort of 16, 17, he had a real growth spurt.
Right.
And he went into winter nets, and he put on a couple of yards of pace, and there were guys there that Tinny Mould the year before.
That was at Burnley, the winter.
At Burnley,
right.
winter nets.
So still
yes.
in clubs.
Still club cricket. Yes.
So, yes.
Yeah. And there were guys sort of saying, "Oh," because it was one of the sort of artificial surfaces and really hard and bouncy, and the guys saying, "No, I don't fancy going in and playing against this." So, but yeah, I mean, as far as sort of playing at this level is concerned, it's very difficult to say. When he sort of when we sort of felt that he was good enough to play at this level.
Yeah. And who picked him up? Lancashire, just word got to Lancashire, did it?
Yeah. Well, he played for the under-15s B team at Lancashire. Didn't play in any junior sides before the under-15s B, and then he played for the under-17s. And it was Jim Kenyon and John Stanworth that were the coaches running the under-17s team at Lancs. And he just sort of progressed through the junior sides from there. He played for the under-19s. He played for the England under-19s.
Yes.
And then I think he got his contract at Lancs when he was 18. It was Bobby Simpson that that signed him on at Lancs. And everything just progressed from there.
I think he was at his most frustrated when he went through that period of, I mean, now, going back those years, there'd be cones all set up, like the M25, and poor old Jimmy would come out. He hardly played a game, and he'd be out there bowling, and they're trying to sort out his bowling action. I remember sitting with him at a bar somewhere on tour, and he was kind of really low with it all. Can you go back to that time? And did it frustrate you as well, watching that?
It did, absolutely, yes. As you say, we've been on trips to, I think we went to South Africa, to Cape Town. He didn't play there. And we just sort of went round to the nets at lunchtime and just watched him bowl in the nets. Bowling
soul destroying, really.
Yeah, but I think he still believed in himself and believed that he had the ability to play at that level and wanted to work on his game and just work really hard, getting himself fit and getting the action right and learning different deliveries but yeah, it's difficult to watch him do that.
Yeah. Favourite bit for you? What are you going to take away when you drive away from here, or whatever it might be tomorrow?
Could be, yeah.
And you look back on it, and the curtain's been closed. What will be your really special? What do you think?
There's so many. 21 years. It's very difficult to put a finger on it. The first time I saw him play for England was in the World Cup at Cape Town.
Yes.
Against Pakistan.
Time ago that.
When he took, he had 4 for 29, I think, and man of the match. And that was a very special occasion. I had my dad with me at that game, and my brother and nephew. And that was an amazing experience.
Yes.
I think the other one that stands out was the Ashes Test at Trent Bridge.
That's one he picks out, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which for me...
10 wickets.
Yeah. And the final wicket, I think they were about 14
That's about all it
short.
was. Yeah. A little inside nick.
Yes, which the umpire didn't give, and I think they used hot spot at the time, didn't they? And it was just a little hot spot on.
It was Haddon, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
That was a tremendous.
Yeah. I think he said he sort of he looked Haddon in the eye and did you nick it? And yeah.
Well, Michael, look, thank you for coming to see us.
Pleasure.
I don't know, it must be so mixed for you. Celebration on the one hand, and then kind of the end of an era on the other.
Yes.
So I remember sitting in this very box, his first game all those years ago, running in and bowling up Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Mike Atherton got a bit of a contest as to how many live wickets we've seen, and I think he's just seen more than me, which is incredibly frustrating. But we're around the 670 areas, I think.
Right.
We've been there.
That's more than us.
Well, there you go. I've loved watching him bowl. Thank you, Michael, very much for coming.
Absolute pleasure.
Enjoy however much of the game is left.
Thank you. Thanks, Jonathan.
There we go. That's really nice to see, Michael. Michael Anderson talking about Jimmy's farewell, of course, and down there in the mountain they'll be celebrating all of that. So, well, you get a very different insight into Jimmy Anderson when you listen to him on the Tailenders podcast. On BBC Sounds. He does that with the Radio 1 breakfast presenter Greg James, musician Felix White and Matt Horan, better known as Machin Tendulkar, of course, because of his somewhat distant relationship to the great Sachin. And Machin spoke with Jimmy for a special edition of Tailenders ahead of his final test and started by going right back.
Let's start at the beginning. Your formative years with Burnley. Now, I've done some research. I've delved deep. In the pre-season, 98-99, yeah, with Burnley in the nets, I've spoken to some of your teammates there. They said there was, in that first session in that season, you suddenly could bowl 50 miles per hour faster, yeah? All of a sudden, that first ball, he said, that first ball you delivered in the same style as the ones as your hat-trick in the World Cup. Do you remember that feeling of suddenly this is taking it up a level? A bit like, you know, when Team Wolf recognises he's got the powers, or Spider-Man finds out that you just thought this is a bit of a game. Was there like a wow moment, like, oh my God, this is going to change the game?
I do remember being able to bowl quicker. I don't remember like the specific moment that happened, but like I remember before that I was like okay at batting, okay at bowling.
How old had you been then?
Like 14.
Yeah.
And then 15, I came back to winter pre-season nets, and it was in a school in Blackburn, and it was the surface was like rock hard. It's like a wooden floor. Might have had like a mat on it, and yeah, it was coming out a lot quicker. And I don't really know why or how that happened, but yeah, it did.
It was like a sudden moment. You're like, oh, this is...
Yeah, like I was hurrying up players that, like some of the best players in the first team at Burnley. And I remember my best mate, David Brown, his dad, Peter. I can't remember what shot he played, but I remember the bat breaking. And I broke a couple of bats that winter. And I think, obviously I felt horrific because I was a young lad breaking these old lads' bats. But yeah, I felt like something different had happened. Yeah. But I can't put my finger on why. It's weird.
Yeah, but it is like getting a superpower. The people in the team must have been like, oh my God, have you seen, he's gone up a level. This is going to change things.
Yeah, I definitely got the impression everyone was, it excited people. Like I remember the captain at the time when we played, he'd just be like, just bowl as fast as you can. And because it was such a change in pace, and my body was still developing, I was still like growing. You know, I didn't really know where it was going. So I did bowl the odd beamer. I beamed Brad Hodge, who's an Australian batter who was playing for Ramsbottom. Beamed him, and he sort of punched it off his face, and I can't repeat what he said. Like, I was so apologetic. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I just don't know where it's going. And he was like, off, you little a couple of other memories from that were, like, I played at Burnley, and the first over of the game, I bowled like 4 wides in a row, and I'm like, oh my God, this is painful. And then the next ball just went straight through the batter and bowled him. So that's how it sort of went for me. It was like a bit inconsistent and erratic, but
then when you did,
fun.
Yeah. Amazing. So I've been doing some research. Back on the streets of Burnley, right? Take me back to that day. It's a big moment for you. You've passed your test. You've got your first Fiat Bravo, okay? You go and visit your mate at university, get into an argument, and you have to go and sleep in your Fiat Bravo. And you have to use towels as a makeshift curtains to stop the morning dawn from coming in. Tell me about that moment.
That's a random question and a slightly different route than I thought this interview would take. Yeah, I used to go. My mate went to Durham University, so I went to see him a few times while he was there. You know, we just go and have a night out or whatever and catch up. So the situation was there was one spare bed in his dorm or whatever it was that where he stayed, and there's two of us that went up. Two mates went up, so there's three of us all together. My other mate took the bed.
Right.
He got back before me and took the bed.
Oh,
so
right.
I tried to kick him out, and he was like, "Just sleep on the floor. I'm asleep. I'm not moving." So then I stormed out and slept in my car.
Put towels.
Doesn't sound as bad as you've made out.
No,
there.
but you put towels up.
I did, yeah.
Yeah,
Made a little shelter.
I'm not a psychologist, but in many ways you could say, as your star has risen, you've kept those towels up to protect you from the glare of the media spotlight. Okay. We will move on from the Freddie Bravo, but before I do, you passed your test. Shortly after that, you totaled it, going over a bollard too fast in a Woolworths car park. Is that correct?
I don't remember that.
No, I have got that confirmed. Because I was going to... You don't remember totaling the car?
Who confirmed that? I'm not
I'm not going to
not revealing your sources.
It was gas.
I think I did go over a bollard in Woolworths car park, but I don't think it was written off.
All right, I was told it was written off because I was going to say, in many ways, the Woolworths bollard was a metaphorical father figure teaching you to slow down before life was about to get very fast.
Brilliant.
Do cry.
Will all these questions have a metaphorical ending?
Yes, they will.
There we go. You can hear more of that on Tail Ends on BBC Sounds. And as promised, Matt is here alongside Greg James and Felix White. And it's lovely to have you all here. Just the alternative Jimmy, really, because we see him, the player. I'm lucky enough, like you, Matt, to sit down and interview him.
Yeah.
Slightly different angle on the interview. I was talking a bit of technique and wobble seam.
That was slightly wider on the crease.
It was wider the crease, but then that's the point of our chat.
Different styles for different journalists.
Exactly the point. So, I mean, there are two sides to Jimmy, aren't there? I mean, we up here see the competitor, you know, and only every now and then you get to see him in a bar or something on tour. Every week, more or less, team up for this ragingly successful podcast that we're all very jealous of, and you see a different side. So come on, let's hear about your experiences of Jimmy then. Working with him.
We get both, I think.
I think we do get both.
We sometimes get the fierce competitor on the podcast, and that is quite daunting, and it's difficult to deal with sometimes. It feels like he's really testing your technique in a podcast sense.
Nice cricket analogy.
But especially during a series, if it's not going that well,
right,
then it's quite tricky to know how to talk to him about it, because he won't want to talk about it too much. He'll want to talk about something else. So we get two Jimmys as well. But the best Jimmy actually is between series or between tests. He tends to really, I think he loves doing the podcast. He likes sitting around talking about cricket. He doesn't necessarily like talking about himself. I think that's the
thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
He doesn't like talking about himself, and he doesn't really like to admit how great he is.
Yes. I tell you what, the beautiful thing about Jimmy's being with listeners is that Jimmy's obviously, give or take, the greatest seam bowler that's ever lived.
Yes.
And a lot of the listeners play cricket at a much lower level or not at all. But cricket runs in the imagination, doesn't it? So when Jimmy says something like, when I walk over the cracks in the street, if I walk over a pavement slab, I'll think no ball if my foot's slightly over the line, that kind of thing.
Is that what he says?
So cricket runs in imagination the same way if you've taken 700 test wickets as if you haven't, taken any cover wickets at all. So, that's the beautiful thing about Jimmy, is that it's sort of everydayness shines through on Tailenders.
He's still very competitive, isn't he?
Oh my God.
We played quizzes on the podcast. He's very competitive. We played Scrabble before in the pub. And he'd take it.
I don't want to talk about Scrabble. That's
very
too much.
seriously.
Yeah, too intense.
You never get into a game of darts with Jimmy. Never do anything competitive, really, because he will want to be the best and beat everybody at it.
But he must be an interesting choice, because again, the sort of the reserved side of Jimmy, he doesn't strike one as being sort of an entertainer, really. He just doesn't look that sort of person. But that's the point.
Yeah,
but you've seen that, or you bring it out of him anyway.
He's very funny. Jimmy is really funny. Is
he Stuart next door will say no, he's not. No, he's not. He's not funny at all.
Jimmy's funnier than Broady.
I would agree.
Jimmy is funnier than Stuart. More wickets and more funny.
Yeah. Oh!
more wickets, more laughs. That's the Jimmy difference.
Shut that loud.
Actually, the thing with Jimmy is full credit to Jimmy for really creating Tailenders, because he was the one back in 2011 alongside Swanee that wanted to do a cricket show on the radio.
Yes.
And that's how we met. So him and Swanee approached me to do a show called Not Just Cricket.
Yeah.
They listened to Radio 1 and they knew that I liked cricket a lot, so I talk about it all the time. And that was how it started. And then that show sort of faded a little bit, and then it came back as Tailenders. So really, Jimmy was the one that wanted to do it. I mean, he loves talking about cricket. He's, as we know, he's very, as we said, he's really, really funny. I mean, most of the stuff in the Tailenders WhatsApp group is him sending us Alan Partridge memes or stuff from The Office, or like he is a very, very
also
funny
on the
man.
live shows. If you ever get a chance to go to the live show,
yes,
he dresses up. He'll do characters.
Oh,
basically
yes.
pantomime.
Do you know about his alter ego?
No, tell us about him.
Are we about to let?
I think about
once this is said, this is never unsaid on TMS.
Well, I think we
No
should
one's
say it
listening.
then.
No one's listening. Say what you like.
So,
Pandora's box is about to be opened.
Jimmy Anderson, Matchin once came in and said, what if Jimmy Anderson was a young bowler now, maybe 19, and bowling the way he was? Would we feel the way about him as we do now? And you created the character.
I said, basically, people were giving him a hard time after he had a bad, not a good as test.
Yes.
And I said, but look at his economy.
Yes.
Yeah. If there was a young bowler, a 19-year-old that had that same economy, maybe wasn't getting the wickets, people would be falling over
What's
themselves.
the young bowler called?
And I said, imagine there was a young bowler called Timmy Banderson.
Timmy Banderson.
Timmy
who
Banderson
had,
we're
who
out
had
there.
that same record over the last 12 months. I think it was about a year ago. People will be over the moon with it.
Yes.
So we cut to one show into the Tailenders autumn tour last year. We were in a pub in Oxford, the Rose and Crown, one of the great pubs of all time, and we had to try and persuade Jimmy to become Timmy Banderson on stage.
Right.
So in the
19-year-old Timmy Banderson.
Exactly. In that moment, he'd had a few beers, quite a few beers.
Yeah.
He'd bumped into Martin Keown.
Yeah.
Don't know how that happened.
Oh,
It was quite a strange night.
Yes.
And he said, all right, I'll do it then. So we said, oh my God, you should be Timmy Banderson tomorrow. Let's do Timmy Banderson tomorrow on stage.
Also, because we didn't have a special guest for that day.
Yes, so
we needed a special guest.
We needed a guest. There was a creative reason we needed him to do that. And the next day he said, I'm not doing that. And then I took him around the charity shops of Oxford, found Timmy Banderson's outfit, which is essentially a sort of Gen Z outfit.
And a skateboard.
Backwards cap, skateboard, big sort of drapey shirt. And that night, after a lot of convincing from all of us, he took to the stage, and I've never heard a roar like it. That wicket yesterday that he took...
Nothing.
That was a quarter of the level
Nothing.
of the crowd reaction from live on stage in front of 3,000 people at Hammersmith Apollo.
With an American accent.
Yeah, that's
the thing.
That's what we can't work out. He's American for some reason. And Timmy invented that, didn't he?
Yeah. So, and then Jimmy took this whole thing on. And actually, when he had this is genuine. When he felt that reaction from the crowd and realised that he was in on the joke and everyone was in on the joke, and this 41-year-old man was pretending to be a 20-year-old American cricketer called Timmy Banderson, he realised, I'm just going to go for it now, because he realised how much people love him doing that sort of thing. And I think that is what Jimmy's like, really. He is, a lot of people say he's shy, and he is, but I think it's mainly because he's trying to work people out. And if you know him, and you're lucky enough to get to know him, and he lets you into that world, then he's not shy at all. Like he is really fun and loves having a nice time.
How's his music, Felix? Because I remember one of the ones I was on with you. We were talking about some sort of chord that he was.
Yes.
He's learning the guitar, isn't he? This is Jimmy now, not Timmy.
That's what. Thank you for clarifying.
Although Timmy would be a bedroom musician.
Yeah, but Timmy's more into sort of drum and bass stuff. You know what I mean? Much younger. Jimmy's more into older rock and roll music.
That's true. Yeah.
So we invented Jimmy Anderson chord. Which is Jimmy's favourite chord, but no one's allowed to know what that chord actually is. What I'll tell you is, on a serious point, though, about Jimmy and music, is what I find really interesting is that when I play music, or we play gigs live, Jimmy's always fascinated about how the sound works. So whereas Greg and Matchin might want to talk about records or how it makes them feel, Jimmy will need to sit down with me and ask how the sound gets from the guitar through the pedal board into the amps, into the speakers, how it technically
real
works.
Technical stuff.
And I always feel like it's a giveaway to Jimmy's character, because that sort of like he needs to know exactly how it all works. It's a bit like his bowling. Do you know what I mean? That curiosity.
Putting all the bits together.
The curiosity feeds in beyond cricket itself. So I always thought that was a tell to like how he's managed to do this for 20 years actually and always evolve.
Is he musical? I mean, this Jimmy Anderson's mysterious chord.
Is he musical?
You can play Wonderwall.
The hesitation would suggest no.
I'm beginning to think no at this stage.
Is he musical?
He can sing okay.
He can
Sing well.
sing. He's a bit like, I don't know if you heard Johnny Cash in the later years, when he's singing quite monotone. But there is a lot of force of personality and character in the voice.
Okay.
I would say Jimmy is that sort of vocalist. And he does give it. To be fair, we started the shows on the last tour with a spotlight on Jimmy, with just guitar and him just like clattering a chord. Right. And the place goes wild. Didn't sound great, but it looked great.
Will we ever find out what this chord is? Or why is that?
No one can ever know the Jimmy Anderson chord.
Ever.
Okay?
Closely guarded secret.
Yeah, because...
So what makes it different from... What makes it unique? Why is it the Jimmy Anderson chord?
That's a big existential question about Jimmy. What makes him great?
Exactly.
So many things.
I think you're misreading the point here, because it's about Jimmy. It's about the myth of Jimmy. How do we know Jimmy?
Yeah.
And so if you put that into a chord, we can never know the chord.
Yeah. How can we know Jimmy Fee?
Have you ever heard it? Because you would be able to identify it.
Yeah, I've actually come up with the chord and it changes all the time. So
it's a horrible noise. Yeah. Oh dear. What's he going to do? What are you going to do with him? I mean, are you still going? Is Tailenders going to go on and on?
Yeah.
Of course, he's going to keep going.
Yeah.
I think. Do you know what the thing that Jimmy's always said that I loved about it is that after he retires, he'll still bowl just to see the ball do what it does, because it's such a beautiful feeling seeing it leave his hand and move. So that might be not even for Lancashire. It might be in club. I don't know what it is, but I always love that idea.
Can you actually see him going and playing club cricket?
I think he loves cricket enough, doesn't he, to do it? But
yeah,
I don't know. You have to ask him.
Of club batsmen hitting him for 4 and stuff.
Well,
we heard unconfirmed reports that at Southport, when it was quite cold, he stayed in the dressing room for 2 days and didn't want to see. Didn't want to see anybody. There were kids outside going, Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. And
really?
Said, I'm going to have a nap.
What do you think, Haggers? What do you think? Where do you think it lies for Jimmy?
I really hope that he stays in the game. I really hope.
He will. He can't not.
No, I don't think he can not either. And I think I was talking to someone on Monday with him about it. My experience of coaches are that the really naturally talented players are not actually good coaches because they can't really put it into words.
Right.
Whereas he's worked so hard. The mechanics of his bowling, he has done himself. You know, he hasn't just picked the ball up and been able to do it like so many. Ian Botham, for instance, just picked the ball up and could bowl. And my old coach, Ken Higgs, find it hard to put it into words. Whereas Jimmy, I think, will. I mean, he might not be putting into great long flowery paragraphs.
Yeah.
But I think in terms of showing somebody how to bowl, I think he'd be brilliant at it.
I agree.
I think the other thing about Jimmy is that he knows when to turn the ego on and off.
Yeah.
And actually, when he's not got the ball in his hand and he's trying to get the batter out, the ego is put to the side really successfully. And he would have taken just as much joy himself getting wickets yesterday as Gus Atkinson got wickets yesterday.
Yes.
Because him being around Gus would have helped Gus massively. And I think he does like seeing other people do well.
Yeah.
And he really wouldn't mind. It was the same with, that's why him and Stuart Broad worked so well, because they actually liked seeing each other take wickets.
Yeah.
So I think you're right, he won't want to leave the game and shouldn't do, because he has got so much to offer.
Yes.
He inspires, he should inspire everybody in some way, the strive to get better, to as you get older, to maybe get fitter, to still play cricket, to pick up a bat and pick up a ball and go and play. I think he's definitely communicated that passion for the game through Tailenders and other things. And we have seen lots of people saying, do you know what, I'm inspired by this guy, I want to go out and play. So he will be invaluable to that dressing room as the bowling consultant.
I think quite short that is.
Yeah.
But I think you make a really good point, because the people I would have known with Shane Warne's record, eight wickets away, 9 to beat it.
I know that.
Some would have said, I'm going to go out, I'm going to determine to beat that record. All he said he wanted to do was, I just want to take a catch or something.
Yeah.
He didn't say any more than that.
No. And talking about the aesthetics of cricket in a little bit, like, it struck me yesterday how sad it is we won't see Jimmy run in like that, and how iconic and beautiful it is when Jimmy runs in, when he's on that rhythm where it feels like his feet aren't even touching the ground, and that coil, that like natural, like that is the archetype seam bowler's delivery. There won't be a more beautiful action I don't think we'll ever see in Test cricket. And the other thing is that when he leaves, a type of Test cricket leaves with him. We're probably not going to see a bowler that has a career like Jimmy in Test cricket again. So there's a deeper sadness, underneath all of it. this, which Jimmy takes with him. Like, he takes an essence of cricket with him as he goes, which makes it very poignant this week.
Do you just treat him as just one of you lot, or are you a bit kind of... Because you all love cricket.
Yeah.
Are you a bit Anuraki with him, or...
Yeah, we try to be.
when we're allowed to be.
And he sometimes hates it. It's very volatile sometimes with that. Sometimes he will really go in and we can just be cricket badgers together.
Right. Difficult read. It's a difficult read.
It's a very difficult read. Again, much like the bowler, it's very difficult to read. and that's fine. But the one thing I will say is that we are so happy that we have more time to do more Tailenders episodes now.
Yes.
And he'll be less grumpy more of the time.
And he might be more opinionated about other cricketers as well, which will be interesting, won't it?
It will be, yeah.
What he said somewhere, sometime, was that you three reignited his love of cricket.
Oh, more me, I'd say.
It was mainly.
But that's a big statement to come from someone like Jimmy Anderson. He loves being with you three.
Well, I think it's also that is a nice thing, and we all feel the same in different ways. I thought our real friendship has helped us love this game and fall in love with it in different ways. But also him being exposed to radio, which, as you know, Aggers, is the greatest medium ever.
Easily.
That there's a real intimacy that he now has with people that are emailing in. And they treat him as Jimmy, the great bowler, but also when they see him, they know all the extra things about him.
Yeah.
And I think he really loves that. It's brought him closer to his fans and England fans, and that he understands a bit more through their eyes what they're watching him do. And it's helped him, I think, just hold on to that love of cricket from that first time that he played alongside his dad to now. That's why he doesn't care about the records too much, because he just loves playing cricket, whatever level it is. Yeah. So I think I probably think he still feels like that 16-year-old boy playing for the seconds.
Yeah. And he has become easier, and more. I mean, no doubt, again, with the work of you fellas, more sort of media savvy and easier. I media trained him some years ago now.
Yeah.
Called him in the room, played a.
What a dreadful job you did.
It was. I think I did fail. They played a tape of Mark Nicholas interviewing Jimmy here at Lord's. He had his cap pulled down over his eyes, and he gave monosyllabic answers to about 30 questions. Poor Mark, I felt sorry for him. And the tape stopped. I said, Jimmy, do you remember that day at Lord's? He said, yeah. I said, you've just taken 5 wickets, and look at you. He didn't really seem to care.
No, but he's still the same, though. Even the night before the test, I called him and went, everything all right? He went, yeah, everything all right.
He is, but also to counter the point quickly, I think some of the most beautiful emotional moments on cricket pitch in the last 20 years we've seen from Jimmy. So it's flashing in my eyes now, the Sri Lanka game when he ended up crying in tears because we lost that game with Moeen Ali at the other end. And I think that ability to show that emotion actually gave me great affinity before I knew Jimmy with that team. So I think we give him a disservice sometimes, and he really does show visceral emotion.
Yeah, I thought he was teary yesterday when the kids rang the bell.
Definitely.
The camera went on him. I thought, ooh.
Definitely.
Also, I think he was quite tense bowling the first couple of overs. Yeah. You're going to be tense, aren't you? Because this is a human with feelings, and he's just seen his whole family up on the balcony ringing the bell. He's got to then open the bowling in his last test. It's all a bit too much. I hope that in the second innings he relaxes and can get some wickets.
It felt like to me is like when you don't want a birthday and someone's organised you a surprise birthday, and you're like, no, I really didn't want the birthday. That's what it felt like on his face yesterday morning.
It's very difficult to buy for.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you buy the man who's got everything?
Well, we have, and this is Let's Tailenders to find out what.
This is got my Monopoly board.
Don't say what. There's supposed to be a teaser.
He's not going to listen, is he?
He might be listening with his little earpiece.
I think it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely.
Oh, you blown.
Thanks, you three. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks,
lovely to catch up with you. It's always a great pleasure.
Oh, well.
Thanks for just showing that little side of Jimmy.
Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you.
Go well, you three.
Cheers.
See you soon. There we go. Tailenders, all 3 of them. 3 of the 4. The other one's up there, not quite getting his pads on, but maybe thinking about it shortly. So the players are in the middle. I better get out of here because we've got a quick turnaround. Isha is going to take over from me.
Thank you, Aggers. That was a lovely, lovely lunchtime chat. Aggers in conversation with James Anderson's father, and then the Tailenders, who I think it's true. Jimmy Anderson mentioning that it reignited his love for cricket being involved with the Tailenders, but I think vice versa. The Tailenders very much embracing Jimmy Anderson as part of their group. They have been wonderful for cricket. As play is about to restart here at Lord's on day 2 in the sunshine, Gudakesh Motie has proved to be very effective on this surface in the morning session, picking up 2 critical wickets of Ben Stokes and Joe Root. And England are 293 for 6 with a lead of 172, but the West Indies bringing about a bit of control in the morning session as Woakes is forwards and defending the ball. It bounces into the ground and 2 back pad. No runners. Carlos Brathwaite has joined me here. Enjoy your lunch?
Good afternoon. Yeah, it was nice. Nice beef, maybe back ribs, something like that.
Oh, lovely. As Woakes forward pressing and defending to the offside. Ringfield on the off. There's a slip in play. And that lovely Lord's buzz in the air. A lot of vacant seats over towards the grandstand as Woakes is again lunging forwards and covering the ball down the pitch. No run. All fetching their lunch in the break. And I'm sure will be soon to return because this is such a lovely day to watch the cricket as Woakes is back and punching the ball back to the bowler. Were you expecting Motie to be as effective as he has been?
Yeah, especially with control. To go 3 gates to 2 of the best batters that England has produced.
Woakes forwards again, just defending the ball down the track, no run.
Maybe not so much, I didn't expect that direct impact, but for someone who has such control as he has, he definitely had a feeling that he'd come on and he'd bring a semblance of respect and control from one end.
Woakes turning the ball past bat pad out to deep backward square. Slightly straighter on that occasion, darted in by the left arm spinner. As he'll come through for 1. Chris Woakes moves to 6, 294 for 6.
And yeah, I think that's why we wanted to see Jason Holder with the ball in hand first up. Just bring a little bit of control in that first half hour and you keep your scoring rate down. And then if you were to go bang bang as they eventually did later in the session, then at least, let's say the score is 294, now you take 35, 40 off that. The lead is 120, 130 odd. And if you get England below 190, 200, yes, it's still an uphill battle, but it gives yourself a glimmer of hope. As it happened, England kind of ran away with it in the first session, so even when the wickets came, it still felt like it was a bridge too far.
From the pavilion end, Alzarri Joseph coming back into the attack. He's been the most expensive of the bowlers for the West Indies. He's going to bowl with 2 slips and a gully in place. Woakes back and across and turning the ball round the corner down to fine leg, and it will go for 4. There is a man positioned at fine, but very wide as Shamar Joseph just shuffles towards the ball. It's hit the boundary cushion. And he will collect it and chuck it back in as the score goes to 298 for 6.
Yeah, once again, another way. It's almost like his bowling has found ways to give the opposition boundaries. Just a normal length ball, just on the hip, tucked down to fine leg. That's first ball after the break from that end for Alzarri Joseph. You want to start with a little better control. He has 3 men deep in the leg side. And it's neither a short ball or a good length ball, just a nothing ball outside the leg stump.
It's been like an air traffic warden for the last 2 minutes, trying to shift Shamar Joseph into the exact spot as Joseph is in now. Alzarri, that is, as Woakes turns the ball out to deep backward square off his hip. And he'll come through for 1. So Woakes to 11, a lead of 178 here for England as they go to 299. It took him a while to get Shamar Joseph into the right place down at fine leg. He has come a little bit finer and he's about 15 metres off the rope as the ball gets tossed around the field here. Yeah, that ball to Joe Root was just one that was darted in a bit more, the arm ball.
Yeah, he has a lot of subtle variations and he's very good with mixing his pace up. Has massive fingers wrapped around the ball and you can never quite tell how it comes off with the fingers.
Smith defending back down the pitch. A good length delivery from Alzarri Joseph. He's gone to 16 from 44 deliveries. strike rate over the last 2 years been about 70. Jamie Smith, which is probably what piqued Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum's interest.
Yeah, I was looking at his strike rate and thinking he's under a little bit of pressure not only to score but to score quickly, because it's common knowledge, public knowledge, that is why he was chosen over his county club mate.
Smith on his toes and defending to mid-on. Back of a length there from Alzari.
And he played with him this January in ILT20. And he played a knock or a couple of knocks in some warm-up games that we had, and myself and Hetmeyer were just like eyes raised,
really,
jaw dropped, and Chris Jordan was just like, I see this every week type
Wow.
of thing.
Okay.
So
What is it about his game that got you interested? As he sets up now, Jamie Smith, bat raised high, as that beats the bat through to the keeper. I think he might have just played down the line on that occasion, just a bit of nip back up the slope from Aljari Joseph.
yeah, I think the balance, most if not all the shots he plays, immaculate balance. You always like to see players playing a shot and being able to hold the pose. He played a few pulls in front of square off Seamer, who was bowling quite quick at that point in time, and that's always an indication of how much time someone has to play the short ball if it goes behind or in front. And it was well in front, and it was far over the rope as well.
Aljari Joseph bounding in, Smith turning the ball to wide of mid-wicket. They'll come through for another single as 300 comes up for England here at Lord's. Inside 70 overs, and that lead now 179 with Smith moving to 17.
Yeah, it was just that youthful expression that we get so accustomed to from the modern day player, especially the England white ball players. And then obviously you start to dig a little deeper. Who is he? Where does he come from? What's his background? What has he done? Type of thing. And by all accounts, was a little small in frame, good professionalism, got into the gym. Never really see him outside of practice and games, really focused. And then when you see it a few months later culminating a test match debut at Lord's, you just have to feel happy for him.
Gudakesh Moti from the nursery end to Smith, who turns a full ball past bat pad out to deep mid-wicket. It deserved to get the treatment, but he played it delicately. Smith, as that was really a freebie. 304 for 6 then, and that lead to 183.
Yeah, full toss on the pads at this level, at county level, even at club level, more often not able to put away. But again, the balance he shows while putting that away. Head nicely leaned into it all along the ground.
Smith crouches down, forward press, back and cutting to cover. He does think about taking the single, but Shamar Joseph there diving to his right to stop it from going through, and they settle for not running.
Yeah, good fielding. Not sure if it wants to be fast bowler diving into coverage like that, but it shows good commitment on his behalf.
Smith this time on the front foot and working the ball out to deep backward square. Push the single hard. They're going to come back for a couple. There's a throw sent into the non-striker's end. There's an overthrow, and mid-off, just about getting there in time. Diving to stop it from going all the way to the boundary in front of the mound stand. So at the end of that, they pick up 2, 306 for 6, Smith to 23.
Yeah, it was excitable for for nothing at all.
Smith on the front foot, then on the back foot again, and punching to extra cover, no run.
There's been some slipping and sliding in that area. Think back to Morty last night, sliding the ball, just rolling through him last ball of the day. Saw one from Kurt McKenzie earlier, no Hodge at extra cover on that side of the field.
Smith driving to wide mid-on for a single. They scuttle through, and he goes to 24, the lead of 186 with one more ball left of the over. Chris Woakes then settling in. It's been a difficult time for Chris Woakes of late, the passing of his father. But great to see him out there playing for his country. Such a committed cricketer, fully dedicated, and one of the nicest guys going round. At the end of the over, 307 for 6. And thoughts with his family through what has been a difficult time. Smith on 24 then.
It's just a little more on England's 300, as you say, exactly 70 overs to reach 300, which by Bazballian standards is not breakneck. It's the 19th time they've reached 300 since Stokes and McCullum took over, the 12th fastest. But over the previous 10 years, they only had one innings in which they reached 300 in under 70 overs. So again, it puts in context quite how extraordinary the nature of the cricket that they played over the last 2 years is.
Bazballian. Enter into the Websters.
Hasn't been too Bazball in the last few overs. But just re-establishing here. Nice partnership. There's a player on debut as well, Jamie Smith. Bat race high to Joseph. Short ball, he ducks out the way of that one. He did think about playing it and then just swivels and allows his head to move to one side. Threatening short ball there from Alzarri Joseph.
I'm not sure how many more he'll sway out of the line of from everything that I've seen over sharing a dressing room with him for a month or so. He quite likes to climb into short balls, length balls, and dispatch them in front of square. So it'll be interesting to see if he can forego that little bit of intent, that want to play one of his favourite shots.
Alzarri running in with purpose. Miss from Jamie Smith outside the line of off, just in the channel, back of a length. He was looking to cut it through covers. Just a bit of extra lift off the surface. Heavily populated England balcony at the moment. Brendan McCullum in position. That characteristic laid back lean on his chair with his legs up on the balcony. There's Alzarri Joseph past the stumps. Smith pushing the ball to the offside, not getting the timing on it as it's jammed into the ground.
Yeah, he pitches still a little slow. And I still think West Indies could be a little straighter in the lines. So even the last two balls, yes, the ball before looked good because it beat the bat. Then it's still too wide. You think back to Gus Atkinson yesterday when Alec Athanase played a similar shot. It was close enough, found the edge and got the breakthrough and got the wicket. Broke an important partnership between him and Hodge. I think West Indies need to be a little tighter, try to find that edge, whether inside edge or outside edge.
Joseph bowls. Smith launches it into the air. It's not timed, but it's gone straight down the ground. It'll plug just in front of the pavilion as they come back for a couple mid-on, mid-off with the chase. Retrieves the ball and throws it back in, but that was a little bit more back of a length. And you did say, Carlos, he would go for it. Tried to pull it over to the leg side, but there's just not that pace in the wicket.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was a little wide. I think if it comes a bit closer, maybe on the hip, middle stump, as opposed to fourth or fifth stump, you'd make better contact. But nice little battle brewing. Alzarri Joseph hitting the ball in the middle of the deck. Jamie Smith loved to pull.
Joseph bowls another pull shot down to fine leg this time. Again, doesn't catch all of it, but he does swivel and tries to pull it over to deep backward square. That was a bit more directed at leg stump. The short one, as they have a little chat to each other. Maybe it's not a chat, it's more of a stare from Alzarri Joseph. 310 for 6 with Jamie Smith smile on his face as you can now watch from the other end on 27.
I quite like this short burst, aggressive Alzarri Joseph. Still a lot of work to do from him. He's better than what he's shown so far in this test match with lines and lengths and consistency is concerned. But when he does hit the ball in the back, in the middle of the track, and you've got two men back, there's also now a leg slip in place for Chris Woakes. He does look a threatening proposition. There's a role that can be given in the second innings if there is a second innings, and then potentially moving forward in the next two test matches.
And this is actually where Shamar Joseph becomes really important, because the last few test tools that I've seen from the West Indies is Alzarri comes in now past the stumps, bowls full to Woakes, who defends it to mid-on off the front foot at the end of the over. It's 310 for 6, 72 overs bowled. A lead of 189, Smith 27, Woakes 11. On those tours to Australia where they've had 1 or 2 test matches, he has often been the go-to bowler, the frontline bowler who's had to do everything. And the reason he's had to do everything is because he's been the one with the most pace. And there hasn't really been anyone else to support him. He's just had those kind of control bowlers and not the kind of fearsome make things happen bowlers. So having Shamar Joseph there as your kind of trump card, I think allows Alzarri Joseph to slip into different roles a little bit more as Gudakesh Motie continues from the nursery end. Smith defends back down the ground off the front foot.
I think that's a good point. And if one of the two of them are off for whatever reason with line and length and consistency, they can then dovetail nicely.
Smith cutting, 2 point, no run.
One will be used as the enforcer. You can see Alzarri Joseph line and length has not been on. Let him be the enforcer. Shamar Joseph has been a lot better in this test match, so he can be the one to sacrifice the short ball to go more line and length, consistency.
Motie bowls, Smith pushes at the ball with an angled bat to the offside, no run.
And that's why I think this bowling lineup is exciting, because we haven't even mentioned Jayden Seales, who's probably the best mix of both. Not quite the high pace, but really consistent, moves the ball a bit.
Smith forward press and pushes at the ball to mid-on.
And then you have Jason Holder, who's miserly and can get wickets on his own accord. So I think with 2 of those guys young, both Josephs being as express as they are.
Smith again just covering the ball, back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, with both of them being express, it gives the captain a lot of flexibility, the ability to attack different periods of play with different bowlers for different reasons and different roles, so it's exciting.
Final ball of the over, Smith advances and guides the ball to extra cover, just dropping his length there, Gudakesh Motie. At the end of the over, 310 for 6, a lead of 189. Smith 27, Woakes on 11. And Jonathan Agnew is going to come in here after a few words from you, Carlos.
Yeah, the West Indies bowling lineup for a few years to come, obviously barring franchise commitments and availability with Jayden Seales, Shamar and Alzarri Joseph. Looks to be a quite exciting one. We'd hope that for the next 2 to 3 years that they could build kind of relationship between each other on and off the park that would elevate the West Indies test bowling lineup to a formidable one. To win test matches you have to get 20 wickets, and it helps when your fast bowlers can do the bulk of that wicket taking.
Hello Carlos, how you doing? I'm bouncing off the ceiling thanks to you. God, what's in that stuff?
All the good stuff.
Wow, I described it as herbal earlier, which people mustn't get the wrong idea of that.
Maca, Guarana,
wow,
Orojo.
Well, I've seen what it's done to you. I want a bit of it. Well, anyway, 310 for 6, Woakes on 11. And Joseph from the far end bowls, almost, well, the Yorker length, and they're almost clattering into the leg stump. But, Woakes trying to flick the ball away down the leg side. Missed it, it's taken by the keeper. So 4 wickets for West Indies to get. They're 189 behind, it feels like a lot. But they get a wicket here, then there's not much batting to come for England, really.
Yeah, and as good as Chris Woakes says, and how much I respect his game, if there's one weakness you'd think is really aggressive fast bowling, and like this ploy, there's a leg gully, fine leg, there's a man forward a square in the circle, as it may be if it were white ball cricket in the ring, and then one forward of square on the boundary as well. So Alzarri Joseph at high pace will be attacking him on the body and trying to create a chance in one of those catching areas.
Yeah, they're after him. That was a no ball, that last one of those sort of slow call ones. In comes Joseph then, bowls short, and that hits him on the body. He tries to take it on, pull it away into leg side. I was surprised they didn't go after Harry Brook earlier as well, because we've seen him have issues with that short ball. And that will be beamed around everywhere, or every coach, every analyst will again, it's always, it gets got in a mess again with it.
Yeah, agreed. And you got Alzarri Joseph, you got Shamar Joseph, you got 120 odd runs. I think we could have pulled the trigger slightly earlier. Try something. You get 4 or 5 overs where you try to be disciplined and you start to leak some runs. It makes sense to try plan B a little quicker.
Here's Joseph, and he bowls to Wokes, who plays and misses. That was a fuller ball. He's had a couple of shorter ones, and that was a fuller ball outside the off stump. And prodded rather tentatively at it. It's taken by the keeper. 311 for 6. Smith on 27. And he's playing very patiently. 63 balls for those 27. Wokes 11 not out. But to come, well, yesterday's hero, Gus Atkinson, Shoaib Basha, and then, of course, James Anderson down there at number 11. He hasn't always been number 11, I don't think, has he? I mean, forget the night watchman stuff. I mean, he's generally batted there. In comes Joseph. Bowls, it's edged. Oh, just out of reach of Jason Holder. And, well, no one in the game, I suspect, has got longer arms than he, but he's the only slip. And the ball just flew away past his outstretched right hand. Whether it would have been a catch, a second slip, I think it probably would if he'd been, the second slip had been standing a couple of yards up in front of first. We'll have a look at that replay, but I think that probably would have gone to a second, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably would have. But you'll sacrifice your slip to bowl short and aggressive when you've got your fielders on the leg side. It's good from Alzai Joseph that keeping him honest. The only other option would be to take that mid-off out. Don't plan to bowl any drives. Get mid-off into slip. Maybe even point into slip and mid-off to look a shorter extra cover so that you give yourself the chance if you break the edge. His feet will be scrambled, waiting for that short ball.
It's Joseph bowling. As a short ball, she pulls. A real power in the stroke, though. It's picked up there at mid-wicket. The second or third bounce. He's one of those bowlers, Joseph, who's obviously quick but doesn't necessarily look it from here. You get some fast bowlers who go, wow, look at that ball going. But he's high 80s, isn't he? 90 miles an hour thereabouts, but he's got a very easy, languid run.
Real rhythm bowler. You can always see when he's off. When you see him floating in and getting it down, although it may not look quick, you can see his lack of effort. You think, yeah, he's bowling. Yeah. He's bowling with the rhythm that we're accustomed to seeing him. When you look at him, it looks like he's ambling in.
He does. It makes it look so easy. Oh, Wokes again is beaten on the front foot. He's just got that short ball in his mind. And again, almost finding the edge. So for Jimmy then, I mean, who in his career, here's one for you, has batted below Jimmy Anderson when he wasn't night watchman? Monty?
Monty, I would imagine. I think who else?
That famous day at Cardiff against Australia. Who went in ahead of who there?
Oh, I'll take that out for you. I've got some Anderson batting stats for you.
Have you? Okay. I didn't think necessarily we were talking much about his batting in the course of this match, to be honest. But there we go. We should examine every aspect of his game. 315 for 6. The last ball of what's been a good over. Wokes hanging on, though, as Joseph comes in. Bowls to him. Oh, it's missed again. Another swish and a miss outside the off stump. And taken by the keeper, and Joseph looks very disappointed. He's beat him 3 times that over and found the edge. 315 for 6. Go on then.
Well, Jimmy only needs 147 runs in this match to reach 1,500 for his Test career.
Right. Okay.
So stranger things have happened. Have they happened? No,
it might take quite a long time.
Overall average just under 9. Up to and including the innings in which he made 81, batting at 11 against India in 2014. He averaged 11, but since then he's averaged 6.4. So he's dipped in the second half of his career. Mostly batted at 11, 187 innings at 11, 52 innings at 10, and then a handful in from 3 to 9.
52 at 10, so that's quite a lot of games then where someone has batted below him. And we think Monty, do we?
Give me a minute.
Okay. That Cardiff one will be a good indicator. He takes his batting very seriously. And Vic Marks is always talking about him looking like David Gower, which always thought was a slight exaggeration. Someone who played with David for the best part of 15 years. So we've got Moti, who's taken a couple of good wickets today. Joe Root ball, I don't think Root walked off looking extremely puzzled. Seemed to swing a bit and then just hold its own. Now he's going to go over the wicket, so he's bowling into the rough. And Smith rather kicks his first one away. There is a short leg there. The one at Stokes turned a lot, but it wasn't a great shot. But spun out of the rough and bowled him. 315 for 6. Moti over the wicket, bowls, and
played patiently by Smith into the offside.
Interesting to see Smith, if he does get the chance to bat with the tail enders, how he goes about it, because we know he has the shots in his armoury.
He bowls to him, fully tries to sweep, misses that, it's collected by the keeper.
Sweep, reverse sweep, hooks, pulls, drives, cuts. He has all the shots. He's been disciplined so far.
You might get the reverse out here, do you think? With this angle of attack, spearing it in outside the leg stump, and that's tucked away and fielded by short leg. It's difficult, isn't it, when you've got a left-arm spinner bowling into the rough like this. 3:15 for 6. Moti again bowls. Orthodox sweep. Well, it's hit him on the pad. I think about a leg by, but it's not there.
I'm not sure if he pulled the reverse sweep up quite yet.
I don't think, no.
And there is the man at deep point for it, but if he does get it off, he can still get 2 at least.
Moti bowls very full again down the leg side. And stopped by the keeper, 3:15 for 6. So, who has batted below Jimmy Anderson on 52 occasions? Was it 52?
Yeah, Monty Panesar was the... 52 he batted at 10, and then there were others above. But Monty Panesar 30 times batted at 11 when in matches Jimmy Anderson has played. Stephen Finn.
Really?
Scorer of a fine half-century in New
The
Zealand.
Watford Wall?
Yep.
Batted below Jimmy?
15 times. Graham Onions 10 times. And then a handful of other players once or twice.
Well, I'm surprised. I mean, Finney rates himself. I'm surprised at that. Yeah.
We'll tell him that stat off here.
Well, he's only down. It was only down the corridor. I was asking about that.
I'm sure there'll be no recollection.
Well, he scored one of the dullest half centuries you'll ever see. Dunedin, wasn't it? He made Night Watchman. And it was an important innings because England were well behind in the game. But it's one of those you're just begging Night Watchman to get out. It was a bit like a Hoggard Night Watchman innings. Shotless. But yet somehow cruelly enjoying it because he knew he was torturing everybody watching. 3:15 for 6. And Joseph, for the other Joseph this time, has come on up at the far end. And it's played down to mid-on.
Henderson Springer, popular coach back in Barbados. It calls anyone from 9 down or Night Watchman, any runs they get, nuisance runs. Absolutely nuisance runs. You get Night Watchman coming and bat it over or 2 the night before. Comes back out the next day and he's just blocking, he's playing and missing. His inside edge, his outside edge that drops short ball, hit him on the glove and gets a single to fine leg.
Dull, isn't it? Dull.
Nuisance.
Well, hence the hawk. The Stuart Broad roll. It's Joseph, and it's played away out towards mid-off. Slight leading edge there from Vokes. Fielded by Brathwaite, and there's no run. So the whole idea of the Night Hawk was that he would go out and do his bit the evening before, but then next day play shots. Play shots. That message never got through to Finn or to Hoggard. They just went out and blocked it. 3:15 for 6. Joseph, Pavilion behind him, bowls, Wokes forward, plays a nice looking stroke, fielded by Brathwaite. That wide mid-off. But I guess they would argue, I suppose, that they know how frustrating it is to have a Night Watchman there. Bowlers like they are,
probably enjoy it.
Out the way.
Probably enjoy it as well. When I was playing first class cricket with Craig Brathwaite batting, you know that if you're batting below 6, you can go in the gym, have a little sleep, put your feet up, read a book.
There you are. 3:15 for 6. Joseph comes in, bowls, and just took the bat out of the way. That's a shorter ball. And now Joseph is looking at his foot. He had a problem. He had a problem with what appeared to be a groin loss. This is a hamstring. I think he's gone in the hamstring here. Let's have a look. He was holding. Yeah, he has. The back of his leg. It might just be cramp. They'll be hoping it's just cramp.
No, I think something is wrong in that lower chain there. I don't know if it's groin, if it's hamstring, hip, glutes. But we saw him yesterday. Felt one calf and felt the opposite groin. he hasn't really, he's looked like he's bowled with himself today, 83, 84, 85 consistently. I remember one ball being at 87 and thinking, whoa, that's an effort ball. This ball is probably second effort ball he's bowled for the day, a shorter ball that walks and he's done again. So I don't think everything is 100%.
No.
Knowing him, he want to soldier on and tough it out and give his all for the team, as he did in Australia with a hurt foot. But when it becomes muscular,
this might just be cramp, you know, because he's sort of stretching it off. You see hamstrings go, and really the last thing you ought to do is try and stretch it out like that, because it's agony. But the physio's arrived. Oh, and he's going to stretch him as well here. So it's that sort of foot over the shoulder, and then some stretching. So play being held up at the moment. And he didn't sort of go down when it happened either. I mean, if it's a bad hamstring, and he's flexing it, I think hopefully this is just cramp.
What I love is Alzarri Joseph and Jason Holt are just close enough to find out, does this mean a little extra 25%?
I think that's another 30 overs each. Well, they're doing some quite horrendous looking stretching exercise on the poor fella. And actually his teammates look quite relaxed, because they've wrapped a towel over his head as well, in a sort of a jocular fashion. So I think that the feeling out there is that hopefully it's just cramp and it can be stretched off and he's going to be okay.
He's very inexperienced, Shamar Joseph. Just his third test. He's only played 5 other first-class matches. And has only now bowled 190 overs in his entire first-class career. And not many innings where he's had to bowl a lot of overs. Only 3 times has he bowled more than 15 overs in an innings. 2 in a West Indies A match. 2 were in West Indies A matches against South Africa in November and December of last year. And on his test debut in Adelaide, he bowled 20 overs and took 5 for 94. So, yeah, he's not got a lot of experience of those sort of hard, long innings.
That's the thing, isn't it? Yes, your body does get used to. Anyway, I think he's going to be okay here. The others have had a drink and making their way off, so that's good. The physio's got his bag. Oh no, hang on, or is he going off? Let's have a look. Hard to tell because he was bowling from that end. No, I think maybe he's leaving the field, but he's walking off. So. Perhaps some more treatment required, in which case the umpires will say, look, I'm sorry, the game's got to go on. So you go off. So in fact the spinner, let's have a look, see what's going on. There's people milling around at the moment. But yeah, Shamar Joseph is leaving the field, but not in any particular discomfort. It's going off with the physio. And Craig Brathwaite's going to bowl. His off spin from the far end to complete this over. 3:15 for 6. New ball is 5 overs away, so they're not going to want to tire out one of those for the remaining quick bowlers. With Joseph off the field, they can take the new ball with a couple of fresh seamers. 3:15 for 6. So Craig Brathwaite, shaven-headed, captain of course, he's going to bowl round the wicket. And he's bowling to Woke, so has a bit of a respite from the quick bowling from that end now. He's on 15, he's checking his guard. Brathwaite spins himself a couple of catches. He's got a slip in a short leg, wearing a helmet. And Brathwaite, the little skip at the start of his run, trots up and bowls a low full toss on the leg stump. Just tucked away into the leg side by Wokes. It runs away down towards short fine leg, and they'll take a single. A bit of a loosener that was, but I suppose he hasn't really got his mind into bowling. I didn't think he was going to have to bowl until Joseph went down. 3:16 for 6. 1 ball to go in this over. Smith's on strike. Brathwaite bowls a very slow, low full toss at him. Just tucked away down to deep mid wicket. Doesn't look very threatening, this. 3:18 for 6. At the end of the over, the lead 196. Michael Vaughan's alongside me.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite's bowling eggers. Those 2 deliveries that we've just seen, I fancy you might even fancy having a go.
Well, possibly, but not now.
Not even now.
At the age of 64.
Yeah, it was nice and floaty, wasn't it?
It was very floaty.
Well, it's a great chance here, isn't it, for Jamie Smith to be there when the second new ball is taken, a harder ball to time around the ground. He's looked nice. He's looked very controlled. I've seen him play more aggressive innings for Surrey. But to be still out there playing nice and sensibly. 28 he's made from 70.
Doesn't this just show that actually there is a change here? The England have changed tempo, and that he doesn't feel that he's got to show what he can do at number 7 in this this new climate. Moti's bowling to him, low full toss, brushed away down to short fine leg, and actually just go out and play.
Well, there'll be many Ben Foakes fans.
Yeah,
that will be saying, "Well, come on, that's the kind of innings that a Ben Foakes style play would have played."
Yeah, that is very true. Moti. And goes slightly across this. Smith rolls away into the offside.
What have you got there?
There's such a distinctive smell of gingerbread, isn't there? Oh. It's just the smell that you know exists. And these are gingerbread biscuits. There's Moti, and played away into the leg side, and there's no run. All sorts of shapes and sizes. One actually is also a space rocket, which is quite clever. But,
why is there a rocket?
I don't know. Next one tucked away into the leg side. Smith will pick up one run there, so Woakes heads for the other end. Let's ask Andrew Strauss, because it's come from the Strauss Foundation, so beautifully decorated. It's the smell. Oh. Ginger biscuit.
I like my ginger. Very good for you.
Actually, you do. You've made me drink it on a number of occasions.
It's very good for you, a bit of ginger every day.
Moti bowls, driven out to cover.
Turmeric.
Do you have those ginger shots?
Yep.
To my wife's
ginger and turmeric shots. Apple cider vinegar.
Yes.
It's worth having every morning.
What, do you drink it?
Yeah.
By itself?
Yeah.
Okay. This is outside the off stump and carved away into the offside. And there's no run, so it's the end of that over. Andy, I'm going to leave you because Fazia is coming in here after thoughts from either of you.
Oh, well, the very delightful gingerbread offering has come from Will Hoyle, who's one of the beneficiaries of the Ruth Strauss Foundation. Plays for the Enfield Third 11, and come from the Holt White's Bakery in Palmer's Green, and he's told me that he is trying to win the best croissant in Britain competition.
The best? Right.
So,
what a competition to win that is. I wonder where you start. I mean, obviously you've got to make a nice croissant, but what makes the best one? What do you think? Just nice and light, nice and fluffy. Where's that competition then? Where's the final?
We'll find out in a moment as Craig Brathwaite continues, not just filling up the over that was incomplete from Shamar Joseph. First delivery driven out towards long on.
Do you like a croissant, Faz?
Not really.
No.
The flaky pastry thing, no, it doesn't do it for me.
I imagine the final's going to be at Wembley Stadium, 90,000 croissant fans in.
You'd think so, yeah.
319 for 6 as Brathwaite bowls, and another delivery pitched on leg stump that's driven by Chris Woakes. Back along the pitch of the bowler. He remains on 16. Smith in his first test match innings on 30 of 75 deliveries. So distinct change in tempo with his presence at the crease. As Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, bowls again, a delivery that's driven out towards long on for Woakes' 17th run of his 30th delivery. And England just continue to turn the screws on the West Indies after they were routed for just 121 by early afternoon on day one, and now on a very bright afternoon, here at Lord's. Just building their way towards a position of impregnability as he's looking to play the forcing shot through the offside. Is Jamie Smith misses and doesn't go far past the off stump. Not taken cleanly by Joshua De Silva. Slipping a short leg in place as Brathwaite in again, continues round the wicket, bowls to him. He's down the track and looking to help it away over mid-wicket. This comes off the boot away to the offside for a leg by. Takes the score up to 321, is it? It's 320 for 6, 321, yes. So the lead is 100. A smattering of applause. Lead is 200, excuse me. The recognition of that very healthy lead. Brathwaite in again, bowls flatter, quicker delivery that's pushed away towards short extra cover. The end of the over, 320 for 6. The lead is 321 for 6. The lead is exactly 200.
Yeah, Andy, just back on the main event of the year, the Croissant Cup. Has this been an annual event for a while now, or?
I don't know, Michael.
Do we know the winner? You know, in previous years.
I don't know, Frank. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, can you find that? But I think it's very important. Surprised you don't like a croissant, Faz.
It's never really appealed to me.
Nice brew in the morning. Do you have a brew, ginger kind of tea, or are you into ginger?
Regular tea.
I'm
not into all this fancy sort of tea. I like tea flavored tea.
Flavoured tea, yeah.
No, tea flavored tea, not the strawberry flavored.
Oh, so you just like normal tea?
I just like tea that tastes like tea.
So tea, yeah. All right.
On the leg stump of the next delivery, and it's stroked away out towards a deep mid wicket. Gudakesh Moti continuing from the nursery end, and a couple of runs for Jamie Smith. It goes up to 32. The lead pushes on to 202 at 323 for 6.
Yeah, the tea industry's got a little bit trendy, hasn't it? It's like the old-fashioned tea.
It doesn't have to always be just exactly the same for 200 years, but sometimes, you know, you really wonder. Delivery outside the off stump, that's punched away for 4. Some width outside the off stump, a real long hop from Gudakesh Moti, and Smith could basically pick his spot and picked it wide off mid-off. Jayden Seales gets a boundary, goes up to 36, and it's now 327 for 6. Easy pickings.
Yeah, easy pickings. A short one. He's had a few short ones from Moti. This time through the offside. Nice and powerfully hit.
Here goes Moti. Bowls once more down the track, driving out towards the mid-on. Don't think of the run because Jason Holder is coming around to his left very quickly. Didn't time it as well as he wanted. Not wanting to go aerial at this stage of his innings. First innings in Test match cricket. As Moti, 2 wickets under his belt. Bowls now on the leg stump, and it's pushed away towards the onside. Moti getting the wicket of Ben Stokes, bowled through the gate, uprooting the middle stump for 4. And then getting, just before lunch, Joe Root bowled off stump for 76. Before that, Harry Brook went for 56. A top edge pull off Alzari Joseph. And a wicketkeeper, Joshua De Silva, taking the catch. As he's looking to play this one through the onside. Gets it on the boot again, looking to go across the line. Goes away towards the offside. It remains 327 for 6. Smith on 36, Wokes on 17. And the West Indies no doubt thinking that at some point later in the afternoon, they're going to be called upon to survive in their second innings. Moti flighted delivery that almost yorks Smith, coming down the track to him, and he just stabs down quickly on it to play it away out towards mid-on. To end the over with England 327 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, Moti's bowled one or two beauties. One or two dragged down. Balls that have been hit to the boundary, but he's quite a skillful bowler. He's got that lovely arm ball to the right-handers. He did for Joe Root with an arm ball that just kind of went down the slope. But I'd like to see him bowl when the pitch was really, you know, like a pitch that we saw quite a few in the T20 World Cup, in that spinning wicket in the Caribbean. I think he's going to be a real handful.
And he's been a prolific wicket taker in domestic cricket in the Caribbean. Of course, he is from Guyana, which has its own tradition of outstanding spinners. The great Lance Gibbs, once the world record holder for the most wickets in Test cricket from Guyana, the off spinner. As Craig Brathwaite in again, delivery on a leg stump. It's turned away very fine. Interesting that Brathwaite has decided to continue with himself as he's replaced Shamar Joseph, who had to leave the field in the midst of an over a couple overs ago. But Brathwaite is continuing with himself.
He's getting to that second new ball, isn't he? Just a couple of overs away.
328 for 6. Smith now in strike on 36. Wokes on 18 after that single. Tossed up on a short ball that's dragged away out towards long on for a single by Smith. Will they come back for the second run? They decide against it. He goes on to 37. 329 for 6. Brathwaite's best figures in Test match cricket, 6 for 23 against Sri Lanka on a raging turner at the Sinhalese Sports Club in Colombo. Here he goes again. Rolls on leg stump and is driven away out towards short mid wicket. No run this time for Chris Wokes. Also picked up a couple of vital wickets against Bangladesh in 2021 when he was installed as captain to replace the unavailable Jason Holder. Next delivery is driven away towards the short mid-wicket fielder, Kirk McKenzie. So you've got two fielders short on the onside, a short straightish mid-on and a short mid-wicket. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Brathwaite continues round the wicket, bowls and tossed up and beats the right-hander. And that's Chris Woakes, not taken cleanly by Joshua De Silva, though. And the score he needs at 329 for 6. So the West Indies under immense pressure here already, so early in this 3-test series. Put the pressure on themselves really when they were routed for 121. As Brathwaite again tosses up to Woakes, plays it away on the onside. Halfway down the track, throw comes in, but not quickly enough to have him in any danger of being run out. He regains his ground to end of the over, 329 for 6.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again. I mean, if it was a direct hit, he might have been struggling here, Chris Woakes. A bit of confusion between the pair. It's a little flicked kind of just in front of square on the onside, and would the direct hit? No, I think he may have just been okay. It was wide of the stumps. Joshua De Silva had to just go to his right. And he was safely back in the end. Are you still singing, Faz? You still got that beautiful voice?
From the Calypso so many years ago. No, I've lost that singing voice.
No, don't.
Yes.
Sure, you've still got it in there somewhere. We'll get it out of you over the next few weeks.
Who knows? You never know. Maybe I'll start singing when the West Indies are actually on top in a test match situation.
Yeah,
which
not so sure we're going to hear you then, Faz.
Kerry.
Yes. Well, I was in Australia and I thought exactly the same. And then suddenly in Brisbane they just arrived and we saw one of the great spells of recent times from Shamar Joseph. So I have no doubt that this bowling attack, if the batters can stand up and just get a score somewhere near par, this bowling attack could create a little bit of damage. But they need runs on the board, just a decent, just 300, something like that in the first innings, and then they could be in the game.
I think we're 1 over away from the second new ball. This is the 80th over being bowled.
No,
now?
we've had 80.
Okay, so it is due now, and we see Jason Holder from the nursery end. 2 slips and a Gullion place. Bowls to Jamie Smith. First delivery to him, and he's reaching for it, a bit of inside edge onto the right leg, and it bubbles away towards the offside. 329 for 6. And yeah, you talk about that performance at Brisbane, Michael, and it's just the consistency that is escaping the West Indies and has escaped the West Indies for a long, long time, because they'd have these outstanding performances occasionally. The Test match victory at Headingley in 2017, when Shea Hope got those twin hundreds, when Craig Brathwaite got 190 odd. Winning at Southampton in 2020 to start that 3-match series, but not really able to sustain the effort. That has been the constant challenge for the West Indies. Holder bowls outside the off stump, and Smith lets that one go back.
I just think it's so unfair on a young West Indies side that they've had one game to prepare for. You say playing in India is tough, going away to Australia, but coming to the UK and playing in English conditions against the Duke ball. And they've played a 3-day game against the first-class county 11. And Shamar Joseph has played 1 game of cricket in the IPL from that terrific spell that we saw in Brisbane many, many months ago. No wonder he's gone off with a little niggle.
Holder bowls down the track. He is driving through the offside. Smith will get a couple of runs here. Might just get to the boundary. In fact, it does. The shorter boundaries towards the Tavern area here at Lord's, and picks up 4 more. He's into the 40s now in his first Test match innings on 41.
Yeah, that was good foot movement. He came out of his crease and he just didn't try and overhit it, just kept his shape. He was a long way down the wicket. I don't think the pace of Holder's going to scare the batter. That you probably feel of getting LBW bowls, so you try and get out your crease to nullify that.
Holder passes the umpire now, bowls to Smith, and he's looking to tuck that one on the onside of the inner portion of the bat. Thought for a moment about a second run, and they decide against it. Score moves on to 334 for 6. Smith 42, Woakes on 18, 334. Don Bradman's highest Test score. Mark Taylor's highest Test score as well. He declared in Peshawar in Pakistan on 334, said it was good enough for him to be level with the Don. Graham Gooch got a triple century here.
He did. Was that the game? Did Mike Gatting get a naught in that game? No?
Gooch got a triple and a 100 in the second innings, didn't he?
Was Atherton run out on 99?
As Holder bowls to Woakes, pushes it away towards the offside, gets to the single, He moves on to 19. Score moves on now to 335 for 6.
Well, you're mixing up your 90s Lord's tests there, Michael.
Yeah.
1990 against India, Gooch got 333 and 123, 456 runs in the match. It's an all-time test record. The 1993 Ashes test, Mike Atherton was run out for 99.
Was it by gap?
Yes.
Yeah.
Turning for a third.
It's always going to be tricky.
There's Holder bowls outside the off stump, and Smith lets that one go by through to the keeper. The end of the over, 335 for 6. The lead is 214. Smith on 42 and Woakes on 19.
Have you ever experienced the true Lord's lunch? I mean, we get great food here, but over in the pavilion. Whew.
This is good enough for me. This fare is fine.
Oh, this is fantastic. But I tell you, it goes up a level over the far side in the.
But by the time you walk across and you've walked back, you've burned it off, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah, you have. Yeah.
So what's the point?
All right, but honestly, Fad, just behind the West Indies dressing room, just above 1 floor, is the dining area for both sets of players. There's 3 long tables. West Indies will be on the first on the left, and there's kind of a few from either side in terms of the management in the middle, and the umpires, and England will be on the right. Used to get lovely big bowls of king prawns.
I wonder how much you'd have if you're batting at lunch, if you'd have something light, if you'd have...
No, plenty. Just go.
Plenty, yeah?
You're at Lord's.
Go tuck into it?
Tuck in, yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, lots of different variations of potatoes. And, always a soup. Pumpkin soup was always on offer on a regular basis.
Soup and potatoes, a standard fare.
It's a starter.
Second new ball as Jayden Seales bowls outside the off stump and is stroked away for 4. Half volley length outside the off stump, played away easy as you please by Chris Woakes, and that's the danger for the West Indies with the harder new ball. If they don't get it right, the score could really accelerate. It's also a pretty decent effort with the 50 partnership coming up between Smith and Woakes, and the West Indies can see things running away from them very, very quickly here.
Yeah, it won't be easy now. I mean, I reckon with Chris Ware, he's as good an offside driver as you can see. I mean, I would say for a lower order player, he's up there with the best in terms of the way that he can crest the ball through the offside.
Seales bowls short of a length, and he's watching it carefully. Woakes playing it away to the offside to short extra cover, 339 for 6. You hear so many stories about the Lord's Pavilion area and actually getting out onto the field. There's the story about David Steele in his first test match in 1975, ending up in the toilet rather than out on the field.
It's an amazing experience because the England dressing room there, obviously I spent a bit of time in, and then if you go into shower, you'll go from the dressing room through a door.
As Seales, who would occupy the visitors' dressing room, bowls short of a length, and Woakes almost waiting an eternity on it, played back along the pitch.
And then there's just a membership corridor, so you walk through the members to get to the showers, which is through another door, which is at the back end of the dressing room that we can see. You can see the balcony, and then it kind of goes beyond that, but it's an incredible experience that you're kind of walking in amongst all these members. You can pretty much order whatever you wish.
What about the experience about experiencing the members who have a few things to say?
Well, they had a lot to say last year, didn't they? Against Australia. It all kicked off. No, they're generally very pleasant. Desperate for you to do well.
As Seales bowls on off stump and it's played back along the pitch. Well, they had a few things to say to the Aussie players last time around with the whole Johnny Bairstow thing. But
what was your opinion on that, Faz? Was that within the spirits of the game?
I have no problem whatsoever with that. All this thing about spirit of the game and this thing about not running out people for backing up and all of that.
Out, is it?
It's bogus. It's a manufactured sort of morality that is very, very convenient. As Seales in again, ball short of a length, and he's into the pull shot, but again, because it's from so far outside the off stump, misses the shot, goes through to the keeper. There is a deep square leg, there is a long leg, but it sailed through to the keeper. So yeah, I know it was a big song and dance, a big hullabaloo and whatever, but if someone is pushing forward defensively and loses his balance and topples over and you stump him,
it's out.
It's out, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what's the problem?
No, I didn't have any problem. I was just
I was just asking you.
2 slips in a gully. As Seals bowls down the leg side, and that's turned away. And in fact, he's caught. It was in the air all the way down towards deep square leg. The catch taken by the debutant, and Mikhail Louis takes the catch. So he departs, and another wicket for the West Indies. This time with the second new ball, Chris Woakes. He goes for 23. And England have just lost their 7th wicket at 339.
Well, he can't believe it, Chris Woakes. It's a leg stump ball. He just rolls his wrist, comes right at the middle of the bat, and he goes straight to the fielder, right on the boundary edge. The camera's just panned into Ben Stokes on the balcony. He can't believe it either. He played nicely, Chris Woakes. You think he hasn't really played much longer format cricket. Hasn't played a great deal of cricket, just one game for Warwickshire this year. He was the player of the series in the Ashes last year. A wonderful test match cricketer, and he played nicely there. He looked in good order.
Looks as if we're in the midst of a drinks break right now, but let's get some information here from Andy.
Yeah, Woakes 23 or 43 balls, the partnership 52 in 15 and a half overs, and further evidence of this slightly more restrained approach that we've seen in this innings, from over 51 to 80. So the last 30 overs up to the second new ball, England scored just 88 runs, so just under 3 and over, and out of the 12 times they've batted through that period of innings since Stokes McCullum took over, so the entire 30 overs from 51 to 80. Only once have they scored fewer runs. That was in Ranchi in India earlier this year, when they only made 84 in that period. The most was that famous innings at Rawalpindi, 224 in 30 overs on that occasion. Also made over 200 on this ground last year against Ireland, from over 51 to 80. So yes, further evidence that England are maybe moderating their approach to consolidate when on top.
Yeah, and it's not a bad idea, because of course you understand this positivity and this attitude, this gung-ho sort of approach, which worked for a long time, right after that disaster of the test match loss from an England point of view in Grenada, when they lost by 10 wickets to lose the series, the first for the Richards Botham Trophy. So it's worth reminding ourselves that the West Indies are the holders of that trophy at the moment. But we're going to have a double change with the new man at the crease, the debutant, Gus Atkinson. So the 2 new men at the crease. Phil Tufnell is the new man in the seat, replacing Michael Vaughan at 339 for 7. Smith on 42. Atkinson yet to face his first ball in Test cricket. More from Tuffers, and then it's going to be Allen.
This afternoon, everyone. Yeah, they're both having a good debut, aren't they? Smith's looked composed and played rather nicely. You'd sort of say within himself, but we don't mind seeing a bit of that. It's a test match up Lords.
Hello, Tuffers.
Hello.
Some proper test match batting from Jamie Smith, showing he's got temperament. He wasn't fussed by facing a lot of deliveries for not many runs for the first part of his innings.
Tempo. What a good tempo.
Switch of end here. Jason Holder from the nursery end, bowling into Smith, who flicks this away out through the mid-wicket region and comes back for the second. Throw comes back in. And England, 341 for 7. Commanding position here, and helped by that 52-run partnership for the 7th wicket between Chris Woakes and Jamie Smith. A bit overcast again now, isn't it? But it's been a beautiful day. Wonderful day for batting and warm. Got your shirt sleeves rolled up, Tuffers. Look like you mean business.
There you go.
Almost ready for a bit of a bowl.
Well, I don't know about that, but no. Been a lovely day at Lords.
Holder running into Smith, who's on 44. He's beaten. Not many balls have beaten the bat today. Through to the keeper it goes.
He does just have that ability to get one to bounce. I mean, I've been rattling on about how tall he is, which helps. But he does have that sort of like that natural length which draws you forward, but it's a little bit shorter than that. He's got a few past that sort of outside edge and glove area, rising past the gloves. He's been, I think he's been their best bowler.
You'd expect a few more to beat the bat with a harder new ball. A little bit of movement can be found. Holder in again, just advances forward a fraction. Smith and checks his shot, defends, blocks it up to Alzari Joseph at mid-on. And there's no run. Stays on 44 from the 92 balls he's faced so far. And Gus Atkinson down at the far end, so the 2 debutants batting together. Marcus Atkinson, absolute day out yesterday with the ball. Can't imagine he would have dreamed that his first day of Test cricket would have been like that.
Well, you can dare to dream, but when it comes true, it's even better, isn't it? You know.
Smith facing up, 2 slips in the gully, Holder in, he's driving out square. Deep backward point is there to pick up, and a single taken.
I mean, they would have both probably had a restless sort of ish night, you know, thinking about what could happen. Can I get 100 for Smith? Can I get a 5 for when it comes off? Ooh, lovely.
Yeah, Atkinson last night, when I chatted to him, did say that the fact it was James Anderson's last Test match and all that focus being on him at the start of the day and in the days leading up absolutely took the focus away from these two guys making their debut.
Yeah.
The announcement came of that 11 again a couple of days before the match, so it wasn't as if, you know, you're just told the night before and then you think, goodness, I've got a Test debut. 3 slips and a gully here now for Atkinson. His first ball, Holder's in, he's bowling full, he's edged and he's caught behind. Well, it's a day out with the ball, with the bat. He's got a golden duck on his Test debut. He's not in the side for his batting, but isn't cricket a funny game?
Isn't it?
Jason Holder strikes with that new ball, and Atkinson on his way. So England now 8 down.
Well,
Even catch full stretch, wasn't it, for De Silva behind the stumps?
yeah, great delivery by Holder. That new ball, just that little bit of extra pace off the pitch and swing and foolish delivery, just sort of dangled the bat out there, didn't he? A bit wide of the body. But, yeah, he'll be disappointed, golden duck. But just think of your 7 for as you're walking up the steps.
And the sign writer was already in the dressing room, he said, when he came off the field last
Lovely.
night. Which was
Lovely.
exciting to see,
Yeah.
isn't it? The lead, 221 then. 2 wickets in hand for England. 342 for 8.
You can't have everything. You can't have everything.
The cricket gods always have a way of
They do.
turning themselves round on you.
Do.
Maybe
But,
a stunned crowd to see him out for naught. Holder himself was out for a golden duck, wasn't he, with the bat?
That's right. And England, in a strange sort of way, I don't think Atkins will mind that delivery because it's shaped, it bounced. There was a little bit of movement down the hill as well. So, you know, he'll be disappointed to get a golden duck. No one likes that. But he'll just be walking going, right, OK, there's still a little bit in this pitch for us seamers.
And it means that it's really not long, potentially, until he will be out with the ball. Just 2 wickets left. So see how long Shoaib Bashir, who's walked out now, can stick around alongside Jamie Smith, and whether he'll have a role to play with his spin. Gudakesh Moti found some to turn.
Absolutely. Yeah, a few footholds to bowl into, just a little bit drier. As you say, it's been a red hot day, so there will be a touch of spin there. We might see a slight change of gear, I think, here from Jamie Smith.
Well, that'll be interesting,
I
won't
mean,
it?
the word is that, you know, when he gets going, he gets going. So he's just got 10 and 11 to keep him company now, so we might just see him play a few more shots, which will be interesting.
Shoaib Bashir, just 20 years of age. And so facing up to Holder, 3 slips a gully, a short leg. Holder in, outside the off stump. Length delivery, through it goes to the keeper, and he wanders away towards square leg. End of the over, though. And Holder takes his maroon cap from the umpire, plants it firmly on his head. 342 for 8. And the lead having extended now for England to 221 it stands at the end of that over.
Everyone's having a lovely time here in the sunshine. I just had a look out the back, all in the nursery, all sitting down.
Have you seen the new food court that's out the back as well?
Lovely.
It's like an extension that's been built onto the indoor school.
All sorts, from all around the world, you can get grub out there.
All international fair, but it's packed. I mean, it's packed in the ground. I don't know where everyone is out the back, can't possibly have seats in the ground, because you look at the ground right now and it seems pretty full.
You reckon they've jumped over the fence?
Standing room only.
No, everyone's having a good day out, as you say. That glorious sunshine. The Lord's hum.
Right, Smith's on strike now, and he's going to be facing up to Jayden Seales. Mid-off and mid-on are up, although mid-off is sort of 3/4 of the way back. There is a deep backward square leg out. Seales in, he's bowling the length, drops into the offside. Vacant point region, leaves it for Gully to move forward to field. Alec Athanase is in that position. 2 slips in place alongside the wicket keeper. Jayden Seales in the bright sunshine walking back to the end of his mark. So Will Smith have a go here. He's certainly got his half century in his sights. He'll be keen for that on debut, and that would present a tremendous success, really, if your 2 debutants, 2 big changes that you've made. Managed to get 7 for. with the ball, and the other gets a 50 with the bat.
Pat on the bat for the selectors.
Yep, Luke Wright was here today.
He was.
He was out in the middle.
Yeah, he was full of beans.
National selector. Looking to tuck it off the hip. Ends at the leading edge, back up the pitch. And Jayden Seales picks up and there's no run. Luke Wright does manage to sort of stay out of the limelight a bit, really, doesn't he, as, in his selectorial head honcho role.
That's right, you occasionally see him wandering around, but yeah, low profile.
There's been other selectors who've been much more sort of in the media, you know, put up for interviews, but he's happy doing his thing, feeding into Stokes and McCullum, and they're the ones at the head of the operation.
Absolutely.
Smith on 45. Here's Seales over the wicket. Bowling full. He's launched this over the leg side. It's gone long, hasn't gone over the rope. Drops about a metre or so in front though, but lofted shot down the ground over wide. Mid-on to move him on to 49. So,
you get
Tuffers.
Yeah, a slight change of gear here from Smith. And that looks his area, doesn't it? I think just from the way he sets up and the grip on the bat as well. I mean, he can nail it through the offside, but that seems his natural sort of arc and swing over that sort of mid-wicket. Seems a very natural shot for him to play.
It's Smith's 24th birthday tomorrow. This would be a nice early birthday present. He's on 49. Oh, he's a big swing and a miss that time. That was a slightly less aesthetically, not much aesthetically pleasing about that shot.
I think that's called a mow, isn't it? I think that's an absolute...
Beat at home on a farm,
that
agricultural.
Word. Absolutely. Completely lost his shape there and just trying to whack it as hard as he could.
Well, the only fielders in the deep on that leg side is deep square leg and then fine leg. Although saying that, one of the slips has just moved out to patrol the mid-wicket region.
Not a bad shout. He's eyeing up that boundary.
Jason Holder and Alec Athanars have switched places in the slip cordon. Athanars at first slip now, Holder alongside him at second. Here is Seales into Smith, who's on 49, shapes again for a pull. He has got hold of this one, out towards deep square leg, finds the fielder, takes the single though, which gives him a maiden test century on debut. And listen to this Lord's reception. Quite a muted raise of the bat for Jamie Smith. But 23-year-old, turning 24 tomorrow, happy early birthday. You've got a 50 at Lord's on debut.
Yeah, played nicely. Hasn't looked overawed about it, and I like the celebration as well. Just a little up to the balcony there, where the boys are giving him a nice round of applause. Cheers, lads! And sort of did the ground with the bat, and then let's crack on.
Back to business.
Back to business. I like that.
Shoaib Bashir then facing up. He's only faced one delivery so far. 2 slips in the gully, short leg now under the lid. And Seales running in from the pavilion end. And now past the umpires, full passes the bat. It's Drew Bashir forward. Seales left with his hands on his hips, staring back down the pitch. He's not beyond having a little word to the batters. Is Seales. There's been a couple of exchanges, I think all friendly, particularly when Joe Root was batting. 3:47 for 8 at the end of that over. Then England's lead, 226. Zoltz, what can you tell us about Smith's 50?
98 balls, 7 fours. He's the 10th England wicketkeeper to reach 50 on Test debut. The last one to do that was Ben Foakes, who made 107 in his first Test innings in Gaul back in November 2018.
Foakes hasn't had so many opportunities at home, has he? He's generally been the keeper that England have turned to for away tours, subcontinental pitches. I mean, it's a conundrum. England have set their stall out. They've decided now it's for the home Test matches, and who knows, maybe away as well. Jamie Smith's their man. He's in possession right now, and he's driving to a ball that had a little bit of width from Holder. Out to the deep. Set by the fielder, sweetly struck.
Good shot for none, wasn't it? On the rise, outside the off stump, a beautiful flowing cover drive. But yeah, the Windies have twigged that. Most people back on the boundary, saving the boundary.
Yeah, it's Craig Brathwaite, the captain, who fielded there. In outfield, and he got 2 slips in the gully. Everybody else is out in the deep. Holder in now, and that's cut back inside, and it beats the keeper as well. All the way down to the pavilion for 4. And that's Byes. Thump of the glove between Smith and Bashir. It extends England's lead.
That'll do.
Came back up the slope, and De Silva diving away to the leg side. Couldn't reach it. Takes England past the 350 mark. 351 on the board for 8.
just rolled his fingers over that. An off-cutter there from Jason Holder, and it really did cut him in half. Good delivery, and it did for the keeper as well. But there are signs that this pitch is, the odd one's kept a bit low, hasn't it? And if you've got skill with the ball, you can make things happen on this pitch.
Or will it yet be a James Anderson second innings treat for the crowd in his last Test match? Holder bowls outside the off stump, angled down towards the point region. Gully moves across to his right-hand side to field, and there's no run. Smith stays on 50 for 101 deliveries now. But yeah, the batting is not going to be any easier second time round for West Indies. It's only going to be harder.
Well, yes. I mean, there's no devils in the pitch, but the odd one is just, which gets in your mind, doesn't it? You know, that the odd one might just keep a little bit low, or...
They might have better weather conditions to bat in than they did on day one.
Absolutely. That's for sure.
Glorious right now today. Smith facing up to Holder's bowling. Full drill back up the pitch. Holder gets his right hand to it to take the pace off and save any runs. Shamar Joseph down below us at long off. He's staying in the deep. Craig Brathwaite is marshalling and manoeuvring his field now. There's got 2 more balls left in this over. They really want to have a crack at Bashir if they can. Alzari Joseph is up at mid-on. Now Shamar Joseph has been called up at mid-off. Catches either side of the wicket at cover and mid-wicket. And Holder moves into Smith. Floats one outside the off-stump, very wide. The slower delivery. And it bounces just in front of the keeper. And Smith didn't even chase after it. 62 miles an hour. A real change of pace. Discernibly so.
Oh, back of the hand.
Back of the hand. got all the variations.
Absolutely not a bad delivery.
Did it? Discernibly floated, didn't it, in the way it delivered out the hand. But not chased by Smith. He has looked a picture of composure.
Yes, he's done well.
Crouches low over his bat now as he waits in the sunshine. Tall figure of Jason Holder. Comes in, bowls, it's a full toss. Now, waist high, only just below waist high if that's a legal delivery. Batted back up to Alzari Joseph at mid-on. Rather surprised Smith, but he remains 50 not out then. 351 for 8, the lead 230, a punch of the gloves with Bashir. England resumed today, remember, with a lead of 68, so the runs come, you know, a really decent pace, and particularly when Joe Root and Harry Brook were batting at the start of the day. They put on 91 in all for the 4th wicket. Harry Brook was out, so it was a top edge, wasn't it? He was trying to hook Alzari Joseph. Made 50 though, 50 off 64 balls, but then offered that skyer to the keeper, De Silva. After that, Ben Stokes, when they brought Moti on, didn't they, just before lunch, bowled into the rough and it turned back an absolute treat and knocked over middle stump. Surprise Stokes, he was gone for just 4. Joe Root also bowled by Moti, more of an arm ball that Root just missed. He made 68 though, Joe Root. Bashir facing up to Holder, full ball, and he's defending. No run, out to the covers. Chris Woakes was the 7th wicket to fall. He made 23 after putting on a stand of 52 together with Jamie Smith. And Woakes was caught down at deep square leg by Mikael Louis off the bowling of Jaden Seals. Gus Atkinson out for a golden duck after his 7 wickets on Test debut. Diving catch behind by the keeper off the bowling of Jason Holder. So those are the 8 wickets to fall and the 5 that have fallen on this second day. In comes Seals, full ball, Bashir to dig it out. Only as far as mid-on, finds Alzari Joseph and there's no run. Here's Jason Holder moving out of the slips to go and have a chat with Seals. He's very proactive, isn't he, Holder, whether he's in the slips being noisy and geeing up the team.
Well,
manoeuvring,
of course.
exactly, manoeuvring the field, offering bits of advice. He'll come back now via Craig Brathwaite to maybe share what he just told the bowler.
Yeah, he's a bit of a heartbeat, isn't he, in the slips. Encouragement, clapping hands, keeping everyone going, even though it's been another pretty tough day.
3 slips in the gully. And Seals is in down the leg side. Bit of lift and carry that time. Fizzing through to De Silva and there's no run. Tough as did you see Brian Lara in earlier today?
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's just made you jump with it.
Oh, no. Oh, no, I saw Brian, yes.
Well, plenty of Brian, didn't you?
He always smiles at me. I think it's in appreciation for serving it up to him at Antigua.
375.
Yes.
Betted by Matt Hayden, then betted by Lara again when he made 400. A decade later, wasn't it? 1994 to then 2004.
Yeah, I was in the crowd when I saw the 400.
Oh, were you?
Yes. So
you were the tour group.
Yes, I did.
Seals into Bashir, short ball, shoulder height, goes through to the keeper. Managed to sway, get his shoulder out of the way.
Was he out on the 400? Was he not out on the 375?
Go on, Tom.
No, he was out.
Out on the 4. No, sorry, not out on 400.
Oh right, okay. So I've seen Brian bat twice at Antigua, and he scored 775 in 2 knots.
Which is almost what the entire West Indies team managed in that.
There was a lovely little touch there as well. There was a Liat airplane.
All right. Bashir still yet to score. Defends back up the pitch, no run.
And where you sort of sit, you know, the airplanes come in at the back of the ground. And I don't know whether it was a bit cheeky or not, but I think when he broke the record, a Liat aeroplane came in and just tipped the wings, which was
like a little salute.
Yeah, absolutely. It was quite memorable. Sir Garfield Sobers came out and shook everyone's hand and everything. They were. The game stopped for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, we've had Lara on the BBC Stumped podcast.
Yeah.
That's where he's in this morning having a really good chat with me about it. That'll be out, well, if it's not already online now, it'll be out tomorrow, certainly. Seals goes in. That one cuts back down the slope, left alone by Bashir, and a tumbling take, stretching to his left down the leg side for De Silva. 351 for 8 at the end of that over.
I just sat down on the boundary because everyone's just piled on. You know, people were running everywhere. They were selling soup and chicken feet and everything, setting up stalls. The game completely came to a standstill for about 20-25 minutes.
Well, it's intriguing listening just on how that impacted him, because he was thrust into the limelight from that moment, and it was really, in a way, like 50 days that changed his life, because it wasn't long after that he made the 5:01 for Warwickshire in Edgbaston.
Top man, Brian.
Absolutely.
Good lad.
You're right now, I've mentioned Brian now. You've steadied yourself.
That's all right. I was glad I was part of it in a funny sort of way.
Exactly.
You know, I am in the history books for
having dished up a lot of runs to BC Lara. The Leeds 2:30 Tuffers. So you think a little bit more about the state of the game and England's increasingly commanding position, and Aggers is joining you.
Yeah, no, it's been a bit too easy really for England. I mean, the West Indies have come back, they've done all right. But the game was sort of gone, wasn't it? I would say 2:30, huge lead. Aggers on, Brian.
Philip, you're on good form. Mid-afternoon, you're not flagging.
No, are you?
No.
Oh, absolutely boring.
Surging through the body. 351 for 8. And we've got Joseph on his way, happily restored from that hamstring. I think it was just cramp that he had. Yeah. It's played away by Smith. The field is set deep. They're encouraging a single, which of course they won't take, or indeed for Smith to go for a big hit.
What have you made of this, Smith, you know, with your keen eye for
what I like about it, the fact he's just gone out and just played. And he hasn't felt under any pressure to go and smack it about and show what he can do at number 7 and all that.
And his celebration on 50 was just like, you know, cheers, well done, thank you.
It's very easy. Yeah. There will be people, as I think Michael said, saying, well, Ben Foakes could have played like this. You know, there will be people who will say that.
There we go.
He's outside the off stump and hit hard away square through the offside, but he's, as I said so many times, there's not a single person I've spoken to who does not say this is the go-to batsman.
Going to be interesting after see how he comes out and keeps as well, as you say. Been out with a bat.
Yeah, exactly. I've just received a cake.
Oh, right.
We've had cakes and all sorts up here today, which is fantastic. And the reason this one drew my eye is not just because it's pistachio and chocolate, which is obviously lovely. But this comes from Jono. Dear TMS, long-time listener, first-time cake sender.
Oh, is it going to be any good?
Well, it looks all right. It looks all right.
Oh, sender.
Sender, not maker.
Yeah.
Steered away down through the gully. Now, I should get 2 here. He's placed that very nicely. And a long chase for the deep point field around to his left.
Put some time into it. It's lovely. Nice little size as well. Sometimes they can be a bit daunting, the big ones, can't they, you know?
Don't get fussy. People create these works of art.
That's a beaut.
It is a beaut. It is. Look at those pistachios on there.
Yeah, are you a pistachio fan?
Yes. Except for the You've got to keep shelling them, haven't you?
Well, you've got to have a
What do you
separate
do with
dish.
them? Yeah,
Have a separate dish.
Yeah, it's been at Olives. 3:53 for 8. Smith on 52. And Joseph's on his way, fires it down the leg side. Smith can do nothing with that apart from watch it go into the wicketkeeper's glove. So thank you very much indeed, John, and to everybody who sent cakes and sausage. And P.S. it's vegan.
Yeah.
That's right, isn't it?
Absolutely, no nut. Well, how does it say? What? Nuts, soya, and...
That's allergens.
Oh.
So it contains...
Oh, it contains...
Soya, yeah. How about mixes all right with Carlos's herbs?
Like on the ceiling.
Wow. Hashtag rise.
Yeah. That looks lovely. Thank you, Jono.
Who are you pointing at there?
That Viv Richardson.
Viv's there.
Clive Wright. Oh, so Vivian Richardson.
Indeed. Now, here's a big hit into the leg side.
Wow.
He's hit it for 6.
Oh, blimey.
The field came in towards the end of the over. And Smith's taken it on. I mean, this is what it's all about. When you're batting with the tail, again, this is something that would have been considered about his selection and the way that he bats.
Yes.
When you're batting with Basher and the lower order, can you do this when the field is brought in? And the answer on that evidence is you bet I can.
Yeah, ran down the pitch. That definitely looks like the side he likes to go for me. Said run down the pitch, shoved it in a bit shorter, but latched onto it, dumped it in the grandstand. Nice.
Now,
you can't stand still with the tail, can you?
No.
You've got to be able to put runs on.
One thing we have spotted today, and I think you were on with me when we spotted Craig Brathwaite moving, I thought, a little anxiously off the field, not the pavilion steps. There's a next one which is short, wide of the off stump, and a swish and a miss from Smith. 3:59 for 8. He moved like a man who couldn't hang around, if you understand what I mean. He's off the field again now.
Oh, is he? Okay.
And he's the opening batsman.
Dodgy...
well, I don't know.
Dodgy prawn.
It's like a look of anxiousness about it, anxiety.
Dodgy oyster. Oh, you don't want a dodgy oyster. Oh, I've had a dodgy oyster. Lime. Couldn't move for a week.
No, mine was a foolish one because I had it in Johannesburg.
Johannesburg oyster?
Yeah.
Are they with them?
Really silly. It was the end of the World Cup. We've been away a long time. And at about 5,000 feet above sea level, someone produced these oysters.
Oh.
Wow. 3 days I was in bed.
Yeah, no, there you go. Well, I hope he's all right, because they're going to need him second dig. He's back.
Is he back on again?
I don't know. Someone's run on. Someone else is going off, actually. No, someone else has gone off. Who's gone off there?
I think it's Shamar Joseph going back off, having just come back on. Gone for 1 over.
It's getting a bit difficult to keep a handle on all of this. It's, Azari Joseph, the vice captain, is definitely in charge out there at the moment.
Johannesburg oyster. Wow.
Yeah, it was one of the most stupid things. And not least also because the restaurant I was in was called the Butcher's Shop.
Oh, what are you doing? You haven't given it a lot of thought, John.
None. Emma was furious. 3:59 for 8. And there's a swing and a miss from Basher. Makes no contact with that.
He's got a quick Gus Atkinson stat for you. Following up his 7 for 45 with a golden duck. The first player in Test history in first innings of a Test debut to take 6 or more wickets with the ball and get a golden duck with the bat.
Lovely.
Cricket is a great leveller, isn't it? Great leveller.
I don't think you were here, John, when Andy got the stat out about me playing against the West Indies at Lords.
No, I was just ignoring it.
Oh, well, what a shame you've heard it.
3:59 for 8. And Seals bowls outside the off stump. That's a bit more like a tail ender.
Yep.
With a fiddle and a miss outside the off stump. What was that stat? Just
We've got 14 not out and 26 for Middlesex. Against an attack featuring
the same game?
Malcolm Marshall, Patrick Patterson, Courtney Walsh.
Nah.
That stunned you, isn't it? I've never heard you stumped for words, John.
That's a misprint.
It's not.
It is.
I'm sorry
Not
for
having
taking that one with me. I might get a T-shirt made on it.
Wow.
Eh?
24?
26, wasn't it? 24.
Seals comes in, bowls to Basher, another swipe and a miss.
I'd leave it to Smith.
He's playing enough shots that really he should be about 26 not out now.
Yeah.
He hasn't made contact with anything. He's faced 11 balls.
Yeah.
3 slips of gully there.
Anyway, just one wicket to go. Jimmy will be in.
Yes, looking forward to that reception.
Yeah. Yes,
might be the last time he walks out with his pads on.
It will.
Yeah.
3:59 for 8 then. In comes Seals again. He bowls to Basha. That thumps into his thigh pad. He's picked up by a man with a helmet who's quite deep there at short leg. And again, there's no run. The sun out.
Yeah, lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's perfect. Very, very pleasant.
What do you fancy doing tonight?
I thought I was going to go out and have dinner with you.
Yeah, shall we? Up at St John's Wood High Street or something?
Yeah, I'd like to do that very much.
Nice evening.
Let's catch up on things. Might have another shot of that still. 3:59 for 8. Comes Seals, bowls outside the off stumble, beats Basha.
He's played and missed every ball.
Well, he hasn't got bat on ball once in this over, I don't think. Played a lot of shots.
No oysters, though, eh?
No. I do like. I'm back on them now.
Oh, are you? Oh, well, that was brave.
Yeah.
Some people can't.
Well, let's consider
Look
that
at
was
them again.
such a bad decision that just write it off, really.
Move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, we've got a fielder going out to deep point. The reason for that, it eludes me, really, because he hasn't hit anything so far. So why is he going to suddenly smear him out there to the offside boundary? I'm not sure. In comes Seals, moves in, bowls, and was nicely played, actually, off the last ball. He's played a forward defensive shot there. He gets a round of applause from the crowd. But he's actually now located the ball, which is promising if you're a batsman. 3:59 for 8. The lead 238. Smith has 58, lots of 8s in this. And Basha yet to score, and presumably the field will go out again. And we're back in this sort of holding pattern, really.
West Indies lost 4 wickets on 88, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah, lots of 8s.
They did.
What's that in bingo? 88. I don't know, an 8's a snowman, isn't it?
I don't think you can say what 88 is anymore. That causing an offence.
Oh,
I don't think so, can you? My experience of bingo. I think you get emails.
Oh.
3:59 for 8.
Just realised.
Smith 58. Basha yet to score. And Moti's back in the attack again. Pull that face.
Completely forgot. Bowled all right, hasn't he? He's got a bad ball on it in him, Moti, but he's also got a good ball in him as well.
Yeah.
Occasionally sort of drags one down or a full toss.
I don't think Joe Root has seen his yet, has he?
No.
Well, he's bowling short of a length, has cracked off the back foot. They don't take a run. So Smith playing his tail ender's role, if you like, here, with lots of fielders out on the boundary. There's still a slip though. As Moti moves in, bowls down the pitch. He comes, and a bit of a slog that. He's fielded by Brathwaite. He's back on the field again at mid wicket. 3:59 for 8. Moti swings his arm, bowls. Smith steps away, and again he's on the back foot. This time he does take the single. The fielder on the point boundary. Alistair Cook's eyeing up that very nice pistachio cake.
I've been treated today, haven't we?
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been talking about it. I haven't been in for a while.
Sausages. And
sausage plat. Marwis's sausage plat was back.
Very good.
Treat a big.
Who made that?
Marwis.
Right.
So one of our players at Beds Farmers' mum always
Well,
brings them when we're playing. And she brought them here with Brother H today. Lovely.
360 for 8. And now what's Basha going to do here? What do you do? You're number 10. You're not much of a batsman. You've got a fellow at the other end on his Test debut on 59 not out.
He had a couple of awful hacks.
Yeah, he has had some real hacks. Moti bowls to him. He hurries him rather. Turns the ball into the leg side. Thinks about a single, but it's not there. 360 for 8. Swing of the arm from Moti. Scuttles in again off a short run from round the wicket. Holds it back a little bit. And so there's some spin. I remember you sending me a little message last year. You were playing Lancashire, weren't you? And you were worried about getting out to Jimmy Anderson. Here's Basha. He's off the mark, surely. Oh no, he's been sent back. Oh, it's always sad when number 10 is denied a run. Smith wants to keep the strike. 360 for 8 at the end of that over. And in fact, I think I'm right, so he got you out twice, didn't he? Both times.
Well, in the book they're out, weren't they?
No, I think you sent me the.
I sent you both of them, actually.
Yeah, and they were both out. They're both out.
One was outside the line and one wasn't hitting another set down the leg side.
Well, they've looked out to me.
Why have you brought that up?
Because apparently I'm told that you've been facing him again.
Yeah, well, actually, I did, yeah. In the cage.
Yes.
It's like the batting cage, so in tribute to Jimmy.
So it's all Jimmy in there, is it?
Yes, it's 6 best balls he's bowled in England, I think.
Wow.
And
how many times did you get you out?
Well, I think I was on the field for every one, and I knew which. So it tells you which.
No.
It tells you which what's going to happen before. Because I think there's a Brathwaite 500th one here at Lords where he bowled him.
Right.
There's one Herath one which I didn't know, and that was the one which castled me. So he bowled me once.
Right.
Then he bowled.
What did it do?
In-swinger. The one apparently you'd get me out every time when the one bring it back into me.
Standard left-handed dismissal.
And then I hit him over his head for a 6, but I can't remember. I think that's the Virat Kohli one. I was cheating there because Broady said he did it yesterday. And he said you can't play properly, you have to go down. So I just charged him and knocked him over his head for a 6. Then I tried the Brendan McCullum ball, which I can't remember. Was that the one here at Lords?
Yes, I think it was here.
Was it a Jaffa?
Yes.
I genuinely can't remember that one, even though, as I said, I should have been on the field for it.
It's Seals bowling, a big hit into the leg side. Away it goes, into the tavern stand and possibly beyond. Well, he's picked that up, and Seals is standing there with his hands on his hips, but that's not going to help very much. And that's exactly what Smith's after, and I said he's just showing here what he can do when he's batting with the tail. All part of that number 7's role, well, certainly increasingly these days. And the captain resorts to tactics like this with men back.
Yeah, that's the shot I think I played against Jimmy in the cage, actually.
Did it go as far as that? I think they've lost the ball.
Did it? That didn't go out of the ground, though, did it?
Well, I thought it went to the top tier, but the chap's coming with his attaché case of replacements. So it was a mighty hit.
Yeah, he did this against us for Essex, for Surrey, and he batted with a tail. I think he got 160. Or was that Jacks? I can't remember one of it. But the danger of these guys, the youngsters now. I used to hate this as a captain. I thought this was the worst time to captain. Also, because you think I've got to go and bat in a minute, but you feel like you're captaining the hands behind your back because you suddenly look around the field. You have to have men on the boundary nowadays because you can't. You offer them the opportunity to hit the ball over someone's head. You have that man up, and they just hit it 70 yards back. So you have to have man on the boundary, but it doesn't feel right to have everyone on the boundary because you think, how am I going to get him out? So you just keep, and then he faces every ball, and it's a very frustrating part. But
that has gone out of the ground. It's gone over the tavern, which I have to be honest, I don't think I've ever seen happen before.
It's an extraordinary hit.
It's a big hit, and hence the replacement ball, which is now in the bowler's hand. He's looking at it rather suspiciously and possibly wondering how long this one will last. 2:45 the lead. Smith's on 65 now. Basher still yet to score, having faced 17 balls, but he could have got off the mark in that last over, but that's why Smith said no. Fielders scattered all over the place. Seals comes in and bowls to him. He's got another big hit. He's skied it into the offside. It's going to land safely. Yes, it does. Louis can't get there. He aims a tremendous... Oh, what a throw! What a throw! Mikhail Louis, he's wound up there from 40 yards away, maybe even more, and he's gone off there. He's hugging somebody out there, maybe his brother, who's not playing, but he's one of the backup support players, and he ran all the way out there and gave him a hug. He's plucked out one stump from 40 yards and has run out poor old Basher, who should have been the other end, really. But it's a terrific throw.
He took his time, didn't he? He knew he had time to do it, so he really set himself.
It's a wonderful celebration. I mean, it's Caribbean Calypso time there, and he's gone rushing off. He must have seen his brother. He's pointing at him. He gets high fives from everybody within range, and he's still pointing at his brother, and ran off and gave him a hug.
He ran like Ollie Watkins yesterday, didn't he? Running off when he scored. Anyway, it's
Jimmy. Let's listen to this. What a reception. West Indians applauding. Some handshakes there as well as he walks out to bat. There have been many fine batsmen walk out here at Lord's who have not received an ovation like that. But for Jimmy Anderson, and I'm looking at his dad now, standing there and joining the applause too, who's with us at lunchtime, he's got a standing ovation from 30,000 people. It's not in anticipation of his batting, I dare venture to say. Just a thank you and a well done for all the service that you've given.
Do you think Jamie Smith will let him get off the mark?
Well, I hope so. I hope so. Well, that was amazing, wasn't it?
Brilliant run out, and then just crowd. That was spine tingling, absolutely spine tingling. Watching Jimmy walk down there. I hope he faces a ball.
I hope he does. Let's push one. Come on, Smith. Push one. Here comes Seals. Bowles. He drives hard into the offside. He's gone out to the field. Here again. He won't take him on again. That's Louis down there. And the crowd boo because they want Anderson on strike. But of course, Don Bradman walked out to a tremendous ovation at the Oval and apparently had a tear in his eye, which is why he missed his second ball. I wonder if Jimmy's got a tear in his eye.
We always have an excuse about some, don't we?
Oh,
it's never our fault.
To be fair, I think Bradman denied it. 367 for 9. Come on, the crowd shouting. Let's get a single, please. And he's heaved into the leg side.
Run.
Go on, run.
Oh, he doesn't need to.
It's gone for 4. 367 for 9. 371 for 9 now. Bit of a slog there, but an effective one. And Smith here running riot, really. Now the field's coming in. There's 2 balls to go.
Where you'd bowl here? Where would you bowl in? At your pace.
I might go high bouncer. How far do you think it would go?
I was going to say, how many times did it bounce the keeper?
He's got a deep square leg. Lead 250. In comes Seals. Bowles on the off stump. It's defended. Just played carefully into the offside. And now Smith looks at the bottom of his bat, checks his guard.
Knowing Jimmy is, he'll be desperate to actually. Okay, I know it's a long way away, James Smith's 100, but he'll be like, that's how Jimmy thinks. He'll think, I actually could hang around for a while here.
Well, he's only got the spinner to face at this end, isn't he?
He's sweeper though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's playing that reverse sweep.
He will, he must do. Here's the last ball of this over. And what's Smith going to do? Is he going to go for a big hit? Tees 20 minutes away. The Seals comes in, bowls down the leg side. He's hit it high, and he's hit it hard, and he's hit it out to deep square leg, who's taken the catch. Fine tumbling catch. And Jimmy Anderson not out, having not faced a ball, and Smith's out for 70. England lead by 250. Off they go. Great entertainment. And very promising early signs there from Jamie Smith as to that role, that number 7 role. And he's shown there, that he can play an innings at a normal tempo, but then when he has to, when he's with the tail, he can up it. So off they come. I'm pretty sure that's going to be tea. I'm just checking. Yeah, that'll be tea. So the tea will be taken. And then for West Indies, the fireworks begin. But I'm not sure anyone's ever received an ovation like that. A standing ovation from the Lord's members, having failed to face a ball and going in naught not out. But that's what Jimmy's enjoyed there. Everyone's holding back, waiting for him to go off and do that too, which is very nice. So, 371 all out. That was a bit of fun.
Brilliant, a brilliant 20 minutes of cricket. I mean, actually, it's quite surprising that James Smith didn't hit that for 6. It was
a good catch, by the way.
It was a good catch, good fielding after the last 5 minutes. We'd all love Jimmy to face the ball, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
But I think he'll be glad he hasn't got out. He takes great pride actually in his batting. He hated getting out. And hopefully now he can have a good spell. A couple of wickets tonight. feel like he's right in the game. But he batted well, Jamie Smith there. I love the fact he can change his tempo. It's not all about one tempo. He's got the game to be very adaptable. I think that's one of the reasons he will be successful, because as we keep speaking about this Bazball era, you can't just bat in one way. You have to be able to change your method to the situation, and England have been guilty of that in the past over the last 2 or 3 years, and actually Jamie Smith there played the situation expertly.
Yes, absolutely. Because Andy's busy, but I mean his first 30, 40 runs were really very, very patiently accrued.
It was 30 off 77 balls, and then 40 more runs off his next 42 balls.
And 4s and 6s and playing havoc with the field and things that you like a batsman to do when they're trying to be clever with in-out fields and so on, setting them back for.
But it was in control, wasn't it? It felt like he was in control when he was doing it.
Yeah.
He's definitely one. Whether he keeps throughout his whole Test career, I want we end up with the same kind of situation like we tend to have we've had with Johnny Bairstow and Jos Buttler sometimes playing as a batter, but certainly Johnny Bairstow played half his games as a keeper, half his games just as a batter. So I wonder whether that conversation happens as well. But a good start. It was a good start of the gloves and a good start of the bats. He will take a lot for them.
Ground staff going about their business. We'll just go through the bowling figures and so on in a second, and the card for those who haven't been with us throughout the day. Thanks, Cookie. You can enjoy some of that pistachio. Just leave some for me. Crawley, Duckett, Pope all out yesterday. Joe Root 68, Harry Brook 50, Ben Stokes 4, Woakes 23, Gus Ankerton a first baller after his 7 for yesterday. Shoaib Bashir, a spectacular run out. It really absolutely was. It was wonderful. It's difficult to tell range, but I'm going 40 yards out in the leg side to pluck out one stump, and then the celebrations were just absolutely fantastic. And look, whoever it was down there is the other end of the ground, but I'm assuming it's his brother, who he went rushing down to and gave a great hug to, and then came back on again. It was fantastic. It's actually what West Indies cricket's all about. We're going to talk about that during tea break, but just that wonderful enthusiasm and celebrations. A Bashir run out for naught. The last man out was Jamie Smith, caught by Mackenzie. It was good catch, running around to his right, a deep square leg. Smith out for 70 from 119 balls. He had 8 4s and 2 6s. Jimmy Anderson denied, naught not out. He didn't face a single ball. 371 all out. Bowling wise, they're a bit hobbled by the injury to Shamar Joseph, which didn't look serious, but it prevented him from bowling perhaps his full allocation. Azari Joseph 1 for 106 from 18 overs. Jayden Seales plugged away. He got 4 wickets for 77 from 20 overs, 5 maidens. Shamar Joseph, as I mentioned, he's been on and off a bit. 15.4, 1 maiden, no wicket for 68. Jason Holder, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 58. He's dependable, as you'd expect. Gurukesh Moti, now this is interesting, he bowled some terrific deliveries, 1 or 2 loose ones as well, but he gets some spin. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41, and Craig Brathwaite bowled a couple of overs essentially to fill in for the injured Shamar Joseph. So they'll be underway here again in about 15 minutes or so, and overs remaining. Well, it says 40 up on there, is that right, Andy? It probably is about that, is it? Because it's going to be quite a long session, given that tea came a little bit earlier, so that's a fair old wedge of cricket that's still to come. So for this tea interval, we're going to focus a little bit more on West Indies cricket. That's what state this team is in, and after that memorable success at the Gabba this year, there was hope this trip to England would provide further evidence that this team is on the up. But so far, if this game didn't go well, it's not quite proved to be the case so far. So with us during the tea break, we're joined by the 2 hosts of the ever popular Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Now, gents, I have been commentating for the last 20 minutes, so this is the first time I've read this, so excuse me if I don't get names absolutely right. Mashall, St Patrick, Hewitt.
Do you know what, Aggers? I really have to give you credit for that.
Thank you.
I was banking on you getting it wrong.
I met you in the coffee queue this morning. And Santoki Nagulendran.
Perfect, 10 out of 10.
Nailed it.
On fire.
That's brilliant. Where do you hail from? I mean, you live here.
Yeah.
But originally?
So I was born in Jamaica.
Right.
My family came here when I was about 4, but most would say that I'm a South East Londoner these days. So
You're quite right. You certainly sound like one as well. And Santoki,
Guyana. So my grandparents grew up with the greats Rohan Kanai, Basil.
Yeah, wow.
Joe Solomon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you must have a big smile on your face, because I was going through this little list yesterday, and I mean I love going to Guyana. We've got sort of family connections in Guyana, and I was looking that actually Guyana is the most represented country in this team, which is fantastic. And yeah, I obviously relate with the Canhide, Fredericks, Khaled Sharan days as well. But that's quite something, because it's not been an easy. I know they've played well, obviously recently, well in the domestic league and so on. But Guyana and cricket and weather and all that sort of stuff, it's not been an easy journey the last few years, has it?
No, it hasn't. And as you said, we've won the regional title for the past few years. We haven't seen players make that transition up to international cricket with West Indies. But we've seen today, Gudakesh Moti, talented spinner who's kind of arrived. We saw what he did to Stokes and Root, and then Shamar Joseph. But I guess the great irony with Shamar Joseph is he didn't come through the system in Guyana. He sort of came in from a remote area and almost by chance has found his way into the setup, fast-tracked into the West Indies team. So there are still sort of systematic issues, but I think that not only applies to Guyana but the region as a whole in terms of how we develop players.
Just tell us where he did come from, because I mean we talk about sort of up-country or rural areas of Guyana. You are talking about rural areas. You're talking jungle, aren't you? I mean to fly over that amazing country and go out to the Kaieteur Falls and so on, I mean it's just like the land that time forgot. So he came from a very remote area. It's only accessible by boat, is that right?
Yeah, Barakara. So you have to go into Berbice and get an 80-minute boat ride across the Kanji River into Barakara. The predominant industry there is timber, but as you say, very isolated in sort of the heartland of the Amazon jungle. So for him to sort of make it, within pretty much a year of making his first-class debut for Guyana, he was at the Gabba doing what he did. It's a remarkable story. I don't think we'll see that again in modern times.
How did they find him? I mean, how did he just come through? Kind of much of a system out where he was living, was it?
No, so he sort of took the gamble. He liked cricket. He'd watched it on the one TV they had in the village. He sort of took the gamble, went across to Berbice and made his way through club cricket while working as a security guard. And it was there he sort of went through club cricket and then managed to make his way into the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the brilliantly named first-class side. And from there, got called up to West Indies.
Yeah. And on the other hand, Marshall, Jamaica just won. So is the power changing in West Indies cricket? Because normally you'd have Jamaicans and Barbadians and Antiguans. But is that?
I mean, if we're honest, it should be right that Guyana have the most representatives in the Test side, because they are the dominant domestic side at current in the West Indies Championship. Jamaica just ended bottom of the West Indies Championship, of the established nations within the Caribbean. I think we could do an entire 1 hour discussion about several things that may or may not be right or wrong with cricket in Jamaica. Certainly, I'm sure the listeners know, the Jamaica government declined to bid to host any of the World Cup games.
Yes, that's bizarre.
They declined to invest in the CPL franchise, and so the CPL franchise has left Jamaica to go to Antigua. And they've just had an election.
Why is this? With so much history and
socio-economic and political
we won't start
conversations that we might have to have about cricket in the region. But in essence, we could narrow it down to the simple fact that cricket in Jamaica, for some of the stakeholders, they do not believe it is something worth investing in.
Yeah, isn't that sad?
And that could be due to current governments in charge. That could be due to particular stakeholders with their hands on the levers of power right now. They've just had an election. So the head of the Jamaica Cricket Association has lost that election. There's a new head of the association. So maybe things will change. But I think it would be fair to say, for any Jamaican cricket keen followers of Jamaican cricket, there aren't any standout players that are missing from this team. The only one I can call is Brandon King, and that's a whole separate conversation.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I was going to ask you, with your podcast, you've got Guyana, you've got Jamaica. I mean, we know what the Caribbean's like and how fiercely protective each country is of its own and so on. How does this work? How does it work for the Jamaican and a Guyanese to be talking about Caribbean cricket?
Do you know what? I'll let Santoki answer it, but what I would say is the one thing that Santoki and I have specialised in is we can't be accused of the ever-popular insularity.
That's the key word here, isn't it? Yes.
I would say that people can't accuse us of that. Yes, Santoki is proud of his Guyanese heritage. I'm proud of my Jamaican heritage. But we genuinely just want West Indies and the different representative teams to do well. I mean, we've suffered enough. So we just want the different representative teams to do well. So where somebody hails from is of no concern to me. It's just, can you do well once you're in the shirt?
Yeah, which is common sense, isn't it? And I mean, I left Clive Lloyd off that list, and of course he was the man that really managed to achieve that with his team in the mid-70s, didn't he? I mean, it was him that created, well, unity in a region which the only reason for unity was cricket, actually, because there is all that separate thought and separate identities and so on.
Yeah, and I guess what Clive Lloyd created with that West Indies team, it's almost become like a hindrance to modern players, because the modern West Indies team are always compared to that great side we saw in the 70s and 80s, which we'll probably never see again in cricket in terms of the form they went on and sort of the talent they had. So we all often find the modern West Indies cricket team are compared to the greats that we saw under Clive Lloyd and Richards, and realistically, you're never going to be able to match.
Who's the next Ian Botham? We had that for years. No, but it's the same, isn't it? You know, who's the next Mikey Holding? Who's the next Andy Roberts or whatever? Do you think you're seeing some? I mean, you know, the Gabba was it just a one-off, or is there more depth to it than that, do you think?
So the Gabba wasn't a fluke, because you still have to put the performances in. You have to put yourself in the position to win those test matches. So it wasn't a fluke. Was it the signs of a consistent level of performance that the West Indies will now show? No, I don't think so. If anything, it's more irritating because it shows what we could do if we performed at a consistent standard. But of course, over the last 23, 24 years, we've seen what the norm tends to be. To answer your question as to, are there some coming through? I mean, time will tell. I think what the last 24 plus years of West Indies cricket have shown is that our systems or our developmental systems are broken. Yeah. I think that's clear enough.
Were they there in the first place?
Well, that's another question which I'll leave to the man behind me, Fazir Mohammed, to answer later on.
But I think his my great friend Tony Cozier would know what the answer to that is, because Tony was predicting this years before the decline happened.
What I would say is the new administration the West Indies Academy now exists, and that's based out of Antigua. And if they persist with that, and if when we get a new president, there isn't like an immediate knee-jerk reaction to change things, let's just assume they persist with this idea of an academy. Maybe 5 to 10 years from now, if international cricket's still relevant, 5 years, 10 to 10 years from now, some of the individuals in that system, so I'll give you one name for the listeners. There's an exciting young wicketkeeper batter out of the Leeward Islands, goes by the name of Jewel Andrew.
Right.
He has all the talent in the world, but we've been here before. For Jewel Andrew, see Nicholas Pooran, right?
Yep.
And Jewel Andrew is 17 years old right now. He seems to have all the talent in the world, but will we ever see him play for the West Indies?
Yeah. Oh, the way things have gone in his first test, we might see him at Trent Bridge.
Now, come on, that's a very, very downbeat West Indies. We've had enough of that over the last 25 years. Come on. It's an expensive business in the Caribbean, though, isn't it? I mean, being honest, if you're administrators there and you're the West Indies Cricket Board, I mean, it just is flying teams here, there, and everywhere and putting them up. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it, financially?
Yeah, I think even in the regional system, we're unique in that you have to fly island to island. Travelling within the Caribbean is very expensive for the administration. We've seen Johnny Grave talk about, that tour to Australia, as famous as it was for the Gabba win. As a touring team, they didn't get any money for it, so there's no sort of benefits to it.
Why not?
Yeah, just how the system sort of works at the moment. So
doesn't seem right.
Yeah, so it is very tricky for the administration to sort of balance developing talent with the budgets that they have in their remit.
Yeah. Do you think there is? I mean, I was lucky. I went to the Caribbean in May. Definitely feeling that there is more enthusiasm. I was actually in the Grenadines. Got so horribly struck recently. But you feel there, because St Vincent was just over the water and they had some World Cup games, and you felt actually that there was more of an upbeat feel about cricket. Yeah, it's one-day cricket, it's T20 cricket. But are you feeling that there is more positivity about cricket in the Caribbean at the moment?
I think one thing that we have to give praise to, and I think a lot of this goes to improved marketing, probably Darren Sammy, who is a good orator when it comes to West Indies cricket.
Yeah.
The World Cup we just had was the first time in a long time that I've sensed the region is actually genuinely behind the West Indies cricket team from nation to nation to nation. There were grounds in the region that I saw more fans at to watch West Indies than I have generally seen when the West Indies play, and a sense of pride in seeing the West Indies team. Now, that's T20 cricket. What I would prefer to see is what we're seeing at Lords right now, which is when West Indies have a home test series against South Africa straight after this. First test match is at Queen's Park Oval. Now, I'm fortunate enough, I'm going to be there.
Good.
If there are more than 400 people at Queen's Park Oval for that test match on day one, I will be shocked. So we've got to get to a stage where what we saw in that World Cup can somehow, we can capture whatever the essence was of that and bring it to test cricket and other formats. But of course, your team has to win as well.
Yeah. And that's kind of, that's really essentially been the problem, hasn't it, with West Indies? I mean, I've been there commentating there in the 1990s, and it's a fantastic, slightly egotistical experience, because you hear your voice echoing all around the cricket grounds. The commentary's coming out. It's an incredible thing, and the crowd, it's packed, and it's busy, and it's vibrant, and it's passionate, and it's fun. And it's sad that's gone.
I mean, do you know, as the players come out, I will just say this, though. There are some grounds in the region where there is better support than others. Yes. So it is worth noting that maybe we need to, this is sacrilegious what I'm about to say, but maybe we should take away West Indies cricket from some of the bigger cricket nations and host the games in territories where the fans do turn up. I'll just leave it like that.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, you've said some interesting, controversial things in the last 20 minutes, and that's good. A very good reason to tune into you. So give your podcast a plug. Where do we find it?
Just type into Google Caribbean Cricket Podcast and you'll find something controversial pop up.
Well, look, hey, it's been a joy to have met you both, Mashal and Santoki. Thanks for coming. Good luck with the podcast. Good luck with the results.
Yeah, we've got this. We're going to win this one.
Yeah, okay. And enjoy the Trinity Posse. I bet they'll be there at the Queen's Park.
No worries. Thank you, Andrew.
Right, there we go. That was fun. And go and listen to those two fellas. A lot of Chris Gale going on there with Mashal, I thought. So great characters. Right, here we go then. Tee has been taken. Jimmy's going to bowl from the far end. The crowd are pleased about that. Craig Brathwaite, whatever has been wrong with him today, it hasn't prevented him from coming out and opening the batting. And Mikael Louis at the other end. That brilliant piece. I wonder if you just want to get the feel of what West Indies cricket is, it's that celebration of Louis with that run out. It just said it all. It's absolutely fantastic. Huge smile and just an explosion of joy. It was absolutely brilliant. Right.
This is it.
Jimmy Anderson, what have you got for us?
The last time we'll ever see him open the bowling for England.
There we go. From the pavilion end, the crowd urging him on. Here comes Anderson. He bowls to Brathwaite, who plays and misses outside the off stump. Oh, if he gets a wicket, I think it's just going to erupt.
There's a few empty seats. I thought they would have rushed back. It is an historic moment, I think.
Yeah, it is. It is. Wearing number 9, walking back to that pavilion end like he's done so many thousands of times. Didn't you work out
how many balls he's bowled?
Andy? Well, no, Andy worked out that if he bowled non-stop for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for his test career, in comes Anderson, bowls, driven out towards mid-off, and there's no run. He'd bowled for something like 16 and a half days, wasn't it? It was one of your more absurd stats. He'd pass my way, but if he bowled for 24 hours a day non-stop, he'd have to bowl for 16 and a half days.
It's a lot of balls, that, isn't it?
It is. It's ridiculous. But he just makes it look so easy.
It was 18 and a half days.
18 and a half days. There you go. There you go. There'll be some grooves in the outfield, I think. He'd have some sore feet. Brathwaite, right-handed. 3 slips, waits for Anderson, who comes in, bowls from it, plays and misses again. Ball creeps through quite low to Smith. Gives it a polish
Before flinging it up to Stokes, is fielding it mid-off. Duckett at point. Pope's at backward point. Brook at third slip, where he took a brilliant catch in the first innings.
It's interesting. The English bowlers have gone straight to wobble seam, haven't they? You know, in general in this game, the West Indies tried to swing it, tried to use the conditions to swing. Well, England have gone straight to the wobble seam.
Anderson. That's so. I thought he got an edge. Did that do you as well?
Yes. It's just for that 1 second. I was going straight to Joe Root.
So just calm down, everyone, including me. But that was played
quite
comfortably to the offside. That looked for all the world for this angle as if that had been edged. So he turned him round, it bounced and hit high up on the bat. Oh, I'm glad you thought it was as well. Anderson wheels round. Members there watching on from the pavilion as he comes rushing up again and bowls down the leg side. Smith gathers it. Gathers it cleanly too. Nice toe. And there's no run. Just sometimes you do get that little optical illusion, don't you?
It is confusing. It's the best view in the house, isn't it? But it's really a high.
Yeah,
you don't often commentate from quite as high as this game.
No. Johannesburg's, I think, probably the highest. Way up in the Wanderers.
Not done that one yet.
About 4 floors up, I think, looking down. Yeah, that's very difficult to tell in perspective of height. Anderson comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, keeps it a little low, cutting back at him, but it's survived, as it were, by the West Indies captain. And Anderson completes a maiden, and a good one too. Beat the bat a couple of times.
Isn't that his 1700th maiden or something?
1,724. If he can manage another 70, he'll catch up Muralitharan for most maidens in Test history.
70 maidens.
Yeah.
Not sure quite how that's happening.
No.
We're still here on Sunday. That's.
No, what he's doing here is he's come trotting back. He's bowled. He's over. He's come down to this end. And he's gone and picked up Chris Wokes' mark for him. And put it in place. It's rather thoughtful. But I mean, all he'll have on his mind is winning this game, isn't it? As simple as that. He wants to win this match.
And a wicket. I think he'd love another wicket, wouldn't he?
So Mick Louis is on strike. He's very tall. He's the right-handed batsman. He played well in the first innings, actually. And then pulled off that spectacular run out. That was brilliant. It wasn't one of those speculative throws. He actually paused, took aim, threw the stump down, ripped it out of the ground. So Wokes mops his brow. And he's on his way with 3 slips to bowl the right-handed Louis. In he goes and bowls a ball that swings away, bounces a second time before it's taken by Smith, tumbling to his right in front of first slip. So in the second over, West Indies' second innings, they're 250 runs behind.
Just an opportunity in West Indies who haven't had hardly any preparation for this tour, which does seem a bit mad, but in the modern way, for these guys to face these guys, they've got another 2 test matches afterwards.
Yep.
Time in the middle.
That's really what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just take what you can out of this.
I mean, with a win from here, it'll be absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, but just to take something away up to Trent Bridge and some time, as you say, time in the middle and overs in the legs. Goes Wokes, bowls. That's nicely played, and there's a moment's uncertainty there, but Louis gets his way and gets a single.
And it doesn't take much, does it, for a side who just to get something. You know, if one of these guys gets a 100 at Lords, gets his name on the honours board, all that what goes is that the confidence that will give to the West Indies, this touring team.
Yeah.
If he can do it, I can do it. Go to Trent Bridge. They get absolutely hammered here. You know, it's a tough going away from home when you get absolutely hammered in the first game. It's a real hard turnaround.
1 for no wicket. Brathwaite's on strike. There are 4 slips there as Wokes comes in, bowls to him. Now this moves down the hill. It's a nice shape from Wokes. Not quite straight enough to entice Brathwaite to play at it. So he just scrapes at the ground with his right boot, marking his guard. At this end, Louis is leaning on his bat like he's playing in his 90th Test match. Very relaxed.
He has a mood, does he?
No. You must check that was his brother who he went down to hug down there. First he was nodding. It just looked like it probably had to be. It was lovely. Here's Wokes. Moves in, bowls outside the off stump. Swings away again.
It's funny because actually, I was speaking to Jonathan Trott, and he said his favourite moment of his whole career was, do you remember that run out in the first over at Adelaide?
Adelaide, certainly do.
And he ran out Cattish, didn't he, without facing Shane Watson. And he went to him at square leg and he picked up, threw the stumps down. He said that was the one moment in his whole career he felt like a footballer scoring a winning goal in the FA Cup. And he just said that was it. That was his favourite moment. All the hundreds he scored.
Yep.
So that one moment, I think.
It was spectacular. Here's Wokes again. That's better line. He finds a thick outside edge as Brathwaite plays at that one.
Louis had that moment, didn't he? I think.
Yeah.
Just that.
It was super. But he's obviously, I mean, that doing trotty down. He wasn't necessarily renowned as being a panther in the field, was he? Throwing stumps down. And
well, there's a reason, can't he? He went fine leg to fine leg.
Whereas I think Louis, he's a cover point man, isn't he? I mean, he's a fine fielder. One for no wicket. Brathwaite still waiting for his first run. Wokes goes in, bowls to him. A slow ball off the pitch, that. And a back foot prod of a defensive stroke from Brathwaite. It's the end of the over. One for no wicket.
This is the 292nd Test innings in which Jimmy Anderson has bowled the first over, which is quite a lot of innings. Next most for England, Bob Willis, who did it 131 times.
Right.
Then Matthew Hoggard 87 times. So sort of puts Anderson's longevity in context. Internationally, Kapil Dev bowled the first over for India 210 times. Glenn McGrath 199 for Australia. Chaminda Vaas 180 for Sri Lanka. Those are the only other three bowlers who've done it more than 150 times.
I don't reckon that record's ever been going to be broken.
Seems unlikely.
Yeah, you'd have to. Well, if you're West Indian, you'd have to play Test cricket for about 80 years to even come close to it.
And how many times did he not bowl the first over then? Because I presume at the
Probably
start of his
early on,
career. Yeah.
Didn't often take the new ball, did he? Like Harmy and Hoggard.
So. Yeah.
He did it.
One for no wicket, and Louis is on strike. Waits. There's Anderson again. Moves in. Bowlstrom on the off stump and just tapped away into the leg side.
58 times he's bowled, having not taken the first over. 34 times he took the second over, and just 24 times he was not one of the opening bowlers.
John Upton has emailed. Hello, John. Stat from my son, Charlie Upton, who's 13, from Clavering in Essex. Dad, I've worked out how far Jimmy has run when running into bowl for England in Test matches.
No, you didn't think of this one, did you, Zoltz?
Didn't. Here's Anderson, then bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke. I multiplied his number of balls bowled by his average run in length, 18 metres, and I make it 450 miles.
Do you not include the follow through?
Well, that's another couple of yards on there. 450 miles. So I guess you double that if you have his walk back to his mark again. And bowling for England is on 900 miles. And here he comes. Bowls, and Louis gets tangled up there, looking to tuck the ball away to mid-wicket. Richard Harvey. Why has Jimmy never been considered for the captaincy of England, or even mentioned as such? Is it because he's a bowler? Very good point, Richard.
Not clever enough.
This is what I put to him in our interview on Monday. The trouble is, Jimmy, batsmen think that we are thick. And he said, well, some are. Was actually what he said. I think it's difficult for bowlers. Stokes, he's doing it. Now he's bowling again. In comes Anderson. Bowls and pushed away. Back up the pitch. I think someone like Jimmy Anderson, you just want his input, don't you? You just thoughts on bowling and, at the right time, but not necessarily to think about decisions of who's going to bowl and when.
I don't think he's ever even captained a Lancashire game, has he? I don't know. I wouldn't
have thought so.
Like, how sometimes you go back and there's an injury. I mean, he's got that experience. He's going to be outstandingly tactically. Like, he's led the bowlers for years, so that's kind of like the part and parcel of it, isn't it? It's like he is a leader, just without really the stripes of captain. Like, could you imagine kind of interviewing Jimmy twice a week? Like, before a Test match?
Well, it was hard enough having to do you twice a week. I did more than twice a week, didn't I? When the summer's in full flow, it's at least 3 times a week.
Yeah.
Here's Anderson. He tried to change the ball there and failed. This is played out towards mid-wicket, or rather he sent Stokes in to go and see the umpire and say he's not happy with the ball. It's not actually done anything, is it? It's not swung. Woke's got a little bit of movement.
I don't think Jimmy is trying to swing it. I think he's
wobbling.
Predominantly wobbling. That was a wobble seam ball. Gus Atkinson last night, he said, "Yeah, we'll just try to hit this slow pitch hard with wobble. Didn't try and get too greedy with the swing."
Here he comes. 2 sweatbands on. He bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Louis again. It's the end of another tidy over. 37 overs left in the day. Our old friend Polly Rhodes, a Somerset scorer. Hello, Polly. Hope you're well. Saying that Anderson would have to bowl for 18.5 days continuously, but has that taken into account the slow over rates at which they bowl these days? That's a very good point, Polly, and I'm going to put that to our esteemed statistician here.
I think when I
how many overs an hour was he bowling at?
14.
14?
A bit optimistic.
When did they last bowl 14 overs an hour?
Well, they bowled. They did yesterday at the start. Yeah, you should. Did you include the wandering across the sight screen?
You've got that. You've got the physio coming on. You've got concussion tests.
The sponsors, when it doesn't turn around, I swear they do that deliberately as well, once a session.
Well, let's say 19 days.
Well done, Polly. Nice to hear from you. 1 for no wicket. In goes Woakes, kicking up his heels, bowls on off stump. Played carefully by Brathwaite out into the offside. The ball rolls away along the ground. And there's no run there. It's picked up by Ollie Pope. 1 for no wicket. People joining in, shouting, "What's happened today?" Then tell us. Well, actually, my books are up to date because there's a clatter of wickets. But let's have a look. We've got today Brook 50. Out hooking, Root 68, got a lovely ball from Moti. Stokes, a ball that spun a lot, but he was in a rather strange way. It was an odd shot, wasn't it? A poor shot, I have to say. Here's Woakes, and that's played into the offside.
I think he got done in the flight. That one. I think it was a brilliant ball. Yes, it ragged. And as a left-hander, we haven't seen anything spin. He was trying to hit the right side, but I think he thought it was fuller than he was. He was going to get on the full toss. And Moti has that skill of just like toughness that you say, pull it back just that little bit. You actually see him reaching for the ball, so it looks an ugly shot. But I'm giving the credit to Moti and making him thinking it was fuller than it is. His skill landed obviously perfectly in the pizza and he ragged, but he did Stokesy in the flight, so it looked ugly. Because once you get done, there's no escape from it there. He was too into the shot, and you see him reaching for the ball.
Lost balance, didn't he?
Yeah, because I think he was reaching for it. So Moti seems a very subtle ball, like a wrath.
He's only got some change, isn't he? Woakes on his way, bowls, driven by Brathwaite down the ground. That should come for 4. Stokes is chasing it, and the ball will beat him into the sponge down here. And so a good boundary struck. 5 for no wicket.
Yeah, just quickly on that, like the Harath. Didn't look like he did much from a long way away, but when you face him, everything was just subtle changes. And then I think Moti just reminds of that, like very skillful in terms of subtle variations, rather than Mudaritha massive turners or Tuffers massive turners, just subtle things. And actually, the ball to Joe Root again, subtle spin, subtle angle.
Nice ball that.
Yeah, very good ball.
Woakes made 23. Atkinson got a first baller. There's Woakes now bowling. Oh, that's gone. That's moved off the seam a long way. And Brathwaite has kept his bat inside the line, which is a good effort, but it was a fine delivery. Basher run out. That was spectacular. 40-yarder. Hit one stump, and then the terrific celebration afterwards. And Smith is last man out after a fantastic standing ovation for Jimmy Anderson walking out to bat. And he was out for 70. Good catch out in the deep. Jimmy didn't face a ball. In goes Woakes. Bowls, another good one. This does beat the bat. Just got it going enough. Jacob from Hove, hello. I remember earlier in his career, Jimmy had a very long run of being the not-out batsman. Given his large number of tests, where does he sit in the league tables of the most not-outs in Test match history? It's a good question. And a cruel one, potentially, simply because of the number of times he's batted. Has he got the record number of ducks in Test cricket? In goes Woakes.
Surely.
Bowls outside the off stump and there's no stroke.
Surely someone. Gras or Martin.
Gras had a lot.
Chris Martin, did he?
Danny Morrison had a lot.
Chris Martin, I know he didn't play that much.
No.
He could not bat.
Anderson is way out on his own for most not outs. 114 is his final.
Well done, Jacob.
Unless a very extraordinary game evolves here, which I guess is possible. So 265 innings, 114 not outs. Next most, Courtney Walsh, 61 in 132 tests. In terms of most ducks, actually Anderson is 5th equal. Courtney Walsh, 43. Stuart Broad, 39. Chris Martin, 36 in just 104 innings, which is frankly heroic. Average 2.3.
That's awful, isn't it? 5 for no wicket. Anderson moves in, bowls to Louis, a drive and a miss. Oh my word! Outstretched arms there.
Just quickly before I go,
who's most noughts then?
Courtney Walsh, 43. Then Broad, Martin, McGrath, 35. Then Anderson, 34, alongside Ishant.
So
Sharma,
Broad got more ducks than Anderson. Ooh,
but does a not out count?
No,
it doesn't.
That's out for naught.
Stuart's going to be thrilled with that, isn't he? You probably know.
Oh, definitely. I wouldn't mention it to him. But
I'm going to. So him up for that shirt he's wearing today. 5 for no wicket. In comes Anderson again from the far end. Bowls one that cuts back this time. Louis doesn't play a shot. It's taken down the leg side by Smith. West Indies 245 runs behind. Brathwaite, the captain, 4. Louis has 1. Anderson walks slowly back to his mark again. Even a man of his experience, it's difficult not to think you're going to go searching for a wicket to finish on a high note. Another slip's coming in. Duckett from cover comes into 4th slip. Anderson dips his head, arms pumping, moves in, bowls. Oh, goes past the outside edge again. Well, he's doing everything here, but actually just find the edge. The crowd urging him on. Come on, Jimmy, is the shout. It's like Wimbledon, you hear that sort of shout go up, don't you?
Yes, that's right, from, what's it, Murray Mount and Edmund Hill. Anderson. Ooh, don't know what goes with Anderson.
Anderson past the umpire, moves in, bowls a sliced drive, finds backward pointers, hit firmly. Slid away off a thickish outside edge.
Sometimes it does happen, though, doesn't it? You know, even to the most experienced, you know, you just want it to happen so badly that things don't quite drop for you. But you do get the feeling if he just gets 1 or 2, you know, there could be a 5 on the cards.
Slips are ready. You wouldn't have to drop a catch, would you?
Oh, no.
Louis on 1. Anderson on his way, comes in, bowls to him, and he's punched that away, out through extra cover. Stokes runs hard after it, arms pumping away. Picks it up, scoops the ball back, and they take 2 runs. 7 for no wicket. Some ball polishing going on. Joe Root's the chief polisher these days.
Is he? Yeah. I think he does it in
the sleeve of his shirt.
Yeah, on the sort of inside of the elbow.
Yeah, that's an unusual technique.
What's that bit called there? What's that bit called?
It's all the inside of the elbow.
Inside of the elbow, yeah.
Anderson comes in, bowls, and there's a good leave from Louis. Allows that to go through to the keeper. And no success so far for Jimmy Anderson. 5 overs bowled in all, 7 for no wicket. West Indies 243 behind. Tuffers, more thoughts from you, and then Fuzzier will come in here to take up commentary.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson busting the gut to get the wicket for this Lord's crowd. Ball nicely, beat the bat on a number of occasions. Still got it. Immaculate length, immaculate line, just that little bit of wobble off the slope as well, but nothing as yet, Fazir. Afternoon.
Indeed, a good afternoon to you, and the deficit 243 at the moment. The West Indies have a long way to go to get any sort of respectability, far less even think of trying to save this match after their paltry first innings effort. 121, England replying with 371. Here comes Woakes now to bowl to Brathwaite, and he's again playing in the manner would suggest that sooner or later is going to take the edge, go through to slip, or just clip the top of the off stump, because he has that very awkward style of his. He never really gets fully forward, just shuffles across the stumps, almost squares himself up, but somehow he manages to survive.
Yeah, that right shoulder wants to come round and square up. Spot on. Well, you've got to be positive if you're in that West Indies dressing room.
You have to be. As walks balls to Brathwaite and delivers, keeps a bit low, and he's just playing it away through the onside. No run, remains at 7 without loss.
Yeah, come on. Let's get through without losing a wicket to the close of play. That's what they'll be saying, and perhaps then 100 partnership, and who knows, 230 can be chased down. The pitch is playing a few little tricks, the odd ones keeping low, the odd ones rising, but not too many devils in it.
And as we saw from Moti's dismissal of Ben Stokes, the odd one is going to turn sharply, depending on where it pitches.
Yep.
Here comes Woakes, 3 slips go down, bowls to Brathwaite, and he's looking to turn it away off the hip a bit uncomfortably. Might be a leg by, going to roughly where a short fine leg would have been, and it is confirmed as an extra. Brathwaite remains on form. Mikhail Louis, who might still be on a high after that spectacular run out of Shoaib Bashir and the celebrations that followed. He's back in strike on 3, 8 without loss. The West Indies 121, England responding with 371.
I'm sure it's been said, it reminded me a little bit of the Viv run out here in the World Cup. Do you remember? It was against Australia, wasn't it? Like it was a few years ago now.
75 World Cup, where he effected 3 run-outs.
That's right.
First World Cup, yeah.
Was it 3?
3 run-outs. The 2 Chappells and Alan Turner.
Wow.
Here comes Woakes again. The ball, he's on the front foot, playing it away out towards backward point where there is no run. That first World Cup, 1975, of course, you've got Viv Richards and Andy Roberts from Antigua. The first players from Antigua Barbuda ever to represent the West Indies, and Viv was still just thereabouts establishing himself in the West Indies team. Didn't get many runs, but then effected those run-outs, the brilliant run-out of Alan Turner, and then getting Ian Chappell and Greg Chappell, that made so much of a difference in that match. As Woakes bowls to Louis, and he's playing it back along the pitch onto the stumps of the non-strikers end, but Brathwaite safely in his ground anyway. It remains at 8 without loss. Hard to think that next year, if we're all around, we'll mark 50 years, June 21st, since the West Indies defeated Australia in that final of the inaugural World Cup by 17 runs.
50 years, yeah.
A match.
That means I must have been 8. Does that mean I was 8 then, if I'm 58?
Brilliant. Your maths teacher would be proud.
Oh, crikey, I don't really remember much about it. That's the only thing I think I remember when I was 8.
Woakes bowls to Louis, reaching for that past the outside edge. Nice curl, nice shape with that delivery. Going past the edge, no touch, fortunately, for Louis through to the keeper, Jamie Smith, who scored 70 to be last out in that 371. The West Indies 250 behind, 8 without loss.
Yeah, I think we've been talking about a lot of 8s, haven't we, on today's programme. But, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably one of the first times I can remember sort of, consciously remembering cricket,
Well, certainly for me it was, because I was, 10 years old at the time, and I distinctly recall the intensity of the West Indies earlier in the World Cup, defeating Pakistan by 1 wicket at Edgbaston. As here comes Anderson now, bowls to Brathwaite, tucks him up, a delivery that jags back in, takes the pad, goes away on the onside. The West Indies were chasing 267 and were 166 for 8, and then 203 for 9. And then Derek Murray, the wicketkeeper bat, and Andy Roberts, also from Antigua Barbuda, pulled it off in the final over. And I was in, I don't know what the equivalent is here locally. We call it Standard 5, ready to do your 11+ examinations. And the teacher stopped the lessons for us to listen to the end of the match.
Oh, those were the days.
As Anderson bowls to Brathwaite, lets it go by outside the off stump, through to the keeper. Those were the days when your history teacher would walk in class with the radio on full volume, and you're listening to action from somewhere, whether it's the Queen's Park Oval or Sabina Park, and he'd give you the history of what was going on. West Indies playing India, and the story about Gavaskar and his first Test series in the Caribbean, 771 runs, and the Calypso about Gavaskar with the Lord Relator. The cricket itself, it was a history lesson. As Anderson bowls to Brathwaite, lets it go by outside the off stump. Might have been playing the original line, but kept the bat safely perpendicular just on the line of off stump. 8 without loss.
Well, it's similar to TMS. I can vividly remember it just being sort of on in our house all summer, you know.
Well, to me,
Mum doing a bit of cooking, Dad mowing the lawn on a Sunday or something, you know what I mean? And it just being there. I could have only been about 6, 7, 8.
This is the magic of the radio commentary. As the four slips go down, Anderson bowls to Brathwaite, and he's tucked up, plays it away, square on the offside, keeping it tight as Jimmy Anderson, but still looking for that breakthrough at 8 without loss. And indeed, for us, it wasn't TMS. It would have been your local radio station, because each station would, when the cricket came to Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, which were the main territories at the time, then Antigua, then St. Vincent, then St. Lucia, Dominica, and all the other venues. You'd have the radio on, full volume, you'd be doing whatever you're doing. If you're sitting in a taxi and the taxi driver has the wrong station, you'd curse him out. As Anderson bowls outside the off stump and Brathwaite lets it go by. It was the culture, it was the fabric of the society, to even if you weren't at the ground, that you wanted to know what is going on, what's happening with the West Indies. And while that has diminished significantly, because you can see hardly anyone at the ground for test matches, people still want to know.
Yep.
They still want to argue about who is being selected. Why is this one not being selected? They don't like Trinis. They don't like Bajans. They don't like Jamaicans. As Anderson bowls on the line of off stump, and once more Brathwaite, in that very stodgy manner of his, plays it away square on the offside. It remains 8 without loss, starting the second innings with a deficit of 250.
Another thing I've always wanted to know for Sierra as well is the dominoes. Slamming them. Why slam them down so?
Because no self-respecting West Indian toughers puts your dominoes down as if it's a piece of china. You don't do that. You have to send a message.
Oh, yes. Boom.
Slam it down. Slam it down to the point where the rest of the dominoes go flying in a million different directions.
How do you know where you are then?
You just know, however it is.
They're all on the floor.
But that's how you play dominoes. I mean, you don't know that dominoes... You hear dominoes being played in the Caribbean.
All the time, yeah.
Bam!
Oh, what?
There goes Wokes, bowls on off stump, and he's getting a delivery that he's pushing it away, out towards mid-off. As you can tell by Mikhail Louis celebrating that run out, we are very expressive people. Right. It may be over the top for some, but I mean, it is part of the culture, of the celebrations of victories, the celebrations of whatever else it might be.
One of the other funniest things I've ever seen, I can't remember what island was it in, but you know, like the little rum shacks outside.
Yeah.
Just tiny little things, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just get about 3 or 4 people.
As Wokes bowls to Louis, and he's on the front foot, playing it back along the pitch, no run.
A policeman on a horse reversed into one on his horse. I've never seen anything like it. You know, he just sort of got the horse, just sort of reversed him and sort of ducked his head under the roof, under the old corrugated roof. I don't know whether he had a run, but he had a little chat with the fella and then just sort of like trotted out. Amazing.
Where was that? As Wokes bowls on the front foot, and he's driving that nicely. Will he get 4 here? Might very well reach the boundary at will. Well timed by Mikhail Louis. And as we saw in the first innings with that top score of 27 out of 121, shapes up pretty well. He's got the fundamentals, and for a man on test debut, he looks as if he wants to be out there with that boundary. Goes up to 7, 12 without loss.
Yeah, and he's played and missed a few. But he seems to be able to put that behind him and still relying on that sort of good front foot technique. And yeah, that was a cracking shot.
It is the essence of being an opening bat, isn't it? That you've got to understand, especially against the new ball, and especially on the first morning, as we saw yesterday, you're going to be playing and missing quite a bit.
Yep.
And be grateful you don't get the edge. Wokes bowls to Louis, and this time off the outer half of the bat, but playing with soft hands, as we saw in that debut innings with his first boundary, in fact, which was off the outer half of the bat down through the vacant gully region for 4 before he played that beautiful off drive of Jimmy Anderson. This one goes away much squarer towards backward point to Ben Duckett. Score remains at 12 without loss. England eventually dismissed for 371, 76 from Joe Root, 70 from Jamie Smith, the last man out, leaving Jimmy Anderson not out without having faced a ball in potentially his last innings in Test cricket. As Wokes Bowls to Louis, and he's letting that one go by outside the off stump, shouldering arms to let it go through to the keeper. 12 without loss.
Yeah, he's got a. He's got a. You can see that he's got a technique to work with. I think, you know, as I said, saw that one, knows where his off stump is. You're going to get the odd Jaffa, especially in England, with the dukey and that sort of overcast conditions. But yeah, it looks pretty solid around that off stump, fourth stump.
It is about that level of judgment and knowing where your off stump is, when to play, when not to play. Wokes bowls again to him, and he's reaching forward solidly. A good forward press, playing it away square on the offside, out towards cover point. He remains on 7. His captain Craig Brathwaite on 4. The West Indies starting with a deficit of 250. They are 12 without loss, and indeed just first and foremost looking to get to the end of the day's play.
Absolutely. I mean, little building blocks just to get some confidence going through the dressing room as well. That, come on, we can get through this. A lot of it, when you get bowled out early, is that you just think, crikey, we've got Anderson's moving it, swinging. We've just got to go out there, try and get a quick 20 or 30. No, you've got to try and then sort of like reverse that pressure back on, get through that new ball, get the bowlers into second and third spells. And you've got to try and see that light at the end of the tunnel. Very difficult to do.
It is very difficult, and indeed, even if this match is really beyond saving for the West Indies, unless you get rain for a significant portion of the next 3 days, you've got test matches to come. You've got Trent Bridge, you've got Edgbaston, you've got opportunities for redemption. 4 slips go down as Anderson from the pavilion end bowls to Brathwaite, delivery that bowls him, and there he is. Success for Jimmy Anderson, his final innings in test match cricket, and in the same way that he did when he got Craig Brathwaite for his 500th test wicket some 7 years ago at this same venue. He gets the West Indies captain this time around. Brathwaite goes for 4. West Indies in their second innings have lost their first wicket. It's 12 for 1.
Oh, it's a big nip backer, isn't it? Comes down the hill, darts down the hill to Braithwaite, through that baton pad. There was a bit of a big gate there, to be honest. But beautiful bit of bowling, just hitting the top of off, middle and off stump. Bowled with that slight wobble seam again. And you could just feel a big smile on Jimmy Anderson's face. I think he's been feeling a bit of the pressure of it all as well.
Yeah, it seems more relief than celebration.
Absolutely.
Just get it out of the way, because, of course, he took a long while to get a wicket in the first innings. He actually got the last wicket of the innings. Now he's taken the first wicket of the second. So 2 in a row for Jimmy Anderson.
Yep.
As Kirk McKenzie comes out to the middle now, and he knows that it's going to be a really tough examination for him at this stage. The West Indies losing their first wicket, facing that massive deficit of 250. Anderson with his tail up, having taken that wicket.
Yeah, and I mean, that one really did move down the hill as well. I mean, we bang on a bit about this Lord's Slope, but that really was evident there. And if you're just always, and if you're such a good bowler like Anderson is, and you can just put it in that area time and time and time again, all the bowling coaches, all the fast bowling coaches will say, hit the top of off stump, and then just that little bit of movement either way, bit of swing, bit of lateral, and you're in business. And that's what Jimmy Anderson has done so well.
Well, Craig Brathwaite, I think, will be missing Jimmy Anderson's bowling. That's the 8th time he's been dismissed by Anderson in 12 tests. Has scored just 125 runs off Anderson's bowling, so averages 15.6 against Anderson, and has scored at just over 1.5 runs and over against him. So he's found him, understandably, one of his toughest opponents.
So we should probably send him a special farewell gift then.
Yeah.
Of the West Indies team.
That's right.
Craig Brathwaite is gone, and now it's Kirk McKenzie, the left-hander, who fell to Gus Atkinson in the first innings just yesterday, into the slip cordon taken by Zach Crawley. 4 slips go down as Anderson in now with a short square leg in place. Bowls to McKenzie, lets it go by through to the keeper. 12 for 1 the West Indies, having trailed on first innings by 250. 4 wickets for Jayden Seales, 3 for Gudakesh Moti, 2 for Moti, 2 for Jason Holder, 1 for Alzarri Joseph. Yeah, toughest.
Yeah, just pegging back that middle stump. He started off just outside the off stump, darting back down, but it's that length. Can't quite get forward and cover it. If you go back, it's going to rush through you. Impeccable line and length bowling.
Anderson bowls to Mackenzie, and he's on the front foot, playing a full-length delivery back along the pitch. But it's the simplicity which makes it so difficult. It sounds like an oxymoron of sorts, that to really be able to be repetitive, to be able to hit the top off, to be able to just stick to it, not try anything too different, too difficult. And really, he is the master. In that sense. You mentioned a Glenn McGrath, you talk about the great ones. It's about just doing the basics right every single time. As Anderson bowls now to Mackenzie, short of a length, a bit shorter, and he's just waiting on it carefully, plays it back along the pitch.
I think that some youngsters, they want to be bowling in swingers, out swingers, wobble seam, cutters, all this. Just get it in that area, put the old Anki down and hit that 6 out of 6 if you can, and then you can build on that. Once that groove's in you, once that muscle memory's in you, then you can start playing around with your variations and missing. But you've got to have that to start with.
4 slips in anticipation go down again as a bit of sunlight breaks through the high cloud, and Mackenzie on the front foot to a full-length delivery. Strokes it away out towards mid-off. And indeed, in the modern environment, it's probably even more difficult for the young cricketer when you've got your T20 environment and there's always that desire to do something different, to try something when nothing is happening after 4 deliveries. You want to do something unusual, when basically just plugging away is eventually going to bring that reward.
But you're right, T20, I mean, you're bowling 6 different balls over your bowling, aren't you? Because otherwise you are going out the park, so...
Last ball of the over as another delivery draws Mackenzie forward, coming off the outer half of the bat, and of another maiden over to add to that tally for Jimmy Anderson, and the wicket as well of Craig Brathwaite at 12 for 1.
It's a different skill. It's a different skill, isn't it? You just need that pressure building. And that's what Anderson's done all his life. And then you get that off Jaffa, like that one was to Brathwaite. Well, good luck playing that.
It is about really understanding yourself, understanding your role, understanding your body, which clearly Jimmy does probably better than anybody else, which is why he feels he's bowling as well, maybe better than ever.
Well, that's why I had that little sort of hop and a skip, because it was sort of like a memory thing, da-dunk, da-dunk, oh, hop, da-dunk, 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 bowl. You know what I mean? And just keep da-dunk, da-dunk, oh, da-dunk, da-dunk, bowl. You know what I mean? And it just sort of, it becomes ingrained.
As Woakes runs away from us, bowls and beats him outside the off stump. That was a bit of extra pace and flying through at almost chest high to Jamie Smith. Well bowled there by him. It's so much about repetitiveness, and that ability just to make slight variations, just pull the length back a bit, a bit of
variation
flight.
Sometimes off the pitch and what have you. Don't
let the pitch do the work for you, which Angus Fraser did so successfully against the West Indies at Queen's Park Oval, time after time. He just bowled it straight between wicket and wicket, didn't have to do much else.
I saw him this morning, Fraser.
As Woakes bowls to Mikhail Louis, and he's playing it away square on the offside. No run again, 12 for 1.
I must admit, he had a bit of a bead on. He was mopping the brow. He's the only man I know who I've played cricket with who looked more exhausted at the start of his spell than at the end of it. Just looked exhausted all the time.
It looked for him like really hard work. Just even taking off before actually getting to the delivery stride. But he was phenomenally successful at Queen's Park Oval in those back-to-back tests in 1998. I think he did 18 wickets in those 2 test matches.
That's right.
Back-to-back tests.
Top man, Fraser.
As he's on the front foot, solidly on the front foot, is Mikhail Louis to the next delivery from Chris Woakes. And of course, those back-to-back tests was because of the fiasco at Sabina Park.
That's right.
Where the test was abandoned for a dangerous pitch. And again, it's sometimes lessons aren't learned, because it wasn't long after that there was a sandy surface for the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and the test match was called off as well after 10 deliveries. And once more it was England. It's always England. It's always England. When they come to the Caribbean, something goes wrong. Desperately wrong as well. As Woakes bowls to Louis, and he's solidly on the front foot again, pushing it away to cover.
I played in that test match as well, the one that got cancelled, And the physio had been out there about 20 times. I mean, it was popping, you know what I mean? The first ball, you all
kicking off a lot.
You all sit down and watch that first delivery, I don't know, it was Courtney like that, and it's sort of pitched just short of a length and just took off like that. Well, all the boys went running back in going, Phil, you haven't got that chest pad, have you? Can you put it? They were trying to nick all my kit. I was going, no, it's mine. Leave it out.
Here goes Woakes. Passes the umpire, bowls to Louis, delivery that jacks back into him. Delivery going the other way. Was there any inside edge? No, it's a leg by. So he remains on naught. Craig McKenzie. Sorry, Micaiah Louis on 7. He remains off 28 deliveries. McKenzie yet to get over the mark. He's now going to come on strike. 13 for 1. And it's a real examination here for the West Indies. Just like for that period of that test match at Sabina Park, it was more than an examination. It was almost an autopsy.
Well, it was getting that way. If it had got down to me, it would have been, I can assure you. I was absolutely terrified. And then they just sort of like, because a lot of fans had come over and everything, we all went to the commissioner's house for the next 4 days or something and had parties with all the fans because we had to give them something to do, because it had been called off.
Any excuse for a party?
Well, there you go. Yeah, so that was a
4 slips for the left-hander as Woakes bowls now outside the off-stump and lets it go by through to the keeper at the end of the over. You know the West Indian narrative to that, of course, that if it were the West Indies batting and England bowling, the test match would have continued. But anyway,
that's what they said.
At 13 for 1.
That's what Richie Richardson said.
The West Indies in their second innings, starting with a deficit of 250. More entertainment from Tuffers, and he'll be joined by Ali.
Yeah, it was a good tour. Oh, love tour in the Caribbean. Oh, one of my favourites. Always something going on. Not even on or off the field.
Hello, Tuffers.
Hello.
Well, I had a wonderful time, I have to say, out in the T20 World Cup recently gone. Yeah, visited, had a week in Antigua. I'd never been to Antigua before in all my touring. Yeah. And then St Vincent, quite shockingly then, St Vincent really badly hit by the recent hurricane.
Oh, yes.
The hospitality there was second to none. The people so proud of having international cricket back on their island as well, because they'd renovated the stadium and hadn't had international cricket there for a decade until the T20 World Cup came round. Right, Gus Atkinson.
Here we go.
Has a big cheer to welcome him after those debut figures of 7 for 45 in first innings. Salts?
Jimmy Anderson's final opening spell in Test cricket.
Oh.
A classic Andersonian. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 2.
Hey!
How about that?
Lovely.
So Anderson with the wicket of Craig Brathwaite, who, as Fazir pointed out, was also his 500th wicket. Gus Atkinson in then, and it's back of the length ball that has Louis swaying out the way. Passes through chest height through to Jamie Smith, who's had a good time on debut as well, with a 50 with the bat.
He'll be sniffing a 10 for here, Gus Atkinson.
10 in the match, get himself on 2 honours boards.
Absolutely lovely.
Well, can Anderson, though? I mean, Atkinson's really stole the limelight, stole the show on day one.
5 for Jimmy.
Well, Jimmy's on 702 for his career so far.
Yeah.
Just keep thinking about Shane Warne's mark of 708. Here's Atkinson, dropped into the leg side, no run.
Oh, it's a big ask.
It's a big ask,
So
I know
he's
it's a
gotta
big
get 8
ask.
for 7 for.
You'd have to get 6 more.
Yeah, 7 for. You'd have to get 7. Well, listen.
If Atkinson can do it.
Absolutely. He's done it a few times. How many 10 fors is...
He's
10 fors.
His best innings figures is 7 for. He's never taken more than 7 in an innings in tests.
3 10-wicket matches in his career.
Yeah.
None of them at Lords. Here's Atkinson again. Defence from Louis. Back up the pitch. Well, interestingly, the 500th wicket when he bowled Craig Brathwaite here at Lords in 2017, that came in a spell for James Anderson of 7 for 42.
Right.
Is there some importance in that he's just got Craig Brathwaite's wicket here in his last test match? That was a match where he managed 7 wickets in the innings.
Wow.
Do you believe in these kind of things?
Do.
Atkinson, he's already bagged 7. He's in now to Louis, comes forward, struck on the pad, there's an appeal. I think a more wholehearted appeal from the slips than from Atkinson. Ben Stokes has his arms firmly folded and no sense of a review, but Harry Brooks is still holding his arms widely aloft.
That looked... Well, it looked good from...
Now they have gone for the review.
Yes, it just looked right for me. Might be a little high. Hopefully for Atkinson. It didn't get a scratch or a little inside edge on it, but it just felt
right. Director, we have a pair review for LBW.
Adrian Holdstock, the third umpire.
Decision, not out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front line, please.
Well, could this be 8 in the match for Atkinson? Struck him on the knee
There doesn't
roll.
appear to be any bat, but just go to Ultra Edge, confirm bat and no bat. Keep rolling it through for me, please. Keep going through. There's a clear gap between bat and ball. No bats involved. Ball tracking ready.
Let's come back into the right-hander. Atkinson's looking anxiously up at the big screen. There's an arm around his shoulder and a pat on the shoulder from Chris Wokes.
Original decision, not out. Pitching out it off, impact in line. Wickets missing.
Come back
Nothing
in
you
too
can
much.
stay with
Bit
the
too
original
much.
not out decision. Stand by.
Oh, it's pitched outside off. It's
You
come
want
back
signal now.
to miss leg stump.
Yeah. Big deviation back down the hill from the pavilion end. But it's doing a bit, and it's just jagged. Interesting the way he holds that ball as well, Atkinson. It's slightly different. I mean, usually it's the two fingers sort of on the seam or down the seam. He bowls that sort of scrambled seam with one finger completely, virtually on the leather.
And hoping then that one side will skid on, one side might hit the seam. That time outside the off stump, left alone by Louis. Through to the keeper it goes. Well, Anderson, he sort of went straight to wobble seam, didn't he, at the start of this innings? Wasn't looking for any conventional swing with the new ball. Some cloud overhead. It's very high, though. It's nothing like the conditions that England were bowling in yesterday on day one, where it was murky and the floodlights had been on. Today has been a glorious sunny day for the most part. Just a bit of high overhead cloud now. Comfortable conditions for spectators to be watching in. 13 for 1. West Indies in their second innings. Atkinson in, and that's flown away, not completely under control, but it's whistled away down to the square leg boundary for 4. It was aerial, but safe, part the ground. One fielder up at mid-wicket. And so the boundary to end the over. Louis on to 11. Mackenzie yet to score. 17 for 1. West Indies 233 behind.
That's just the 5th scoring shot of the innings. 3 fours, a 2 and a 1. The other 2 runs have been leg byes, to highlight how difficult this has been.
Yeah. West Indies fully up against it here. And we're going to have Ben Stokes replacing Chris Wokes. Well, looks, are we? No. He's having a, no, he is coming to bowl. He's having a chat with Chris Wokes, but Stokes has removed his cap and he is indeed going to have a bowl. Now, here's an email coming with a Jimmy story. This is from Paul Spencer from Lancaster. He watched the 1992 World Cup final with a young James Anderson who was around at his house in Burnley. Watched it with Jimmy, Jimmy's dad, Michael, Uncle Neil, and various other friends from Burnley Cricket Club.
I was there. I was in a squad.
Yeah. Jimmy was watching you, watching the game from the edge.
on someone's knee. Wow.
It was the early days of satellite TV, and Paul says he was the only one with a dish. To be continued. Stokes moving in, 3 slips here to the left-hander. Mackenzie forward, defends up to Wokes at mid-on, and there's no run. He says, I can remember a quiet but very polite and respectful little boy sat there in front of the TV watching Wasim Akram's devastating spell that turned the final Pakistan's way. He says it might even have been the first time he heard the F word in my living room as England ran out of steam at the MCG. Stokes moving in. Mackenzie yet to score. The left-hander awaits. Stokes bowls full. Defends. It runs off the edge of the bat out towards point, and there's no run. Tuffers has made way for Michael Vaughan. I don't know whether you caught the end of that little anecdote. It was a lovely story. Jimmy Anderson in 1992. What year was he born? He was in 82, was he? He describes him as a little boy.
A little boy.
Little boy watching the 1992 World Cup final.
Yeah.
Soaking it all in, being mesmerised. He would have been, 10 years old? 9 years old.
What a final it was as well. Wasim Akram.
Well, that's
from around the wicket.
Reversing it, causing havoc.
Chris Lewis, was it? Chris Lewis, Alan Lamb.
That's the era. Stokes racing in, and Mackenzie's forward struck on the pad now. Stokes' appealing finger goes up. Double fist clench from Ben Stokes. Mackenzie could be out for a duck here. He's reviewing it. And the reviews come fairly quickly. Let's have a closer look then
I reckon this is
TV umpire
right
to the director.
Bit of late
With
swing.
a player review for LBW.
the
Until
pads.
decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Still 29 overs left in the day here. This could be the second wicket to go. It's at the seam.
Ball's close to the bat. Altrez confirm bat on her back, please.
And he's hit on the back leg above the flap of the pad and the thigh. In front of the stumps. Umpire waiting to see whether any bat was involved. Here's the ultra edge.
Skip Ryan 3 for me, please. Clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking ready, please.
Well, the only thing that can save him, I think, is where it pitches. But
original decision is out.
It's in line.
Pitching in line, impact in line. Wickets hitting.
Straight as you like.
You can stay with the original out decision. Stand by.
So Ben Stokes picks up the second wicket, and Mackenzie is out for it with an 8-ball duck. 17 for 2. West Indies a long, long way behind in this second innings.
Well, they can get on a roll here, England. You just feel that the West Indies, with the ball moving around, are almost just waiting and sitting, and they don't look like they've got a counter kind of punch. And it's not easy when you're facing the likes of Jimmy Anderson, who had the ball on a string. Now Ben Stokes comes into the attack. 200 test wickets for Ben Stokes.
That's just flashed up on the big screen. Milestone moment for the England captain here at one stage where there were question marks over whether he would bowl in Test cricket again. He went through the knee surgery. He's managed his career since then, missing the T20 World Cup, wanted to focus on Test cricket, being captain, being that all-rounder in the team. And it's starting to pay off because he says he feels good as gold, his words, with that knee.
Yeah, he looks really fit, doesn't he? He's moving great. And he's such a dangerous bowler because of the delivery we've just seen. Just has that late swing, and he can swing the ball either way. Bowls that aggressive length. And you fear for the West Indies here. They get another quick one now. It's not out of the realms that this game could finish today.
Well, that's why, yeah, pointing out just how many overs are left, how much time left.
2 hours of cricket left.
And sometimes you just get a feel, don't you, how much fight has a team got in them and where the ascendancy is. And England have had the ascendancy since day one, early yesterday. Stokes ball in hand again. 3 slips are there waiting. 17 for 2 then. Mikhail Louis at the non-striker's end. And Alec Athanase, the new batter. And there's a catcher in at short mid-wicket as well. In goes Stokes, pitches it across him. Oh, nearly caught behind. It wasn't far away from the bat. Had a bit of a dabble outside the off stump through to Jamie Smith.
Well, they're so inexperienced, and you know, you're playing at the home of cricket. There's a full house. It's Jimmy Anderson's last game. A real buzz around the ground, and you've got to go out and somehow concentrate and focus. Athanase's average is 23. There's no real substance to this West Indies batting lineup of any experience or confidence.
Yeah, and Louis playing in his maiden Test match at the non-strikers end, full from Stokes back into the pitch and into the hands of the bowler in his follow-through. And once Craig Brathwaite is gone, who 89 tests to his name before this one. Mackenzie, only 3. Athanase playing in his 5th test now. Kavim Hodge, this is his 3rd. Inexperience runs all the way down to, and you get to Jason Holder again, who's got 64 under his belt.
Yeah, and I reckon
top order.
Yeah, I think the ball's doing more today than it did yesterday. There's more swing through the air. There's a little bit of zip off the surface.
Stokes turns at the end of his mark. Smith smacks his gloves together and then bumps down to wicket keep, and in goes Stokes. Straight, looking to find a bit of movement into the pads again. Kept out by Athanase. End of the over, 17 for 2 West Indies. A wicket taking over by the captain, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, his 200th Test wicket. It's the 17th England bowler to take 200 in Test cricket. Only the 3rd player in Test history to achieve the double of 6,000 Test runs and 200 Test wickets, alongside Jacques Kallis, who had over 13,000 runs, 292 wickets and 166 tests. And the great West Indian Garfield Sobers, 93 tests, 8,032 runs, average 57 and 235 wickets.
That puts him in pretty esteemed company, doesn't it? You would take that, wouldn't you, alongside Kallis and Sobers as great all-rounders. Stokes just has that match-turning, match-winning ability with him bowling in the side. This makes an England team look much more ruthless. Atkinson to continue, pavilion end. 4 in the slip cordon. Here's Louis on strike, keeps it out, defends, thinks about a quick single, they take it. In comes Ollie Pope, underarms it towards the non-striker's end. It's wide of the stumps, and Louis is home. Well, that's a lovely memory we had, wasn't it, from about Jimmy Anderson, from, I don't know whether Paul was a family friend. You had the family round to watch that World Cup final. If any more of Jimmy's mates are listening, we'd love to hear some more memories of Jimmy as a youngster, Jimmy at Burnley. There must be lots of stories in your memories of him. And we've heard a lot of his memories about his own career in the last couple of weeks, couple of months even, really, since that announcement. He talks about the 2013 Ashes Test at Trent Bridge as probably his most memorable spell of bowling. Here is Atkinson again from the pavilion end outside the off stump, and Athanase lets it go through.
It's really whippy, isn't he? Chris Atkinson, he kind of tippy toes in there. He's got a fast arm speed. I think it's a kind of action and a kind of release that can surprise a batter early. It can kind of hit you, surprise you with the pace.
And he's settling over his bat again.
Cordon better get ready. There's 4 awaiting the edge.
Atkinson hurtles in, elbows by his side, pushes it across the left-hander again, taken low down by Smith, and there's no run. Yeah, just going back to that Trent Bridge Test in 2013, 10 for in the match for Jimmy Anderson. He's described as his most complete performance, because the pitch was almost sort of subcontinental, like it offered very little for the quick bowlers. He particularly enjoyed getting Brad Haddin out. He took 5 wickets in each innings when he really used the wobble seam and the cutters, and bowled a 13-over spell on the last day after it had been a really tight match. Atkinson in full, flipped up towards mid-on, a tumbling stop by Anderson, and there's no.
I remember that game because I actually remember that me and Phil had to go and do a phone-in.
Right.
6-6 phone-in, and one of our headlines, which you have a headline or two at the start of the show, and one of the headlines is Jimmy Anderson, England's greatest ever.
Really?
And me and Phil saying he is. I can remember, and then we had that many. No, Fred Truman. A patch on Fred Truman. That many Yorkies phoning in.
Well, he's had another decade of bowling since then. Atkinson over the wicket.
I think it was Shield. Berry was kind of SF Barnes. It's not as good as SF Barnes from back in the day. I remember throwing it out there. It was 2013.
Yeah.
We said, he's Jimmy, England's greatest.
Well, that match took his Test average under 30 for the first time. And remembered by Jimmy as one of his favourite Test matches, I think, because it had been such a tight match. And then the wicket of Brad Haddin was the final wicket, so of course for Jimmy, taking a last wicket that wins a match. And it was one of those that it was given out on DRS as well. I think it was such a fine snick. Atkinson races in full, brings the bat down on it rather late, jabs it into the turf. The ball comes to a complete standstill, left for Atkinson to pick up at the end of the over. 18 for 2. So West Indies 232 behind. We've had one spell of bowling from Jimmy Anderson. He took his 702nd Test wicket with that of Craig Brathwaite. Full house here at Lord's. 18 for 2. Michael, a few more words from you, and then Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, and when you're doing these phone-in shows, you're stirring up debate. So you're trying to get the nation to phone in with an opinion. So we threw it out there. Jimmy Anderson's the greatest ever. Sing ball. This was 2000. I remember all the calls coming in. Don't be silly. You rubbish. You two. You don't know what you. Well, 11 years later, we were right.
I know. Well, it's nice he's got that wicket as well. Just now, it'll just relax him a bit. And
ball beautiful, isn't it?
It did. Ball beautiful. And actually, so is Stokes. It's interesting how the ball has swung from this end. Woke swung it, and Stokes is swinging it now. 18 for 2. Athanase yet to score. Louis has 12. And it's Louis who's on strike. The taller of the two. 3 slips waiting. And Stokes moves in on his way and he bowls. And Louis on the front foot finds a fielder at point. And there's no run.
And Stokes is he's getting him down there at a decent pace, you know. He's 82 miles an hour, but it just seems a bit quicker. It's like he's got a beautiful rhythm. It just looks so effortless.
It's good to see him fit, isn't it? I mean, there's no clutching of his knee or it locking like it used to do. And whoever has worked on him has done a great job. That's for sure. Used to hold your breath every time he ran after the ball. 18 for 2 is the score. West Indies miles behind. Stokes again runs in past umpire Tucker and bowls on the off stump. It's played firmly.
That's a crowd catch. Haven't seen one of those yet this summer.
Hey, Andy, just did you find out who the croissant champ was? Or
Well, he said he sent you an Instagram post with further details of the best croissant competition. So,
okay. Did you hear about this,
Boyle.
Agus?
No, I've missed this.
There's a croissant. Is it championships?
Yeah, best croissant in Britain competition.
Where is it? We don't know where. Kind of. You can't beat the French at croissant.
Well, yeah, that'd be the.
Here's Stokes, played away out towards mid-wicket. Across the pad, though, Stokes has got his hands on his head there.
You'd think they'd be the favourites.
French?
Yeah, you'd think so.
I do remember in Wellington one year in New Zealand, arriving at this place where they just had the competition for the best sparkling wine, and the Brits had won it. And they were very, very unhappy down there. I tell you, there's a lot of grumping going on amongst the New Zealanders.
Were the judges British? Or?
I think one was. 18 for 2. And here's Stokes. Oh, it's a beauty. It was past the outside edge.
Was there a chance that you were one of the judges?
No, I wasn't the judge. No, I think it was sampled. I think it was celebrated afterwards.
So that's a good win.
It was a very good win. It didn't go down very well in New Zealand at all. But yeah, it's. My wife drinks a bit of English sparkling wine. She rather enjoys it. 18 for 2. Stokes wheels round. Sun behind a bit of cloud at the moment. Arms pumping. Wearing 55. He bowls on middle and leg. It's nicely played by Louis. He's had a good game, actually. He batted nicely the first innings. Brilliant piece of fielding.
Looks like he's got a good defence. He's got the cover drive, hasn't he? He
Yeah.
has to hold the pose. He's hanging in there, 12 from 40, but it's a great, they're an inexperienced batting team, but if you just get a score, if Luke can go and get a 50 or a 75 against Jimmy Anderson in his last game, it's going to give him a huge confidence boost going forward. There's some nice vineyards around the UK, There's one up in Yorkshire.
Is there?
Yep, around York.
Stokes bowls. Louis on the front foot plays into the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. Thought a bit north for wine up there, but there you go.
No, it's a very nice vineyard.
That was the 8th maiden out of the 14 overs bowled so far. Just 6 scoring shots so far. Lords has been a difficult ground for West Indian number 3s in recent years. Kirk Mackenzie 1-0 in this match 7 years ago, last time West Indies played here. Kyle Hope 0-1, and Kirk Edwards in 2012 1-0. So the last 3 tests West Indies have played here, 6 innings at number 3, a total of 3 runs.
Trying to remember the name of the judge. It was the Brit at the Wine Awards. Gone in a senior moment. 18 for 2. And that's flicked away with a wristy flourish down to mid-on. And there's no run. He's been on the programme, actually. Henry interviewed him as a view from the boundary. I can remember silly things like that, and the fact it was at Old Trafford, but I can't remember what his name is. One of our leading wine critic and writers. Dunsford Vineyard. That's the Yorkshire one, is it?
Yeah, in York.
Dunsford or Dunesford?
I think it's Dunsford. Very nice.
Atkinson runs in. Is there any bowls outside the off stump? No stroke from Athanase. Allowing that through to the keeper again.
Yeah, the problem here for the West Indies is that they just don't seem to have that counter punch of just trying to. I know it's not easy and the ball's just doing a little bit, but they don't look like they've got that kind of mentality to go, okay. You think about Chris Gale or Lara.
Yes.
You're talking about greats of the game, but they just don't look like they've got that kind of game at the minute.
Atkinson bowls. Oh, well, that came cutting back and went past the inside edge there of Athanase. And it's taken by the keeper. Well, we asked for memories, didn't we, of Jimmy Anderson. We didn't expect one to get from Danny Rubin, who's the England press liaison manager, and who we deal with every day. He works at Yorkshire, didn't he, Danny?
Yeah.
Interestingly, I first met Jimmy 25 years ago, around 1999 to 2000, when I was media manager at Burnley Football Club. I didn't know that. Here's Atkinson. Played away out to backward point, and there's no run. Back then, a 16-year-old Jimmy would help in the ticket office on match days. During the cricket season, after his shift, he would head over to play cricket for Burnley Cricket Club on the other side of Turf Moor. I would head over at the end of the football match and post media duties and watch the young lad from the ticket office ripping through Lancashire League streetwise cricketers winning matches for Burnley. He had just broken into the Lancashire second 11. I remember Burnley Football Club manager Stan Ternant at the time. Atkinson bowls a bouncer who loved his cricket, saying to me he'll play for England. It's incredible how things come full circle, because Jimmy's final test is my 100th for England. Is that right? He's been around that long.
Well, that's why he sent that message.
It is. Well done, Danny. Well done. We'll buy all a drink tonight, Danny. Congratulations.
I did go and shake his hand previously.
Well, I didn't realise that.
And I can't believe it's not had a huge amount of attention.
We normally get a shot of those media manners as well before 100 tests.
Does he get a cap or?
I don't know. How's he survived that long? How's he survived that long?
Incredible.
It is. In comes Atkinson again, bowls, pushed into the offside. And there's no run. Well, that's amazing.
I guess this is poor. We've got these lovely ginger bread biscuits.
Well, I'm saving room because I'm having dinner with Tuffers tonight.
Well, Tuffers he's nicked the wings of the rocket.
Can't do that.
Got to eat the full rocket, Phil.
Yeah,
having dinner with him, are you? Is he treating you?
I think he is treating me, aren't you, Tuffers?
Or is it a bargain bucket or something?
Stupidly, I fell for that game that the England cricketers play with the spoofing of the cards last time I went out with any of you lot. Alistair Cook took me out with a couple of others.
Oh,
I lost.
Credit card roulette.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's unlucky. That is
yeah, but he never loses. Alistair Cook never loses at anything. Have you noticed that?
Well, it's just the look of the draw. I mean,
yeah, but
you used to get a waiter or a waitress to come and choose the kind of handkerchief with different...
He never loses. Then goes Stokes. Bowls down the leg side. And Louis has a flick at it. Paul misses the bat. It's taken low down by Smith. At anything.
Yeah.
He never loses at anything.
I experienced that. I had a bit of toughness last night at the football.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he was celebrating nicely when that goal went in from Watkins. And then we struggled to get taxis last night around London. I think they were all watching the match.
They probably were.
And that Phil Foden song, the Bruce Springsteen classic, Start a Fire, it was being echoed around Knightsbridge by the cat.
Oh, you went posh, did you?
Well,
18 for 2. Here's Stokes. And that's clipped away out to mid-wicket. Basher's fielding there. And there is no run. Watch the brilliant run out. You'll see it on the iPlayer. Today at the Test. It's at 7 o'clock and also on BBC 4 tonight. So it was a superb piece of fielding, but it was actually the celebration that made it. It was,
and if you just arrived for that moment, you'd have thought that was a winning moment.
Match winning. They won the series. Yeah. It was incredible. It was just the sheer joy. 18 for 2. And it was Louis who did it, and he's on the back foot now, playing Stokes to point. There's no run.
I think it's worth bowling a bouncer or two to. He's kind of just planting on that front foot, isn't he? He's got a good defence, nice striding. I just wonder if it's worth just bowling a couple of bounces.
He does like it front foot, doesn't he? Yes. The T20 International, by the way, at Canterbury between England and New Zealand follows events. That's the third match, I think, in that women's series, isn't it? Yeah. So that's following us here. Played through the rain the other day. 18 for 2. In goes Stokes, bowls a bouncer. There you are, you've had it. And a pretty poor pull shot too. He mistimed that. And the ball dribbled up to Anderson at mid-on.
Yeah, that's why. Just a surprise bouncer. I'd go again. Just might keep his weight on the back foot when he bowls that full length delivery again. He was a bit late on that shot, but he flicked one down to the boundary down the bottom there off Gus Atkinson, a little short. I think he can control.
Keith. I'm getting there. Sorry, the brain's working slowly these days. In goes Stokes.
This the judge still?
Yes. That's played back to the bowler.
If Keith the judge is listening.
Ridiculous.
It's quite a good job, that, isn't it? Being the judge of a sparkling wine competition.
Oh, I don't know.
Time much there, did you?
Couldn't find it. 18 for 2. Stokes again over the wicket bowls, and that's again defended undoubtedly by Louis, and fielded at point, and there's no run. 18 for 2, and they've had 16 overs, so West Indies trying to cling on, but they have lost those 2 wickets, and there's still 24 overs to go today, or at least scheduled to go today, but I don't think we'll get them because it's only what, an hour and a half. I suppose it depends if Bashir bowls. He didn't do it all in the first innings.
It's the slowest start to a test innings in this country since Pakistan were 18 for 1 at the same stage after 16 overs at Edgbaston in 2010. Oh, yeah, it's tough going. It's still just the 6 scoring shots off the bat.
No, and England bowled beautifully because for pretty much the most part they've had 4 slips, so there's plenty of gaps. Just wonder if the West Indies can knock and run, just try and rotate the strike. They just look a little bit lethargic with the way that they're playing.
Atkinson bowls, steered away, beats the backward point fielder. That'll run away down through the vacant third man for 4. Pope giving chase, can't stop it.
Well, I don't think Gus Atkinson will be disappointed with that shot because that's the way that he got him in the first innings, just kind of opening the blade, and he glided it to Joe Root at first slip. This occasion he got a thicker outside edge. And it's a boundary, so he'll be happy with that, but I don't think England will be too disappointed. Have you found Keith yet? Why don't you look in your kind of contacts?
Find it. It's ridiculous. No, he's not in there.
Keith Boyce. And again.
Yep. Down through third man again, same sort of area. And again, pursued by Pope all the way down. And there's no run. It says 4 runs, so it's 26 for 2. I think he moves on to 8. I'm going to forget that because I can't get it. Big distracted. People know what I mean.
I don't think they do. The water's going down well again, I guess. I've got my bottle.
Yeah, it's the colour of that that surprises me.
No, I've got some of those like vitamin C tablets I put in.
You ought to try some of Carlos's herbal stuff. The tonic, yeah. In comes Atkinson, bowls, pushed away out to point, and there's no run. I'll
he's here, Carlos.
Well, look what it's done for Carlos.
Yeah.
Look at the size of him.
And are they tablets or?
No, it's a sort of a potion.
Oh.
And it comes in a bottle. Mine's strawberry flavour. Very thoughtfully brought by Carlos. Had a conversation in the World Cup. He reckons he'll needed a bit of a rev up, so he's produced this stuff.
What time do you take it?
Well, look at it in the morning. The hashtag rise up that I'm a bit worried about, because that's okay. But it's just sort of whether it just lifts the spirits, I think.
Need a bit of that.
Wow. I've been pretty bouncy all day. 26 for 2. Now he's going round the wicket now to try and just narrow that angle a little bit. Atkinson moves in, bowls, and he's pulled it from short. That's a 3rd boundary in the over, and that's well, the most confident stroke of the 3. Little swivel of the hips. Dispatches the ball out to deep square leg.
Yeah, I like that. That's quality play. Oh, here we go.
He's got his own with him. He's got his own supply with him.
It's called the full Mac.
Yeah, well, that's what it is.
Strawberry. This is for you, I think.
No, mine's at the hotel.
Okay, and this is.
But would you look at Carlos? Look at the size of him.
It's revved up, does it?
Yeah, apparently so. A shot in the morning.
Do not.
Played away by Athenaeus out to point.
Tablespoon every day.
Mm.
Do not exceed your recommended dose. Must be 18 years of age, so yeah, qualify.
Straight for the Caribbean, that is. I'll report back and I'll put it to the test.
See how I go.
30 for 2. Athenaeus on 12, all boundaries. And Atkinson was a bit of a different day to yesterday at the moment. He got a first baller. He's gone for 17. He comes in again, bowls, and there's a thick edge. The left-hander playing across his pad, finding Pope at backward point. The end of the over, 30 for 2, a few clouds around.
Andy, I'm sure you've done it, but how many times in Test cricket history has a bowler got someone out first ball and then he got out first ball himself?
Oh, not
for the same bowler. Because Atkinson bowled to Jason Holder, got him out first ball. Jason Holder bowled to Gus Atkinson, got him out first ball.
Oh, well, I might need to do a bit of digging for that. I know he was the first Test debutant to take 6 or more wickets bowling in the first innings of a debut and get a golden duck with the bat.
But it can't have. I can't remember that happening.
That's a very good question.
Is it the first?
Right.
Don't tell me it's the first time
I might need
ever.
to do some overnight homework on that one.
Get some time, got plenty of time. If you want some juice to give you some energy.
Yeah, have a shot of that. That'll sort it out. Well, well. That's a very good question.
Yeah, I don't ever remember it happening in county cricket.
Certainly revenge, isn't it? Stokes bowling on the leg stump, clipped away hard. Runs here for Louis. With Basher giving chase up the hill towards the grandstand. Gets there, just about a yard to go. One of those modern sliding tackles. Gets in the ball and a lovely tidy return too. Not quite as far as the throw that ran him out from Louis, but an accurate one. 32 for 2. Louis used to 14.
His first run off Stokes from his 19th ball.
Oh. Saying earlier, I mean, you've had knee issues, Michael, didn't you? But I mean, he looks like a new man.
Yeah, he looks fit, doesn't he? He's done a huge amount of work that we don't see. It takes a long time to rehab knee operations, but he looks agile, fit, moving. What's happening here?
They're trying to get rid of the ball. They've been working on this for a while, and I think this time they've succeeded. It hasn't gone through the ring. They've been working on that from about Anderson's 3rd over. Anyway, they're going to have a drinks break. So that all coincides nicely, I think. With that, we'll have the 4th umpire coming out with his box of balls. And we have got 23 overs left today. Or an hour and a half of scheduled play. They might get them all in, it'll be tight. 32 for 2 is the score. So 218 runs behind. Fazio's looking at the rotor. Does that mean he's next on? Oh, it's not. Don't worry. Here comes the 4th umpire.
Who is the 4th umpire this week?
He's the former Northants.
Russell Warren.
Russell Warren. I played a lot of cricket against Russ. He was a little bit older than me. I think he was 2 years older or a year old. He played England under 19. He's played a lot of second team cricket against him when he was at Northants. Used to score loads of runs. Richard Montgomery.
Oh, yes.
Richard
I
Montgomery,
played against
Russell
him.
Warren.
Yeah, sometimes there's a bit of an overlap, isn't there?
Tony Pemberthy.
Isha's arrived with cables and bits of cake and everything else. No, don't give her any of that, for goodness sake. She doesn't need that. Michael, thoughts from you during the drinks break? And then Isha will come in here for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's not been easy for the West Indies. England have bowled fantastic. Just a little bit of a sign from Ali Kathanaz in the last over or so that he's looking to score and trying to counter punch, and if he gets a bad ball he's going to try and put it away, which is the right mindset, but it's not easy. The ball's moving around, the clouds have just started to roll in as well.
Perfect conditions for a bit of swing bowling. Oh, as Michael Warner's
I think Carlos is coming in. He's
step
got
up.
his juice ready to go.
Okay. Special juice. Natural vitamin tonic. Okay. All the main ingredients: green tea, guarana. Okay, guarana's pretty lively, isn't it, Carlos?
All the good stuff, Ish. Full mark.
Players just taking a break here for drinks. And a lot of activity in the stands at the moment. They've had a great day. They've seen a number of wickets to fall, 7 of England's and then 2 of the West Indies, but England firmly in control here at Lord's on day 2. West Indies trailing by 218. I think the only frustration for the fans today, Andy Carlos, was that Jimmy Anderson walked out to bat and had to leave the field of play without facing a ball.
Yeah, it's very, very sad.
It was a very anticlimactic situation.
114th not out in Test cricket, but without having a chance to unfurl the famous reverse sweep.
You never know. He might open the batting.
I don't think he will want that. Imagine leaving the game with a broken arm or something, trying to get a run.
Well, it sounds like something that Ben Stokes would do.
I'm sure they'd offer it. But there are more plausible things than Jimmy Anderson wanting to take first strike in his farewell test. Brand new cherry.
It will be Ben Stokes to continue bowling from the nursery end. Just a reminder that Today at the Test is on BBC iPlayer and BBC4 tonight at 7 o'clock, and also the third T20 International in Canterbury between England and New Zealand follows here. Of course, in the women's series, have a match here against New Zealand next Wednesday, which we will be covering on BBC TV, as well as Test Match Special. So Stokes just getting himself warmed up once more. And Carl Lewis on strike on 14. Athanaze at the non-strikers end on 12. 3 slips in position for England's captain. As he moves in, beats the edge. Oh no, he's got something on it. And Ben Stokes doesn't even look back. He just continues running towards the slip cordon. And after the break, who else? Who else could it be but Ben Stokes? 32 on the board, the West Indies, and now they are 3 down. Louis with a fine tickle through and an edge to Jamie Smith behind the stumps.
And this is one of the only times he's followed the path of the ball when he was beaten. We've seen him play and miss so much yesterday, play and miss a couple today, gets a good stride in, and this time he just plays away from his body that fraction, and it's Test cricket. That's why it's Test cricket. You're playing against the best. You're testing yourself against the best for a prolonged period of time. And as much as he tried and as dogged as he was, that one mistake just after a break as well, as we so accustomed to. And he's found wanting. Ben Stokes does what Ben Stokes does.
Louis walks up the steps into the long room, and Kavem Hodge emerges. 24 from 48 deliveries in the first innings before what was probably the catch of the match. Ollie Pope positioned at a very close-in point, looking to cut the ball away to the boundary, and Pope diving to his left to snaffle it. He now joins his partner Athanaze. 32 for 3 then, and West Indies, they're right up against it, but a fair amount of play left still today, Carlos. They're in danger of not making it to the end of the evening.
Yeah, it could be a 2-day. Probably not what you want to see, but from this position, you're staring down the barrel for sure. Poor Shoaib Bashir. We're talking about Jimmy Anderson, but he hasn't had a chance to do much. No chance to bowl. Didn't get much strike with Jamie Smith. Trying to hug the strike as he should, batting. And now may not get a chance to bowl in second innings either.
Here comes Stokes. He pushes away. 3 slips in position. Hodge presses forwards, works it to the leg side. He sets off, but mid-wicket, sprinting in. Shoaib Bashir in that position.
Welcome to the game.
He might be able to enforce a run out.
After he was run out himself.
Yep. As he tosses it to the keeper, and Hodge returns to the crease quickly. It's such an amazing delivery that Ben Stokes bowls. He comes in at that angle to the left of the crease, with the shoulder almost above his head as he sends it down. He comes in again now. Hodge pulls away with disdain. On one leg, he hoists it away to the boundary, over to the grandstand for 4. 32. The West Indies moves to 36.
Yeah, good shot. Length ball. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Roll the wrist on it. It's a slow track, it has been. So on the length like that, I mean, it is slightly risky, especially if you wanted to go upwards with it. But short man, pick the length early, roll the wrist on it. Got it down before it reached the field and into the gap.
Hodge pushing at the ball to the offside. Good length delivery from Ben Stokes.
18 runs from the first 16 overs and 18 from the next 10 balls, but also that wicket of Louis, Ben Stokes. It's the first time since September 2022 that he's taken 2 wickets in an innings. Hasn't bowled a great deal in that time due to injuries, but you've got to go back to the Oval Test against South Africa when he took 3 for 39 for the last time he took more than 1 in an innings.
But this is the end for him to bowl from, because his natural angle is into the right-hander, and the slope just offers him that extra bit of assistance for it to come back the other way, and that's how he was able to pick up his first wicket, as he's in to Hodge, who's allowing it to pass in the channel after deep square leg was just sent out to the boundary. Under the over, 36 for 3 then the West Indies, trailing by 214. Removing Kurt Mackenzie with an absolute beauty, pitching in line, and it just jagged back down the slope. He has the ability to shape it back as well in the air, and it's such a difficult skill, which is why he's so threatening in Test cricket with that red ball.
Yeah, and you think about the difficulty of the proposition it is facing Stokes with the way he angles it in with his action, and then if it comes back down the slope, and he has the skill to move the ball both ways, so it's hard to leave him on length or on line for that matter. And then the angle always, especially to the right-hander, it looks as though the ball is coming in. And Mikhail Louis would have shaped up to play a defensive shot, thinking the ball was close enough to him. And then once it starts to move off the seam, with the skill of Stokes, but also a little bit to the large slope as well, just dragged his hands away in that forward defence and taking enough of the edge to carry through to Jamie Smith.
Atkinson continues from the pavilion end. He bowls to Athanaze, who drives to mid-off, no run. 3 slips in position and a gully as well. Now a little battle forming between these two. Athanaze able to get him away for a few boundaries in the last over.
One thing that's been a real challenge for the West Indies to mix intent and aggression with a solid defence. Felt as though they've been either or. First 16 overs, 18 runs, next 10 balls, 18 runs. It's never been that happy medium.
Athanaze backing across and tucking the ball down to fine leg. Shoaib Bashir off the boundary rope, sprinting towards the ball as he sends it in. And the West Indies go to 37 for 3, trailing by 213, with Cavan Hodge on strike. Talk us through this juice then, Carlos.
Natural vitamin tonic, one called Full Mac. Lots of good products in it, good for vitality.
I notice you're a little bit sniffly today. Is that helping you?
Yeah, I didn't take any, haven't taken any for a while. I just had to bring it over. Promised Aggers and Peachy I'll get them a bottle, so did my dues.
Hodge chops on! Atkinson has another. His first in this innings. He's shaking his head, Atkinson. But bowling a good length delivery in the channel. Cavan Hodge looking to cut the ball. It is one of his strengths, but he didn't take into account the slope here at Lord's, as he has to walk back to the pavilion.
Yeah, a couple of things on that dismissal. Not wide enough to cut. And then Atkinson has been good at just hanging it just outside off, but tracking it back, tracking the ball back off the seam. So not only was it too close, but then the movement after it hit the pitch made it even tighter stroke, and gone with a horizontal back, Cavan Hodge, and lost his wicket.
Well, this is happening quickly. Hodge disappears up the steps. 37 for 4. The West Indies trailing by 213. There's a tall figure of Jason Holder emerges now. Out for a duck in the first innings on a hat-trick was Gus Atkinson. And he's got his tail up once again.
West Indies, since being 88 for 3 in the 35th over in their first innings, have now lost 11 wickets for just 70 runs.
Swinging his bat in the air, Jason Holder. Does a few stretches in the distance before he meets up with his teammate. Contrast in height. It's like me standing next to you, Carlos.
As about so with most people, there's a contrasting height difference with Jace partnering at the other end. But I think just as big innings for Jason Holder. Out of the Test team, his own decision to make himself unavailable in Australia. They had a very good series there. Justin Graves would have been the one to replace him in his role as batting all-rounder. He's come back. He's done a lot for West Indies in the Test game. But he want to sign off whenever he decides to with some better numbers than he's had in the last couple of years. And especially with the bat, you always felt when he batted at number 8, he had a lot more to give. He's now been given that role batting at number 6, and he needs to repay the faith and the responsibility that he's been given.
Atkinson moves in, Holder defence to the leg side. No run, his mid-wicket sprints in. If you're just tuning in here this evening, it has been a gorgeous day here on day 2 of the Lord's Test. Bright sunshine this morning, it's a little bit more overcast now. And England were 68 ahead, 3 down. They proceeded to make 371 50s for Root, Brooke. Jamie Smith on debut, picking up 70 as Atkinson passes the stumps to Holder, who nearly chops on as well as it finds its way out to fine leg. Angling the bat towards cover and looking to push at it. Catches the inner part of it, and very, very fortunate on that occasion as he's just rehearsing the drive once again from the non-striker's end. So he is off the mark with 1. Jams it down onto his back leg, and it really could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson bowling at high pace, and he's tracking the ball back. So many times in red ball cricket, you look for guys that can take the ball away from the right-hander.
The left-hander on strike, Athanase, who's back and defending. A good length delivery from Atkinson at the end of the over. West Indies in dire straits, 38 for 4, trailing by 212. Athanase 13, Holder 1. And Atkinson has added to his 7 from the first innings. He has 1 for 19 from his 5. But Jamie Smith, 70 of his 119 deliveries faced earlier today. He took his time, got into his work nicely, formed a nice partnership out in the middle with Chris Wokes, who picked up 23. And he was hugely disappointed. I think more so for getting out and James Anderson not getting the opportunity.
Then losing the
one
wicket
final
himself.
time. But you have to think what was going through his mind on 70. Chance here at Lord's on debut to pick up the 3 figures as Stokes pushes away from the nursery end, coming in on an angle. Holder crouches, he drives to backward point, no run.
England cricket doing well, but England football as well into the finals of the Euros. And I saw a funny meme. This may have been of interest to someone. A friend of mine has 2 tickets to the Euros final in Berlin. Paid some money for it, including accommodation, but didn't realize when he bought them months ago it was going to be the same day as his wedding. So if anyone is interested in looking to take his place, it's at Melbourne Registry Office at 4 p.m. Bride's name is Deborah.
3 slips in position. Holder lets it go down the slope. I'm sure there'd be a few takers, Carlos.
For Deborah for the tickets. But is it finally coming home? That is the question. Probably best game of football they played all Euros last night, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Where are you going to be?
No idea.
Well,
probably
we're
in
supposed to
Bridgewater.
be here, but I can't see this going 5 days.
Same.
As Stokes passes stumps to Holder, who shoulders arms and lets it go. It just dribbles through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Real lack of pace in this surface.
Yeah, watch the quarter-final at Bridgewater. Amazing atmosphere. Probably be there on Sunday for some club cricket, and Probably watch it after with the boys. I was hoping to be here.
How do you go in club cricket? Is it very...
Doing international cricket. Swing at a few, sometimes connect, sometimes don't.
Holder forwards and defending to the offside. I can just imagine you rocking up and the opposition team going, what on earth?
I bowled 5 overs on Saturday and I was sore till I got to London on Wednesday. So if the skipper is listening.
Open the bowling?
Short spells. Oh, no. We got a couple of good youngsters with ball in hand, so they get to use the cherry, and then I just come as not even an enforcer, not quick enough to be an enforcer. Just a little dibbly-dobbler, stand the seam up. Hope the surroundings help me a bit with a little bit of swing. Got a nick to slip for the first time in a while on the weekend, so happy with that.
Holder playing the ball to the leg side, past mid-wicket and to wide mid-on. Up on his toes and working it in that direction as he comes through for 1. 39 for 4 then the West Indies, trailing by 211. Holder to 2. And where do you bat?
5, so it's funny because the coach, we got 3 power players. I want to call myself one of those. When the coach was really wondering when to send us in, didn't want to do it too early. And one of the
You're the
boys,
trump card, Carlos.
yeah, and one of the boys was like, Charles, but you can bat good enough. I was like, yeah, my test average is 45, but maybe not good enough for club cricket to bat too many overs. So normally it is a little bit tough with the new ball. And club cricket is a different proposition, a lack of pace versus too much pace. So yeah, we held back. The engine room fires. I think we're 96 in 30 overs and got up to 290 odds. So yeah.
Athanase on strike to Stokes, back and defending to the offside. He does think about pushing off for a single, but Shoaib Bashir too quick to the ball from point, running around to his left. Throw sent in at the end of the over, 39 for 4, trailing by 211. So Bridgewater Cricket Club.
Yeah, agent.
Get on down if you want to see Carlos Brathwaite in action.
I'm not sure where we're playing, Ish. I was planning to be at Lord's, but there is a full weekend of cricket. Saturday league cricket and Sunday there's a T20 tournament. We're not sure where I'll be. But I think on the basis of things I could as well book my train ticket back to Taunton for tomorrow evening / tomorrow night. And then we're ready for a game of club cricket at the weekend.
Normally I'd say it's a bit presumptuous of you, but given the situation.
I'd love to be proved wrong. Love to be proved wrong.
4 slips in position for Gus Atkinson coming in from the pavilion end, defending to the offside. Again, that nip back down the slope. He's got 2 men back in the deep on the leg side now as well, Atkinson. And his tail up after just picking up his first wicket in his second West Indies innings. So you bat at, what are the pitches like that you bat on?
Not too bad, to be honest. The facilities in England are lovely. One thing I love about England is, regardless if it's a school ground, club ground, or first class, always nicely tended to and well manicured, and pitches have been good. I've played that so far.
Holder back and across and letting it go.
There was one that game started, I think, like 2:30, 2.5 hours late because of really bad rain. But other than that, facilities are good. Good bunch of boys, and it's still a game of cricket. Still got to respect the game. You can't get hooked from anyone. You can't be smashed from anyone. Got a real quick bump on the weekend. A real nice photo of me, feet in the air, ducking on the short one, touch the shoulder as well.
Atkinson past the stumps, Holder turning it off his hip out to deep square. Shuffle forwards for a single.
So I was told it's Bristol on Sunday. So that's where I'll be apparently.
There you go, Holder on 3, 40 for 4, the West Indies trailing by 210. Trip down to the West Country.
Yeah, first time I spent a lot of time. I played for Kent in 2018 and we played at Somerset. Done a couple games in the 100 at Southampton. Played a World Cup game there, but not spent too much time. So one of the first forays in that party land.
Atkinson bowls to Athanase, who works the ball to the leg side to a vacant square leg. Deep square comes in off the boundary, but Jamie Smith rushes around to retrieve the ball and come through for 1. 41 for 4 then, the West Indies. So head on down to Bristol on Sunday if you want to catch Carlos Brathwaite in action. I hear Jack Callis is playing in the Lancashire Leagues at the minute. Be the shock of your life turning up to club cricket. One of the greatest all-rounders that's ever been.
Well, we just saw
rocking up.
We just saw a stat. Ben Stokes is now along with Jack
test
Callis.
wickets, and 6,000 test runs as Atkinson bowls to Holder, who's defending solidly back down the pitch to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, 6,000 test runs, 200 test wickets, and yeah, one of those famed men. I bet there'll be someone tweeting saying Jack Callis does not have more Lancashire League runs and wickets than I do. It'd be a nice story to tell. Yeah, playing in the same league as Jack Callis. Outscored him. There's one of the boys in our team that said he outbowls Jack Leach.
Atkinson in. Pulled away by Jason Holder. In fact, I think it might have struck him high up on maybe the glove as that trickles away down to, oh no, it's in fact it's headed behind him on the helmet. That's it. Does sound like a thuddy sound, so there will be a concussion test here as he removes his helmet. He's wandered down to the other end of the pitch. 42 for 4 then, the West Indies trailing by 208. Holder on 3, Athanase on 14. A few more words from you here, Carlos, about the situation that the West Indies are in and how they might potentially get themselves out of it. And then it will be Fazir Mohammed.
Yeah, it's been disappointing. Sure, a lot of West Indies fans be up early watching or listening, whether in England or back in the Caribbean. But I think when you look forward to test number 2 and number 3 with bat in hand, it needs to be a little bit more resilience and a little bit more commitment. If you're going to defend. If you're going to play your strokes, Too many times being half caught. And really put a price on your wicket. And then with ball in hand, can they be a bit more aggressive a bit earlier? Definitely need to be a lot more disciplined, bowling that channel, and I think that channel would want to come from 5th and 6th stump into off stump / 4th stump. Make the players play a little bit more, challenge the technique, give yourself the option of hitting the inside or outside edge, hitting the stump, and then mix that with your aggression. You've got a couple of bowlers in the Josephs that hit close to 90 miles and sometimes more than 90 miles an hour. Get the ball up around the ribs and head a little bit more often, a little bit earlier when the ball's a bit harder, and then try to create some problems.
Yes, well, if it appears that the die is cast in this one already, it really is up to the West Indies now to show some fight, show some character, as Stokes bowls to Holder and he's on the front foot, driving it away out towards mid-off.
I've got an answer to the query about, I don't know how you describe it, reciprocal golden ducks. So a bowler who's dismissed a batter for a golden duck and then been dismissed by that same player for a golden duck themselves, as happened with Atkinson and Jason Holder in the first innings here. It has also happened 3 other times in Test history where balls faced have been recorded.
Well done, Andy. We'll get the details in a moment, so please stand by. 3 slips go down as Stokes bowls to Holder, lets this one go by into the gloves of the keeper.
So we don't have complete ball-by-ball data for all tests, but it's fairly complete, so you know it's very rare, certainly. The 3 other recorded times: Bruce Reid and Courtney Walsh, Australia against West Indies in Barbados in 1991, both in the second innings, got each other out for golden ducks. Matthias Muralitharan and Stuart McGill, Sri Lanka v Australia in Galle in March 2004.
And we'll get to the last one in a moment. I know you're on tenterhooks waiting for this one. As he's pushing the next delivery out towards mid-on, there's no run once again.
That was in the first and fourth innings. Jimmy Anderson and Kagiso Rabada in Centurion in January 2016. Anderson got Rabada out in the first innings of the match. Rabada got Anderson in the fourth innings. So this is the first time it's happened in the first innings exclusively of a Test match that one player's got another out for a golden duck and then got a golden duck to the same bowler.
Well done, Andy.
Thanks, B2 spreadsheets.
When you legend.
Very well done. Can't keep Jimmy Anderson out of this, as the next delivery on off stump has Jason Holder pushing it away out towards mid-off. So let me give you some more work, since we're into the stats things, and we've just had Ben Stokes join Jack Callis and Sir Garfield Sobers on 200 test wickets and 6,000 test runs. Where were they in those numbers when they played their 93rd test match? Because Sobers played 93 tests to have 235 wickets and 8,032 runs, as Stokes bowls to Holder, and he's forward, half-cocked really, not really a long stride forward. He is a tall man. Just played it half forward out towards backward point, because you know there's always these comparisons. Who's really the greatest of them all? And you know from a Caribbean biased perspective, that's not even a discussion. But it's always interesting when, because there's so much more cricket now being played, because in the time of Sobers, he played for 20 years but only played 93 test matches. Now if you play 20 years, it's 150, 160 plus.
180 in
the case of Jimmy Anderson. As Stokes bowls to Holder, and he's playing it away square on the offside. There's no run once again. The end of the over, it almost seems as an inevitability, whether it's going to happen tonight or sometime tomorrow, but the West Indies, having trailed on first innings by 250, 42 for 4. Athanas on 14, former captain. Holder on 3. 2 wickets so far for Ben Stokes, 1 apiece for Jimmy Anderson, who's saying farewell to Test cricket in this final innings, and 1 as well, of course, for the debutant Gus Atkinson, who already has 8 wickets in this match.
Yeah, it's been a complete performance with the ball from England, and I'd want the West Indies fast bowlers to take a look at how the England fast bowlers have gone about their work. You do get a lot more swing and movement in England, but it's where the ball starts from and where it ends. So for someone like Gus Atkinson, he's starting the ball fourth and a half stump. And when I say 4th stump, I mean if you had to take another stump and put it beside off stump, that'll be the 4th in a row. So the ball always finishes on 4th stump, on off stump. And I find a lot of times the West Indies are starting the ball on 4th stump. So by the time it reaches the bat, it's on 6. That is a wide half volley.
Anderson for a second spell from the pavilion end, bowls to Athanas, and he's pushing at a delivery that's pitched up on Midland leg, plays it away back along the pitch to the bowler. Of course, he's got no wicket already. Jimmy Anderson had just 1 in the first innings, the one to end the West Indies first innings yesterday afternoon, and now he's bowled Craig Brathwaite through the gate. After that, we saw Ben Stokes getting involved, removing Kirk Mackenzie, LBW. 2 other wickets going down, with Gus Atkinson getting involved, removing Kavem Hodge, dragging onto the stumps, and then Louis caught behind of the bowling of Stokes. Athanas pushing forward to the next delivery, plays it away out towards forward square, and there is no run. And indeed, you know, of course, the inquest would have started back in the Caribbean about what has gone wrong. Why haven't the West Indies played more warm-up cricket ahead of the test match? Why do you have players with so much lack of experience, or lacking in so much experience, and play just a 3-day match before you throw them in at the deep end for a test match at Lord's against England? And exponents like Jimmy Anderson, as Athanas pushes defensively on the onside to a delivery that kept a bit low, but he's very watchful, playing it away on the onside. And just the points that you're making about learning how to cope with the conditions, to exploit the conditions, you need time. You shouldn't be learning how to cope in the middle of a test match.
Yeah, agreed. And there was a West Indies emerging tour to Ireland, and Ireland used the last 4-day game to play all their test players, and one would...
Anderson comes in again, bowls to Athanas, and he's just playing with a dead bat square on the offside, no run.
One would ask if that would have been an opportunity for the red ball players not involved in the World Cup to maybe go over to Ireland and play in that series. I mean, granted, it takes away the opportunity from a younger player in that actual emerging squad, but could they have allowed those younger players to play the white ball format, and then the test players who'd be in England within 2 weeks or so, allow them to play those 2 4-day games, or even have a warm-up game against Ireland?
Anderson bowls to Athanas, and he's tucking this one away through square leg, goes quickly for the first run. They won't risk the second, He moves on to 15. It's 43 for 4 after England were dismissed just on the stroke of tea for 371, starting the day at 189 for 3, 76 for Joe Root, to 70 for Jamie Smith last out in his maiden test innings, 50 for Harry Brook, 4 wickets for Jayden Seales, 2 apiece for Jason Holder and Gudakesh Moti, and 1 for Alzari Joseph. I think you've got the answers for us.
Yeah, so figures after 93. Maybe I'll come to it after this final ball of the over from Anderson.
Sure. As the 4 slips just about ready to go down. The last ball of Anderson's first over of a new spell. Bowls to Holder, and he's almost playing it on. A bit of extra bounce, inside edge, onto the pad, rolls away on the offside. So he survives on 3. Athanas on 15. It's 43 for 4. Yeah. Yes, Andy.
Yes, after Sober's 93 test career, 8,032 runs, average 57.7, 235 wickets, average 34 and 109 catches. After 93 tests, Kallis had 7,336 runs, average fractionally below Sober's at the same point, 56.8, 183 wickets at 31.6 and 89 catches. Stokes, 5,756 runs, average 35.7, 196 wickets, average just under 32 and 97 catches. So, yeah, I mean, Kallis and Sober's figures very similar in terms of batting average, bowling average. Sober's more wickets per match, both excellent number of catches per match.
Yes, interesting comparisons when we look at those 3 outstanding cricketers. As Stokes bowls outside the off stump to Athanas, he's guiding it away towards backward point, can't get a run. It remains at 43 for 4.
So both very much sort of batting all-rounders, but Sobers was used more as a bowler by West Indies than Kallis for South Africa, particularly towards the end of Kallis's career. The big difference would be in scoring rates, and we don't have full details for all of Sobers's career, but he was well above 50 per 100 balls. In the context of the time in which he played, he was very, very fast scoring. And when you look at the history of Test cricket in terms of how the game has been played.
We'll develop that point after this delivery from Stokes. 2 wickets under his belt already, 2 of the 4 as he bowls to Athanas, and he's tucking this full-length delivery away for 4, wide of mid-on. Will accelerate towards the boundary, and he's a pleasing stroke maker, is Alec Athanas. Goes on now to 19. It's 47 for 4. Holder at the other end is on 3.
Test cricket went through very slow scoring period, particularly in the 1950s and 60s, in which very tactically cautious. And in some ways, the West Indies almost kept Test cricket alive. We think of their great era from the mid-70s onwards, but actually through the 50s and 60s, when Test cricket had become very pedestrian in terms of the pace at which batting was performed.
Stokes continues, bowls to Athanas, and this time he's playing much more circumspectly along the ground towards backward point to a full-length delivery, no run.
West Indies scored way faster than other teams and were the fastest scoring Test side in every single decade from the 1940s to the 1990s included. So when you think back to how Test cricket was played in the 60s, run rates around about 2.4 and over, huge number of draws. England drew 33 of their 47 away Tests in the 60s. Really, the West Indies kept that flame of attacking cricket alive.
And indeed, I was listening to the discussion that Agas was having with the guys Mashel and Santoki from Caribbean Cricket Podcast, and talking about the role of Clive Lloyd as Stokes bowls, and he's driving pleasantly through the offside. Is Athanas to a delivery over-pitched. Won't get to the boundary, should be pulled back now by Jimmy Anderson, who gets a roar of approval from the grandstand audience as he gets closer towards them. And with those 3 runs, the 50 is up for the West Indies. A long, long, long way from safety or even respect. They trail by 200 runs now at 50 for 4. Athanas on 22. Holder on 3. Because as much as Clive Lloyd played an incredibly important role as leader of a very strong team, the man really given credit for uniting the West Indies in a way that no other did, and was able to start that trend as Stokes bowls to Holder. He's playing it away through the onside. A bit of a mix-up, a bit of hesitation before they eventually go through for the run to take the score to 51 for 4 in this over from Ben Stokes with 1 delivery left. That individual is Frank Worrell, the first fully appointed black captain of the West Indies, because there was a deathly boring Ashes series in 59-60, and then came 60-61 with the tied Test and the West Indies finishing up losing the series 2-1, but 500,000 people turning up in Melbourne to give them a farewell. And it was felt that that was a series that really had many different offshoots, as Stokes bowls a lifting delivery that Athanase guides away towards backward point. There is no run the end of the over. It's 51 for 4. Athanase on 22. Holder on 4. Carlos Bradford has given way to be joined by Phil Tufnell.
Good evening. Evening, everyone. Yeah, it's just settling back.
So let me finish the offshoots part of it, because it was felt that that series, maybe it's an exaggeration, that saved Test cricket because of the attractiveness of the game, the willingness of Frank Worrell as that first appointed black captain. George Headley had actually captained the West Indies team for 1 or 2 tests in 48 and 54 when he was already way past his best. Seemed to be a nominal appointment. But Richie Benaud played his part as Australian captain, and they made it clear that they wanted to play attractive cricket, positive cricket, the sort of cricket that people wanted to see, so much so that 90,000 turned up at Melbourne on day 1 of that final test. Anderson bowls to Holder and is guiding this one away along the ground towards 4th slip. The score remains at 51 for 4. And that's why Frank Worrell, because it was the advent of that dominant West Indies team of the 60s. They would have come to England and won 3-1 in 63. Come back in 66 and won 3-1 again when Sobers had that fantastic series. They beat Australia in the Caribbean 2-1, and it was a period of tremendous dominance by the West Indies. Anderson bowls to Holder, who's driving into the offside for the single. Didn't time it as well as he wanted. He goes on to 5, and the score moves on to 52 for 4.
Well, sort of, 25 for 1 in the first session was doing no one any favours. I can remember my mum used to love Jeff Boycott, because she used to say that he was the best babysitter she'd ever had, because she used to plonk me on the sofa in front of Jeff, go out for a couple of hours, do a bit of gardening or something, come back, and nothing had changed. I was still sitting there as a little toddler, They scored about 2 runs.
Yeah.
She said it was perfect.
And no one got run out?
No. Nothing really had happened in 2 hours. A few nice leaves. Yeah, so it was for the best.
Anderson round the wicket at the start of a new over, down the leg side to Athanase, misses the attempt to flick it away backward of square. Scoring remains at 52 for 4.
Yeah, I prefer this angle from Jimmy Anderson to Athanase. I mean, he bowls it nicely, doesn't he? But if that angle coming into the left hand and then that shape away and that slope taking it away, you can get lined up a little bit if you're a left-hander. It's very difficult to swing it back up from over the wicket, but round the wicket, you just feel that you have to play it with the bat.
3 slips, there's a backward point, there's a cover point and a mid-off, as Anderson round the wicket bowls to the left-hander, tucks him up as he's looking to play a short delivery into the onside, comes off the thigh pad. And just finishing up on that point on Frank Worrell, the late great Sir Frank Worrell, who died sadly from leukemia at the age of 42. In fact, he was so demanding and indeed intolerant of the insularity, the island rivalries, that he was actually against the idea of Barbados celebrating its independence in 1966 by playing a rest of the world 11. He believed that that should not be happening, that there should not be any attempt by any territory, even his home island, to suggest it could go on its own. As he's on the back foot to the next delivery, is Athanase plays it away out towards backward point, because you've been to the Caribbean many times, but some people say, well, if it's like, Yorkshire, Lancashire, that sort of thing, it isn't, because it's separate countries who compete in every other sport.
Yep.
The Olympics, for example, starting in a few days' time, football, whatever sport you want, are separate territories, yet they come together under the umbrella of the West Indies to play cricket. That's why you have all that argument and insularity going on. Anderson bowls short of a length, and it's turned away by Athanase out towards forward square. There is no run. It's the end of the over. It's the end of my spell. I'll leave it with you to continue that discussion about the excellence of the great Sir Geoffrey Boycott as a babysitter. And then we're going to be joined by Ali.
Yes, it's always amazed me, really, you know, the sort of infighting against the islands and the rivalry and everything, you know. I don't quite know why that's become such a big thing. You know, you put the Windies hat on and you're all together, surely, but yeah, it goes on.
Tough as I can tell you, Jeffrey probably does do some babysitting these days because he's got grandchildren.
Absolutely.
Now. He adores being a grandfather. Yeah, I spoke to him probably about a month ago. Last chatted to him. Must wish him well, actually.
Absolutely, if you live in Jeff.
Second cancer diagnosis, hasn't he, which he revealed about a week or so ago. So, Jeffrey, if you're listening,
yes,
best of luck for the treatment. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Absolutely.
So 52 for 4. Big conversation here between Ben Stokes and Jimmy Anderson. Any words of advice for Stokes? See what the plan is going to be here for Jason Holder. He's faced 22 balls so far, battling away in this uphill task for the West Indies to survive an innings defeat here. They're still 188, sorry. No, it is 198. Just to make England bat again. Floodlights are on here as well, a bit of cloud overhead. Stokes in, 3 slips in place for Holder.
Oh, hello.
He hasn't released the ball. Now, what happened there? He absolutely was in his follow-through. His finger up to his eye. Yeah, something must have flown into his eye. That's pretty unusual.
Yeah.
He's blinking away, trying to wipe something out of his eye.
I swallowed a wasp once.
What?
Yeah, it wasn't very nice, actually.
Swallowed a wasp?
Yeah, sort of as I was running in, something's gone in.
What happened?
Well,
surely it stung you.
Well, no, it didn't actually. It didn't.
You didn't swallow it?
Oh, no, I had to sort of
bat it out.
Like a cat with a fur ball, I was. In the middle of Lords.
Stokes is ready. He's running again here to Holder outside the off stump. It goes through quite low to Smith.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Horrible. Yeah, no, horrible. Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't you didn't bite down on it first, did you?
No, I'm not sure what happened, but next thing I know, it was just sort of like, it was all chaos going on, but it wasn't a very nice feeling.
No.
No, that's right. But yeah, it had many in the eye when you're running in. Swarms of bees and everything.
Bees have been known to stop play before.
Absolutely.
Everyone's had to drop to the ground.
I've done that a couple of times, yeah.
I remember a snake on the outfield in Sri Lanka once.
Yeah, yes, and being chased by a monitor lizard in Sri Lanka.
And they're not small.
No.
Stokes in, angled into Holder, who struck on the pad low. Stokes appealing, but the appeal quickly dies away.
That's it.
Yeah, Jason Holder's wandering away towards square leg.
Yeah,
a monitor lizard.
Yeah, great big monitor lizard was running up.
Plodding. I mean, they're kind of like a small dinosaur, really.
Well, absolutely. Aggers was commentating on it. And the next thing he sort of out the corner of my eye, he saw me sort of legging it across the field with this monitor sort of thing on its back legs coming after me. Oh, scary.
Must have felt like you're in Jurassic Park.
It was a little bit. Up in Kandy, I think it was.
Sri Lanka is one of the most stunning places
beautiful.
Watching cricket, particularly in the centre of the island. Actually, Dan Buller I have really fond memories of. In goes Stokes to hold a full, and he's coming forward, defends towards the covers where Ollie Pope's fielding, and there's no run.
Hot there.
Honestly, I think that's actually the hottest place I have been to watch cricket. And literally, when just standing still and feeling turrets of sweat dripping down the backs of your legs when you're not even moving.
No.
Extraordinary humidity, but stunning. Dan Buller, we stayed in a hotel that's kind of carved into a huge rock face.
Lovely.
Memory. Lots of monkeys would come into your room if you left the door open. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper. Honestly, if you had snacks, you had to make sure you didn't leave, a bag of nuts open or anything like that, or fruit out in your room. If you just left your sliding door open a crack, your balcony, you had friends who were wanting to pop in and say hello.
Yeah, baboon in there with you. Oh, wow. They can be dangerous.
Well, I do remember looking out over the hotel had a view over a plain, and you just see elephants in the distance.
Gorgeous.
Strolling across the plain.
Gorgeous.
Holder settles over his bat. Stokes has 2 wickets against his name, and he's in it now, past the umpire. Stokes outside the off stump, and Holder lets it go through to the keeper again. 53 for 4, 187 behind.
I've got a little stat for you about this. I think I mentioned it before.
Go on.
I think the largest, or the most bricks built structure is in Sri Lanka. second, the Battersea Power Station.
Is that right?
62 million. And I think that it's a
Just got that number off the top of your head.
Yeah, I think it's a temple in Sri Lanka is the largest structure.
Stokes moves in, left alone again by Holder, stepping outside the off stump. Tough as you are full of useful knowledge.
Absolute tripe. No, but it's true. It's true. Yeah. Gorgeous place. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Didn't particularly enjoy playing there. That's the first time we encountered Mr. Mullaritharan.
Right.
Can't remember when that was.
Spun a web around England.
Oh, I did, yeah. No, I didn't. Me and Embers didn't do too much.
Gaul is quite a magical place to watch cricket from, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You get a seat on the outside of the ground and the walls of the fort. In goes Stokes. That's angled down the leg side. Tumbling take by Jamie Smith. And another dot ball. Holder didn't lay bat on it. Sort of went to follow the angle of the delivery. So another over gone. 53 for 4. West Indies. Athanase on 22. Holder on 5 with Brathwaite, Louis, McKenzie and Hodge all dismissed. And there is more live cricket tonight after we finish here, don't forget, because we've got the third Women's T20 International between England and New Zealand taking place at Canterbury this evening. So commentary from 6:30 p.m. on that. And there's also clips on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course the full highlights from 11:15 p.m. on the BBC iPlayer. And England's women have been absolutely dominant against New Zealand in this white ball series, ODIs and now T20s.
Just to highlight the element of sort of island politics in West Indian cricket. In their first home test series, which was against England in 1930, 4 tests, 4 different captains.
Jimmy Anderson continuing from the pavilion end. Squared up Athanase. Fielded at point, no run.
The first test in Barbados, the captain was Barbados' Teddy Hode. The second test in Trinidad, the captain was Trinidad's Nelson Betancourt.
I sense a pattern emerging.
The third test in Guyana, captain was Guyana's Maurice Fernandez. And the fourth test in Jamaica, captain was Jamaica's Carl Nunes.
Oh, there you go, yeah.
Well, each island just has such an individual identity.
Yeah.
It's what's a beautiful and fascinating part of touring the Caribbean on the West Indies cricket tour. Around the wicket into the left-hander, forward and struck on the pad, drops into the ground, dribbles towards the leg side. Smith moves forward to pick up. First couple of deliveries, Athanase has managed to controlled stroke against Anderson here.
Always had a great time. One of the ones that you want on your CV. That is couple of tours to the Caribbean.
It's funny that the memories you have, though, I almost, in some ways, I have stronger memories of the non-cricket days, more so than some of the cricket days I've witnessed.
Absolutely.
Out there. Goes Anderson, getting in behind where's Athanase. I'm surprised you've got a memory tough as a...
Well, there you go. I'm trying to forget some of the cricketing days, I can assure you.
The islands are so beautiful.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I remember a day in St Lucia, actually, in 2010 at the T20 World Cup. And this is quite rare to have a day at a World Cup where you cannot do any work. And it was because the match that I was there to do had finished. Anderson around the wicket here to Athanase, and he's forward, inside edge to pad, the body drops into the ground. And usually, there's net practice to do or someone's put up for an interview, but the matches had finished, the teams had left the island, and yet my flight wasn't for another couple of days. So I had this rare occasion where there was no work to do. There was no cricketers left on the island to even interview or to watch do net practice. So guilt-free.
Yeah.
Not sure whether I let the producer Adam know this at the time, but booked a catamaran tour down to Soufriere, the Pitons in St Lucia. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Around the wicket goes Anderson, forward Athanase. Yeah. Back up the pitch and there's no run. Did a bit of snorkeling. Yep. Drank some rum punches and coconut water and barbecues on the beach. Yep. It was absolutely stunning.
Yes, no, Pitons, beautiful.
In Barbados, you've got Oystons.
Yes.
Harbour Lights, where there was quite a celebration when England won the T20 World Cup in that year, 2010.
I should imagine so.
Yeah. Luke Wright, national selector now, he was there.
And I like it that all the different islands have different beers and different rums, don't they? They're very proud of their own rums.
Down the leg side, Anderson. A loose delivery, but Smith was equal to it, threw himself across to his right-hand side. maiden for Anderson, 53 for 4. So still 197 runs behind. It's Barbados, I think, isn't it, where the racehorses get exercised and you can see them, being taken down to the sea.
Yeah, lovely.
It's quite a sight.
Yeah.
Someone like me who's a horse lover, it's an absolute spectacle.
Lovely. Not a bad place to loosen up, is it, if you're a horse?
I did actually do a bit of bareback riding in the sea. That was in Jamaica, though. And it was very enjoyable. You can see Wokes is warming up. But Stokes is continuing here. In he goes.
Oh, just kept low. And hold it there.
Well, who's going to make another breakthrough for England? 4 down. There's a time, wasn't there? The wickets were clattering. And you thought, well, perhaps England could rattle through them tonight. 13 overs left in the evening. What was that? Another 40 minutes of play.
Yeah, these two have just... Sorry.
I was going to say that they've lasted 8.4 overs, so 52 balls since the last wicket.
Yeah, they've just managed to get a slight foothold.
Holder, defending, coming forward to Stokes.
Or it was looking like it could be done today, which is no good. That's not what we want, is it? Don't want 2-day test matches. So yeah, they've got stuck in it, and I like the look of Athanasis as well. He looks like he's lines up his off stump nicely. He's played a couple of short balls very well, hasn't he? Those cuts and pulls.
Yeah, plays for the Windward Islands. It's from Dominica, and actually was somebody who in the year 2020 was dropped from his domestic team. And for him, it was a really tough period. He had to sort of go back to the drawing board in a sense, and for him, he's talked about getting mental toughness that he needs to succeed. As Stokes is in, and it's Holder facing as it goes through. And I think a lot of cricketers go through those dips, don't they? Where you have, I mean, it's very rare for a career to sort of be in a continual line of upward trajectory.
Absolutely, I don't think anyone is lucky enough to have a career in sport like that, are they? Perhaps, I don't know.
Well, he started very strong because he played for the West Indies at under-19 level and was the lead run scorer for them at the under-19 World Cup in 2018. But yeah, then dropped just a couple of years into his career. But a year out, a thickish outside edge from Holder, runs away in the gap between Gully and backward point, chased back to the deep third boundary for Duckett. Holder comes back for a second. But for Athanasis, for him, it was about then tightening his technique. He came back, but then was made captain of the Windward Islands. So that's been, for him, the dip, but then he feels he's come out stronger and has said that, some of the worst things that happen to you in life can actually be the best things.
Absolutely.
Pain prepares you for what is to come, is a quote from him.
Oh, okay.
His father gave him a motto: pain is your true friend.
Oh, not sure about that one.
But you get what he means.
Yeah, I don't know whether I fancy that one.
Stokes moves in. Holder is there. That's another one go through to Smith.
Having said that, I know some good friends that are pains.
Well, we all do. But no, he's clung on in there. And now in the West Indies test side. It's Holder who's clinging on in at the moment. He's faced 34 balls. Just 7 runs. And just sticking out there as long as you can. Which is such a difficult sort of effort and conundrum to be faced when you're so many runs behind. And only on day 2 in this position of the match. 195 behind. Away from making England bat again. Outside edge into the ground. And out towards third slip. Another dot ball. End of the over from Stokes. Come James Anderson muster up a little bit of magic late in the day and give the crowd something to really cheer about and be on the edge of their seats again, because that would sort of be the game within the game. How many more wickets can James Anderson add to his career tally?
Absolutely, but it hasn't gone flat, has it, really? But it's been a long, hot day, hasn't it? It's been a long, hot day. Everyone's been enjoying themselves. It just seems to... the enthusiasm has gone off the boil a little bit. What we got here?
This might enthuse you, Tuffers. Cake.
Oh, lovely.
A fruit cake, no less. A little note with it. Dear commentary team, a fruit cake to say thank you for the many happy hours of cricket Best wishes from Jan Rees of Dorset. She's 83, Jan. And it's her first time at Lord's today. Here's Anderson. It is last time at Lord's, angled out towards gully, tumbling, stopped by Ben Duckett.
What is it? What? Let's have a squeeze at it. Come on, let's have a look. Oh, it's beautifully sort of...
Well wrapped up, well presented. Top marks for presentation, right? It's in a gold bag and then wrapped in brown paper, tied up with string. There's a song about that, isn't there? Gold and white string. Demerara sugar on the top. I like the look of that.
I'll have a bit of that in a minute.
I'm going to find you a knife, Tuffers.
Yeah.
Anderson from the pavilion end. Sweatbands on each wrist. Around the wicket he goes. And a play and a miss, or it's an edge! Anderson is celebrating. And he's got Athanase. High fives again for Jimmy Anderson, hugged by his teammates in his final test match. Wicket number 703 in his illustrious career. And Athanase is trudging off towards the pavilion. 22 from 46. But the cries of Jimmy Anderson are ringing out around Lord's again because the ball moved away off the pitch, took the outside edge. And Jamie Smith, on test debut, did the rest.
Absolutely. Well, that's woken them up a bit, Alison. As I said just beforehand, perhaps a little bit flat and people just easing into the evening here at Lord's, but a beautiful delivery from that angle round the wicket, just bounced and left the left-hander, perhaps trying to play it a bit on the up, but he's done it all his career, hasn't it? When you need a wicket, you go to Jimmy Anderson, and now, well, the West Indies 55 for 5.
Well, I felt tough as after he took the wicket of Craig Brathwaite, he sort of puffed out his cheeks with a bit of relief, in a sense. That was a bit more of a full-blooded celebration and fist pump and Jimmy delight.
Absolutely, another great delivery from James Anderson.
Out comes Joshua Da Silva, West Indies wicket-keeper. He made a duck in first innings. One of Gus Atkinson's victims in that triple wicket maiden. So, and Da Silva hang around for the rest of the day with Jason Holder. Still 12 overs left in the day, still just over half an hour of play.
Well, if Anderson wants to catch up Shane Warne's 708 wicket test tally, he needs to take all remaining 5 wickets, or he will end up in 3rd place on the all-time wicket takers list.
Nothing is impossible. Whether it's likely, it's not impossible. We will see. Tuffers has been replaced by Alistair Cook. Well, I just think you never know. You can dare to dream. The crowd here would be seeing something absolutely fairy tale-like. When you had a fairy tale ending with a century in your final test match, Stuart Broad had something of a fairy tale ending with an Ashes win and a wicket with his final delivery and a 6 with his final ball that he faced with the bat. Anderson 4 slips in place to Da Silva, and he's forward and he gets the ball away through the covers, pushing it out for a single.
He's off his pair. He was on the pair, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Horrible feeling being on them for the whole. Just thinking when I'll get my go again. Look at those figures: 8.3 overs, 5 maidens, adding to the 1700. 2 for 5.
Sort of vintage Jimmy figures, aren't they, for a spell?
Extraordinary. And Stokes a 9 over spell.
Yeah, which is great news for the knee, isn't it? He's looking good rhythm. Jimmy was fairly skipping down the wicket with delight. A 2nd wicket for him in this innings, 3rd in the match, 703rd in his career, and he's in again. Holder comes forward, drives it up towards extra cover, mid-off as there, moves across to his left-hand side to field. That's Gus Atkinson, who has 8 wickets in the match, 7 in the first innings, of course, and then picking up the wicket of Kavem Hodge. So 57 for 5, though, the West Indies, and in that as an innings score is pretty dismal reading. 193 away from forcing England to bat again.
Everyone at Lord's will be desperate. 25 down tonight. Some cricket tomorrow. You just never know.
Anderson over the wickets and driving is Da Silva, but no run. Atkinson throws himself on the ground mid-off. Saves the single.
One more wicket here.
Are we into extra half-hour territory?
Not quite, but West Indies are a long tail. Surely these two can guts it out for another half an hour.
Well, they're the key partnership, aren't they? Because after this, then you're into the bowlers with Moti, Seals and the two Josephs. So they need to resist. It's sort of difficult, isn't it? Kind of positive resistance, because you don't want to just retreat so far into your shell.
Well, they have really, haven't they, in this?
Anderson in, forward comes De Silva, and that's a nice looking off drive all the way down to the pavilion for 4. Walked down into that one and takes West Indies on to 61 for 5, 189 away from making England bat again. Anderson has 2 for 10 at the end of that over. And it was a fine sight to see as well. Anderson picking up a second wicket in this innings. Alistair, have a few words from you, and then Aggers is here ready to come in.
Yeah, maybe I've been a little bit harsh on the West Indies, saying they're retreating the spell. Actually, you could go that way, or you could actually say probably the positive way is actually England have been outstanding with the ball today. And I think the discipline and the control have gone up a level. Up a level from that first innings. They bowled well in the first innings, but actually the conditions have probably been better for batting. But England 29 overs, only allowing 61 runs, real control. So many questions asked. Have been relentless from all 4 of them.
Yeah, as Stokes now is into his 10th over. Yeah, he's bowled beautifully. Bowling to Holder now, who's got 8, and they sit on the back pad there, a little bit of movement away. He's got the ball on a piece of string, really, in and out, toiling away. Every ball's around about that off stump. Very difficult if you're not in great touch and you're up against it. I mean, you're 189 runs behind. It's going to be a big defeat, this.
I mean, it is expected, isn't it, really, in terms of preparation.
Yeah.
It's got to be a better way of preparing touring teams to play. One game against a county 11 isn't enough.
In goes Stokes then, bowls, Holder waits and pushes into a defensive stroke, followed by Pope in the covers.
It might be enough, say, for an Australian side full of experience. They came over a batting lineup, Labuschagne, Smith, Warner, all played a lot of Test cricket. But these guys barely played Test cricket. So they're expecting to go in an elite performance against an elite side isn't actually right.
Very, very difficult. They've got to try and take something out of this game if they can and get them in a better shape for the next Test match. Holder stands up. There's 3 slips there as Stokes moves in bowls trim. He plays slightly across his pad. Finds Anderson there at mid-on. Most of the crowd's still here. It's thinned out a bit inevitably. Sort of time of day. We're past the proper close of play time. And we're past it with 11 overs still to go. So there'll be, again, overs unbowled today. Stokes wanders back. As he says, he spins himself to reverse catches out of his right hand as he walks back. On his way again, past umpire Tucker there, and he bowls. Nice shot from Holder, he's driven in through extra cover. Can the fielders get there? I don't think so. The ball runs away down the slope, as it always does here at Lord's. Woakes chased it all the way. Never really gained any ground on it. And Stokes, like the good pro, blames the footholes. Not quite as severely as some bowlers, I could say. Oh, actually, it's a no ball as well, that one. I think. Is it a no?
It is a no ball.
I think it was. Hard to tell. He's sideways on to us, but I think it was a no ball.
And that's actually one of the better signs. He hasn't bowled. Is that his first no ball? He's bowled his second. Actually, over the last year or so, 2 years, where he has been bowling very limited. He's bowled a lot of no balls, hasn't he? And certainly at Ashes, where did he get the wicket with the no ball? Ooh. Is it Ashes or is it? Somewhere he got quite a big wicket with a no ball.
And he goes again, number 55. That's down the leg side, brushed away by Holder. A couple here. I'm sure it's off the bat or off the thigh pad. Umpire Tucker will reveal all, and their leg byes. An awkward umpiring signal of standing on one leg. I don't know who he invented these. Stand on one leg with your knee up, tap it a few times. I mean, it's a quite bizarre signal, isn't it?
What would you suggest as an alternative?
Well, I don't know. I really thought about it, but I did think that actually to have to stand on one leg and tap the other one and things is it's not an easy signal to make, is it? Here goes Stokes again. On off stump, steered away to third slip by Holder. Floodlights are on. I'm not sure if they're necessary or not. There's quite a lot of blue sky around. High cloud. And, a good forecast for tomorrow.
It's changed, isn't it? It was meant a couple days ago. That was looking up Friday wasn't great.
No, it should be okay. Might be 1 or 2 showers around, but England surely will finish this match tomorrow. Stokes looks at the shadows of the floodlights at his feet, so they are necessary. And there's runs here. That's nicely guided away past third slip. And heads down to that third man area, which is vacant at the moment. Duckett will throw it back again. That's the end of the over. It might be the end of Stokes. He's bowled a long spell there of 10 overs, uninterrupted. He's taken 2 for 25. This feels like maybe he's due a break.
Just for himself, really. He's obviously found that rhythm, but surely Chris Woakes will come on this end.
Yeah. It's only his second spell of more than 8 overs actually since the end of 2022. West Indies top 5, none of them have reached 30 in either innings. The last time that happened in England, where the team's top 5 failed to reach 30 and were all dismissed in both innings, was here at Lords in 2018. And I've been mentioning through the last couple of days how it has on several occasions recently been a very difficult batting ground, and that team in 2018 was India, who came with a far more experienced lineup. Top 5 there: Murali, Vijay, KL Rahul, Cheteshwar Pujara, Virat Kohli and Ajinkya Rahane, 4 of whom had played at least one series in England prior to that, so it can be a very difficult ground. But it's perhaps notable that in terms of world cricket, comes after this ball.
Okay, it's Anderson bowling to the right-handed De Silva. He pushes that to mid-on, going for a quick single. Pick up is clean, the throw misses. As De Silva scurried for the far end.
In the last 5 times a team's top 5 have all been out for less than 30 in both innings. And back to November 2018, 4 of them have been the West Indies. It happened to them in Mirpur against Bangladesh in November 2018, against New Zealand in Hamilton in December 2020, in Johannesburg in March of last year, and now here at Lords. So 4 away tests for West Indies. We've seen they only really played 2 test series with very limited acclimatisation, so it has been, with a vulnerable batting lineup, has been exposed on numerous occasions.
Anderson bowling to the right-handed holder, who comes forward. Oh, Jimmy stuck his foot out there, and the ball clattered somewhere into his foot. I mean, incredibly lucky he didn't get him right on the ball of the ankle. That would have been extremely painful. It was hit hard. 71 for 5, so West Indies 179 runs still behind. The slips in conversation.
Probably asking what they're going to do tonight.
It could well be that.
What are you going to do tonight?
Well, I thought we were all going up with Duffers.
Does he organise it?
No, he won't organise anything. 71 for 5. Here comes Anderson, bowls, cuts back into the tall right-handed holder. Well, apparently, that'd be a nice thing to do.
He's been on fine form, hasn't he, Duffers, these 2 days?
Yes, he has. Does make me laugh. .71 for 5 as Anderson wanders back to his mark again. Stokes in conversation there with, who's that? That's mid-on. Atkins. Yeah. Anderson again runs in hard, galloping up, and Holder drives him. Doesn't really time that perfectly. Stokes can field and hurls the ball to Smith, who, by the way, has had another good day today. Not just the runs, but he's taken some good low balls. He's looked good taking down the leg side. I mean, he's more than just a stopper, that's for sure. There's more to wicket-keeping than that.
I was once described as a speed bump with my keeping. Just slowed him down.
The worst keeper I've ever saw was David Gower. He had to keep in a county match for some reason. I don't know why he did it. It was absolutely horrific. Here comes Anderson, bowls, steered away down to third slip. Brook takes that on the bounce. I don't know why he did it, and I remember if he bowled any ball down the leg side, he just wouldn't bother with it. He'd just go flying through for 4 byes.
Well, I can't imagine Lord Gower would to get dirty. Like.
It must have been somebody must have been injured or something during the course of the game. And David was just determined he was going to do it.
The thing about keeping is that everyone wants to do it, don't they?
Yeah, until you actually get to
well, you do it for like 10 minutes, and it's fun for 10 minutes, and then it becomes a bit. Yeah, it is for 10 minutes. It's like catch. I always was just catching with gloves on. Easy, but then actually it gets a bit harder as you get tired, and then you make a mistake and get one on the end of the fingers.
Anderson. It's played just short of a length, but Holder's such a tall man. He's inclined to get forward there, played out into the covers. It's the end of the over, 71 for 5. We reckon there's going to be a change of bowling at this end. Let's have a look. And Chris Woakes is peeling his cap off, so that seems about right.
Talking about keepers, just Matt Prior's just popped. He just walked past actually with his son JJ here on the day.
Haven't seen him for a little while.
It's nice to see.
Is he still cycling?
I don't think so. Just looking at him, I don't think he is cycling.
Really? Well, you can say that.
It's great to see Matty. We'll have a quick drink afterwards. He was sitting with Sir Vivian Richard. Now that must be. Face Curtly Ambrose this week, and then just sitting there talking cricket with Sir Vivian Richard would be a treat, wouldn't it?
Well, it would. It would. Dear old Viv. Right, Jimmy Anderson's has bowled his 40,000th ball in Test cricket. I don't know who verifies that or not. It's flashed up on the screen here. Better get Andrew's stamp of approval on that.
Yeah, well, 40,000th legitimate balls. That's not including wides and no balls.
Go, you see.
Which he's bowled.
All these stats have caveats. Yeah. I think we've destroyed your 18.5 days, haven't we? Because you've omitted important things like concussion tests and the over rate, all of that sort of thing. There's always a caveat to these stats. So it's 40,000th legitimate delivery.
Mental.
40,000.
Only 3 bowlers have bowled more: Shane Warne, Anil Kumble and Mattia Muralitharan.
Yeah, all spinners. 71 for 5 then. Woakes, those long strides, goes trotting in, bowls, finds it outside edge straight away. He's found some really nice swing here today.
So he's looked like he's got a bit more rhythm than yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's been a bit harsh, but he hasn't played much cricket either.
No, he hasn't.
This summer, just there. It's all about, I think it's Chris Woakes, it's rhythm to the crease. And you mentioned it, just running a little bit faster. He's like, he's just a lovely bowler to watch. He does look easy as well. Another bowler who you think he could bowl long spells.
Here's Woakes. Bowls, it's pretty straight, good length. Going by De Silva out to mid-on. Anderson fields it.
Actually, quite a big, I reckon, a big job for Chris Woakes over the next few weeks. You know,
senior man.
Yeah, he will be officially the senior man, won't he? I mean, I don't know who England will replace Jimmy with next week. Whether they go Mark Wood, but you feel that holding opening bowler, the control, kind of like the guy who sets kind of the tactic of what the best balls they're going to bowl.
There's Woakes, bowls. He's rather across his pad there. He's homing that ball onto that front foot.
I was actually just speaking 2 minutes to Gus Atkinson last night, and he said we just, as a group, decided to hit the pitch hard with wobble seam. We didn't want to get too carried away with swinging the ball, because we felt like we were getting more off the surface, even though it's swinging conditions, and that would have come from Jimmy, wouldn't it? He'd been the guy saying, and when someone with 180-odd Test matches says that's what you all buy into. And you feel like that will be Chris Woakes' job pretty much next week to say what is the best ball to continue or kind of your stock ball.
It's a repeat of the last one again. He's bowling dead straight here. He's got his eye on De Silva's pad. His eye on getting LBW. He plays around that front foot a bit. I think it's played down to mid-on. Today, Brook 50, Root 68, Stokes 4, Woakes 23, first baller for Atkinson, a duck for Basher, and a very good 70 for Jamie Smith from 119 balls. He changed tempo brilliantly when he had the tail to go to look after and to score quickly off with the field back. Because Woakes again, bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. That's an unexpected bounce. De Silva snatches away the bottom hand. Woakes walks back to his mark again. 71 for 5. The sun fully out, the shadows lengthening. It's been a really pleasant afternoon, actually. 4 wickets for Seals. And 2 for Holder and Moti, who rather impressed, actually. He's got some variation, that left arm spin. Yeah.
Subtle variations, I think.
Yeah, just in pace and flight. 71 for 5. Last ball of the over, and again he plays across that pad. He's really looking at that.
It rolls out to mid-wicket. Right, podcast to come at 6:30. There'll be various interviews and so on from the far end of the ground during that in our review of the day. Then, of course, we will be going to Canterbury for the women's one-day international T20 between England and New Zealand as well, once we're done with that. So, Alistair, thoughts from you, and then Fazio will see us through to the close.
Yeah, the sun's come out for the last 15 minutes or so of play. Gus Atkinson replacing Jimmy Anderson. England have done all the right things today, apart from probably one of them getting 100.
Yeah.
I think they'd probably say they've left 50 odd runs, 50 or so runs out there. I was impressed the way West Indies hung in there actually today. They could have been a real tough day for the chipping away of wickets, but I just think the lack of practice and the lack of preparation has made this game a bit of a mismatch.
Yeah, it has, and as I was discussing with Carlos earlier in an earlier stint, that is already a talking point back in the Caribbean as to why the West Indies couldn't at least have had 2 proper first-class matches or 4-day matches or 3-day matches to get better tuned, because you're taking on an England team in conditions that they're very comfortable with at Lords. As Atkinson in now, bowls full length delivery, driven away for 4, wide off mid-off, over-pitched and nicely stroked by the right-handed former captain with that boundary. He moves along now to 18. It's 75 for 5. Nicely played.
Classic Jason Holder shot that, and that.
It is.
His cover drive is, for a tall man, he's elegant, isn't he? For a tall batsman, not necessarily known for elegance. He's normally a bit gangly, but he is a serene batter.
You'll remember that match-saving 100 he scored in Antigua.
I try not to.
Well, let me just remind you more about it. As a short ball, he's ducking under it comfortably, lets it go by through to the keeper. And
2015, was it?
2015, correct, yeah. Got that 100. Jermaine Blackwood had gotten 100 in the first innings of that same test match. So, yeah, he sometimes saves his best for England. That double 100 in his...
That was a long day, wasn't
Barbados.
it? Him and... There was the keeper, Bow.
Shane Dowrich.
That all day.
They
didn't get a wicket, did they? England didn't get a wicket all day.
Yeah, it was a forgettable day for England.
Not for you.
No, it certainly wasn't. It's driven back along the pitch towards the bowler. Well fielded by Gus Atkinson. It remains 75 for 5. De Silva on 6, Holder on 18. And here the West Indies have found, for some reason, to really bring out their best against England in the Caribbean. Because when you look at it, as desperate as things would have been for the West Indies over the last 25, almost 30 years in Test match cricket, 3 slips go down as Atkinson bowls to Holder, short of a length delivery, lets it go by again through to the keeper. Since 1968 to the present time, they've only lost 1 series to England.
Well, I don't think I won a series in West Indies.
No, you didn't.
I don't think I did.
2015 it was 1-1. 2009 with Strauss, England lost 1-0.
That's when we got bowled out. That was like the turning point of that side, when we got bowled out for 51
in Jamaica, first test of the series.
Yeah. And then actually we dominated the next 2.
Exactly.
And
the West Indies hung on.
But I mean, it was great cricket. It was just, we couldn't get over the line.
As Holder drives at the next delivery out towards mid-off, won't get runs, this time 75 for 5.
And then actually the Headingley, the Shy Hope 200s, they win that series, that a drawn series.
Actually, England won 2-1 because, in fact, many people have already pointed that out on the BBC website, that as desperate as this one is, in 2017 in Birmingham, where you got that double 100, and the West Indies lost 19 wickets on the 3rd day, a day-night match, and it seemed all over as far as a 3-0 sweep. Atkinson bowls again to Holder, was the captain, then turns this one away backward a square for a single. He moves on to 19. The total goes up to 76 for 5. The West Indies rebounded at Headingley.
Actually, the one thing you can always say about the West Indies sides I played against, whether they always had that ability to scrap. And actually, it isn't easy coming here. It hasn't been an easy 2 days, but actually, I remember that game now. I should remember it because I scored a couple of runs, but actually the ability then to come back on tour. And I always thought that was one of the hardest things to do as a touring team or a leader. You went 1-0 down in a away series. Very hard to stop that momentum, and they did that very well.
Yeah, and well, look, until that victory at the Gabba in January, that result at Headingley is considered probably one of the greatest rebounds in Test match cricket in the modern era, because it's not just that the West Indies lost at Edgbaston, but the manner in which they lost by an innings, 19 wickets on a single day, and it felt so dispiriting at the time. As Woakes bowls now to Holder, who's driving again pleasantly. They go immediately for the run. A direct hit, he would have been run out, because he's a big man, he's a tall man, but it takes some time to get the gears into overdrive. And he was really scrambling to get to his ground as Stokes, the captain, fired a return in from a wideish mid-off, going to his left, turning, throwing even as he was tumbling over, and he probably would have been gone.
Well, he spun around. He didn't use his feet to get around, he used momentum to spin around, and I reckon that's just gone over the top of the stumps. So it's on line. Jason Holder would have been half a foot out. I mean, for experienced cricketer, the one person you do not take on in this England team hitting to mid-off is Ben Stokes, but sometimes just get to the end of the day, you think, I'll get off strike now. Get off strike.
Certainly would have been thrown short of his ground. Joshua De Silva avoided the pair, like Holder. Waits on Woakes, bowls to him now, and he's getting across, pushing it away out towards extra cover. The score remains at 77 for 5. So yeah, clearly this appears a foregone conclusion whether tonight or tomorrow for the West Indies. The challenge now will be to get themselves ready in just about a week's time for Trent Bridge.
The one thing I'm just noticing on their batters, a few of the guys we haven't seen before, they've all got solid techniques. It's not like they're not quirky techniques. They're not players you think, they haven't looked like out their depth in terms of the balls they faced. It's just they obviously haven't faced enough balls, obviously, to score runs. You don't win many Test matches when none of the top 5 gets above 30, but actually all of them, well, I say, shape up well. Not looking, oh, that's a real dodgy technique. So there's a good baseline to work from.
Woakes bowls to De Silva, and he's looking to play it away towards the offside, gets the inner portion of the bat, and it remains 77 for 5.
Yeah, I think the one thing, certainly I would be saying in there from kind of the coaching staff, it won't get any harder than this. Actually, yesterday's, facing this attack with the Lord's Slope under floodlights, it is not an easy place to bat. With Trent Bridge, if it can be one of the best places to bat in England, not that I ever did particularly well there, but if it's sunny there, it's a lovely time to bat. You've got to do the hard yards in that first session, and then it gets in the afternoon. It's the ball almost gets sucked to the boundary, and someone else hit it anyway. So there is that hope to do it.
Leg slip in place as Woakes bowls to De Silva, and he's playing it defensively back along the pitch. But just on that point about how the players shape up, I mean, they don't look hopeless, no. But, and this is where the challenge continues to be, because as far as their exposure, not just to Test cricket, but even back in the regional game, you look at their overall numbers in first-class cricket, they're averaging mid-30s in first-class cricket, and therefore the muscle memory, for want of a better term, to have to spend long periods in the crease and to be able to tough it out in difficult times. As Woakes bowls short of a length, he's into the pull shot, kept a bit low, and misses the attempt itself as it goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, but these, if you look at this batting line, if you take Brathwaite out of it, the next 3 or 4 are young. They're not, we're not talking about 30-year-olds here, are we? We're talking about slightly younger players. So there is a ceiling there. There is improvement to be had. They're not the finished article by any stretch of the imagination. What I feel the West Indies kind of selectors need to do is pick 6 or 7 of their batters they think these are the ones which are going to carry us, and stick with them for an extended period of time, because the only way you are going to learn is by playing and getting exposed to high quality bowling.
Woakes bowls to De Silva, plays it away towards the offside, and they're able to get the single coming towards the end of the over. In fact, it is the end of the over, so De Silva retains strike on 7, with the West Indies 78 for 5, trailing by 172 after England were dismissed for 371 in reply to the West Indies 121.
Yeah, I think it's very important as a young batter, certainly in Test cricket, after a couple of low scores, is actually you look at things you haven't done well. And actually, a really important thing is actually looking at the things you do well. So what is your scoring shot against international bowlers? What is the area if the bowler strays into it, the way you can put a bit of pressure on? And I'm not talking massive expansive shots. Like Athanase, as soon as they dropped it short, England dropped today. He punished England, so he's got to think, right, that's an area of I can try and dominate England. And so if they do get it slightly wrong, I've got to be in the position to punish them and have the confidence to go. You have to punch back a little bit. Now, I was not a negative player. That's not right. I was a grinder. I was an accumulator. But if they did bowl slightly short and wide, I would punish with a cut shot or a pull. So there was an area of strength that I would always try and dominate. So that's the advice I'd be going. And this 3 days, you're not changing your technique. Mentally, they've got to be right. I'm going to try and punish bad balls in their areas.
Atkinson with a short ball to start a new over from the pavilion end with an interesting field that was set there for Joshua De Silva. A deep square leg, a deep backward square and a long leg. Just a slip and a gully on the offside, but all of that has to change now because now it's Jason Holder back on strike at 79 for 5. Yes, Andy?
Just quickly on that thing you mentioned earlier on of England sort of leaving runs out there. 5 players made half centuries. Highest score was 76 by Zach Crawley. It's the 35th time England have had 5 50-plus scores in a Test innings, and only the 2nd time no one's gone on to make 80, and only the 4th time none of those players have made a century. So, yeah, sort of unconverted starts.
I wonder if you'll regret that when you look back, whenever the career is over and say, well, you know, I should have gotten 100 here, and a big one at Lords of all places.
All batsmen do. We all do. Ultimately, you only have as good as the end stats.
Atkinson bowls outside the off stump to Holder, and he's letting a short ball go by outside the off stump. Another interesting field because there's a slip, there's a very deep gully, there's a leg slip, a short forward square leg, almost a short square leg. There's a regulation square leg, there's a long leg, a deep forward square on the boundary. There's a mid-on as well. But just back to that point about, you know, trusting in 6 or 7 players. The challenge as well is playing enough cricket to get that opportunity, and that is another one of the issues, as Atkinson bowls a short ball down the leg side, well taken by Smith, moving away towards his left like a goalkeeper, pulling in the free kick before it heads into the V. So West Indies 2 Test matches in January, 3 Test matches now, 2 Test matches next month at home to South Africa, 2 Test matches against Bangladesh in November, 2 Test matches in January in Pakistan.
So that's quite a lot of cricket
then. And actually that's a bit of a rarity given what would have happened previously for the West Indies. And the issue is, are the players learning, are they developing when getting these opportunities? As Atkinson bowls to Holder, lifting delivery that he plays carefully back along the pitch on the onside.
Well, I'm sure they will develop if they get the opportunity to have a bit of a run in the side. And, you know, as I say, none of these have looked out of their depth by any stretch of the imagination. Just the first time I've really seen a few of these players up close. You've got to feel, it feels as, you know, good teams aren't built straight away. They take time. Certainly, you know, when you don't have that experience, man, you've got young players, you've got a really exciting bowling attack where if they stay fit, you need a couple of like backups because no one stays fit forever. You know, you've got to get there. That's going to push West Indies cricket in a good place. You need some of these batsmen now to develop, to become run makers, to influence Test match games.
Atkinson bowls to Holder, short ball, and he's fending it away and taken at short leg, really getting himself in a complete tangle to that short pitch delivery. And again, England will be thinking they can close this off tonight with the lifting ball, fending it away, the catch taken, and another wicket for Gus Atkinson. He's now got, 9 in the match now on debut, and the West Indies are 79 for 6. Jason Holder gone for 20.
I think that is the last ball of the day, right on the money. Gus Atkinson, a tall man, so he's had to dig it in very, very short. And Holder tried to ride it, but he got too big on it. Ollie Pope, he's been outstanding at short leg over the couple of years for England. He's been doing it, dives forward, takes a good catch. Jason Holder was mentioning something that he wasn't happy with the sight screen in that over, whether it was just time wasting, desperate to get through. And sometimes when you're watching the clock, trying to eke out make it the last over, you forget about the most important thing, which is watching the ball. He played nicely for a 20, but he's gone. And there'll be a procession in the morning, you feel.
Indeed, with the tail-enders left to come to partner Joshua De Silva. 79 for 6. It is the end of the day's play. Day 2, just the day 2 of Schedule 5 here at the Lords. And it's been another dominant effort by England with those 6 wickets taken. And for 79, trailing still by 171 runs. And for the West Indies, it really is going to be difficult to see them doing anything other than maybe trying to scrap to gain some measure of respectability before England go 1-0 up in this farewell test match for the outstanding Jimmy Anderson. And indeed, Gus Atkinson playing his role with 9 wickets so far in the match, 7 in the first innings, 2 in the second on debut, and it's really been a tremendous effort. So the details so far, let me give it to you very quickly before I cross over to Aggers. Craig Brathwaite bowled by Anderson for 4, Mikhail Louis caught behind of Stokes for 14, Mackenzie LBW to Stokes, no score, Athanase caught behind of Anderson for 22, Hodge bowled by Atkinson for 4, Holder caught Pope of Atkinson for 20, De Silva is still there on 8. We expect that Alzari Joseph will be coming in next. The bowling figures: Anderson 10 overs 5 maidens, 2 for 11, Boak 7 overs 3 maidens, none for 11, Atkinson 7.5 overs 1 maiden, 2 for 27, and Stokes 10 overs 4 maidens, 2 for 25. A quick word from Alistair, and then it's going to be Agnes.
A great day for England. Actually, I think England's bowling went up a level today. Even yesterday, bowling out for 121. Had a few things in their favour, the conditions, but that was outstanding test bowling. They never let this young West Indian batting line have any freebies. Led, of course, by James Anderson, but I thought in particular again, Gus Atkinson bowled probably better today, even those figures there. Ben Stokes found that rhythm, which just shows how important he is to this balance of this England side.
Yeah, thank you, Alistair. Well, there we go, 79 for 6. There didn't seem any conversation at all about the extra half hour there. They just walked off. I think they usually say 7 wickets, don't they? And the umpires consider that's doable, but with the batting that's to come, it could have finished tonight. We'll review the day's play now, but on the BBC Sport website and the app, there's commentary on the third women's T20 between England and New Zealand. And we'll join that at 7 o'clock here on 5 Sports Extra. So that's what we have lined up for you later on. So here we go. West Indies finishing on 79 for 6, so 171 runs behind, 2 wickets each for Anderson, Atkinson and Stokes. So tantalisingly, Anderson could still finish with a fifer in his last match. There's 4 to go, and he's taken 2. So I think he'll be desperate to get the ball in his hand. Tomorrow morning he'll be persuading Stokes, I'm sure. Today England lost Brooke for 50, Stokes for 4, and then Root 68, Wokes 23. There's a golden duck for Atkinson, 0 for Bashir, a spectacular run out from Louis from about 40 yards away, hitting a stump direct. Last man out was Jamie Smith, who made a very good 70, sort of a innings of 2 halves really. Played patiently to start with, and then when left with the tail enders, he played some shots. 70 of 119 balls, he had 8 fours and 2 sixes. Jaden Seals took 4 for 77. Who have we got? We've got Michael Vaughan, we've got Carlos, and Alistair Cook sitting alongside me. It's been quite a ruthless performance, really, hasn't it? I mean, you can only beat what you're up against, Michael. We talked about the different pace this morning, maybe, and the way that that sort of accentuated Bazball, if you want to call it, that seems to have been parked at the moment, or at least it seems to have been fine-tuned.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a ruthless display by the England side. I mean, all the build-up about Jimmy Anderson, the emotions of yesterday morning, but 2 debutants who have delivered. Gus Atkinson, obviously, yesterday, and again today, he's bowled tremendous, and then Jamie Smith has done exactly why he was brought into this team. It was almost like, on the first time of asking, Jamie Smith got this opportunity to just play, because Joe Root was at the other end, and he played with great defence, got himself in, and suddenly had to try and hit those boundaries towards the back. And I guess that's the reason why he's been picked, to try and exploit those last few kind of wickets for England, and hit some beautiful shots. So it's been perfect for the 2 debutants. But look, this West Indies side are all over the place. It really is a sad state to see a batting lineup that's just got nothing. In these conditions, it's not easy, and they're up against the greatest of all time, and they're up against a Ben Stokes, who's bowling great I think that's a real positive for England to see Ben bowling the way that he is bowling. But, you know, I'm just seeing nothing from the West Indies. There's no counter punch. There's, you know, technically one or two can play a little bit, but I'm so saddened to see that batting display on a pitch that's done just a little bit. It's not gone all over the place, and to think they've lost 16 wickets inside 80 odd overs is staggering on that pitch.
See, I actually think technically they look okay. I'm not sitting here going, cool, that looks like a ropey technique that's going to get exposed. Actually, I think they all shape up pretty well. Whether it's just this game because of the conditions they've experienced in terms of their inexperience against a very experienced bowling attack of quality. I think the counter punch, and I was mentioning a little in the last thing, is a very good. There's nothing there which is going to scare England bowlers.
Try and get some initiative back.
Yeah, see, as I say, I keep going back to how I batted. I wasn't an aggressive batter, but if you strayed into my areas, I did punish you. And I think you know that at the bowler, then if you can't strain, and there's an area you can't strain, it puts some doubt back into the bowls. And the West Indies batting lineup have to go back and think, right, I'm not being reckless, but I need my one area to throw back at England. But that was relentless bowling today, real relentless. There was, you know, it was very hard work for anyone to face, and certainly an inexperienced guys. And suddenly when you know when you're behind the game, and also you haven't got any runs behind you or experience, they're on hiding to nothing.
Yeah, you finding it a tough watch, Carlos?
Yeah, it is, but I do agree. I guess little things from both of you. I think the state of West Indies Test cricket, they had the highs of the Gabba, and then when you see the performance today, it does kind of even it out, and you know, sad state of affairs, etc. But then if you peel back the layers of everything that we've seen and take what's happened in results-wise out of and put it in context, then there are a lot of players there that you can think they have a decent ceiling, and they need X, they need Y, they need Z. We need that to happen over a period of time. So whether it's games played, whether it's experience in foreign conditions, and just experience scoring runs. In the Caribbean, you average 30, your next cab off the rank. Most of the places you need to be averaging 40, 45, 50, striking at a certain amount, etc. So Faz has been speaking about it a lot. The standards need to be raised a little higher. I think players need to hold themselves to higher accountability to those standards. But when I look at the state of play today and how they started yesterday, I think there's enough there. Look at Mackay Louis on debut. He's had one season of first-class cricket. Yes, he scored 300s. He deserves his play here, not saying he isn't. But then you rock up to Lord's, first day of the summer in England. You're facing Jimmy Anderson, who's 188 games deep. Yeah, it's not like a Jamie Smith who would have played a few years at Surrey, making his debut. Gus Atkinson is considered inexperienced in England conditions, and he's played first-class cricket for 3-4 years. So I think there are a lot more challenges. But there's a lot more accountability that can be given and held within that dressing room, and they will go 1-0 down. You know, let's try not to kid ourselves with belief and all that. But they have 2 test matches to salvage the series, whether it's at least a 1 win, maybe it's drawn 2 test matches, or maybe just put in a more fighting performance. I don't think they leave Lords and think we're rubbish, let's go home. They need to leave Lords and think we've been outclassed. How can we give them a better performance in Notts and then in Birmingham?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Cookie that in terms of when you look at their stance and their bat list, everything looks fine. They almost play too technical. You know, I remember back in the 90s, used to have Clayton Lambert, Philo Wallace. It's in your over the bowler's head, you know. I just want to see a little bit of that calypso. I know it's not easy, but, you know, I just think they might be drilling themselves so technically that they're actually forgetting that when the ball's in an area, you've got to look to score. You have to look to get that counter punch
It's
back.
an interesting point, actually, because you don't see many Caribbean shots. That is the trademark of West Indies cricket.
There's a conversation myself and Fazmi having on air. I think we either go too far left or too far right, and the name that he brought it was Jermaine Blackwood. And with a player like that in your team, he's never going to average 50. But you think back at his short career, some may say prolonged, I can remember 2 or 3 knocks where every time he got a score, the rate he did it, and when he did it, he won you a game. And when you look into that team, who are the match winners with bat in hand? So you're hoping that everyone does enough to give you a score. When you look in the bowling lineup, you can say Alzarri Joseph can get you a 5er, Shamar Joseph can win you a game, but there are not any batters that you can say, this guy can get me 70 either sticking it out. Craig Bradford is probably the one person that you look to. He hasn't had the best run of form. And then there's no one you can say, if the second new ball comes, he can do what Jamie Smith did today, what Adam Gilchrist used to do, what Stokes Butler used to do for England in Test cricket. So I think you need to have roles. The game has gone more now past what format it is and more so what role a guy can play. Who's going to be the person that's going to bat 150 balls, 170 balls and might only get 80 but take the lacquer off the ball, which Craig Bradford is accustomed to doing. But then also who's that player who's going to score 80, 90, run a ball, show that bit of flair. We talk about Alec Athanase looking and idolizing Brian Lara, but then we see him in the first innings come out and dead batting half volleys and play your shots. You play your shots when the balls come down to play your shots, then you don't need to fend at 10 overs later because you haven't been scoring. You get stuck in a rut, as you say, Vaughn, trying to be too technical, you lose your flair, and then you play a shot that you don't need to because you're starting to feel the pressure.
It's an interesting point, though.
Yeah, I mean, looks like, certainly the Test cricket in West Indies, someone needs to grab it as a leader, whether it's the coach or the captain, whoever, and say, right, we need 3 years, and this is how we're going to play, and we need buy-in from a group of players to try and make significant improvements. It might be impossible. There might be too many things against them, like we're talking about the standard of first-class cricket back in the West Indies, or the lack of available games, all that kind of stuff. I don't know the answer to that, but it does look like they need some identity to play. But then last Test match they beat Australia in Brisbane. Yes. No side does that. So there is something there, but whether it's just this game.
It's really one bowler though that beat them. I mean, if you look at the overall team performance, it's a pretty tight game, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they still beat Australia, so they've got something there. Like I played there 4 times and never got close to beating Australia in Brisbane. So, like, there is something to grab. It just feels as if they need someone.
Bazball. They need Bazball.
They need something to.
And you know, they've got a group of players that they look like they're all looking inward. You know, they're all a little bit timid and a little bit scared, and maybe they just need that kind of team gathering and say, right, we're gonna go for it. They're going to lose inside 2 days in a session. Let's be honest, and they've played quite defensively. I'd prefer the West Indies to lose in 2 days instead of having a right good go, being flamboyant, and if the ball's out of whack, look, we've been brought up with Chris Gale. If it was in his arc, it went straight over your head for 6. I'm not saying that every player can play like that, but if you can free younger players up to believing that they can go out there and express themselves, I think the West Indies will be in a better position.
Look, they've got a very good bowling attack. Yeah. I don't think they bowl particularly well in this game. I think there's more for them to come, whether that's under preparation. You know, they've got some seriously talented bowlers to go on. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's just been a bad 2 days.
To the other end of the ground we go. Henry Moran with Jamie Smith.
Well, Jamie, 50 on Test debut. How was that?
Yeah, amazing. Amazing day. It was great to watch the guys go about their business, first of all, and then to go out there and get some runs. Yeah, it's very pleasing.
What pleased you most about your performance with the bat?
I guess just getting out there and getting off the mark was probably the most pleasing. It's probably the most nervy I've been batting, certainly in a long while. So go out there and contribute, I guess, to putting the team in a strong position is always the most important thing.
Match situation, England well on top. It's been almost the perfect performance, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been. I think we talked about starting the summer really strongly and being on the front foot, and I think we've done that over the 2 days. That wicket at the end there's really got some good momentum into tomorrow again, and we're looking to take them 4 wickets as soon as possible.
What about your role in this side? What have Brendan and Ben said? Because, of course, you're not first choice keeper at Surrey, so it is a slightly unusual circumstance.
Yeah, it's a new role for me. I've not tended to bat at 7 and keep wicket. Even when I've kept wicket before, I've batted slightly higher, so it's just adapting to the differences that brings. Obviously, batting with the tail and things like that is different and new to me. So there's a bit of learning on the job out there. I said before, I probably sold Bash down the river a little bit on the run out. But yeah, it's learning on the job, and the more I play, hopefully the easier it gets.
How's it been back at Surrey? I mean, it's an odd situation with Ben Foakes, I suppose.
Yeah, it is, but he's been great. He's a professional bloke, so he gets on with it. We've got a very good relationship. He's helped me a lot with my keeping and tips and tricks, I guess, for coming in with what to expect. But yeah, it's all been okay.
What about Gus Atkinson's performance? Somebody you know well. He's had a brilliant game.
Yeah, amazing game. Extremely proud of him. To go out there and put on that performance on debut is nothing short of incredible, really. so pleased for him. He's got his wicket at the end there for all his hard work, and hopefully he can get a couple more to get 10 in the match. I think that'd be really deserved on what's been a pretty incredible debut.
Now, talk me through that moment. Jimmy Anderson's walking down the steps, heading out to the middle. I mean, that must have been a bit surreal.
It was surreal. Slightly gutted. I didn't see that last ball go for 6, so he could have his moment against the spinner. That's probably one thing I regret most about that innings. But no, it was surreal. I'll be a bit worried if he gets a chance to go out and have a bat in the second innings. So hopefully he can take the last few wickets of the ball.
And what of keeping to Jimmy Anderson? You'll have been somebody that has grown up without knowing any England side really without him, and it must be, again, such an odd feeling for you to be standing there behind the stumps with him roaring in.
Yeah, it is. I've never expected to play for England. You're obviously working towards it, but you're never expecting to be there. So I guess you're just trying to take the moment in as and when it comes, and I think I've certainly done that for these last 2 days.
And are you loving it? Is it brilliant being an England Test cricketer?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing feeling. I think the confidence it gives you that you can go out there and also perform, but also have the backing of, the 11 guys playing, all the support staff, etc. It's a really welcoming environment that you can go out and thrive, and that's where I sort of play my best cricket when I'm relaxed, so it's perfect for me.
And just finally, it feels that this England side hasn't quite been Bazball to the max. It's been a little more circumspect. Has that been a message or just match situation?
Just match situation. There's enough experience in that room to go out and play the way they want to. There's been no message at all of how to play, and I don't think there ever will be. Each individual will go out there and have their own game plans and look to do them as much as they can.
Many thanks. Well played today. Cheers. Thanks a lot. Jamie Smith down here on the boundary edge.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. 70 from 119 balls, hit 8 fours and 2 sixes, and it was an innings of 2 halves. He had a perfect opportunity, didn't he? But he came out to bat. Got Joe Root going at the other end. Plenty of time, lovely match situation, and then he showed what he can do, and that's an important part of that role. When Atkinson and Co came in, and the field was set back, he wasn't scared. In fact, he was very successful at hitting boundaries.
Yeah, he was not walking in on debut at like 50 for 5 and the ball doing all sorts. I think it was at 250 for 5 when he walked in. Look, he looks the part. I think everyone around the county game who've watched St County cricket, whether you're a player or a journalist, have tipped Jamie Smith to do well at international cricket as a batter. Brave shout by the selectors to make him keep, but he's kept nicely. I think that will be a gradual work in progress, but he's an outstanding batter in terms of his batsmanship. He wasn't just a slogger. He's never been a slogger. People, just because they've seen him in T20 cricket dominate, he's the leading run scorer in the blaster up there. But he's an all-round batter. I saw him, that 60 or 50 he got against Essex of 160 balls, surviving Harmer on a ragging wicket. Just shows he reads the game well. He's a guy I think we're going to see a hell of a lot playing for England.
Steve Finn's come in, and I see Steve. Now let's talk about Atkinson, shall we? We've all been in this bowling debut situation. He makes it look very, very easy. I mean, I'm going to say something. To get 2 drag-ons in your first Test match is a nice little bonus, isn't it? I mean, that things are going your way.
Yes, certainly especially that first one, wasn't it? Just to get the first one
second ball
back and second ball, and it just relaxes you. You just take that deep breath and you're like, right, I've got that out the way. And I think he even alluded to that in his interview whenever we did it with him last night or this morning. He's just got a really nice simplicity about what he does. You watch some guys come in and they've got arms crossing over, they fall away when they're at the crease, and it feels like everything has to be perfect on a perfect day for them to have results like Gus Atkinson has had in this game. But when you're watching him, his feet cross over slightly when he runs in, which is something he'll have to be wary of, but his momentum generally goes towards the middle of the crease. There's not much sideways movement. He's very front on, so his arms go up in a straight line, they come down in a straight line. His arms very bolt upright when he lets go of the ball. And he doesn't lose any momentum through the crease. So there's a lot to like there about him. What I did like that you don't actually get to see in domestic cricket, especially in 4-day cricket, is the close-ups of the skills that you can see with the close-up replays that you can find on the TV, and the way that he used the differentiation between a seam-up delivery to drag a batter outside off stump and then wobble it back in to try and attack the stumps from the pavilion end here at Lord's showed great maturity, and maturity beyond someone who's played 19 first-class games. Clearly he's going to have bigger tests, but he's made the most of conditions. He's got 9 wickets in the game, and there's still 4 to get.
Quick learner. I mean, that's basically it, isn't it, really?
It feels that way, and I heard him do an interview last year, actually, where he sort of hit another level at the beginning of last season. I think people started to talk about Gus Atkinson, an international bowler. He's 26 years old now, so he's not young. But he said, I realised I had to bowl a bit quicker, so I ran in harder and attacked the crease. And that's something that sounds so simple, but if you've got an action and a mentality where it's just like, well, to do that, I just do this, and then the outcome happens. There's a lot to like. I've liked him since I watched him closely at the beginning of last season, and I'm glad he's done well for the Test team, because he's the type of bowler that you will need when those stiffer challenges comes on flatter pitches.
Yeah. Do you like the look of him? Okay, well,
I've been a big fan of his from the time he blew my pad off in a game. Kind of been out, Finney. He's never getting a left-hander out. Right? He's always going to be pitching.
Swing in again.
No, he doesn't swing. He pitches. He must be going
Sounds
across.
like a typical Cowsey bat.
But he will benefit now. He's done his time in county cricket. I know he's only 19 games. He's had a couple of stress fractures, which is that he needs to, bowl at the intensity he's bowled there. He's not a guy who needs 6 games in 6 weeks, because his point of difference is that extra 2 or 3 miles an hour, which he has definitely got. He will bowl. I believe he will bowl well on flatter wickets, because he's just got something which I don't know what it is. A bit like Dave Masters in terms of getting something out of the pitch.
That's an unfair comparison.
No, but Dave Masters got something out of the pitch like at his 70-odd miles an hour, nipping it. He gets it, the extra bit of bounce at 88 miles an hour or something, and I think on a flat wicket, he'll constantly bang in there with subtle skills, simple action, and will do well.
Yeah. How he rushed
Holder
at the end there, that last over. Holder had played really assured. He's a big man, he gets a big stride on the front foot, and he was playing really nicely with a straight bat, really watchful. Out of nowhere, bouncer comes, he's rushed, it hits him on the glove and balloons to short leg. And little moments like that, it's not necessarily the 7-for in the first innings that make you think Gus Atkinson could have a great Test career ahead of him. It's those moments where the wicket was a bit docile, the ball's 30-odd overs old, 40 overs old. He gets that ball to lift and takes the glove, and it's those moments that can change games.
And nice, I thought, that he did it with just 2 balls the day left, so he actually put a big effort in, because he's a tall man. It was a question of, I'll bowl a couple of balls and we'll get off then. He actually put a lot of effort into that.
Yeah, and he'll be sniffing 10 for tomorrow, which could be problematic for Jimmy sniffing a 5 for.
Jimmy's still in there, though, isn't he? He's still in the frame. Maybe a great finish if he could.
Yeah,
a fitting finish. He's got three to get.
Needs 3 of the 4. So
yeah.
20 over spell.
Cricketing gods. Atkinson gets in the first over. How many balls left? He's got 2
left.
2 to left or 2-1 left. Get to there. Then Jimmy goes.
1 left, actually.
He's got 1 to get in, because Jimmy's going to bowl that in, isn't he?
Yes.
Sorry, Gus. He's pulling rank.
Let's get some West Indies reaction, shall we? Henry Moran has also been speaking with Jayden Seales.
Well, Jayden, match situation, how do you assess things at the end of the second day?
Yeah, obviously we're under a bit of pressure, 70-odd for 6 is not the ideal position that we want to be in after, starting the Test match the way we did. So it's just a matter of us looking at what we did wrong and learn from our mistakes and move on from here.
What do you think has gone wrong in this Test?
I think we didn't really adapt to the conditions, the moving ball, It's something that we're not really accustomed to back in the Caribbean, as pronounced as it is in England. So I think that is what we need to look back on and probably just take the good with the bad. Obviously had some guys that got some starts, so it's just for them to work on it and improve on it for the next Test coming up.
There's a lot of talk about preparation for Test series, 1 warm-up match. Is that enough?
I wouldn't say it's enough, but we had a very good camp down in Kent, so the players, we got that time to train and got that chance to play in the conditions and bowl with the Duke's ball. The batsmen got a chance to face the moving ball, so I wouldn't really blame the 1 warm-up match as the reason for us not getting to prepare properly. It's just that we did not show up when we needed to, I should say, or we just made errors at the wrong times.
Is there a feeling in that dressing room that this is a missed opportunity, Lord's Test match, all the emotion around Jimmy Anderson, that this was an England team that if you'd got amongst it, you could have had some real success?
Yeah, obviously, Jimmy's last Test match, is a big thing, but for us, we know what we are trying to do and we know what we did in Australia, and it's just a matter of us building on it. And I think we missed the opportunity. The game's not over, but we certainly missed the opportunity in the first 2 days, and maybe if we had batted a lot better first time and second time around, we could have been in a much better position.
What is the attitude going into tomorrow? I mean, it looks like a game that's gone, but how do you approach it?
We're not taking a backward step. We're We're still playing our cricket, playing the shots that we want to play, being assertive and being confident. If the result doesn't go our way, we want to go out in a way that we're fighting and we're moving forward.
How's Shamar Joseph?
I'm not too sure. The physio will probably work on him overnight, but hopefully he pulls up well tomorrow.
It's a special occasion playing a Lord's Test match, and it's always special when West Indies play against England. How much, despite what's perhaps not gone right, are you enjoying this as an occasion?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. When we sang the anthem yesterday morning, when we walked back to the dressing room, I almost went into tears because obviously, getting back into the Test side after a year and a half with injuries and then singing the national anthem loud and proud at the Lord's cricket ground is a big occasion and a special feeling. So it's a big thing for us, and obviously we learn from our mistakes, we embrace it, we'll soak up the occasion and move forward from here.
And just finally, does it feel like there's a real onus on this side to have success in this series because of perhaps the limited opportunities to play longer series and to get those chances against the likes of England, Australia or India?
Yeah, of course, we are not up there with the big three, as you call it, so every time we get the opportunity to play these longer series, we want to make sure that we can show up and do well so we can get these series more and more often. And yeah, we obviously have the expectation, of course, because of what we did in Australia and the way that the team is building and the youth among the experience as well. So yeah, the onus is definitely on us to perform, and we'll improve from this game and move forward from here.
Well, Bolt, go well tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's Jaden Seales, who took 4 for 77. Steve Finn's here. Well, let's start to wrap up. I wonder what Viv Richards, who's been sitting and watching this game, thinks as he watches, because we were talking about it before you sat down there, Steve. The West Indies don't seem to be playing like the West Indies. There's not that counter punch, there's not that flair. The only time we saw anything like it, I'm actually watching on the telly now, was when Louis ran out Bashir. I mean, you saw then a real sense of what Caribbean cricket is. It was a smile on the face and very colourful and fun and all that. It just doesn't seem to be there.
There's not been that presence, has there? That you get, even when we played against not that strong West Indies teams, there was that presence, and you knew that if they got an opportunity, they were going to try and take advantage of that. It's been quite a meek performance.
Yeah.
Like, you do look at it and wonder. I know we're now in an age where preparation isn't a thing in international cricket, but you're looking at it and almost everyone here has looked undercooked. You've got this exciting bowling attack who've barely bowled more than 4 overs in a day because of the T20 World Cup, and then coming here when it's been a bit wet. But you're just looking at it thinking, if they had a proper game, or if they'd come and played it. And I was looking at the county fixtures. There were 2 fixtures towards the back end of June, I think, after the T20 World Cup had finished. Can you not have some sort of exchange system where we send spinners there to play in their domestic competition for a few games, and they send their bowlers here? And it's just better for world cricket. If you have better competition than what we've seen over the course of the last 2 days, it's better for everyone. I know we all want to win, but yeah, what we've seen hasn't really been a fair contest between these two teams.
No, it hasn't. And you're absolutely right. There has to be a way of making sure that Test cricket is played with everybody in the proper frame of mind, the proper physical condition, and all of that to do it justice.
Look at someone like Viv Richards, he's got his World Cup. I've seen pictures of him holding the World Cup in the museum that they won. There's that beautiful painting of him in the pavilion as well, and he stood under that. And you do wonder what someone like him sat in the president's box is thinking about this. And I know those guys in the West Indies team will want to make him proud and want to reconnect with that great West Indies team of the past and do something similar. But you feel as though they're hamstrung a bit by probably the system and other things, other ulterior things out there that are stopping them competing at the level that they can. But yeah, you want them to have that pride and that fight, and I hope they show that for the rest of the series.
Yeah, but tomorrow it's nailed on, isn't it? I mean, before lunch it feels like this game's done in half or less than half the time.
It feels that way, doesn't it? Everything that we've seen has suggested that, and the worry for me coming into this was the middle order of the West Indies. I thought their top few might get some runs. You look at that middle order and you think, if you get through that, then you're into the bowlers by the time you're 6 down. So, I don't anticipate it going too much beyond an hour tomorrow, but I hope I'm surprised, because my parents are coming and they want to watch more than 1 hour worth of cricket.
We shall see. Thanks, Steve. We'll see you tomorrow. You can watch our highlights show. Stay at the Test, it's called, on the BBC iPlayer and BBC 4 now. Or it's on BBC 2 at 11:10 tonight. So we are back on air at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Fortlights being the final day for Jimmy Anderson in tests, but the live cricket continues now, actually. That's that third T20 we'll be talking about at Canterbury between England and New Zealand. We can join our commentary team, Danny Norcross, Alex Hartley, Frankie Mackay, and firstly, Atif Nawaz. Cheers, mate. I'll see you tomorrow. So I've got a voice piece to get rid of and some links. That's okay. That sounds promising. Perhaps, can we just turn those effects virtually right down? Thanks. Okie dokie. Okay. It's been a very one-sided match, with the West Indies completely outplayed. Lack of preparation hasn't helped, but it's a very inexperienced team that needs to have gained something that they can take with them to Trent Bridge next week. Anderson could still finish his career with a 5-wicket haul. He's taken 2 so far, with 4 still to fall, and just the West Indies bowlers to come. It's been a near-perfect performance by England, runs for every batsman apart from Duckett and Stokes. An impressive 7-wicket haul for Atkinson, and Smith has also had a very encouraging debut. He kept wicket tidily on a notoriously difficult ground, and his 70 was an innings of 2 halves, in which he showed his naturally attacking instincts when batting with the tail-enders. Okay, I haven't quite got the links yet. They'll be here shortly.
I'm heading back up to Manchester tonight, so Sharky's in for tomorrow. So thanks for everything. I'll speak to you later about Wednesday. Nice one. Cheers. See ya. Tomorrow, obviously it could all be over in 4 overs. Agnes, would you be able, do you think, to join to do a sort of post-match TV piece, possibly if we need it, depending on how long we've got to film?
Yeah, well, we've got stand-up down here.
Yeah. No, it's all TBC. I'm just trying to get.
Yeah. Well,
if it is over in 4
it's over
overs,
quickly. Yeah.
and we've got it's one of those things. If it does go a bit longer, then it goes from a half-hour program to a 45. So there might be a bit of filling, but it's at the moment just sort of getting people lined up. But we'll see. Everything all right today?
It all worked, anyway, that's the main thing.
Sorry?
It all worked, that's the main thing.
Yes. Slightly confusing. Oh, more importantly, you can pass it for free. Something called jingles.
Oh, well, music teacher.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've got a bit of stick. I mean, I think I was right to ask what their heritage was, because in West Indies cricket that matters a lot. Yeah. If a Jamaican and a Guyanese talk about cricket, oh, but what's it go if you're saying it's irrelevant? Why dare you get on about people's heritage? I think in West Indies cricket it's important. Yeah, no, I think so. I just think that's that actually matters. It actually matters. It's the whole point of unifying a region. Anyway, they seem to know that.
Well, it is relevant to where you come from, to where you from West Indies. It's different.
Absolutely.
Right, okay. Right, let's go. Highlights. Hello, I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to Test Match Special on the third day of the first... Actually, should we put some effects in? Thanks, yeah. Hello, I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to Test Match Special on the third day of the first test between England and the West Indies from Lords. The full build-up starts at 10:30, but first, here are the highlights from yesterday. Hello, I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to the Test Match Special podcast, where England have all but won the first test against the West Indies at Lords. To come, we'll hear from Jamie Smith and Jayden Seales and have analysis of the day's play from Michael Vaughan, Alistair Cook, Stephen Finn and Carlos Brathwaite. Now, during the tea interval, I was joined by Mashal St Patrick Hewitt and Santoki Nagulendran from the Caribbean Cricket podcast to talk more about West Indies cricket. And Mashal began by explaining how it hasn't been an easy journey for cricket in Guyana in recent years. Oh, okay. So do I say also joining me or... No, okay. Okay. Now, during the tea interval, I was joined by one of the proudest people at Lords, the father of James... Hang on. I'll do it again. During the tea interval, I was joined by one of the proudest people at Lords, the father of James Anderson, Michael. Thanks to Mashal and Santoki for joining us in the TMS commentary box. That's it for this episode of the TMS podcast. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes across England's test against the West Indies. And while you're there, check out my conversation on the art of bowling with the man of the moment, Jimmy Anderson, which is available on BBC Sounds right now. And then at the bottom here. Yeah. So England need only 4 more wickets for victory. Join us from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds for what we expect to be the final day of Jimmy Anderson's Test career. Up next tonight on 5 Live, it's Lisa McCormick. Okay, there you go. Yeah, cheers.
Cheers, Jack. Cheers, mate. Yeah, let's. I'm on tomorrow. Yeah, let's resume tomorrow with Codex as we finished. Yeah.
Yeah. So
reserve is the main. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the reserve.
No, that was cool. That was cool. I think it's an ISDN because I was watching the lights like a hawk afterwards, and the dropouts were coming, and we weren't losing lock. So I think it's downstream of us.
Right. Okay.
So the usual ISDN to IP to ISDN conversion stuff going on there, I think. Anyway, but good. Okay, mate.
Nice.
See you.
Well, I enjoy your evening. I'll speak to you in the morning.
Will do. See you tomorrow. Cheers, man.
See you later.
Bye bye.